After the car accident, Guyang became a vegetable. Everyone thought he was completely useless. Only he knew that he was still alive and alert. He watched his wife kiss her enemy and saw his dearest person unplug the ventilator. He roared in the darkness, but no one responded. Until that night, his shadow suddenly came to life, and it whispered a deal. From that day on, the night belonged to him. He is a butcher, hunting down betrayers, using his life to sustain his life, and strengthening his body with his soul. During the day, he was a lifeless invalid lying on a hospital bed. At night, he was the most terrifying legend in the underworld. You humiliated me during the day, and now you don't kneel down at night and call me Mr. Butcher. Chapter 1. Don't be like this. This is a hospital. Guyang is still lying in the bed. He lay in a hospital bed, conscious but unable to move. The car accident 3 days earlier had left him in a vegetative state, and the sound in his ears now was like a knife cutting his heart. It was his beloved wife and most trusted brother, nakedly performing a betrayal in front of him. The hospital is what makes it exciting, Lu Xiaoyu laughed wantonly, completely ignoring Guyang on the hospital bed. This loser can hear it? That's even more exciting. He should be grateful to us for letting him know the truth before he died. 3 minutes later, he fastened his belt with a smug look on his face. He admitted that he was responsible for the accident, and Yin Pingping helped him forge an alibi. He was driving a modified car, and after hitting someone, he restored it to its original state, making it impeccable. Guyang's money and Guyang's woman were now his. A good brother turned into a backstabbing executioner. Yin Pingping put on her clothes and gently scolded him. Why are you saying so much? The doctor said he might still be able to hear. Lu Xiaoyu sneered. So what if he can hear? He won't live more than 3 days. I only paid for 3 days' medical expenses. After that, I'll let him stop taking his medicine and wait for death. She lowered her head in thought and ultimately reminded him. Keep your tail clean and don't cause me any trouble. She had loved Guyang, but he was so focused on making money and being frugal that he ignored her needs. She considered divorce, but was unable to divide the premarital property, so she ultimately chose this path of no return. I really loved you once, but you don't understand women. Before she left, she sat by the bed and stroked his hair, talking about the past, her current helplessness, and the next 3 days of companionship. After that, she sighed, closed the door and left. And Guyang could actually hear. From the moment he stepped off the operating table, he existed like a ghost, listening, feeling, yet unable to move. He heard every filthy and treacherous conversation. Those 3 days became the longest purgatory of his life. Only 3 days. I really deserve to fall at the hands of you two bastards, he roared in his heart. Unable to even blink, he desperately prayed to the gods and Buddhas, asking for just 1 minute of revenge, but even that was not granted. Until that night, his consciousness fell into a dark abyss, as if he had fallen into an unfamiliar space. The next second, he was surprised to find that his consciousness had actually left his body and attached itself to the shadow beneath him, and he could control this new ghost body. It was a pitch-black figure, eerie and ghostly, slowly rising to its feet in the ward, as if another self had awakened. Guyang looked down at the dark form, overcome with emotion. It was the thrill of regaining freedom, a long-lost sense of existence. Fuck, I didn't know having a body was such a blessing. He manipulated the ghost to try and save his body. He tried CPR, artificial respiration, massage, everything, but the result was 2 words, in vain. The body of consciousness couldn't save the body of flesh and blood. But he was not without gain. He began to master the ghost's new abilities. He could transform into various shapes, switch between solid and shadow bodies at will, and even switch between 3 and 2 dimensions. He could penetrate objects and move as fast as light. He also has a miniature shadow space that can store items. Guyang realized that although God did not let him wake up, he gave him another way to live. As long as his body is not dead, his shadow body still has hope. Not to mention saving himself from the vegetative state, but at least he should be able to keep himself alive, right? If my flesh and blood body dies, my ghostly form will probably not survive either. What should I do? Guyang left the ward for the first time since acquiring his shadow body. He transformed into a 2-dimensional ghost, sticking to the wall and silently moving through the hospital corridors at night. No one noticed him. No one noticed the shadowy presence around him. Just as he was about to go out for some relaxation, he overheard a few nurses discussing him. They unscrupulously abused him, calling him a domestic abuser, uneducated, and saying his vegetative state was karma. His name became a laughingstock, completely smeared. As they talked, they watched the live broadcast, and the heroine on the screen was none other than Guyang's wife, Yin Pingping. She wept bitterly, but she twisted right and wrong. portraying him as the villain and herself as the patient, strong, white, rich, and beautiful woman. She cried and told how ridiculous and incompetent Guyang was, how she had to build the company single-handedly, and how she had to take care of her seriously ill husband. The audience on the internet was moved by her true feelings, and the screen was flooded with gifs. The barrage in the live broadcast room almost deified her. Guyang witnessed everything, his rage uncontrollable. He knew he'd been betrayed, but he hadn't imagined he'd been trampled upon so thoroughly. He turned and vanished into the shadows, reaching the mansion where Yin Pingping lived in a split second, the one he'd bought with his life savings. After the live stream ended, Yin Pingping took off her fake crying mask and proudly calculated that her live stream earnings for the night had exceeded 1 million. As she undressed and went into the bathroom for a bath, she fantasized about inheriting Gu Yang's fortune, selling the company, and building her own internet celebrity empire. She stared at her figure in the mirror narcissistically and murmured, "After I deal with Gu Yang, I'll package my face. The entertainment industry will be the next battlefield." She was completely unaware of the ghost in the shadows of the room, staring at her coldly. Gu Yang locked the door with ease and cut the power, plunging the room into darkness. Yin Pingping, who was in the bathtub, was startled, thinking there was a circuit malfunction. She complained about the low-quality materials Gu Yang used in the renovation, cursed, and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. She used her cell phone to illuminate the front, and just as she reached the door, she saw a tall black shadow standing quietly there. It was nearly 2 meters tall, completely black and faceless. It was silent but carried a cold, murderous aura, like a vengeful, evil spirit crawling out of hell. "Ah, there's a ghost!" She screamed and stepped back, but knocked over a chair and fell to the ground. She screamed and fled to the bedroom, quickly locking the door and desperately piling furniture against the entrance. She felt a sense of relief only when she sat in the corner, hugging her knees and catching her breath. But the next second, the shadow behind her stood up eerily like a ghost, causing her to freeze. She was squatting, but the shadow was standing. When she slowly turned her head, she finally saw the 2-meter-tall, blurry-faced, pitch-black figure behind her. It wasn't an illusion. It was Gu Yang, his rage resurrected from the shadows. She wanted to scream, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the ghost grabbed her neck and lifted her up. She struggled desperately, her breathing rapid, tears streaming down her face. She could only shout with all her might, "Help! Brother Xiaoyu." This sentence instantly calmed Gu Yang down. He spoke hoarsely. "Even as you approach death, you're still thinking about that dog. Have you forgotten who provided you with food and clothing?" The voice wasn't Gu Yang's, but every word was like a knife, piercing Yin Pingping's soul. She finally realized that this wasn't a dream, it was a judgment. Gu Yang let go, and she fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The ghost casually threw the phone in front of her. "You have 5 chances to call him back. Each time you fail, I will chop off one of your hands or feet. The 5th time you fail, I will chop off your head. Start now." She tried to persuade him tremblingly. "Gu Yang, you won't be so cruel to me, right?" He said nothing, and just started counting down. 3. She still wanted to fight for it. "I just listened to him. He lied to me." 2. The long sword appeared, and the cold light was piercing. Terrified, she immediately called, but the other party didn't answer. The next second, Gu Yang raised his knife and severed her left hand. The excruciating pain made her scream heartbreakingly, and blood splattered all over the floor. However, the house was so soundproof that no one outside knew what had happened. She endured the excruciating pain, biting the towel with her teeth to staunch the bleeding. Gu Yang watched coldly, 2nd time. She called again, but the phone rang twice before being hung up. The long knife swung again, sending a foot flying. She fell in a pool of blood, her mind nearly broken. The 3rd time, she trembled as she called, and the call finally connected. It was Lu Xiaoyu on the other end, laughing and joking with another woman. He said a few perfunctory words and hung up. Gu Yang showed no mercy and cut off her other foot. The blood flowed profusely, and she could no longer bandage it. She wailed and begged for mercy, but Gu Yang sneered. "You said he took care of you and understood romance? Now he won't even save your life." She called for the 4th time, and Lu Xiaoyu picked up the call and cursed. "So annoying. If you want to seduce me, just take the cucumbers in the refrigerator. Stop calling me." Then he hung up. She was stunned, her face pale, and she had completely lost hope. Gu Yang laughed softly, and when the words, "You really understand romance," rang out again, she finally realized that the ghost was Gu Yang. Even with 2 broken legs and 1 broken arm, Yin Pingping still knelt before Gu Yang and desperately begged for her life. She kowtowed repeatedly, choking with sobs and shouting, "Gu Yang, I know it was you. I was really wrong. I am willing to go back and take care of you and be your good wife for the rest of my life. The ghost Guyang raised the blade. According to the rules, he should cut off her last hand, but he suddenly changed his mind. I can spare your life, but you have to shoot a video and tell the whole truth and wash all the dirty water off me. Yin Pingping wanted to refuse, but when she saw the cold and sharp shadow knife raised high again, she collapsed instantly and nodded in agreement. She endured the severe pain and turned on the camera and told him everything about betraying Guyang and scheming the car accident. Guyang took the phone to confirm it was correct and personally posted the video on various platforms. He took the phone back, ignored her cries, turned around and disappeared, leaving her lying in a pool of blood, dying in true despair. Yin Pingping tried to save herself, but was powerless. The bedroom door was blocked, the window too high, and she was covered in blood, her wounds excruciatingly painful, unable even to crawl. She finally realized she had truly been abandoned, unable to even call an ambulance. Guyang didn't go far. He quietly returned to his room, took out all the cash in the house, and put it into the dark space. Then, from the shadows, he watched her life slip away. He watched the woman struggle on the brink of death with indifference, and finally fell silent. Yin Pingping lay on the floor, looking at the ceiling, lost in memories. She thought back to the day when Guyang gave her a silver ring in college. Back then, although she had nothing, she felt incredibly happy. But now, she was walking step by step into hell. She began to regret, tears streaming down her face. She finally realized that Guyang was the one who truly loved her, and that Liu Xiaoyu, her so-called soulmate, was nothing more than a cold-blooded, selfish liar who lived off her. She saw everything clearly. She smiled slightly and murmured with regret, "Guyang, in the next life, let me be your wife again, okay?" After saying this, Yin Pingping's pupils gradually dilated, her breathing stopped, and blood soaked the floor beneath her. Guyang, hidden in the shadows, remained unmoved by these words. He shook his head gently. "Forget it. You'd better stay locked up with your precious Xiaoyu in your next life. Don't worry, I'll send him down to accompany you." He was about to leave when he suddenly felt a surge of energy from Yin Pingping pouring into his body. An inexplicable suction force came from the direction of the hospital, dragging his shadow back to his original form, once again transforming into the silent shadow beneath the bed. After regaining consciousness, Guyang sighed in frustration in the darkness. No way. He just had fun for a while, and he's already offline? It's not even dawn yet. He returned to a vegetative state, and the feeling of powerlessness washed over him again like a tide. But the next moment, an unfamiliar energy began to permeate his body. He realized it was Yuan Shou, the life force from Yin Pingping, half of which was devoured and strengthened by the shadow, and the other half was fed back into his body, nourishing his flesh and blood. Guyang was surprised to find that his body had actually begun to recover. His lifespan value skyrocketed from 3 months to 30 years. Although Yin Pingping was vicious, she was at least a healthy and long-lived woman. This tonic was well worth it. Even more shocking was the fact that his brain was the first to regain consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. The light above the ward was blindingly bright, yet it gave him a sense of warmth. He couldn't help but chuckle. Have I become completely paralyzed? That's a major breakthrough. The next morning, a bombshell rocked the hospital. The vegetative Guyang had woken up. Doctors, nurses, and the director all gathered in the ward, each stunned. Some suspected it was fake news, others denounced the scumbag for his tough life. Others cautioned against jumping to conclusions, fearing a reversal. Guyang lay in his hospital bed, feeling somewhat uneasy in the presence of a room full of white-coated onlookers, especially the white-haired old professors who seemed to have discovered a new world, surrounded him, checking his various parameters over and over again, even changing his electrocardiogram 3 times. The most eye-catching figure was Fang Yinji, the director of Tianjin First Hospital and an authority on neurology. It was he who had originally judged that the probability of Guyang waking up was no more than 1 in 1,000, but he knew in his heart that even 1 in 10,000 wouldn't be enough. But now, this patient, who was destined not to wake up, has not only opened his eyes, but can even communicate normally, eat on his own, and fully regain consciousness. This is completely beyond the understanding of modern neurology and is a true medical miracle. Everyone gathered around Guyang in amazement, but he responded calmly. "I woke up thanks to your treatment." Fang Yinji shook his head repeatedly. "I don't deserve it. It's all thanks to your willpower." "Xiaogu, can I call you Xiaogu?" Guyang chuckled and nodded, then asked the key question. "If you cooperate with the research, you won't be cut open, right?" Everyone was stunned by this. and then burst into laughter. We are not studying Tang Sanzang's flesh. We just need to record the data, draw blood, and observe. We won't hurt you at all. Guyang nodded in agreement. Cooperating with their research would not only conceal his ghostly identity, but also ensure he received the best possible care. While he couldn't move, at least he was alive, which was far better than waiting for death without medication for 3 days. For now, he could only focus on being a miracle. Dean Fong ordered on the spot. Take care of Guyang with all your strength and don't allow any mistakes. Hospital resources were quickly shifted. A group of top experts formed a special team. Nurses were on duty 24 hours a day, and even medical expenses were waived. The treatment was comparable to that of a national treasure. Guyang was transferred to the intensive care unit. Upon opening the door, he saw it resembled a luxurious suite in a 5-star hotel. It was sunny and spacious, with a separate living room, family rooms, and a nursing room. It was even more luxurious than the house he had worked so hard to buy. This is outrageous. The happiness of the rich is truly beyond imagination. He scoffed at what he saw. Although he couldn't move, he didn't feel bitter at all. Compared to the day before, when he was nearly expelled from the hospital and starved to death, this treatment was a complete reversal. At this moment, a nurse wearing glasses pushed the door open, pushing the nutrient solution ready for injection. Guyang recognized her at a glance. She was the only girl among the nurses who did not slander him last night and rejected the malicious suggestion of a few more injections to vent his anger. She was a bit evasive, not daring to look directly at Guyang, as if she hadn't gotten over this scumbag public opinion. Guyang could see that she was affected by the public opinion and couldn't help but complain. I guess she hasn't seen the video of me making ping-ping self-destruct yet. The internet speed is too slow. The other person clearly didn't want to talk, so Guyang tactfully shut up. He did want to chat, but being paralyzed and limited to just thinking was a difficult life. Nurse Su Changsheng was skilled, her injections flowing effortlessly. She didn't give him 2 more shots, as those gossipy nurses had suggested. What's your name? Guyang asked casually. She was stunned for a moment before she softly replied, Su Changsheng. If you feel unwell, you can call me. Before she could finish her words, her cell phone rang. She quickly apologized and ran out of the ward to answer the call, but she didn't notice that Guyang could still hear her clearly. Sister Luo, what are you talking about? A reversal? Yin Pingping cheated on her husband and hired someone to kill someone. Oh my god. I'm lucky I didn't stab Guyang. Hearing this, Guyang looked at the ceiling speechlessly. Can you keep your voice down? I'm almost embarrassed for you. Video after video of Yin Pingping's apology was circulating across major platforms, with media clips, righteous speeches, and public opinion reversals all exploding. Guyang suddenly realized, after all this time, I'm the one who's become famous? He lay in bed and began to feel the power of traffic. After a long while, Su Changsheng pushed the door open and came back. She walked to him with red eyes and said softly, Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Then, she lowered her head and carefully helped him massage his muscles and smooth out the nutrient solution. Her movements were extremely gentle. Guyang smiled. I'm very grateful that you didn't prick me randomly. She looked ashamed and couldn't help blushing. How did he know? Was I too loud? She felt like when she was a child and was caught by the teacher for doing something bad, her face was burning. If you really want to compensate me, Guyang moved his neck. Please help me move the TV in the living room. I'm too bored lying here. Su Changsheng immediately rolled up her sleeves and went to work. She also took the initiative to fix the remote control and put the call bell next to his pillow. Before leaving, she fed him some cut apples. This treatment is worthy of being a national treasure-level patient. Guyang smiled with some satisfaction, enjoying the unprecedented easy win life. But at the same time, on the other side, Lu Xiaoyu was enjoying another life, a direct fall from heaven to hell. The hotel door was kicked open by law enforcement officers, and more than a dozen people rushed into the room, surrounding the naked Lu Xiaoyu and 2 women of different skin colors. Before he could recover from the shock of last night's black and white devils, he was pushed into the corner and beaten violently. Who of you dares to touch me? Do you know who I am? Lu Xiaoyu kept cursing, waving the title of vice president with a market value of hundreds of millions to threaten everyone. Wait until I hire a lawyer to lay you all off. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his mouth full of alcohol, and he had no confidence at all. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in and smiled coldly. The person who hit you just now was me. Lu Xiaoyu was about to curse, but when he saw the identity mark on the epaulets, he felt as if his throat was stepped on and he became speechless in an instant. Guan Chang'an, the director of the Tianjin City 3rd District Law Enforcement Bureau. As soon as those 8 words uttered, Lu Xiaoyu's scalp tingled. He frantically replayed every detail of last night's events, his face pale as a sheet. Was it that incident? How could it have been exposed? I handled it so cleanly. Lu Tao, who claimed to be the captain of the 1st Law Enforcement Brigade and was in charge of the investigation of the Guion car accident, directly questioned Lu Xiaoyu, reminding him that he could receive a lighter punishment if he confessed voluntarily. Lu Xiaoyu was certain it was all just a bluff. He had already cleared all evidence, leaving no one but himself and Yan Pingping unaware. He sneered in denial, emphasizing his perfect alibi. Lu Tao coldly debunked the claim. Yan Pingping had posted a confession video online, stating that the accident was a conspiracy between the two and providing information about the vehicle involved. She had also fabricated her alibi. This statement shattered Lu Xiaoyu's psychological defenses. He denied it angrily and even suspected that Yan Pingping was mad. But Lu Tao was too lazy to say more and directly forced her into the car and went to catch her on the way. When he got downstairs, the car had already stopped. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. How could it have been found when it was so well hidden? But he still refused to plead guilty, thinking that as long as he refused to admit it, no one could do anything to him. Lu Tao handed him the phone. In the video, Yan Pingping, looking haggard, sobbed as she recounted how Gu Yang had worked multiple jobs since college, paying for her tuition and living expenses, and even starting a construction company after they got married to support their family. But she resented Gu Yang's hard work and poverty, becoming enamored with Lu Xiaoyu and the high life, even conspiring to cause a car accident and kill someone to steal their money. She admitted that Gu Yang was a good man and that she was the sinner and apologized to him. After the video finished playing, Lu Xiaoyu sat there in a daze. Lu Tao sneered and reminded him that he had missed his chance to turn himself in. Lu Xiaoyu angrily accused Yan Pingping of betraying him, insisting that she was also an accomplice. Lu Tao agreed, but said she couldn't escape, and then led his men straight to her residence. When no one answered the door downstairs, Lu Tao asked Lu Xiaoyu to unlock it with his fingerprint, mocking him for having an affair in Gu Yang's house. The law enforcement officer went inside to inspect, but Yan Pingping was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, someone noticed the bedroom door was blocked. Lu Tao approached, smelling a strong odor of blood. His expression changed dramatically, and he ordered the door broken open. The wooden door had been kicked through, its surface blocked by layers of furniture. Through the cracks, a deep red stain had stained the floor tiles. Lu Tao's heart tightened, and he immediately called Director Guan and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid someone has died here." Lu Tao, in charge of investigating the Guion car accident, presented evidence on the spot to expose Lu Xiaoyu. Yan Pingping had already posted a confession video online, indicating that the accident was a conspiracy between the two and provided information about the vehicle involved. She also fabricated her alibi. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked and incredulous, still insisting he had nothing to do with the incident. When he went downstairs, the car that caused the accident was already parked. He felt a chill in his heart, but he still refused to plead guilty. Lu Tao handed him a video clip, in which Yan Pingping tearfully recounted how Gu Yang had worked for years to pay for her tuition, and after they got married, he founded a company to support their family. Yet, she, indulging in wealth, had become entangled with Lu Xiaoyu, even conspiring to stage a car accident to steal his wealth. She admitted that Gu Yang was a good man and apologized. After the video finished playing, Lu Xiaoyu sat there in a daze. Lu Tao sneered, reminding him that he had missed his chance to surrender. He then led the team straight to Yan Pingping's residence. Knocking on the door, no one answered. Lu Xiaoyu used his fingerprint to unlock it. The house was empty, but the bedroom door was blocked. As Lu Tao approached, he smelled the strong smell of blood. His face suddenly changed, and he ordered the door to be broken down. Furniture blocked the door, and the cracks revealed a horrifying sight of blood. Upon hearing the news, Director Guan Chang'an rushed upstairs and ordered the scene to be secured. After the door was torn down and inside, everyone was stunned by the horrific sight before them. Yan Pingping lay flat on the ground, her face a look of despair, her legs and one hand severed by a sharp weapon, and blood gushed out. A young law enforcement officer vomited profusely, and the veteran officer took over the investigation. Lu Tao speculates that she was bathing in the bathroom when she suddenly encountered a terrifying scene and fled to her bedroom, locking herself behind furniture for self-defense. Unaware of the killer's entrapment, she was brutally tortured, even forcing her to bandage herself to prolong her agony, ultimately leading to her death from blood loss. Even more bizarre is the fact that the bedroom was located on a high floor with no access to the surrounding area, yet the killer vanished without a trace, taking the murder weapon. After the scene was cleared and the body was removed, residents and reporters gathered below, and the news quickly erupted into a public outcry. When questioned, Lu Tao simply claimed there had been a breakthrough, urging the public to await official news. At this moment of despair, Lu Xiaoyu passionately protested his innocence, insisting that he had been forced to make the video and that Yin Pingping had called him several times the previous night, begging him to return. Lu Tao, keenly aware of the details, pressed him to reveal the content of the call, but he took the opportunity to bargain. Lu Tao sneered and warned. The murderer was extremely cruel, having already chopped off both of her feet and one of her hands, clearly out of revenge. Since he hit you before dying, the next target might very well be you. Upon hearing the news, Lu Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. He clutched Lu Tao tightly, demanding protection. But Lu Tao shook his hand away, demanding details about Yin Pingping's phone call. He recalled only answering the phone twice, one pleading, one insulting, and then turning it off. Lu Tao wondered if the murderer was right beside Yin Pingping during the conversation. Lu Tao then asked if they had any common enemies. Lu Xiaoyu scoffed, saying they had too many. Recently, after taking control of the company, he had fired Gu Yang's former subordinates, and others had been brutally dealt with in secret. Lu Tao knew that he had countless enemies, making it extremely difficult to investigate. Suddenly, he received a call, informing him that Gu Yang had miraculously woken up in the hospital and decided to take Lu Xiaoyu to identify them in person. Lu Xiaoyu stubbornly claimed he wasn't afraid, but then a change of heart struck him, and he suspected Gu Yang was Yin Pingping's murderer. He even speculated that Gu Yang might have woken up early and was using his vegetative state to cover up the murder. Lu Tao found this absurd, but also vaguely plausible. After all, Gu Yang and Yin Pingping had a deep hatred, and Gu Yang was the biggest beneficiary. Guan Chang'an reminded him to see the evidence and decided to go to the hospital. Gu Yang was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Su Chengcheng, filled with guilt, took care of him, serving him tea and fruit. The doorbell rang, and Su Chengcheng informed him that the law enforcement agency was coming to investigate the car accident. Gu Yang readily agreed. Guan Chang'an and the others entered the ward. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gu Yang jokingly joked about the case taking too long. The atmosphere was tense for a moment, but then it softened into light-hearted banter. Gu Yang spotted Lu Xiaoyu standing in the corner and smiled, asking him to come forward to see if he'd lost weight. Lu Xiaoyu approached slowly, his eyes filled with fear. Gu Yang teased him about gaining weight, hinting that he was enjoying life after his accident. This infuriated Lu Xiaoyu, who accused Gu Yang of murder and threatened to bring him to justice. Gu Yang feigned confusion and denied the accusation. Lu Xiaoyu tried to argue, but was restrained and taken away by law enforcement officers. Lu Tao stepped forward to comfort Gu Yang, saying he was mentally unstable. He then solemnly broke the news. Gu Yang's wife, Yin Pingping, had been brutally murdered the previous night and was dead. The air in the room froze, and everyone's expressions shifted. Upon hearing the news of his wife's death, Gu Yang's pupils constricted. After a long silence, he whispered, "How could this be possible? She had just posted the video last night." Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao observed his astonishment. Lu Tao routinely inquired about his whereabouts the previous night, and he replied with a wry smile, saying he was paralyzed in bed and couldn't possibly have killed anyone. Guan Chang'an explained that they were there to report the results of the car accident. While Lu Xiaoyu had been convicted, Yin Pingping's death had a significant impact, and they hoped Gu Yang would provide clues. Gu Yang calmly agreed to cooperate, even though he felt no sadness over her death. The law enforcement officers noticed his apathy, but also felt that his situation was understandable. After everyone left, Su Chengcheng came in to clean up and disinfect, complaining that Lu Tao's suspicions about Gu Yang were ridiculous, asking how a paralyzed man could possibly kill someone. She awkwardly apologized for the word paralyzed, a question Gu Yang easily defused. The girl felt sorry for him, feeling that Yin Pingping's death was a relief. Gu Yang listened quietly, wondering if he could continue to transform into a ghost, or else he would be confined to his hospital bed for the rest of his life. He vaguely sensed Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao's suspicions and wondered if his performance might fool the seasoned investigators. He simply hoped they wouldn't push too hard, or else they wouldn't mind taking action. Meanwhile, the two law enforcement officers were discussing in the hallway. Lu Tao felt Gu Yang's surprise was fake, while Guan Chang'an speculated that he might be feigning shock to conceal his joy at the news of his death. Lu Tao was persuaded that if he truly hated his wife, his inner relief would be difficult to conceal, which would only increase his suspicion. Guan Chang'an asked him to access the hospital's surveillance footage, which might reveal clues. On the way, they met Dean Fang Yanji, who explained that he had come to investigate Gu Yang's case and suspected he had a motive and wanted to check on his condition. Fang Yanji denied it with a smile, saying that with Gu Yang's severe nerve damage, It was a miracle that he could regain consciousness in his head. It was impossible for him to get up in the middle of the night and kill someone, not to mention that the car accident had only happened a few days ago. Even if he was not paralyzed, he might not be able to beat Yin Pingping. After hearing this reply, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an's suspicion of Gu Yang was reduced to the lowest level, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Guan Chang'an said to Fang Yinji, "Thank you, old friend. I've been so busy with so many cases lately that I can't keep up. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free." Guan Chang'an turned around and prepared to leave, but Fang Yinji quickly grabbed him from behind. "Etc. From the day I met you, you said you would treat me to a meal when you were free, but every time we met you said you were busy. It's been so many years, you must give me an accurate answer today. I'll have to make special arrangements for you on what date and week you're free." Director Guan, relentlessly hounded by Dean Fong, had no choice but to arrange a hot pot party for the following weekend. After leaving the hospital and getting in his car, Lu Tao was still joking when he saw Director Guan cancel the group buy on the spot and assign him to conduct a fire inspection at the hot pot restaurant that day. This maneuver completely impressed Lu Tao. Director Guan's cost-saving strategy was truly impressive. Late at night, the hospital had fallen silent, and most of the doctors had gone home, but Gu Yang remained awake. He stared at the shadow beneath the bed, repeatedly trying to merge with it again, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no response, as if the power he had felt last night was just an illusion. The thought that he might never have another chance filled his heart with a deep sense of resentment. As the clock ticked to midnight, a familiar power suddenly surged into his mind. Gu Yang felt his soul plummet into the abyss. When he opened his eyes again, a ghostly figure had crawled out of the shadows. Taller, darker, and stronger than last night, he could clearly feel the power growing from devouring Yin Pingping, and the shadow space had also expanded. Gu Yang thought of Lu Xiaoyu, the culprit of the car accident, and murderous intent surged within him. He slipped into the shadows and arrived at Lu's residence in the blink of an eye, only to find him gone. He collected valuables from the house into his shadow space, disgusted him, and returned to his sealed-off residence. Thinking that Lu Xiaoyu had been detained, Gu Yang abandoned his futile search and returned to the hospital rooftop, overlooking the night. He mentally planned various assassination schemes, from accidental falls to silent assassinations, one method after another. As he was pondering, he suddenly saw Su Chengcheng at the street corner. Su Chengcheng had changed out of her nurse's uniform and was carrying a small backpack, looking fresh and clean. Gu Yang was surprised by her late-night return, but the next second he noticed a figure lurking in the nearby woods. As Su Chengcheng passed under a tree, a dark figure suddenly pounced, covering her mouth and nose with one hand and holding a knife to her throat with the other, whispering threats. "Don't make any noise, don't move. If I accidentally cut your artery with this little knife, you'll be dead." Su Chengcheng was held at knife point by a gangster in the woods. The chill on her neck made her afraid to move. The gangster searched her backpack, only to find a thermos and an old cell phone. He angrily cursed and complained that he hadn't earned even 100 yuan on this single sale. In the moonlight, his eyes gradually became lustful. He took out a piece of cloth and covered her eyes with it, mumbling nonsense and putting himself in a ridiculous plot. Su Chengcheng realized the danger and gritted her teeth, ready to fight to the death. The next moment, the force on her neck suddenly vanished, and behind her, there was the sound of something heavy falling. Someone removed her blindfold and whispered to her to report the crime. She looked back, but there was no one. Then she looked down and saw the criminal lying in a pool of blood, his head torn from his body, the severed remains mirror-like. In the shadows, Gu Yang sighed, feeling that his methods were too cruel and had frightened the girl. The energy of the corpse surged into his ghostly form, a powerful summons forcing him to return to his original form. His lifespan increased by 10 years, and his right hand regained sensation. Gu Yang deduced that the ghost form could only be activated at midnight and had a limited duration. If someone killed someone and took their lifespan, they would be immediately recalled by their original form. Therefore, he could only hunt one person per day, and only if they were alone. He moved his right hand on the hospital bed, wondering whether to let the hospital know about his recovery. He decided to let them know earlier so that his hands could recover as soon as possible and facilitate his daily life. A few minutes later, a cordon was set up outside the grove, and a law enforcement vehicle arrived at the scene. Lu Tao rushed over and was surprised to find that the person reporting the crime was Gu Yang's nurse, Su Chengqing. She had a negative impression of him and wondered if he would consider her a suspect again. Lu Tao's subordinates laughed secretly, teased the captain about his appearance, and joked that he would automatically block out words that were not related to the case when handling the case. After hearing this, The new young law enforcement officer rubbed his hands, carefully stood behind Lu Tao, cleared his throat, and shouted, "Big monkey." Lu Tao did not turn around when he heard the shout, but his subordinate, a new law enforcement officer, could not help but look back at his colleagues, his face full of excitement, as if he had just done a feat worthy of bragging about for a year. However, he soon noticed that his colleagues were looking at him with sympathetic smiles. When he turned around again, he met Lu Tao's gloomy gaze. Before he could react, Lu Tao's big hand had already pinched the back of his neck. His finger strength was like an iron clamp. The pain made him grimace in pain, and he almost lost his balance. "Captain, I was wrong. Please spare me. They taught me to be captain." He begged for mercy hurriedly, but saw that the colleagues who instigated him lowered their heads and pretended to be busy. Some took pictures to record the scene, some bent over the desk to write reports, and others discussed the case in a low voice. Lu Tao pinched him until tears were about to fall and said in a cold tone, "Oh, someone instigated it? Then tell me who it was." "Yes, yes." The young man hesitated for a long time, unable to say the name, and finally shouted, "The traitor harmed me." Lu Tao snorted coldly. "You're not serious about your work. You're just learning crooked ways, and you dare to disrespect your seniors. When I get home, I'll give the cleaning staff a week's holiday, and during that time, you'll be cleaning the toilets. If I smell something foul, I'll beat you to death. Don't you believe it?" "I understand, Captain. I understand everything." The young man learned his first lesson. Never believe the instigation of colleagues in the workplace, and don't say bad things about your boss behind his back. After scolding his men, Lu Tao put on a relatively friendly expression and looked at Su Chengqing. "Miss Su, you may have misunderstood me. When it comes to solving cases, I'm definitely one of the best in the district's law enforcement bureau. All important cases are handed over to me. Don't worry, tell me the truth, and I will definitely help you find out the truth." Su Chengqing had nothing to hide at this point, so she honestly recounted what had just happened. Lu Tao then glanced back at the scene, his brow furrowed, and questions arose. "Are you sure you heard someone's voice and then that person died? Did you have any sharp weapons on you?" he asked. Su Qingqing's face immediately changed at this. She remembered what Lu Tao had asked Guyang last time and immediately threw her bag in front of him angrily. "See, I knew you were unprofessional. I'm the victim and you doubt me? Come on, search." Lu Tao was speechless. He could only smile and hand the bag back. He looked at the scene again and analyzed. "According to what you said, the murderer disappeared instantly after killing someone. That's really fast. But no matter how fast, there will always be traces left. But apart from your footprints and the deceased's, there are no third person's footprints at the scene." Su Chengqing was shaking with anger. She was clearly the one who was rescued, but now she was the object of suspicion. She could understand Gu Yang's original grievances, paralyzed in bed and almost suspected of murder. She simply sat on the ground and angrily pulled the grass on the ground. "Whatever you think." Lu Tao was helpless. This case wasn't complicated. The criminal committed a crime, was counterattacked, and it was a classic case of self-defense. Unfortunately, the murderer disappeared, leaving it as an unsolved case. At this moment, a car pulled up not far away, and the drunken person got out. It was none other than Guan Chang'an. Lu Tao hurried over to greet him. "Director Guan, why are you here in person?" Guan Chang'an's face was gloomy. "This is my jurisdiction. How could I not come to see a murder case? I just finished a social event, and I was sober. Have you investigated the case?" Lu Tao scratched his head and said, "The case is not complicated. According to the scene and the confession, the deceased was a criminal who attempted to rob and rape the woman and was killed in self-defense. But the problem is, the person who did it has disappeared. She ran away in self-defense?" Guan Chang'an frowned. "I wonder who saved that woman. That's what's strange. She said the person who rescued her killed the criminal instantly and even comforted her. But when she turned around, the person was gone. The only traces at the scene were hers and the deceased's footprints. There was no third person." Guan Chang'an personally checked and came to the same conclusion. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered to Lu Tao, "Check if the girl has a history of delusional disorder." Lu Tao immediately shook his head. "Forget it. She is very sensitive. I just asked her if she had any sharp weapons on her, and she was scolded. And she is the nurse who took care of Guyang, and she still remembers what happened last time." Guan Chang'an was helpless. He couldn't afford to offend a petty woman, not to mention that she was the victim. Even if she really killed him, it was self-defense. Forget it, this guy deserved to die. Let's just leave the case hanging. The focus is still on the Yen Pingping case. Lu Xiaoyu is not cooperating today and insists on waiting for a lawyer. The car accident case is also stuck, so you have to hurry up. "Don't worry, Director Guan, I am your apprentice." "Are you still worried?" Lu Tao said with a smile. Guan Chang'an yawned and said, I'm going to go back and catch up on my sleep. I'll call you if I find anything important. He just turned around, then stopped and sighed. Forget it. Since I'm here, let's go check out the body. Maybe we can find something. Lu Tao nodded, and the two walked to the body. The forensic doctor was already doing a preliminary examination. What's the situation? Lu Tao asked. The forensic doctor pushed his glasses and said after hesitation, I have made an important discovery, but it's not necessarily 100% confirmed. I suspect that the murderer this time is the same person who killed Yin Pingping. Everyone was stunned. Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an's expressions suddenly became serious. What's the basis? The forensic doctor explained. To sever a head or hand with a single blow requires exceptional mental fortitude, incredible strength, and a very sharp knife. None of these can be missing. The fact that two similar cases occurred within a short period of time, with identically smooth incisions, is a highly unlikely coincidence. The characteristics of Yin Pingping's wound are identical to those in this case. Hearing this inference, everyone gasped. Guan Chang'an said in a deep voice, This is a big problem. This man has killed two people in a short period of time, and he won't stop. Prepare to publish it in the newspaper and mobilize the masses. This murderer is called the Night Butcher. Su Chengcheng waved and shouted from a distance, asking if there was anything else for her to do at the scene. If not, she would leave because she had to rush to deliver chicken soup to Guyang. Lu Tao turned around and looked at her in surprise, asking if she had come here so late just to bring him chicken soup. Su Chengcheng rolled her eyes and said that the dean asked her to take care of Guyang. Since they had leftover chicken soup at home, she brought some, emphasizing that she wouldn't share it with him. Lu Tao could already sense the girl's hostility towards him. He had forced his good guy image into a villain. He waved her off, but told her to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau tomorrow to record a statement. After all, someone had died. Su Chengcheng was on guard, questioning whether he still wanted to interrogate her like a criminal, and even joked that he should just overturn the confession and let the case be handled as if she had committed murder. Guan Chang'an smiled and advised her not to lie. Su Chengcheng, for Director Guan's sake, promised not to embarrass Lu Tao and turned to leave. Lu Tao looked at her back, and Gu Yang's name popped up in his mind again. At this time, Guyang was lying on the bed watching TV, secretly thanking himself that he could use his hands and no longer had to ask Su Chengcheng to help him play the program. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Su Chengcheng came in. Seeing the picture on TV, her eyes widened and she teased him that he still liked watching anime at such an age, and it turned out to be the second dimension. Guyang awkwardly complained that she didn't knock on the door, and she laughed and said that he couldn't open the door anyway. She brought the hot chicken soup to the bedside and asked him to drink it while it was hot. Guyang was stunned for a moment and asked her if she really came here just to bring chicken soup. Su Chengxing asked in return if she liked the atmosphere of the hospital. At this moment, Guyang felt a surge of emotion. From college until now, he had never expected anything in return for all his efforts towards Yin Pingping. So this was what it felt like to be cared for. But then he thought again, wondering if she was thinking about his inheritance. Su Chengsheng helped him up and fed him soup while explaining that there was a patient at home, so she often made nutritious meals and made one for him. After hearing this, Guyang thought it made sense and asked curiously who it was. Her expression was gloomy. She said her mother had no choice but to work in a shady electronics factory to support her education when she was young, working over 10 hours a day. She inhaled toxic gases, which led to her being diagnosed with mid to late stage cancer this year. The doctor said surgery might offer a chance, but it would be extremely expensive and the chances of recovery were slim. His mother disagreed with the treatment, so the two decided to give up and live the rest of their lives happily. Guyang was surprised by their rationality. Most people would spend all they had to get treatment, only to end up with their families destroyed. Soon, she adjusted her mood, smiled, and encouraged Guyang to keep a good attitude, saying that she could brag about it for the rest of her life if she could stand up under her care. Guyang smiled and responded that he would work hard to recover in order to let her brag. The two chatted and drank soup. The atmosphere was unusually relaxed. Although their initial acquaintance was not pleasant, they were now considered friends. There was bone-in chicken in the chicken soup, and since Guyang was not very mobile, Su Chengqing skillfully shredded the meat. Guyang noticed that her nails were short and clean, without any decorations, and he felt that the meat was safe to eat. Suddenly, she stopped and asked in confusion how Guyang could turn on the TV since it was off when she left. Guyang's heart tightened, almost revealing the secret that his hand had recovered. He thought quickly and made up a story that he asked her not to turn it off, and said that he could call the nurse on duty to help turn it off, implying that she had remembered it wrong. She was skeptical and asked how the cartoons were played. Guyang teased her for being out of date, saying that this was the latest smart TV that could be controlled by voice, and asked her to try calling it Little Lazy Classmate. Su Chengsheng was amazed at the intelligence of the TV and thought that she would not have to help him play programs in the future. Just as she was having a great time, there was a knock on the door. She asked who it was, and Lu Tao's voice came from outside the door, saying that he had just seen him. Su Chengsheng opened the door impatiently and asked him why he was here again. Lu Tao brought some midnight snacks and explained with a smile that the question he had just asked was due to work needs. He also sincerely said that he had bought some midnight snacks on the way and wanted to invite them to eat together. Guiyang coughed lightly in the room and said that guests are welcome, so she should come in. Although Su Chengsheng was reluctant, she did as he asked. After Lu Tao entered the house, he skillfully set up the small table and opened the lunchbox. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, roasted tofu, roasted leeks, roasted kidneys. Everything was available. Even Su Chengsheng gulped. Guiyang teased Lu Tao about his generosity, thinking he must have a purpose. Lu Tao laughed and said, "As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door." He asked Guiyang if he had something to hide. Guiyang knew in his heart that this barbecue meal couldn't be in vain. Lu Tao put away his smile and turned serious. He asked directly if the rest of his body was completely numb and confirmed whether he had been in the room all night. Guiyang replied with a wry smile, "Where can a person who has been paralyzed for 4 months go?" Lu Tao emphasized that he was asking about tonight, not yesterday, and hinted that someone downstairs had been murdered. Guiyang immediately realized that the other party had set a verbal trap. Saying one more word in front of the veteran investigator could reveal his flaws. As he hesitated, Su Chengsheng suddenly stood up and threw the barbecue Lu Tao had brought into the trash can. She questioned Lu Tao about whether he had any concrete evidence proving Guiyang was the murderer, surveillance footage, fingerprints, DNA, none. She accused him of relying on a so-called sixth sense, repeatedly testing his probing, which was not only distressing for the patient, but also tormenting for the human heart. Su Chengsheng was adamant, even citing the dean's words, saying Guiyang was an important research subject and no mistakes were allowed, and demanding Lu Tao leave immediately. She believed this was bullying, and who would pursue a paralyzed person so relentlessly? Lu Tao felt suffocated. His intuition connected to Guiyang, but he had no evidence to back it up. If he had even a clue, he would have taken him in for questioning. Faced with the order to leave, he could only stand up and apologize, saying he would come back another day. Su Chengsheng responded coldly, saying that not coming was the best apology. After Lu Tao left, she slammed the door, stamped her feet in anger, and called him annoying. Guiyang realized that her staying by his side had unexpectedly become a protective umbrella, blocking unnecessary questioning. Without her, Lu Tao would likely continue to pursue the matter, digging up even more doubts about himself. After all, at night he could transform into a ghost, but during the day he was just an ordinary paralyzed patient, in greater need of protection. Lu Tao walked out of the hospital and returned to the car. Guan Chang'an in the back seat spoke slowly, questioning him about offending someone again. Lu Tao sighed and raised a question. The night butcher killed 2 people. One was Yin Pingping, and the other was the criminal of tonight, and the person related to these 2 cases was Guiyang. He analyzed that the former might be revenge, while the latter might be protection. Every time he interrogated Guiyang, he felt that his answers were flawed. If he hadn't been paralyzed, he would have taken him back to the police station long ago. Guan Chang'an stood up and bluntly stated that arresting people based on mere suspicion and without evidence was no different from the mafia. Lu Tao defended himself by saying he was investigating the case, but Guan Chang'an asked him to call him master and emphasized that investigations rely on evidence, not fabricated evidence. He pointed out that Lu Tao's suspicions stemmed from Lu Xiaoyu, who had a grudge against Guiyang, but he overlooked the fact that Lu Xiaoyu was in custody at the time of the incident, while Guiyang had also been paralyzed in a hospital bed. Lu Tao was speechless for a moment. Guan Chang'an advised him to shift his attention away from Guiyang and look for other clues, otherwise he would be suspended from his post. He reminded him that the sixth sense could deceive people, and if he made a wrong judgment, he would not only ruin himself, but also the lives of innocent people. At this moment, under Su Chengsheng's care, Guiyang drank the chicken soup clean, even eating the chicken until only the bones were left. Su Chengsheng was surprised by his big appetite. Guiyang laughed and said that it was because she took good care of him, and the soup was stewed so deliciously. He wanted to have another portion tomorrow. She rolled her eyes and said she had to work during the day and didn't have time to stew old hens every day. This soup took more than 2 hours to make. Guiyang silently noted her efforts and sniffed the barbecue aroma in the air with lingering satisfaction. His eyes fell on the trash can, and he tentatively said that the bag had just been changed and was still clean. Su Chengcheng raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant. Guyang smiled and hinted that the barbecue might be able to be picked up and eaten. Su Chengcheng immediately objected, emphasizing that even if the bag was clean, it could still harbor bacteria, especially since Lu Tao had bought it. She suspected it might have been tampered with and would be poisonous if eaten. Guyang lamented helplessly that once prejudices are formed, even the aroma of barbecue can become toxic smoke. Seeing that Guyang looked hungry, Su Chengcheng held her forehead helplessly and said that there was a familiar store downstairs that had fresh ingredients at affordable prices, and she planned to go buy some for him. Just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by Guyang and asked to come over first. She thought he was feeling unwell, but Guyang just asked her to get a black coat from the closet and took out a bank card from his left pocket. Guyang directly said there was 100,000 yuan in the card and asked her to take it. Su Chengxing put the card back on the spot, saying seriously that this was a test for her, insisting that delivering food was a voluntary act outside of work and that she couldn't accept payment. Guyang advised her not to worry, saying that the money was an advance payment for her to buy a midnight snack so that she wouldn't have to spend money herself. She generously agreed to treat him, but Guyang smiled and reminded her that today it would be barbecue, tomorrow it might be king crab, and the day after tomorrow it might be grilled oysters. He wondered if she could afford to treat him every day. Su Chengcheng was stunned. With a low income and having to support her mother, it was indeed difficult to bear. Seeing this, Guyang smiled and asked her to keep the money as living expenses so that it would be more convenient for her to use it on him. Although Su Chengcheng was hesitant, she still accepted it and promised to use it only for his daily expenses and return it after he recovered. Guyang took the opportunity to ask her to use the money to buy 2 new smartphones the next day, one for himself and one for her, with a budget of 6,000 to 7,000 yuan each. Su Chengxing questioned the waste, but Guyang said that this would avoid a generation gap. She asked him if he had a lot of money, and Guyang frankly said that he was the owner of a construction company with a market value of hundreds of millions, but he hadn't worked for a long time. Only then did she remember that this patient was once a young entrepreneur praised by the media. In fact, the 100,000 yuan on this card was a birthday surprise that Guyang prepared for Yin Pingping last year. He originally wanted her to buy an electric car for transportation, but she was rejected and the money was put on hold. Now it has fallen into Su Chengxing's hands. While discussing buying a phone, Su Chengxing mentioned a piece of big news. She explained that she had nearly been mugged, but luckily, someone killed the robber with a single blow. Lu Tao speculated that this person was the same one who had killed Yin Pingping, dubbing him the Night Butcher and offering a public reward for his information. After hearing this, Guyang laughed and said that this name sounded too much like a villain. If he had known that it would be published in the newspaper, he should have chosen a nickname that was full of justice, such as Spider-Man or Iron Man. An hour later, Su Chengcheng came back with bags of barbecue, which were even more fragrant and abundant than the ones Lu Tao had sent. She joked that since Guyang was rich, he should eat more delicious meals so that he would have a chance after he recovered. Guyang readily agreed, and she began to eat while feeding him, busy and happy. After eating a few strings, Su Chengxing took out 2 boxes of brand new rice phones from her bag, proudly saying that they were cost-effective and had helped him save thousands of yuan. Guyang secretly praised her for her ability to save money. She then ran to the nurse's station and got a phone holder, which she installed next to the bed, allowing him to tilt his head to see the screen and use voice commands to watch videos, movies, and make calls. Then, she held up the same phone she had bought, emphasizing that it wasn't Guyang's money, but rather an extra 10,000 yuan reward from the dean because he saw she was working hard. Guyang felt relieved after hearing this. He then complained that she only cared about eating meat and stuffed all the vegetables into his mouth. Su Chengxing said that synthetic meat was unhealthy and that eating more vegetables would help with recovery. Guyang refuted her earlier claim that the ingredients were healthy, but she changed her mind and said that they were only relatively healthy. After eating and drinking her fill, Su Chengxing stretched and said she had to go back to sleep because she had to be on duty tomorrow. Guyang nodded and told her to go to the empty room next door to rest and told her to go to bed early and not play with her phone. After Su Chengxing left, Guyang finally got his phone and couldn't wait to surf the internet. Recently, discussions about him were extremely heated, and he was even dubbed the pure love god of war. Many bloggers spoke out on his behalf, accusing Yin Pingping of betrayal and speaking up for him. There were even exaggerated comments mocking those who wanted to take advantage of his emotional hurt, and some even half-jokingly discussed the temptation of a threesome. Others called on male compatriots to unite to protect Guyang and resist the so-called trash from approaching him. Guyang looked at these comments and found them funny. He secretly cursed some people for just taking the opportunity to gain traffic. Some people even posted videos praying for him and calling for donations, but he didn't see a penny of the money. He also secretly vowed to expose these freeloaders in the future. He had been bored for so long that playing with his phone was a long-awaited pastime. He played until dawn, but he didn't feel sleepy. Perhaps his recovery had given him even more energy than before. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the headlines were dominated by Lu Tao himself. Wearing a law enforcement uniform, he solemnly announced the two murders, the perpetrator of which was temporarily known as the Night Butcher, whose brutal methods posed a threat to city safety. Lu Tao announced that anyone who provides effective clues will receive a reward of 200,000 yuan, and reminded the public to be on the lookout for suspicious people around them who have extraordinary physical abilities, frequently go out late at night, and people who behave abnormally and deliberately conceal their whereabouts. Guyang raised an eyebrow. This reward was indeed quite generous. With just one clue, he could earn 200,000 yuan. He expected the reporting phone number to be flooded with calls soon. After the news broke, major platforms quickly recirculated it, pushing the topic to the top of trending searches. On the internet, some citizens fell into panic, speculating that the murderer was a psychopath and might kill one person every day. Some people simply took leave and stayed at home. Others suggested reporting the crime regardless of whether it was true or not, and even half-jokingly reported their own partners to win a reward. However, this outcry was quickly diluted by new public opinion. Someone broke the news that the first person the Night Butcher killed was the internet celebrity Yin Pingping, and the second was a villain who attempted to rape a woman in the woods, implying that both of them deserved to die. Many people's attitudes suddenly changed, believing that he was eliminating a threat to the people and that he should not only be wanted but also be rewarded. Some said that he was safer at night, and even jokingly claimed that he was more efficient than the law enforcement agency. He would behead the bad guys immediately after they were caught, leaving no room for future trouble. Some netizens called for the arrest warrant to be revoked, while others planned pranks, harassing the reporting phone number, and even putting laxatives in the takeout ordered by the law enforcement agency, making it impossible for them to move. The reactions online made Guyang laugh. At this time, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were sitting in the office, surrounded by law enforcement officers, and everyone's eyes were focused on the reporting phone on the table. It was the hotline that was made public after the news was released. Several young law enforcement officers couldn't help but wonder, would this really work? If they themselves couldn't find any clues, what substantive intelligence could the public provide? Some even felt that this approach was an implicit admission of the agency's incompetence. But reality left no choice. The entire bureau had been busy for 2 consecutive days dealing with these 2 murders, and the 2 responsible persons hadn't slept for 2 nights. Lu Tao's dark circles were like ink, but fortunately, her skin was dark, so they weren't particularly noticeable. He tiredly comforted everyone, reminding them not to be impatient. Many cases were solved by the power of the masses. It didn't matter if the cat was black or white. As long as it could catch mice, it was a good cat. Guan Chang'an also smiled and asked everyone to conserve their energy, as the phone might ring at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang suddenly, and Guan Chang'an jokingly said that good luck had arrived. Lu Tao answered the call and heard a burly man's dissatisfaction. He complained that the shared bike he lost last month had not been found, and questioned whether the Night Butcher killed those who deserved to be killed. Lu Tao patiently explained that shared bikes were company property and required payment for use. Even if someone locked the bike and took it home without paying, it didn't belong to them. But the caller argued that they had even replaced the chain and applied the sticker, demanding reimbursement for the costs. Lu Tao simply hung up to avoid tying up the line. Guan Chang'an patted his shoulder and advised him to keep calm. Before he finished speaking, the phone rang again. A woman urgently reported that she suspected her husband was the Night Butcher because he was not at home at the time of the crime and washed his clothes immediately, suspected of cleaning up the bloodstains. Everyone's spirits rose. Lu Tao immediately wrote down the address and ordered the police to go. Before they could even leave, the phone rang again. A young man reported his father, claiming he had exceptional physical strength, strong anti-detection capabilities, and elusive movements, completely matching the profile of the wanted criminal. Lu Tao didn't dare delay and dispatched another team. Then another man called, saying he was worried his son would kill him tonight and requested an immediate arrest. Clues poured in, and the team split from 2 to 3, eventually even sending security guards and cleaners to investigate. In just one morning, the number of operators increased from Lu Tao alone to Guan Chang'an himself. As they answered the calls, the two lamented that the work was even more tiring than military training. They didn't know if this was true, so they could only wait for feedback from the outbound teams. An hour later, the first group returned, having returned empty-handed. Lu Tao questioned the woman who had reported her husband and learned that he was away from home because he was having an affair and that he was doing laundry to remove the smell of his lipstick and perfume. Asked the child who reported his father again. His so-called strong physical fitness is because his father would wear boxing gloves to practice with him. His anti-reconnaissance ability is that he could accurately detect that he was secretly playing with his mobile phone. As for being sneaky, it was just his habit of checking his homework at night. After hearing these explanations, Lu Tao collapsed in his chair, sighing helplessly. After working so hard for so long, all he had come up with were a bunch of fake leads. Guan Chang'an could only smile wryly. Although the phone kept ringing, it was clear they were still a long way from catching the real culprit. Guan Chang'an remained steadfast, questioning each of the officers who had returned from the response. Their results were nearly unanimous. All the reports were false. Some had fabricated them, while others had reported family members or neighbors, all hoping to get lucky and pocket $200,000. After the report, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an slumped in their chairs, exchanging wry smiles. Lu Tao sighed and said, "Master, becoming a law enforcement officer was the worst decision I've ever made. I should have studied medicine." Guan Chang'an took off his hat, and even his wig fell off, revealing a bald forehead. He smiled wryly. He'd battled countless cunning criminals throughout his life, but he'd never encountered a more formidable foe than the night butcher. He committed crimes like a ghost, leaving no trace at the scene except for the body. If he could be caught, he wouldn't even be sentenced to death. He should be sent to special training. Lu Tao agreed with his idea, but only if they could catch the perpetrator. They both sighed. This world deserves destruction. After a moment's silence, Lu Tao rubbed his hungry stomach and said he'd been busy since morning and hadn't eaten yet. He planned to treat everyone to a packed lunch, letting his colleagues order. Guan Chang'an immediately responded, saying that he couldn't let Lu Tao spend money when he was there, so he should treat himself. Lu Tao was surprised that he was willing to pay, but when he got closer, he found that Guan Chang'an had ordered more than 100 large steamed buns and more than a dozen bags of pickled mustard greens, and even the soy milk was canceled due to budget reasons. The entire order, including the discount, was only a little over 50 yuan. Lu Tao was so shocked he exclaimed, with his skills, he should be in charge of the economy at the Ministry of Finance. The national economy would take off at least 10 years earlier. Those who heard this laughed bitterly. After a hard day's work, only 2 steamed buns? Everyone complained about the lack of meat and energy. At everyone's urging, Guan Chang'an added dozens more meat floss cakes, confidently saying that they contained meat floss, making them meat dishes, and advised everyone to eat light food to nourish their stomachs. Everyone felt their ears were filled with stuff and did not want to listen anymore. Meanwhile, the owner of a steamed bun shop receives an order and, seeing the address is the Law Enforcement Bureau, excitedly calls his wife and suggests adding laxatives to the food. His wife worries about breaking the law, but the owner thinks a month or 2 in jail is no big deal and might even earn the night butcher a favor. Meanwhile, a food delivery driver boasted in a group chat after receiving an order. His companions echoed him, saying they had put drugs in the food as agreed, and offered to crowdfund to subsidize him. The driver immediately bought a pack of laxatives, ready to do something big. Soon, lunch arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau. Everyone looked at the steamed buns, pickled mustard greens, meat floss cakes, and porridge, feeling disappointed. But they were so hungry that they could even eat things they normally disdain. Guan Chang'an smiled and told everyone to eat while it was hot, considering the total price was less than 100 yuan. Unexpectedly, not long after the meal, someone's stomach started growling and they rushed to the restroom. Then one after another turned pale. The restroom quickly filled up, and Lu Tao had no choice but to order everyone to use plastic bags if they had them, and to make do with a trash can if they didn't. He himself took the lead and took care of the restroom. Soon, the entire Law Enforcement Bureau was engulfed in a stench. People kept running back and forth until everyone collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Lu Tao, with a dull look in his eyes, said to Guan Chang'an, "Since your stomach is empty, would you like some more steamed buns and porridge?" Guan Chang'an's face turned pale, and he insisted that it was the meat floss pancakes that caused the trouble. He even blamed everyone for insisting on eating meat. If they only ate steamed buns, pickled mustard greens, and porridge, it would be both healthy and safe. Everyone no longer had the energy to refute him and just wanted to get through this disaster as soon as possible. The cursing in the Law Enforcement Bureau gradually died down, and everyone leaned back in their chairs exhausted. Although they were tired, they all knew in their hearts that this was definitely not an ordinary food issue. Lu Tao whispered to Guan Chang'an that he suspected someone had given him a laxative, Otherwise, it would be impossible for everyone to be infected at the same time. Guan Chang'an exhaled a puff of cigarette and replied calmly that he had guessed it a long time ago. But he knew the owner of the steam bun shop, and he didn't look like a bad person. He would wait until tomorrow to discuss it. Lu Tao understood that this was clearly an opportunity for his boss to turn himself in. After all, this matter wasn't a big deal, and if the other party was willing to admit it and pay some money, it would be fine. But he still felt uneasy about the night butcher case. He suddenly told Guan Chang'an that he still suspected Gu Yang. Guan Chang'an glared at him, displeased that he was bothering a paralyzed patient, but Lu Tao insisted that this was his sixth sense, acquired through years of solving cases. In desperation, Guan Chang'an asked him how he planned to try. Lu Tao said that if it was really Gu Yang, he would never let go of Lu Xiaoyu, who caused his car accident. As long as he kept an eye on Lu Xiaoyu, it would be like waiting for the rabbit to come. Guan Chang'an thought about it and decided that this method could indeed help him pass his free time. Lu Tao added that even if Lu Xiaoyu was detained in the police station, the night butcher would definitely be able to kill him if he really wanted to. Letting him go would only arouse suspicion. Guan Chang'an finally agreed, but reminded him that this must be the last test. If the next victim is not Lu Xiaoyu, he is not allowed to target Gu Yang again. Lu Tao agreed and took full responsibility. It was late at night, and everyone was extremely weak from the laxatives, so they simply stayed overnight in the bureau instead of going home. At midnight, Gu Yang transformed into a ghost once again, moving between the tall buildings, enjoying the night breeze and freedom. Having been trapped in the ward for so long, he had long been suffocating. Now that he had mastered the patterns of his ghost life, he could move freely at midnight every day, only being forced to return to his body at sunrise. He had already figured out the best course of action: go shopping first to get some fresh air, then start at 4 or 5 in the morning, which would maximize his free time. Tonight, he stopped by the law enforcement bureau and was shocked by what he saw. The entire building was packed with people, some sleeping on tables, others on the floor. His target, Lu Xiaoyu, was now curled up on the iron bed in the detention room, his brow furrowed and his body trembling, as if he were having a nightmare. Gu Yang hid in the shadows, watching him coldly, and his strong murderous intent actually woke Lu Xiaoyu up. Lu Xiaoyu sat up suddenly and looked around, feeling a chill in his heart, as if a cold gaze was staring at him. In a panic, he rushed to the iron gate, yelling for help, saying that he felt someone was trying to kill him. The law enforcement officer outside came over, rubbing his eyes, and kicked the door impatiently, frightening Lu Xiaoyu so much that he retreated. However, he acted like he had seen a savior and begged the officer to help him check if there was anything dirty in the room, even offering to pay him money. The officer on duty burst into laughter and spread the word, immediately drawing a barrage of ridicule. Some called him a gigolo, while others sarcastically suggested living with him. One prisoner even made a lewd joke, saying the big bell in his crotch was itching. Lu Xiaoyu's face flushed with anger as he angrily called them perverts and warned them he would be held accountable if anything went wrong. Several of the criminals feigned fear and teased him, laughter echoing throughout the detention room. Lu Tao had just recovered from the torture of diarrhea when he heard a commotion in the detention room. He endured the fatigue and walked over to ask the officer on duty what had happened. The attendant told Lu Xiaoyu about his ghost-seeing experience in detail. Everyone around was laughing, but Lu Tao looked serious. He stood in front of Lu Xiaoyu and asked him if he really felt the intention to kill. Lu Xiaoyu originally thought that he would be ridiculed, but when he saw Lu Tao so serious, he immediately felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and repeatedly assured him that he was not lying, saying that the murderous look in his eyes had woken him up from his dream. Lu Tao didn't waste any time. He just unlocked the door and walked in. After carefully checking around the detention room, he told Lu Xiaoyu that he found nothing unusual and asked him to stay put and not make up stories, otherwise no one would cover for him. Lu Xiaoyu felt the chill dissipate and breathed a sigh of relief. He even said gratefully that he would give Lu Tao a red envelope. But Lu Tao sneered and retorted, "Your crime is not light. Don't even think about getting out in the short term." Before leaving, Lu Tao reminded the attendant to pay more attention to Lu Xiaoyu's safety and prevent any accidents. Gu Yang, who was in the dark, saw clearly that the atmosphere was not right. Lu Tao was using Lu Xiaoyu as bait, waiting for him to take the bait. He immediately gave up the idea of taking action tonight and decided to change his target to distract the Law Enforcement Bureau. As for Lu Xiaoyu, he would slowly deal with him after he was released from the police station. However, Gu Yang had only taken 2 steps when, with a flash of murderous intent, he suddenly lunged at Lu Xiaoyu, frightening him so much that he rushed to the iron gate, banging and yelling. The attendant rushed over angrily, grabbed his hand, and stunned below him with an electric baton, causing him to roll his eyes and convulse, falling to the ground. He continued to stun him a few more times before going back to sleep. Guiyang couldn't help but laugh as he watched this scene. He then quickly left and glanced at the time. It was already 4 in the morning. He had to hurry up and find his prey for tonight and not waste the opportunity. For him, killing is not a hobby, but a necessary way to restore his body. Paralyzed, he must plunder Yuanshou to recover, and since it can make him stronger and live longer, who would refuse? He walked among the city's tall buildings and noticed that the streets were mostly filled with early risers going about their business. Vegetable farmers, delivery drivers, and breakfast shop owners were busy. It was a pity that he couldn't eat in ghost form. Otherwise, he would have really wanted a steamed bun. Passing by a steamed bun shop, he noticed the warm laughter of the owner and his wife as they skillfully prepared the steamers. Just then, a dozen delinquent youths with colorfully dyed hair, large gold chains, and covered in tattoos pushed through the door. The couple's faces changed, but they continued to greet each other politely. The yellow-haired man leading the group arrogantly ordered a round of breakfast and even asked for tea eggs, calling it a good start. The boss suppressed his displeasure and gave them everything he ordered. When breakfast was delivered, Huang Mao looked up and asked the boss if he knew who he was. After being denied, he left a sentence, "Remember, my name is Brother Huangji," and let him go back to work. The boss didn't want to pay any more attention, but Huangji's eyes turned cold. He turned around and winked at his companions, and the group immediately took action quietly. In the steamed bun shop, the boss and his wife were busy wrapping steamed buns. They were frightened by a loud noise and looked up. They saw Huangji kicking the table away, pointing at them and cursing, saying that the buns were tasteless and unhygienic, and even shouting that he had found hair in his food. His younger brothers immediately started to make a fuss. One said there was a live cockroach in the steamed bun, another said there was cement in the steamed bun, and another complained that the soy milk was too thin as if it had been diluted with water. These were all excuses to find fault. At first, the couple genuinely thought it was negligence, but upon hearing this, they knew the other party was deliberately causing trouble. There was no way there could be a live cockroach in the steamer, and it was even more impossible for cement to be mixed into the dough. The soy milk had clearly been tampered with. The boss was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He retorted that this was an attempt to dine for free and that there were surveillance cameras in the store. However, Huangji smiled viciously and signaled his subordinate to rush to shut down the computer and delete the surveillance. In less than a minute, all the evidence was gone. Afterwards, a dozen or so thugs rushed up and beat the steam bun seller until his face was bruised and swollen. The lady boss got so anxious that she picked up a rolling pin and was also slapped in the face, almost fainting. Huangji half knelt in front of them and revealed his trump card in a low voice. He was instructed by Boss Dong to force them to sign a low-price transfer contract. It turned out that the shop was targeted for demolition in the future. Boss Dong had offered a high price, but the couple refused to leave a livelihood for their son. Now, since openly failing to achieve their goal, they resorted to covert means, even bringing out gasoline and lighters, threatening to burn the shop down. He hinted that he had a backer and was not afraid of the law enforcement agency. He also threatened to bring people to cause trouble every day if they didn't sign the contract. He even mentioned their daughter, directly hitting the couple's soft spot. In the end, the reluctant boss and his wife had no choice but to grit their teeth and agree to sign. Huangji was very proud and asked someone to clean up the mess, pretending to call them good friends. Before leaving, he told his younger brother to keep an eye on the two of them while he went to the car to get the contract. But as soon as he opened the back door, it was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see a thing. At 4 or 5 in the morning, the streetlights were dim. While not bright, they weren't pitch black. But inside the yellow chicken carriage, it was pitch black like a bottomless pit, making one feel uneasy. A flicker of doubt flashed through his mind, but it was quickly washed away by excitement. This deal would net him a huge bounty, enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Unguardedly, he reached out and groped around in the back seat, quickly finding the contract, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't move it, as if something was holding it down. He groped along the edge and suddenly felt a hand as cold as ice. Huangji was so frightened that before he could withdraw his hand, the hand grabbed his wrist and yanked him into the car, slamming the door shut. Inside the shop, the younger guys were still boasting, while Huangji's second-in-command, Hao Zi, smoked a cigarette while pretending to be a life mentor to the couple who owned the bun shop, urging them to be content. But after finishing his cigarette, Huangji still hadn't returned. Mouse muttered to himself, walked to the car, and called out twice, but no one answered. He felt a little scared, but thinking that his brothers were watching, he gritted his teeth and walked closer. Just when he was 3 or 4 meters away from the car, a black mass flew out of the window, warm and slippery, with liquid dripping down. Looking down, they saw that it was the head of a yellow chicken. The rat screamed in fear and kicked the head away, which rolled right to the door of the bun shop. The brothers looked down and their legs went weak. The yellow chicken was dead. Everyone was in a state of confusion, at a loss as to what to do. Suddenly, Haozi had an idea. The murderer must still be in the car. If he led his men to rush forward and kill the murderer, he could replace Huang Ji as the boss and make a fortune. So he picked up a brick and yelled at the door. "Don't be scared. Grab your weapons. This guy is in the car. There are so many of us. Why are we afraid of him? Revenge for brother Huangji." The hooligans, initially nervous after being yelled at by Haozi, now steeled themselves. A dozen or so men gathered, some armed with knives, some with rolling pins, and some with benches, and charged towards the jeep. At this moment, the bun shop owner suddenly burst into laughter, as if he saw through everything. He held his head high, his tone full of pride, and kept shouting that he had someone backing him up, the night butcher. Those few words were like a bucket of ice water, chilling everyone's heart. Even if they denied it, who hadn't heard of that terrifying reputation of appearing without a trace and killing without leaving a trace? The fat man took out half a bag of laxatives and the takeout order from the Law Enforcement Bureau and placed them on the table as evidence, boasting that he had deliberately given them some explosive information in order to help the butcher deal with the Law Enforcement Bureau, which earned him today's protection. The gangsters looked at each other and thought, if they happened to run into a butcher here, the yellow chicken would not have died unjustly. When the boss's wife heard this, her eyes lit up. She kissed her husband in front of everyone and praised him for a job well done. The fat man was even more impatient. He walked straight up to the rat and slapped him first, then stretched his neck provocatively. "Come on, hit me and see if the butcher will punish you." Haozi held the brick in his hand, his palms sweating. If he really believed this, he would lose his life, so he suppressed his anger. Seeing this, the fat man intensified his attack and smashed the bridge of Mouse's nose with his fist. Blood gushed out, and Mouse retreated several steps. Seeing that the other party was about to hit him with a brick, Mouse was so scared that he turned and ran away. He was as thin as a monkey and turned the corner in the blink of an eye. The remaining dozen or so brothers were also frightened and abandoned their weapons and fled in all directions. The fat man stood there, like a victorious general, his wife's admiring gaze on his back. But he suddenly turned to look at the black jeep and said to his wife in a deep voice, "You clean up the store first. I'm going to the Law Enforcement Bureau." The proprietress was stunned. "What are you going there for? Go and turn yourself in." The fat man grinned. "Let them know that I'm a friend of the night butcher." The proprietress quickly understood her husband's plan and nodded heavily. "You go ahead. I'll take care of this." She turned around and went back to the shop to clean up. She couldn't open the shop today, so she had to arrange the ingredients first. After his wife left, the steamed bun shop owner bent slightly towards the jeep and whispered, "Mr. Night Butcher, it will take me 20 minutes to ride my bike to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Please leave quickly and clean up the traces. Thank you for your help tonight." After that, he leisurely rode the shabby electric bike towards the Law Enforcement Bureau. Guyang had already returned to the hospital after killing someone. This wasn't intentional, but instinct. After the ghost killed someone and plundered Yuan's show, its energy would far exceed that of the main body, and it had to return to the main body to share, otherwise both would be unbalanced or even collapse. This time, he gained a full 25 years of Yuan show. For someone like Huang Jigo, who smoked, drank, and stayed up all night in bars, living another 50 years was quite a feat. And Gu Yang's total Yuan show lifespan thus totaled 65 years. Energy surged into his body, and his hands finally regained full sensation. Not only could they move, but they were also full of strength. Compared to the half paralysis of his right hand yesterday, this was a quantum leap. At this rate, he would be fully recovered in no time. But when he thought about this, a thought occurred to Gu Yang. A full recovery wasn't necessarily a good thing. His paralyzed identity was his best shield. Once it was gone, he'd be more easily targeted if he killed someone again. He thought that he might as well reveal the secret that his hands could move in a few days, but continue to pretend that his lower body was paralyzed and push the wheelchair with confidence. As soon as he made up his mind, he played a few games on his phone. Feeling the satisfaction of his increasing lifespan, he couldn't help but wonder, could this thing really accumulate infinitely, reaching thousands or tens of thousands of years? Could there be other uses? A hunch told him that the true use of this power was far more than just extending life. Elsewhere, the gang of thugs ran back to their base camp in the dilapidated warehouse. Mouse covered his crooked nose and cursed. "What bad luck! We were treated like a soft persimmon. and now it turns out the night butcher is behind it. Why didn't he tell me earlier? Others were also dissatisfied. People like Butcher are too idle, aren't they? If he had that ability, he should have gone out to make money long ago. Why does he have to play the game of chivalry? That's right, there are no right or wrong in the martial arts world. It's all about profit. After complaining for a while, Haozi couldn't help but look up. Brother Huangji is dead, and someone has to take over the business. I have been with him the longest and am familiar with the business. I should be the boss. Do you have any objection? Although they were a little hesitant, everyone nodded in the end. But at this time, a new younger brother raised his hand. Brother Haozi, I don't object to you being the boss, but I quit. He sighed and said that being a gangster was not as glamorous as he imagined. It was unstable and dangerous, especially when butchers killed people every day. He just wanted to go back to delivering takeout or working in a factory to live a stable life. Haozi gritted his teeth in anger, but he couldn't refute it, so he waved him away. But unexpectedly, someone else started to speak up next. I'm done with this too. That head fell at my feet today, and I feel like I'll be next. I still have my mother at home. What will happen to her if she dies? This business is too dangerous. I'll go to another family to collect protection money tomorrow. Who knows if there's a butcher behind them? I'm going back to the village, getting married, and farming. It's good to be a farmer for generations. In less than a few minutes, more than a dozen people gave their reasons for quitting. Now, Haozi was completely dumbfounded. On his first day as the leader, Haozi watched helplessly as his brothers dispersed, feeling a sense of emptiness within him. His initial high spirits instantly turned to a sigh of regret. He sat on the ground in a daze, sighing, wondering what point was there in acquiring the throne. Seeing his downcast mood, his brothers patted his shoulders and consoled him, urging him to pursue a career while he was still young. Someone mentioned that he'd once said he wanted to go to college, but Haozi shook his head and smiled bitterly, admitting it was just a joke. Everyone smiled at each other, and ultimately, without prior agreement, they all decided to go their separate ways. A murder case unexpectedly cleansed the rage of more than a dozen thugs, leaving behind a group of young people intent on starting anew with a down-to-earth approach. As daylight gradually brightened, the law enforcement officers rose from the floor or chairs, fatigue written all over their faces. Last night's chaos had left everyone practically sleepless. Their already unwell eyes had dark circles even deeper. Even Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were drowsy and half asleep. Lu Tao rubbed his brow and suggested they find some breakfast while they still had time. Guan Chang'an yawned and suggested some steamed buns and porridge. Upon hearing this, all the law enforcement officers' faces changed, and they waved their hands in refusal. Guan Chang'an cursed and laughed a few times, and was about to change his suggestion when the door of the hall was pushed open, and a middle-aged fat man with a dusty face walked in. He was wearing a white coat and carrying two bulging bags filled with milk, bread, and fruit. Guan Chang'an recognized him immediately as the owner of the steamed bun shop who had upset everyone the day before. He immediately stopped smiling and questioned him in a cold tone. The steamed bun owner, smiling and scratching his head, said he couldn't come last night, fearing they wouldn't be in the mood to serve him. Lu Tao gritted his teeth and demanded he drug the food. The owner apologized profusely, saying he'd brought breakfast to make amends and that he would turn himself in and report the crime. Although everyone was quite resentful of him, being hungry, no one really wanted to skip breakfast. As they ate their bread and drank their milk, their eyes remained wary. Lu Tao gestured for him to sit down and inquired about his intentions to harm the law enforcement officer. The boss lowered his head and explained that rumors about the night butcher had been spreading online lately, and he felt he was a hero, acting on behalf of justice, and wanted to lend a hand. He had no other plan, so he added a laxative to the porridge, intending it to cause only a mild discomfort. He also mentioned that Gu Yang and a nurse had escaped danger due to the night butcher, hoping to use this as a favor. Upon hearing this, all the law enforcement officers rolled their eyes in anger. Guan Chang'an slammed the table on the spot, denouncing this practice as extremely foolish and demanding that violators be punished by law, not killed privately. Guan Chang'an then instructed Lu Tao to clean up online content that promoted incorrect values. Lu Tao then understood why most of the leads he received were meant as a joke. It turned out that many people were secretly helping the so-called hero. Guan Chang'an then pointed at the boss's nose and questioned why they had diarrhea over 10 times the previous night. The boss replied that he had only put in half a packet of medicine and that diarrhea would only occur once or twice at most. Before he could finish his words, a delivery driver came in and confessed that he had also added something to the porridge the previous night. The hall fell silent. It turned out that the accident was the result of a double act of kindness. After confirming that the two men had no malicious intentions, The law enforcement agency ultimately ordered them to pay each victim 300 yuan in lost wages. The delivery man paid and hurried away, but the steamed bun vendor remained seated. Lu Tao was puzzled, and he then said he had another case to report, a murder near his home, perpetrated by the night butcher. Lu Tao nearly fell over, angrily demanding why he hadn't said so earlier. The boss explained that he had indicated upon his arrival that he intended to surrender himself and report the crime, but they only asked about his surrender and didn't give him a chance to elaborate. Lu Tao became even more angry, demanding to know why he didn't call the police and instead bought breakfast before coming. The owner protested his injustice, claiming his phone had been smashed long ago and that he'd been beaten black and blue by the thugs at the time of the incident. The gang had exploited their power, undercutting him and vandalizing his shop. Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were furious and decided to leave immediately. The two grabbed the steam bun boss and gathered everyone to rush to the scene. This dispatch was already the slowest in the history of the law enforcement agency, but they had to hurry before the murderer disappeared completely. On the way to the crime scene, Lu Tao listened to the entire story from the steamed bun vendor, and it became clear to him that the man was deliberately stalling to give the night butcher more time to escape. Yet, every detail had an excuse, and he couldn't find any flaws. Guan Chang'an leaned on the passenger seat, looked out the window and sighed, saying that it was chilling that citizens now preferred to trust the night butcher rather than the law enforcers. For the first time, he felt that he was old and could no longer keep up with the thinking of young people. Lu Tao also shook his head and lamented, saying they were being misled by online public opinion. Even if the butcher claimed to be righteous, it was no substitute for a trial. Even if Huang Mao forced the sale, it did not warrant the death penalty. Such killing was definitely not the right path. When the car arrived at the scene, it was surrounded by a crowd. Some brave enough even approached the jeep to inspect it, destroying much of the evidence. Lu Tao, enraged, glared coldly at the steamed bun vendor, nearly accusing him of being an accomplice on the spot. Law enforcement officers quickly dispersed the crowd and set up a cordon. Lu Tao took a deep breath and entered the crime scene. This was the night butcher's third crime, and he doubted he could leave any flaws. The forensic doctor quickly confirmed the same method as in the previous case. In the back seat of the car, a headless corpse sat upright, its neck cut cleanly, reminiscent of an ancient execution. Lu Tao analyzed that this person's strength surpassed even that of the executioner, allowing him to decapitate someone in the confined space of the car with a single blow. His method was uncanny and unnatural. Everyone's heart sank as they listened, their suspicions turning to the supernatural. Lu Tao personally searched the car, repeatedly checking, but couldn't find even fingerprints, hair, or footprints. For the first time, an absurd thought occurred to him. Could he really be human? Lu Tao suppressed his doubts and ordered his men to arrest Haozi and his gang for questioning, and to take away the bodies and vehicles to prevent panic. Not long after, the group of hooligans who had just decided to reform were brought into the police station again. Lu Tao sternly questioned the details of the witness, and the hooligans protested their innocence, saying they had only seen a flying head and were frightened into having nightmares. Haozi even insisted that he had only picked up the head of a yellow chicken and had never seen the murderer. After recording the testimony, Lu Tao let them go, his brow furrowing ever deeper. The fact that the head had flown out of the car meant the killer was there at the time. But then when did it disappear? This strange situation made him increasingly suspicious of the butcher's identity. Guan Chang'an handed him a cup of coffee and advised him not to dwell on it. Some unsolved cases were difficult to solve, both ancient and modern. He had already requested assistance from his superiors, including a top detective. Lu Tao felt a pang of pain in his stomach. Solving cases was his foundation, and now he had to rely on outside help. Suddenly, he thought of his social network and asked if the steamed bun boss, Huang Ji, and Gu Yang had any connection. Guan Chang'an impatiently denied it, saying that the investigation had been completed long ago and that this case had nothing to do with Gu Yang. Lu Tao, however, still had doubts, suspecting someone had deliberately fabricated an unrelated case to clear his name. Guan Chang'an was so angry that he slapped him on the back of the head and ordered him to take 2 days off until the golden detective arrived. Because law enforcement arrived late at the scene, video footage of the crime scene was quickly uploaded online by onlookers. Some online media outlets even approached the steamed bun shop owner and his wife for a brief interview, sparking a flurry of discussion about the latest case of the night butcher. A video blogger took a microphone and asked questions to the steamed bun owner. The owner confirmed nervously that the injury was caused by a gangster. The gang wanted to buy the store at a low price. The profit after demolition could reach tens of millions, but he only gave 1 million and threatened the safety of his family, forcing him to give in. He sighed, saying that this group of people relied on their connections to be unafraid of law enforcement, and even if they were arrested, they could easily escape. That day, the leader, Huang Mao, went into the car to get the contract, but he didn't come out for a long time. Soon, heads flew out, scaring everyone present to death. When asked if he agreed with the night butcher's actions, the steamed bun owner was silent for a moment before nodding, saying that if the butcher hadn't intervened, his shop would have been forcibly taken over, and his family would have been in dire straits. Those thugs had harmed people more than once, and they weren't good people. The video blogger then expressed his opinion on camera, arguing that law enforcement has limited control over criminals, and that the night butcher, while killing people, had saved many innocent lives. The topic went viral online, with comments overwhelmingly supporting him. Some recounted stories of family members being harassed and even sickened by thugs. Others advocated for fighting violence with violence, saying that as long as one has done nothing wrong, one need not fear the butcher. Others joked that killing 100 people a day was the only way to rid society of these vermin. Someone even set up a night butcher bar, calling on netizens to expose the perpetrator and gather intelligence for him. The comment section was filled with worship and shouting, with some even jokingly using butcher's blessing instead of praying for him, resulting in a massive outcry. At that moment, in the hospital, Guiyang was browsing the comments on his phone. Although he wasn't one to pursue vanity, he still felt a strange sense of accomplishment when he saw the overwhelming praise. It was just that his identity couldn't be made public, otherwise he would have even thought of starting a live broadcast to share his experience. Guiyang discovered that when he moved as a ghost, his body would enter a dormant state, and when he returned to his original position, he would catch up on his sleep, which doubled his available time. Although long periods of sleeplessness would cause fatigue, a short nap would restore his condition. Hearing a noise outside the door, he quickly put away his phone, tucked his hands under the covers, and resumed his paralyzed appearance. He decided to postpone his recovery for another 2 days. After all, recovery was too rapid and abnormal, especially since Lu Tao's intuition was too sharp. The door opened, and it was Nurse Su Chengcheng who came in. Without even bothering to change out of her uniform, she excitedly ran over, her phone in hand, saying that the night butcher had killed someone again last night and had helped a good person, her tone full of admiration. Guiyang responded with a faint smile, reminding her that killing is a crime. Unexpectedly, Su Chengcheng refuted and said bluntly that he was not wrong and was a good person. Su Chengcheng, on her turn for a break, took off her hat and sat beside Guiyang's bed, peeling an apple and chatting. She explained that she'd browsed the night butcher's forum and discovered many honest people recounting stories of being bullied, while the bad guys, thanks to connections and power, easily escaped punishment. She lamented that delayed justice was meaningless, and the butcher's appearance felt like immediate punishment. She recalled the night in the woods when a thug held a knife to her throat. She was ready to commit suicide, but it was the night butcher who intervened and saved her by beheading the thug. Guiyang listened quietly, fully aware of her helplessness. As he ate the apple she offered him, he smiled faintly. Su Chengxing wondered if Guiyang hoped the law enforcement agency would apprehend the butcher, saying that would clear him of suspicion. Guiyang, however, said that he had only suffered a minor injustice, while the butcher had shouldered greater risks and pressures and had helped him. Su Chengxing smiled and said that he was their mutual benefactor. She suddenly mentioned that she had posted Guiyang's story on Tieba, along with Lu Xiaoyu's profile, hoping the butcher would avenge him. Guiyang chuckled, saying that the man was still incarcerated at the Law Enforcement Bureau and couldn't be executed, but suggested simply paying to pin the post to the top, rather than waiting in line. Su Chengxing's eyes lit up, and she praised his straightforward thinking. As they chatted, there was a knock on the door. Su Chengxing hurriedly put on her coat and hat, whispering to Guiyang to put in a good word for her in front of Dean Fong. Guiyang readily agreed. When the door opened, Dean Fong entered with his assistant, praising Su Chengxing for her meticulous care. Guiyang also smiled and praised her for her excellence, asking the dean to consider her for a promotion. Dean Fong examined Guiyang's physical condition and was surprised by his speed of recovery, especially the near-complete recovery of nerves and muscles in his hands. He asked if he could feel anything. Guiyang feigned hesitation, saying that he could occasionally feel it but couldn't control it. Dean Fong concluded that it was just his nerves that hadn't fully recovered, and that recovery was only a matter of time. He admitted that the team still couldn't explain Guiyang's recovery, suggesting it was a blessing from an angel. Guiyang jokingly suggested it might be a case of good deeds being rewarded. After the examination, Director Fong said goodbye, urging him to continue taking care of himself. After everyone left, Su Chengcheng excitedly announced that the 3-year bonus for outstanding employees had been secured, and that she would treat Gu Yang to a meal. Gu Yang smiled and said he wanted to go to a five-star restaurant, but Su Chengqing waved her hand, saying that spicy hot pot was the real love. She joked that the girl who was willing to accompany you to eat spicy hot pot on the street was the most worth cherishing, and as for those high-end restaurants, they were just IQ taxes. At noon, a middle-aged man walked into the law enforcement bureau. His hair was neatly parted, his gold-rimmed glasses gleamed, and he carried a briefcase. His slender figure and well-tailored suit made him look like a gentleman returning from abroad. Lu Tao recognized him immediately, and his face darkened. It was Wen Muley, the evildoer's exclusive lawyer. Wen Muley's professional skills are among the best in the industry, but he only defends the wicked, his ability to distort the truth unmatched. It's said he owns villas in major cities and earns 10 times the average lawyer's income. Law enforcement officials loathe him, yet they can't do anything about him. Lu Tao coldly questioned his purpose. Wen Muley chuckled and said he was there to pick up someone, Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Tao was immediately enraged, demanding to know why he had taken away a suspect suspected of intentional homicide, given the overwhelming evidence. Wen Muley responded indifferently, saying they were bound to lose and hoping to withdraw the lawsuit. Lu Tao had no choice but to arrange a meeting room according to the regulations and bring Lu Xiaoyu with him. Seeing Wen Muley, Lu Xiaoyu was like a savior and immediately moved closer to him. Wen Muley bluntly stated that the existing evidence was invalid. He first denied the credibility of Yin Pingping's surrender video and questioned whether the vehicle evidence could directly accuse him. Lu Tao was speechless. Wen Muley kept smiling, saying he was just doing his job, and even mocked Lu Tao for being so overwhelmed by the night butcher. Lu Tao gritted his teeth and replied that even if the evidence was overturned, he would still use the power of the suspect period to detain Lu Xiaoyu. Wen Muley seemed to be well prepared. He took out a psychiatric diagnosis from his briefcase and said that Lu Xiaoyu was diagnosed with severe depression and suicidal tendencies half a year ago. He did not meet the detention conditions and must be released immediately, otherwise he would sue the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lu Xiaoyu was smugly provoking Lu Tao, and he was so angry that he wanted to fight, but was stopped by his colleagues. Wen Muley put away the documents and calmly left with his men, and no one could stop him. Lu Tao crushed the paper cup and angrily cursed the loopholes in the system, suspecting that the diagnosis was paid for, but he knew that no flaws would be found. He understood that Lu Xiaoyu's escape from punishment was inevitable. Gritting his teeth and pondering for a moment, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Why doesn't the night butcher work overtime and deal with this bastard as well? After leaving the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lu Xiaoyu was as excited as a free bird in the car and proudly praised Wen Muley's methods. Wen Muley just smiled and reminded him to pay the bill: 10 million for defense fees, 10 million for medical certificates, and 2 million for referral fees, a total of 22 million. Hearing the price, Lu Xiaoyu almost choked, complaining that he was being charged so much for just a few words. Wen Muley remained expressionless and replied calmly, "This is my normal price. You should have known this when you decided to hire me." Lu Xiaoyu felt completely hollowed out at this moment, nearly suffocating from the 20 million yuan in legal fees. Luckily, after knocking Gu Yang away earlier, he and Yin Pingping had amassed some funds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come up with this huge sum. Although his life savings were about to go down the drain, he consoled himself, at least he was out. He invited Wen Muley to his home to collect the money, swearing he would never underpay. Wen Muley followed him back with a clear conscience. After all, no one in his circle dared to default on his payments. Soon, the two arrived at Lu Xiaoyu's upscale residential complex and pushed open the door. Wen Muley looked around and chuckled at the unexpectedly simple decor of the house. Lu Xiaoyu paused in his change of clothes and protested, pointing to an antique vase next to the shoe cabinet, claiming it was a treasure worth 3 million. However, Wen Muley looked back and found it empty. Lu Xiaoyu stormed out, took a closer look, and was stunned. The vase was gone. He hurriedly checked the other side, where a jade carving worth over 1 million yuan had vanished without a trace. There were many other ornaments in the room, but only these two were truly valuable. Thinking of the theft, he cursed furiously, suspecting someone had taken advantage of his 2 days of confinement to sneak in and steal, with perfect timing. Lu Xiaoyu consoled himself with the safe, leading Wen Muley into the study. He moved the small table aside, revealing a half-meter-tall safe. He boasted that all his savings were inside, enough to cover his legal fees. But when the door was opened, there was not even a speck of dust inside, and both of them froze in their tracks. Wen Muley coughed lightly, teasing him if he was joking. Lu Xiaoyu slumped to the ground, muttering in disbelief. This safe hasn't been pried open. How on earth did they do it? Wen Muley didn't have the patience to watch him collapse. and reminded him that owing lawyers' fees would not end well. Lu Xiaoyu immediately changed his tone to appease Wen Muley, saying he would check the community surveillance to find out the truth. After all, this was an upscale community with cameras everywhere. Wen Muley remained silent, but Lu Xiaoyu had already called the property manager and launched into a barrage of curses, angrily claiming that the family's property had been damaged by at least 40 million yuan in just 2 days. The property manager panicked and immediately contacted security to review 2 days of surveillance footage. A few hours later, the security officer reported breathlessly. The surveillance clearly captured the entrance door, elevator, and building entrance, but no suspicious individuals were seen, not even on Lu Xiaoyu's floor. This result reassured the property manager that as long as no theft occurred within the complex, it wouldn't be their responsibility. He even suspected Lu Xiaoyu was deliberately extorting money. At this point, Lu Xiaoyu called again to urge him, and the property manager, now calm, suggested he investigate other areas or report the case directly. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned, repeatedly checking to see if the other party was mistaken. But the property manager firmly replied, saying that he could personally check the surveillance footage and even call the police for an investigation. Lu Xiaoyu's uneasiness grew even heavier. The things were indeed gone, but no one had entered the house. Lu Xiaoyu hung up the phone and sat in front of the empty safe, his eyes vacant. That was his life savings. He had thought that after paying Wen Muley over 20 million, he would still have 10 million left, and he would have no worries about food and clothing from then on. But now, not only was he left with nothing, he was also in debt, completely devastated. In the past, he could rely on Yin Pingping to make money from Gu Yang's company. Now that Yin Pingping is dead and Gu Yang has reawakened, it's impossible for him to interfere with the company. When Muley watched coldly, mocking him for staging a farce to avoid paying his lawyer's fees, and warned him that if he didn't pay the money, he would use some means to make him return to prison forever. Hearing the threat, Lu Xiaoyu's heart tightened. He quickly explained that his property had indeed been stolen, promising to pay an additional 1 million yuan upon finding the thief. However, when Muley refused to believe him, only caring about the money in front of him. With nowhere else to turn, Lu Xiaoyu decided to report the case. Even if the money he recovered might not be recovered due to problems with the source, it was better than complete despair. The call to the police went through, and a familiar voice came from the other end. Lu Tao. Lu Xiaoyu excitedly spoke, claiming that 40 million yuan in property had been stolen and pleading for assistance, promising a red envelope of 1 million yuan upon successful completion. Lu Tao sneered, but told him to file a case first and wait in line. Lu Xiaoyu immediately realized that the other party was deliberately stalling. He pleaded with tears in his eyes, offering to raise the amount to 5 million and kowtow an apology. Lu Tao, however, demanded the source of the money, his attitude cold and stern. Furious, Lu Xiaoyu cursed and slammed the phone. When Muley, watching his fury, sarcastically remarked that he might not even have the money to replace his phone. Lu Xiaoyu picked up his phone, half of the screen cracked, his face filled with frustration. When Muley stood up and urged him to go back to the law enforcement bureau with him. If he didn't have money, he would be put in a heavier prison sentence. Lu Xiaoyu was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, begging for a few more days. When Muley responded coldly that it was okay not to go, and he would report the case immediately and let the law enforcement officers arrest him. Seeing the threat looming, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly had an idea, claiming he had a way to not only repay the debt, but also help When Muley earn more. When Muley stopped and coldly asked him to explain it all at once, Lu Xiaoyu lowered his voice and mentioned Gu Yang's construction company, which had a market value of over 100 million yuan and could even fetch 300 million yuan if sold. He explained that Gu Yang had written a will stating that in the event of his accidental death, his shares would be inherited by the person with the highest position and longest tenure in the company. While Gu Yang was in a coma, Yin Pingping delayed cashing out, and he took the opportunity to eliminate the old employees, leaving himself as the only eligible person. With Gu Yang's death, he would be able to inherit the 200 to 300 million yuan in assets. When Muley paused for a moment, convinced that Lu Xiaoyu was intent on killing Gu Yang. With a sinister look in his eyes, Lu Xiaoyu bluntly asked him to find a solution and promised to pay the lawyer's fees after the matter was completed. When Muley agreed to help, but asked for an additional 50 million yuan in compensation. Cursing the other party for being cruel in his heart, Lu Xiaoyu had no way out and could only grit his teeth and agree. When Muley told Lu Xiaoyu he wouldn't personally handle the matter, leaving him a phone number to contact. The person he contacted was Xiong Chuan, a gang leader and the boss of an underground boxing gym, who was capable of taking down the person he wanted to eliminate. Before leaving, when Muley gave him only 3 days to do it, or he would be sent back to the law enforcement bureau. After everyone left, Lu Xiaoyu stared at the number, cursing angrily. Spending 50 million just to buy a phone, and then having to pay Xiong Chuan's fees, the cost was incredibly high. But thinking that if Gu Yang died, the company would belong to him, and he could still make a profit after selling it, he still dialed the number. Elsewhere, in an underground boxing gym, Haozi was hanging upside down from the ceiling, being whipped by a burly man. Xiong Chuan sat in a corner, a giant hamburger and a Coke in hand, and gently scolded Haozi for disbanding his men, thus hindering the progress of the mission. Haozi cried and begged for mercy, vowing to work tirelessly to complete the unfinished task. Xiong Chuan shook his head, insisting the rules couldn't be broken. Either he spent the day as a live target for his brother's boxing practice, or he'd be fed to the fish. Looking around at the muscular thugs, Haozi knew he couldn't make it, desperately contemplating his own life. Just as the sack was about to fall over his head, Xiong Chuan's phone rang. On the other end of the line, Lu Xiaoyu introduced himself and began demanding his life. Learning his target was a young entrepreneur with no connections, Xiong Chuan became interested and offered 50 million. Heartbroken, Lu Xiaoyu mentioned Gu Yang's disability and attempted to bargain. Xiong Chuan readily lowered the price to 40 million and agreed to proceed that evening. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaoyu was filled with excitement. This was his first time hiring a killer, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited to have Xiong Chuan kill Gu Yang. He even consoled himself by saying he was only helping Gu Yang get out of his rut and would continue to burn paper money and send him money every year. Xiong Chuan put away his phone, his expression changed, and he ordered his men to release Haozi. Haozi, having escaped death, ignored the pain and immediately knelt before Xiong Chuan and kowtowed to express his loyalty, promising that he would never retreat from the task and would complete every mission assigned to him. Xiong Chuan slowly loosened his hand, his tone sounding particularly magnanimous. He said that since he had let the mouse go, he naturally had no intention of taking his life. He should be down to earth in his future work. After all, they were all brothers. Haozi's eyes filled with tears after hearing this, and he secretly swore in his heart that he would never resign again in his life. He wanted to be a gangster for the rest of his life and be the Chun Haonan of Causeway Bay. Xiong Chuan turned his gaze toward the ring and called out, "Black Wolf." The young man stopped and turned, revealing the dark wolf pattern on his chest. When Haozi met those eyes, he shuddered. He was as ferocious as a beast, not a human. Black Wolf took off his boxing gloves, walked up to Xiong Chuan, and whispered what was going on. Xiong Chuan shook the almost empty Coke cup in his hand and said he had a job. He told him to go to the hospital and fix a paralyzed person. He just had to smother him with a pillow. He would be rewarded 10 million yuan if he succeeded. He also told him to wear a mask to avoid surveillance. Black Wolf simply nodded, agreeing to go tonight. Xiong Chuan then pointed at Haozi and told him to help Black Wolf and evacuate. Haozi shuddered in fear. This was murder, so how could he dare to intervene? He quickly excused himself, saying he couldn't do it. Xiong Chuan's eyes turned cold, mocking him for just saying he was prepared to brave fire and water, but now he was afraid of such a small thing. What was the point of keeping him around? Mouse, remembering the fear of being hung upside down, gritted his teeth and agreed to help. Xiong Chuan nodded, saying he only needed to drive and keep watch, and he would be paid 1 million yuan later. Haozi's breathing became rapid. 1 million yuan was an astronomical figure he couldn't even imagine, so he immediately patted his chest and promised to do a good job. Satisfied, Xiong Chuan asked him to fetch 2 uniforms for easier unification. Without giving it a second thought, Haozi went to do it. After the men had gone, Hailing wondered why they were carrying such an encumbrance. Xiong Chuan smiled and said he was his right-hand man, and he didn't want him to become a wanted criminal. He thought, dressing like him and having a similar build, they can just pin the blame on Haozi if they kill someone. Hailing understood immediately. This was a scapegoat to make it easier to clean up the mess later. After everything was ready, Haozi drove Hailing to the hospital parking lot and handed him a pre-drawn rough map of the ward's location. He also explained that Gu Yang was paralyzed in bed, with only his head still able to move, making it easy to kill him. Black Wolf glanced at the map, memorized it, and told Mouse to wait in the car. Mouse, preoccupied with the prospect of $1 million, promised to send the men off as soon as they arrived. But Black Wolf's plan didn't involve him leaving. He would change clothes and leave in the dark, leaving Mouse as the sole suspect on the surveillance camera. Hailang avoided the cameras, sneaked into the inpatient department, changed into a white coat in an empty office, and swaggered upstairs with a dressing cart. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Chengcheng was on duty, and Gu Yang was peeling an apple. The recovery of his hands has made his life much easier. He even plans to announce the news tomorrow to end this period of forbearance. He also wants to push his wheelchair out to bask in the sun. He had just peeled the apple and hadn't taken 2 bites when he heard the door lock click softly, and his brows furrowed slightly. This sound was wrong. Su Changcheng was the only one who came in without knocking, but she was always direct in her movements and wouldn't deliberately keep her movements quiet like she did now. He quickly hid his hands under the quilt, turned off the light, and pretended to be asleep, but in fact he was observing through the crack. Soon, the outer door was pushed open, and light footsteps were heard, stopping at the bedroom door. Guyang wondered, who would sneak in so late at night, trying to steal something? He remained motionless. The bedroom door slowly opened, revealing a dark figure standing in the doorway. In the dim light from the window, he could see that the figure was wearing a white coat, but it was definitely not a doctor. Guyang's heart tightened. He couldn't enter the ghost state at all. Except for his hands, he was completely powerless to resist. If the person came with bad intentions, he would almost certainly die. In his anxiety, he felt for the fruit knife under the quilt. At this moment, this small knife became his only hope of survival. Chapter 35 I didn't expect it, I have hands. Guyang pretended to be asleep. Although his hands could move and he was holding a fruit knife, he knew very well that he was a paralyzed person. Even if I have such a pair of hands, what can I do? Dealing with an adult man with all his limbs intact is still a pipe dream. You have to wait for the opportunity. You only have one chance to make a move. Slowly, Guyang felt that the strange man was standing next to him, and he could even faintly smell the strong smell of blood on the man. The next moment, a big hand pressed on Guyang's mouth, preventing him from making a sound. There was no need to pretend anymore. Guyang opened his eyes directly. The person who appeared before him was a young man wearing a mask, and he could only see the other person's eyes. Those were a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent, like a wolf. With just one glance, Guyang was sure that this guy must have killed someone, and more than one. It's directed at me. Guyang's head struggled violently, but he tried his best to control his hands and not move. This guy was obviously a professional killer. He pressed Guyang's mouth with one hand to prevent him from making any sound, and gently pulled out the pillow from under his head with the other hand. Then he pressed the pillow heavily on Guyang's head. At this moment, Guyang felt that it was extremely difficult to breathe, as if his life had entered the countdown. His already very weak body was even more precarious at this moment. If you don't take any measures, you will die in 2 or 3 minutes at most. While Guyang struggled hard, he tried his best to stay calm. If there is a chance, there must be another chance. At this moment, Guyang clearly felt this guy gently leaning his head over and said in a somewhat sympathetic tone, "It's really pitiful that a paralyzed person who can only move his head is not tolerated by others. To be honest, I have killed so many people, but I have never killed a paralyzed one. It feels quite interesting and as easy as killing a toy. Stop struggling. Relax, it's normal to feel a little dizzy, haha." This guy looks indifferent on the surface, but he is actually an extremely perverted person who really enjoys the thrill of hunting. As he felt the struggle below grow weaker, he became more and more intoxicated. Just when he thought he had won the battle and Guyang was doomed to die, a cold light suddenly flashed by. Guyang's right hand, which was originally covered under the quilt, suddenly swung out. At this moment, Hailang was completely unprepared, and the sharp fruit knife instantly cut his carotid artery. Hailang let go of the pillow on the spot, staggered a few steps and fell to the ground, covering the wound on his neck with both hands. However, the knife was too cruel and had completely cut his trachea and arteries. Covering his mouth with his hands was only delaying his death. Guyang suddenly pulled the pillow away from his face and breathed in deep gulps of fresh air. In the past minute or two, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Several times he couldn't control himself and wanted to struggle with his hands, but fortunately, he managed to hold it back. After taking a few breaths, Guyang turned around and looked at the fake doctor who was sitting on the ground with a terrified face, and said with a chuckle, "Thank you for deliberately leaning over to talk in my ear. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to determine the location of your neck. How are you feeling? Okay? I'll return the words you just said to me. Relax, it's normal to feel a little dizzy." The black wolf covered his neck with his hands in shock. "If we face off 100 times, I will win 99 times with absolute advantage. But this guy in front of me just happened to seize that 1% possibility." He tried his best to squeeze out a sentence. "Aren't you paralyzed? How can you move your hands?" Guyang burst out laughing. "It seems you've investigated my intelligence, but unfortunately, your information is a bit outdated. My hands just recovered today. How about it? Isn't it a surprise?" Guyang lowered his voice and asked, "Tell me, who sent you here? This is a hospital, and there are doctors everywhere. Just tell me, and I'll call a doctor for you immediately." You still have a chance of survival. However, the Black Wolf smiled and then took off his hands that were covering his wounds and lay quietly on the ground, waiting for death. After a while, there was no movement. Guyang shook his head speechlessly. It's not easy to find such loyal people these days. I don't know what kind of existence is behind this, and how could they train such a killer? And why would such a being want to kill himself? Guyang had a headache at the moment. This was his own luxurious ward, and the other party actually died in his ward. Wouldn't he be in trouble again? Could it be that the guy named Lu Tao would doubt me again? But no matter what, it is impossible to hide it. Even if I wait until after 12 o'clock and use my ghost body to quietly throw the corpse far away, there will still be a lot of blood left. If we are discovered, it will only cause more trouble. Moreover, Guyang really needs Lu Tao's help at this moment. This guy is definitely not alone. There is an organization behind him. This means that there is a high probability that someone will come to assassinate him next time. If this problem cannot be solved fundamentally, there will be endless troubles. This time I managed to escape by sneak attack, but what about next time? After all, I am just a paraplegic and an ordinary person during the day. After thinking about this, Guyang took out his cell phone and called the Law Enforcement Bureau without saying a word. Lu Tao's somewhat tired voice sounded from the other end of the phone. This is the Law Enforcement Bureau. What can I do for you? Hello, I want to report a case. Someone wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. The incident happened in the inpatient department of the first hospital. Hearing this voice, Lu Tao instantly woke up. Are you Guyang? Yes, it's me. Are you Lu Tao? How come you, a team leader, are answering the phone? Your question is completely unnecessary. What did you just say? Someone wanted to kill you, but you killed them? Are you okay? Do you need an ambulance? Guyang was speechless. Captain Lu, are you so anxious you're confused? I'm in the hospital. Do I need an ambulance? Lu Tao slapped her forehead. Oh, I forgot. Then ask the doctor to come and stay with you. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tao immediately said to the law enforcement officer who was still on duty in the room, call the people, pack up and come with me. Another person has died. The law enforcement officers in the room were completely numb. It had been 3 or 4 days. Someone died every night, and they had to go out on duty every night. My God, this is such a beast of a job. Although they complained in their hearts, everyone acted very quickly and drove a small van towards the first hospital. After hanging up the phone, Guyang immediately called Su Chengxing and Fang Yanji. After all, someone died in his own ward, which is no trivial matter. After receiving the notice, Su Chengxing ran back without stopping. When she entered the room and saw the corpse lying on the ground, she was so scared that she immediately covered her mouth and breathed rapidly. But she quickly calmed down. After all, she had just seen a headless corpse not long ago. Compared with the headless corpse, the guy in front of her was much more pleasing to the eye. At least his head was still attached to his neck. Su Chengxing rushed to Guyang's side, lifted Guyang's quilt, and carefully checked him from top to bottom. Mr. Gu, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Guyang smiled and shook his head, even shaking his hands intentionally. Not only is everything all right, it's actually a blessing in disguise. Look at my hand. It seems I can move it. Su Chengxing was so happy to see Guyang's hands move freely that she burst into tears, with tears sparkling in the corners of her eyes. That's great, Mr. Gu. You are indeed a good person. Good people are rewarded. Not only did you escape danger, but you also recovered your hands. At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open again, and Fang Yanji and several assistants hurried over. When they saw the body lying next to them, they were also shocked. Fang Yanji frowned and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Guyang recounted everything that had just happened. Fang Yanji was so angry that his breathing became rapid, and he criticized the assistants around him. Our hospital spent so much money and hired so many security guards, and yet a vicious criminal broke in here. Everyone is slacking off, right? Our hospital's security must be upgraded again. Who is on duty tonight? He must be fired immediately. After a few angry words, Fang Yanji ran to Guyang's side, immediately took Guyang's hands, began to examine carefully, and praised. That's amazing. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to turn a disaster into a blessing. He actually recovered his hands, and they seem to have recovered quite well. Mr. Gu, do you mind if I examine you again now? Chapter 36. Chapter 36. This is the killer from the underground boxing gym. As expected of a scientist, even if a corpse was placed not far away, it could not attract Fang Yanji's attention. For Fang Yanji, Guyang is simply a living treasure. Guyang chuckled and nodded. Of course, Dean Fang, please go ahead and check it out. Fang Yanji immediately called several assistants, carefully examined Guyang's body, and quickly came up with new data. Looking at this data, Fang Yanji was full of praise. It's really strange. Mr. Gu, your body's recovery speed is really far beyond our imagination. Even if we check you every day, you will see significant improvement with each check. We haven't even given you any treatment. I wonder if we can draw a little bit of Mr. Gu's blood for further testing. Perhaps there is something in your blood that can fight nerve diseases. Guyang chuckled and said, Of course, but you still have to smoke less. After all, you know I'm not very healthy. Fong Yinji laughed heartily. This is natural. We only smoke a little bit, and it will definitely not affect Mr. Gu's health. Downstairs in the inpatient department, the law enforcement agency's car braked harshly. The rat, who had been hiding in the parking lot waiting for Black Wolf to come out, felt a sense of unease when he saw the law enforcement car approaching. Oh no, Big Brother Black Wolf must have been caught. We're screwed. If this continues, I will definitely not be safe. No, I have to leave quickly. I have to go back and report this news to Brother Xiongchuan. At this moment, Haozi and Hailang are in the same boat. If something happens to Hailang, he can't help but panic. He rushes towards the underground boxing gym at lightning speed. Lu Tao led a group of law enforcement officers and rushed up hurriedly, and soon broke into the ward where Guyang was. At a glance, I saw that Guyang was surrounded by people. All of them were doctors and nurses from the hospital, and Su Changcheng was also sitting next to him. The body lying on the ground had a cut on its neck. The wound was no longer bleeding, and it was estimated that all the blood had been drained out. Guyang saw Lu Tao coming and quickly waved and said hello. Captain Lu, I'm so sorry to bother you to work overtime so late. Why don't I treat you guys to a midnight snack later? Lu Tao first waved his hand and said, Mr. Gu, please don't spend any money. This is what we should do. After saying that, Lu Tao immediately ran to the body with several law enforcement officers and carefully checked the condition of the body. They first checked the surrounding traces and then gently removed the killer's clothes, mask, and hat. It was not until this moment that the killer's true identity appeared before everyone. This is a young man with a shaved head and a bit thin, but from the muscle outline under his clothes, it can be seen that this guy is much stronger than he looks. After Lu Tao checked, he stood in front of Gu Yang's bed and asked in a low voice, Mr. Gu, were you the one who reported the case just now? Gu Yang nodded. Yeah, didn't you hear my voice too? Lu Tao then asked, Mr. Gu, can you tell me exactly what happened? Gu Yang nodded heavily. Of course he was willing, because this was the real purpose of him calling Lu Tao over. Without the help of the law enforcement agency, there is no way for me to know who is behind this guy. Even if I turned into a ghost at night, I wouldn't know who to take revenge on. After a brief recollection, Gu Yang slowly spoke. I was sleeping in my bed when this guy came in so quietly that I didn't even notice someone had broken into my room. This guy first suddenly covered my mouth with one hand, making it impossible for me to make any sound and to ask for help. Then he pulled out a pillow and pressed my entire head underneath it. At that time, I was extremely suffocated, felt like my lungs were about to explode, and my head was dizzy. In a daze, I heard this guy whispering in my ear that I was a poor paralyzed person and was not tolerated by others. He also told me to relax, and that dizziness was normal, and he was laughing loudly. I didn't know what happened at that time, but a nameless fire suddenly surged in my heart. It was under this stimulation that my hands actually regained consciousness. Relying on my memory, I reached for the table next to me and just happened to grab the fruit knife that Su Changcheng left for me when she was peeling fruit. Then I swung the knife hard and hit him right on the neck. But I feel that this knife was mostly due to luck. Then I took off the pillow and finally breathed again. It felt like I had walked through the gates of hell. Although Gu Yang's description was very plain, everyone who heard it felt the thrill in it. If Gu Yang's hands had not regained consciousness at the critical moment, if the fruit knife had not been placed next to him, if Gu Yang had missed the target when he swung the knife for the last time, he would have died without a doubt. It's too dangerous. After hearing what Gu Yang said, Su Changcheng beside him could no longer control the tears in her eyes. She said with some self-blame, It's all my fault. I'm Mr. Gu's personal nurse, and I didn't even notice what was going on here. Starting tomorrow, I will do my best to stay by Mr. Gu's side and will never let something like this happen again. Gu Yang smiled and said, It's unnecessary. It's really unnecessary. You're a girl with a bright future. Why are you hanging out with a paralyzed person like me? It's just holding you back. Su Qingqing's expression was firm. I don't care, this is my job, I have to do it. Lu Tao smiled and said to Gu Yang, Mr. Gu is truly blessed with a long life. Don't worry, my preliminary assessment of this case is that it was 100% self-defense. You don't have to bear any responsibility. Just rest assured and recover. Gu Yang took a long breath and said, That's good. To be honest, this is my first time killing someone, so I'm a little nervous. I don't know who I offended, but they actually wanted to kill me. After hearing this, Lu Tao stripped the corpse of its clothes in front of everyone, observed it for a while, and then said, "It's very likely someone from Xiongchuan." Hearing this name, everyone present was a little confused. Who is Xiongchuan? I don't seem to know this person. Why does he want to kill me? Guyang asked. Lu Tao explained. That guy is the owner of an underground boxing gym in our city, and he's also a well-known figure in the underworld. He often took on some private jobs, such as murder, theft, etc. He did all kinds of evil things. But he always sends his subordinates to do it, and they are very experienced and will hardly leave any evidence. We can rarely catch his subordinates. Just look at this body, and you will know. Following Lu Tao's guidance, everyone looked in the direction of the corpse. Lu Tao grabbed the dead man's hands. You can see obvious calluses on this guy's finger joints, which means he must have practiced boxing in the past. Look at the scars on his body. If it was a regular boxing match, he would definitely not be injured like this, so it must be underground boxing. The possibility of it being Xiongchuan is very high, almost certain. The reason why this guy wants to kill you must be because he got the order from Xiongchuan. Although you didn't offend Xiongchuan, you certainly offended others. Those others contacted Xiongchuan through special channels and handed him this business. He was just doing the job for money. Guyang suddenly understood that this was a murder for hire and the other party wanted his life. Xiongchuan, right? You're an underground black boxer, right? I've got it in mind. I'll come and cause trouble for you in a while. There was another ghost form in the early morning of tonight, but I didn't have time to use it. I might as well deal with it first. At this time, Lu Tao sat next to Guyang, observing his hands after they recovered, and asked carefully, Mr. Gu, did your hands recover today? Fang Yinji beside him smiled and nodded. That's true. Mr. Gu is really a man who is good at creating medical miracles. I remember when I examined him yesterday, I found that his hands recovered faster than other parts of his body. Although he couldn't move at the time, it was probably just some minor neuronal damage. Today, thanks to the criminal's provocation, Mr. Gu has regained his hands. This is truly a great joy. After hearing this explanation, Lu Tao also found it quite incredible. It's outrageous that a paralyzed patient could actually kill a well-trained professional killer. If a science fiction film is shot like this, it will be criticized to death. Is Guyang really the so-called chosen one? Chapter 37 I really misunderstood him. Because someone died in this ward, Dean Fong immediately arranged for Guyang to stay in another empty room next door. There happened to be a lot of people there, so everyone lent a hand and helped together, and quickly helped Guyang move to a new room. The new room had the same specifications as the previous one, and Guyang did not feel any discomfort after moving in. After finishing his work, Fang Yinji rubbed his sore eyes and said, Now that I'm old, I can no longer work overtime, so I have to go back and rest. Tomorrow I will specially arrange for a security guard to be stationed at Mr. Gu's door. Things like what happened today will never happen again. Fang Yinji's arrangement was not only to protect Guyang, but also to protect the reputation of the hospital. Just imagine, a patient living in the most luxurious suite in the hospital is killed by an outsider. Who would dare to come in the future? After Fang Yinji left, Lu Tao smiled and waved to Guyang and said, I'm going back now. The Enforcement Bureau has been overwhelmed with cases lately. Your case today is already the easiest one. After hearing this, Guyang laughed. Then shouldn't you thank me for creating a simple case for you and helping you regain your confidence? Lu Tao raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said in agreement. That makes sense. I've played so many high-end games that I've lost my confidence. I played a few low-end games today, and I feel like I'm doing well again. I have to go back and work overtime while I have some ideas in my mind. After saying this, Lu Tao and the law enforcement officers behind him also left. Now only Guyang and Su Chengcheng are left in the room. Guyang turned around, looked at Su Chengcheng and asked, Aren't you going home? Have you cooked for your mother today? Don't let your aunt go hungry at home. Su Chengcheng raised her eyebrows and said, I went back and finished it this morning. I'm not leaving today and will sleep next door. What if someone comes to hurt you again? Guyang was a little speechless and said, How could it be such a coincidence that they wanted to kill me twice on the same night? Besides, you can't help much here with your skinny arms and legs. Su Qingqing's face turned red with anger. I have a loud voice. I can help you scream for help. If I scream, everyone in the inpatient department can hear me. Guyang looked at Su Chengcheng, who was standing beside him with a persistent look, and he felt helpless. I'm a little curious about one thing. Isn't Annie sick? Doesn't she need your care? I feel like you're either at work or busy with my work all day. To be honest, I'd feel a little guilty if I took up your time taking care of Annie. After hearing this, Su Chengcheng sat next to him and explained while helping Guyang peel the fruit. My mother doesn't need me to take care of her. She once told me that if I continued to take care of her, she would always remember that she was a patient and would become unhappy. My mother hopes that I will treat her as a normal person and not pay too much attention to her, so that she can forget about her illness and live a happier life. After hearing this, Guyang fell silent. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke. If I have time, I really hope to visit my aunt. I always feel that she is a woman of great wisdom. Su Chengsheng smiled proudly. Of course, as the saying goes, like mother, like daughter. I'm so outstanding. How could my mother be any worse? That's too much. No self-promotion. Guyang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 12 o'clock. He could enter the ghost body at any time, but Su Chengsheng was still here peeling fruit for him. So, let him wait a moment. Anyway, we already know the goal for tonight, so it won't take much time. On the other side, Haozi quickly returned to the underground boxing gym and hurriedly ran to Xiongchuan. Oh no, boss. Something terrible has happened. I think Black Wolf is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Xiongchuan instantly sat up from his chair and stared angrily at the mouse in front of him. What are you talking about, you bastard? How could anything happen to Black Wolf? Weren't we going to assassinate a paralyzed man whose only moving brain was there? I can even send a kid to do it, so don't try to fool me. The mouse was so anxious that he was dizzy and immediately told everyone what had happened. It's true. I was waiting in the car, but time passed by, and it was already beyond my expected time, but Brother Black Wolf still didn't come out. Immediately afterwards, a car from the Law Enforcement Bureau arrived. I knew the man who got out of the car. He was Lu Tao, the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau. This guy was a ruthless man who specialized in handling homicide cases. Since he showed up here and Black Wolf didn't come down, I guess Black Wolf is probably in trouble. After hearing this, Xiongchuan was so angry that he couldn't breathe. He kicked Haozi in the chest and cursed. Black Wolf is dead, and you, a piece of trash, are back here to do nothing? I feel sick just looking at you, like a jinx. Do you know how much time I spent training Black Wolf? Do you know how much Black Wolf can earn in a month fighting for me in the underground boxing gym? Damn, what a damn bad luck. The mouse was kicked hard in the chest, and the force of the kick was a little scary. Everyone in the underground boxing gym knows that when it comes to frontal combat ability, Xiongchuan is absolutely unique. Haozi was just an uneducated gangster. How could he resist? He was kicked several meters away and hit the wall hard. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth. He staggered and tried to stand up again, but his internal organs were severely damaged and he couldn't even stand up. Finally, he fell to the ground with a thud and was completely dead. The two younger brothers nearby ran over, took a quick look, and then looked up. Brother Xiong, it seems like you kicked him to death. Xiongchuan spat on the ground. Damn, this thing is totally useless. He can't do the work properly, and he can't take a beating. I don't know why God brought this crap into the world. Put it in a sack and throw it as far away as possible without leaving any trace. The younger brother nodded immediately and turned around to do it. Then Xiongchuan took out his cell phone and made a call. As a gang leader, he naturally has his own people everywhere, and the hospital is no exception. After asking a few questions over the phone, he immediately understood everything that happened in the hospital tonight. Xiongchuan was furious and punched the iron table in front of him hard, leaving a clearly visible fist mark on the table. Unable to contain his anger, he made another call. It was late at night, and the other party answered the call in a daze, as if he had not yet woken up. Xiongchuan cursed on the spot. Lu Xiaoyu, you son of a bitch. How dare you provide me with false information? Lu Xiaoyu, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened. Brother Xiong, what are you talking about? When did I give you false information? Damn it, you still dare to deny it. You told me that guy only had one head that worked, and what happened? People can clearly move their hands. The person I sent over listened to you and was careless, so that guy took the opportunity to attack him with a fruit knife, cut his carotid artery, and is now dead. Damn it, that was my most capable subordinate. You bastard must take full responsibility. Lu Xiaoyu was scolded harshly, but he didn't even dare to say a word back. He was no different from the ordinary people at the bottom of society. How could he dare to offend such a gangster? He could only apologize repeatedly. Brother Xiong, I don't know. I really don't know. The information I got is that only one of his heads can move. I really didn't mean it. Could it be that this guy is deliberately hiding the truth and lying in bed pretending to be paralyzed? Xiongchuan cursed and refused to give in. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I just called to inform you that I have killed my most important subordinate. You must be responsible for this matter. I will send people to kill Guyang as well. If I can't kill him today, I will kill him tomorrow. If I can't kill him tomorrow, I will kill him the day after tomorrow. He must die? But the money you have here, the price you agreed on before, doesn't count. I want 100 million. If the money isn't deposited into my account after this is done, you'll be fucking killed, understand? Lu Xiaoyu was dizzy from being scolded, especially when he heard the number 100 million. He wanted to jump up and bite off Xiongchuan's head. It's dark, so dark. That's why they say you are a gangster. Such a black-hearted person is extremely rare in the world. But at this moment, Lu Xiaoyu had no room for bargaining and could only humbly agree. I'm sorry, Brother Xiong. As long as you help me kill Gu Yang, I will definitely try my best to raise the money. After cursing for a long time, Xiongchuan finally calmed down and snorted coldly. You better know your place, or I'll kill you too. Please wait patiently for news. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaoyu lay on his bed, feeling hopeless. It's over. The expenses have increased by another 50 million. Even if I sell the company, what will I have left? I just hope the price won't go up any further. If it does, I might end up losing money. Chapter 38 Gu Yang is not the night butcher. After Lu Tao returned to the Law Enforcement Bureau, he went to the forensic doctor first. At this moment, the body of the killer that had just been brought back was thrown aside, and no one was interested in it. Because this case is very clear, it is self-defense. This guy was killed with one blow, there is nothing to check. The forensic doctor finally had some free time. He was sitting in a corner, holding his phone in both hands, a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, muttering. Come on, the high ground towers are gone, why not go up? What a coward. Oh my god, Miracle Walker is still farming in the jungle. Can we play now? Click, click, click. The forensic doctor was busy with his work and didn't notice Lu Tao coming to his side. Lu Tao coughed lightly, and the guy shuddered with fear. In a panic, he switched the page of his mobile phone to the internal office software. When the forensic doctor looked up and saw Lu Tao, he was furious. Okay, Captain Lu, you're really annoying. Why are you walking without making any noise? I was just attacking the high ground, and your cough sounds so damn similar to Director Guan's. You really are from the same school. Lu Tao chuckled. Sorry to bother you. How about I wait here for a while you finish your previous game? The forensic doctor shook his head and sat in the chair. Forget it, it's boring now, and I can't win anyway. Tell me, why did you come to see me? Are you going to treat me to a midnight snack? Hey, you actually guessed it right. Lu Tao took out a small package from behind him, which was steaming hot and fragrant. This is your favorite spicy hot pot. I brought you a small portion. It's not a big portion, but I can't help it. My salary is limited, so I'll just have to eat it. The forensic doctor's face, which had been gloomy just now, suddenly smiled brightly. After taking the spicy hot pot, he began to eat it with relish. Don't mention it. I'm really hungry in the middle of the night. I think you should have a talk with Director Guan later. It's okay for you law enforcement officers to have night shifts, but why do I, a forensic doctor, also need night shifts? How could there be so many murders in the middle of the night? Lu Tao sat aside and said, Normally, there aren't any, but these are special times. Have you forgotten that the night butcher contributes a fixed corpse every night? If you say you don't want to work overtime, can you still run away? The forensic doctor ate spicy hot pot and shook his head. I don't think it's necessary to check the people killed by the night butcher. They were all killed with one blow, the same method, the same weapon. Why is there any need to check? Even a layman can understand it. While this guy was eating, Lu Tao slowly walked to a corpse rack next to him and gently lifted the white cloth on it. The corpse was none other than Black Wolf from the hospital. All the blood had been drained out, and his skin was a sickly pale color, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Lu Tao gently wiped the guy's face, and his eyelids closed. Have you examined the body? The forensic doctor who was eating looked back. Not yet. What's there to examine on this body? Isn't the case closed? That's what I said, but I have a personal request. I would like to trouble you to come and take a look. The forensic doctor put the spicy hot pot in his hand on the table, looking reluctant. I know there's no such thing as a free midnight snack. Tell me, what can I do for you? Lu Tao turned around and asked. Can you help me check the scars on this guy and those on the bodies of those killed by the night butcher? Is it possible that they were caused by the same person? In an instant, the forensic doctor understood. Do you suspect that Gu Yang is the night butcher? Director Guan talked to me about this some time ago. He said that you are a bit too picky. Now it seems that you do have a little problem. That Gu Yang is obviously paralyzed. Why do you have such a big opinion about him? Lu Tao sighed and said, Indeed, he is paralyzed, and this alone can dispel all doubts and clear him of suspicion. But think about it. If you take away the fact that he is paralyzed, he would be the perfect candidate. In terms of motivation and ultimate beneficiary, it's him. The forensic doctor was really at his wit's end, so he ate up all the spicy hot pot in the bowl in a few gulps, and then reluctantly came to the body of the Black Wolf with his toolkit. In front of Lu Tao, he carefully examined the scars on Black Wolf's neck with various tools. After carefully reviewing it over and over again, the forensic doctor sighed and shook his head. Impossible, they are definitely not the same person. Lu Tao walked over and continued to ask, Are you sure? I'm absolutely sure. Look at the wound. The wound is not big, just cutting the throat, but in fact the length of the fruit knife is definitely more than that. This shows that the user's power is limited and their accuracy is much worse. Looking at the shape of the cut surface, it is slightly rough, which also shows that the murderer is not particularly strong. This kind of wound can be inflicted by anyone, with a lack of precision, strength, and the sharpness of the weapon being average. Compared to the crimes committed by the night butcher, it's like a rookie versus an eagle. Lu Tao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It seems that I really wronged him. Guyong is not the night butcher. The forensic doctor opened the bottle of mineral water next to him and gulped down a few large gulps, completely washing away the spicy hot pot taste in his mouth. You should give up now. To be honest, I don't know why, but it seems like you can never change your suspicion of Guyong. Have you ever thought that this might be the fundamental reason why you can't solve this case? Lu Tao raised his head, a little confused. The medical examiner continued. Because your attention is always focused on Guyong, you subconsciously ignore other clues or other suspects around you. It would be fine if Guyong was really the night butcher, but if he wasn't, you might not even recognize the night butcher right under your nose. As an investigator, I think you should be more rational. After hearing this, Lu Tao nodded. You're right, I was a little too persistent. But it's better this way. After eliminating Gu Yang's suspicion, I feel relieved. Now I am going to go over all the previous cases again. I feel that I am full of energy now. After Lu Tao finished speaking, he immediately hurried upstairs. Seeing that there was no one around, the forensic doctor took out his cell phone again, and a crisp "Timmy" rang out. In the hospital ward, Su Chengqing finally felt sleepy. After confirming that it was safe tonight, he prepared to run to the small room next to Gu Yang to sleep. Before leaving, he said to Gu Yang, Mr. Gu, if there is any danger again, just scream and I will definitely protect you. Gu Yang asked speechlessly, is it necessary? You only make a few $1,000s a month. Is it really worth risking your life? Su Chengqing said seriously, Mr. Gu, I need to correct you. My original salary was indeed only a few thousand yuan, but after I started working part-time as your professional nurse and caregiver, Dean Fong promised to give me an extra subsidy every month. Add to that the outstanding employee award he promised me, and my average monthly salary is already over 10,000 yuan. A few $1,000s isn't worth risking your life for, but more than 10,000 is definitely worth it. This time Guyong really couldn't refute it. This child was probably afraid of being poor since she was a child. Let her be. After Su Chengsheng returned to his room to sleep, he glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 2 in the morning, and he only had about 4 or 5 hours left to move around. Absolutely sufficient. He slowly closed his eyes, letting his consciousness fall infinitely, and finally merged with his own shadow. Night Butcher is officially online. When Su Chengqing was chatting with him before, he had already taken out his mobile phone to check the information. Although Xiong Chuan was the boss of the Underworld, these days it was all about having both black and white. His underground boxing gym also has a registered company, and its approximate location can be found with a quick search. It was easy now that he had the location. The ghost figure blended into the shadows with the speed of light. In almost an instant, Guyong arrived at the destination and began to search for the target this time. At this moment, on the rooftop of a high-rise building, a large basin of paper money was burning in the corner. Right in front of the brazier, there was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, and next to him was a slightly thin young man. This man, who is so strong that he seems a little inhuman, is Xiong Chuan, who is known as the #1 underground boxing champion in Tianjin City, and the one standing next to him is one of his most trusted subordinates, Heihu. More than 20 years ago, Xiong Chuan had made a name for himself in the underground world of Tianjin City with his own pair of iron fists. He then adopted many orphans, raised them, and taught them boxing. Many years later, these orphans became his sharpest spears, laying the foundation for his bloody throne. Among them, Black Wolf and Black Tiger are the disciples he pays the most attention to. Looking at the burning brazier in front of him, Xiong Chuan no longer had the aura of an underground tyrant as usual. Instead, he looked like a middle-aged man who was gradually getting old. His voice trembled a little. Do you know why I like you two brothers, Black Wolf and Black Tiger, the most over the years? Chapter 39 I am your biological father. Heihu was slightly stunned when he heard this, but soon shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, Brother Bear, I don't know. He didn't lie. In fact, Black Tiger and Black Wolf had discussed this issue privately. Whether in terms of talent in boxing, ability to do things, or business methods, the two brothers were not the best among the many disciples. But Xiongchuan likes them the most. Many of his disciples also had complaints about this, but due to Xiongchuan's power, no one dared to raise any opinions. This feeling is probably like you like carrots and he likes cauliflower. The liking is unreasonable. Xiong Chuan threw another stack of paper money into the brazier in front of him, sighed, and shook his head. At this moment, tears actually sparkled in his eyes. Black Tiger, you all think you are orphans, but in fact, you two brothers are not. You and Black Wolf are actually brothers, and I am your biological father. This news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting He Hu directly on the head. He Hu was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the news was true. Over the years, some people have occasionally speculated whether there is any relationship between them and Xiong Chuan, but it was quickly overturned. Because in everyone's eyes, Xiong Chuan is an underground tycoon who is obsessed with boxing and business. He has no weaknesses and never even looks at any woman. How could a man like this have a wife and children? With the emergence of this news, He Hu suddenly felt that he understood everything. No wonder he and Hailang had been best brothers since childhood, trusting each other immensely. No wonder they had felt such an incomparable intimacy the moment they first met Xiong Chuan. The other fellow disciples' awe and fear of Xiong Chuan probably accounted for 80 to 90%, but he and the Hailang brothers only had 90% respect for him. No matter how cruel and ruthless Xiong Chuan appeared to the outside world, the two brothers Hailang and He Hu never seemed to be afraid of this man. It turns out that all this was already destined in the blood. Xiong Chuan knew that He Hu had a lot of doubts in his mind now. Since he called him up today, he had no intention of hiding it. So he spoke to himself. In my early years, I was harmed by my enemies and nearly lost my life. It was your mother who saved me. While I was recuperating, she and I fell in love, and then we had you two brothers. You are twins, but fraternal twins, that's why you look different. I was not well known at that time and had offended too many enemies. I was assassinated once and your mother died. At that time, you two brothers were only a few months old. At that time, I thought it over and realized that if I kept you two brothers with me, death would probably be what awaited you. If your identities as my biological sons are exposed, my enemies will stop at nothing to take your lives. So I secretly sent you to an orphanage, and then brought you back when you were about 10 years old, making you one of my many disciples. You two brothers have suffered a lot over the years. He Hu lowered his head and remained silent. Kamagawa continued. When assigning tasks over the years, I have always tried to assign you jobs that are more lucrative and more secure. The last time we asked Black Wolf to assassinate the paralyzed man, he was just a paralyzed man who could only move his head, so it was not difficult at all. I even found a scapegoat, so I thought it was foolproof. Who knew that the situation I least wanted to see would happen? Now you are my only son. He Hu raised his head and looked at his father's back, and suddenly felt that this so-called underground tyrant was actually just an ordinary man and an ordinary father. Xiong Chuan sighed, threw all the paper money in his hand into the brazier, turned around, and said to He Hu, "The reason I called you up here today is, on the one hand, to tell you about our relationship, and on the other hand, to teach you my most important skill." Black Tiger's face was full of doubts. Hasn't Master always been teaching US skills? We've been learning all kinds of boxing techniques, underworld survival tips, and so on. Xiong Chuan shook his head slightly. Those are just appearances. If I really relied on those things, I would have died countless times by now. What I'm about to tell you is my biggest secret. In my early years, I got an ancient book by chance and learned a unique breathing method from it, called the Five Beasts breathing method. It is precisely because of this method that I have achieved what I have today. Hearing this, He Hu's breathing became much faster. No wonder he always felt that Xiong Chuan's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. Even though he was now in his 40s, he was still as strong as a young man in his 20s. Brother Xiong, could this be the legendary secret manual for cultivating immortality? Xiong Chuan slapped He Hu on the forehead. You still call me Brother Bear, but now when no one is around you call me Daddy, you disrespectful little bastard. He Hu smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Dad. When He Hu called his father Dad for the first time, he felt a little uncomfortable, but after calling him Dad, he felt very comfortable. I've been an orphan since I was little, and now I finally have a father. Xiong Chuan sighed and explained. What the hell are these secret manuals on cultivating immortality? They're all just nonsense from movies and TV shows. There's no such mysterious stuff in the real world. To put it simply, what I call the Five Beasts breathing method is to imitate 5 powerful wild beasts and temper one's own body. It is only slightly stronger than ordinary taekwondo. As long as you practice diligently, you can maintain your peak state until you are 60, and your lifespan will be significantly extended. This can be said to be the most precious thing in my life. After hearing this, He Hu was very excited. Even though it is not the legendary practice method, its powerful effect has already made people yearn for it. When others are already old at the age of 60, you are still in peak condition. How awesome. Not to mention that it can also prolong life, which is the ultimate dream of countless people. Without saying anything, Hu knelt on the ground with a thud and said with gratitude, "Thanks, Dad." Xiongchuan nodded with satisfaction and then said, "Next, I will teach you the corresponding tricks of this breathing method bit by bit. Remember to keep them in mind. Once you've thoroughly mastered it, I'll find a way to get you a legitimate business, and you won't have to follow me around in the underworld anymore." Black Tiger widened his eyes. "Why?" Xiongchuan shook his head and said, "If you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. You are my only son now. I don't want to experience the old man sending off the young man again. I hope to have a grandson in my arms while I am still alive." After hearing these words, Hu was left with only emotion in his heart. In the following time, Xiongchuan directly taught everything he had learned in his life. However, he did not notice that in the shadows in the corner of the rooftop, a pair of eyes were watching this place the whole time, secretly memorizing all the tricks of the 5 beasts breathing method. This person is the ghost Guyang. Amazing. I never thought there would be such a breathing method in the world. As expected, the mysteries hidden in this world are far beyond my current ability to understand. With such an opportunity, I must learn it well. This teaching session lasted about 2 hours, and the sky was already getting slightly brighter. Guyang even felt the strong call of his original body to the ghost body. There is not much time left for free activities. After all the tricks were taught, Xiongchuan, who was standing on the rooftop, waved his hand. "Go back first, have a good rest, and practice diligently when you have nothing to do." Black Tiger nodded heavily. "I understand, Dad. I will be obedient." Seeing the Black Tiger gradually leaving, Xiongchuan gradually breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I still have one son left." He looked at the fire basin in front of him, which had gone out. After waiting for about 3 to 5 minutes, he slowly said, "You have been watching for so long, right?" Ghost Guyang was shocked. As expected of him being the top underground boxing expert in Tianjin City, his insight is surprisingly sharp. But now that I've mastered the 5 beasts breathing technique thoroughly, there's really no need to hide it any longer. Besides, I don't have much free time left today. Guyang gradually revealed his inky black figure. Not far away, Xiongchuan, who was standing in the corner of the rooftop, saw the inky black humanoid monster in front of him and was instantly frightened and twitched all over. He was not afraid of anyone, but how could he not be terrified when facing such a non-human creature? "Who the hell are you? Why are you sneaking up on me?" Chapter 40, I have a treasure here. The ghost Guyang laughed evilly. "As expected of a gangster, you are quite courageous. To be honest, you're the first person I've ever met who wasn't freaked out. I don't like answering questions, I only like asking them. Tell me, where did the 5 beast breathing technique you just taught your son come from? And where is the original copy of that ancient book now? If the answer satisfies me, I can consider giving your son a chance to live." The voice of a ghost is completely different from that of a normal human being. It is extremely cold and seems to be mixed with the howling of evil spirits and strong winds. If a person has a weak mind, he will be frightened into dementia just by hearing a ghost talking. Especially after successfully killing several people, Guyang discovered that his ghost body had become even more powerful. His speed, strength, and the terrifying aura he carried had increased a lot compared to before. Even Xiongchuan, whose hands were stained with blood, felt a tingling sensation on his back and broke out in a cold sweat after hearing these words. At this moment, Xiongchuan was 100% sure that the guy in front of him was not wearing any special leather suit, but was not a human being. "What kind of monster are you?" Ghost Guyang shook his head slightly. "I told you I don't like answering questions. It seems you didn't remember that clearly." The next moment, Xiongchuan felt a flash before his eyes. The terrifying ghost that was 10 meters away just now was in front of him in the blink of an eye. The ghost swung his huge fist fiercely. Xiongchuan himself made a name for himself in the underground world with his fists, and he has 100% confidence in close combat. However, at this moment he found that he could not react at all. The punch hit his chin hard, and he spun 360 degrees in the air and fell heavily to the ground. The sound of broken bones came crackling. But Xiongchuan was indeed a tough guy. Even though he was knocked flying by a punch, bleeding from his mouth and with broken bones, he didn't even utter a scream. The ghost Guyang stood where he was, feeling the powerful force within his body. This body is still the best. It's much more comfortable than that paralyzed body. This time, Guyang didn't even want to kill Xiongchuan directly. He wanted to at least play with him for a while longer. A living toy is so rare. "Can you answer my question now?" Xiongchuan struggled to stand up from the ground, his eyes full of horror as he looked at Guyang. The powerful boxing skills that he was proud of were so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the monster in front of him. This was too terrifying. Suddenly, Xiongchuan thought of the recent very famous news, Night Butcher. When he looked up at the monster in front of him, the name and the image gradually overlapped. So, you are the Night Butcher. No wonder you were able to complete so many incredible murders. After saying this, Xiongchuan spat out another mouthful of blood. He spoke slowly. You want the information in this ancient book? I can tell you, but I hope you will keep your word and not hurt my son. Guyang just nodded slightly, agreeing to his request. Then he added, the prerequisite is that he doesn't cause me any trouble. Xiongchuan showed a wry smile on his face. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements for him. He will be a decent businessman in the future and will never cause you any trouble. As for revenge, I don't think he would. He just found out today that I'm his biological father. The relationship between him and me is not deep. Butcher, you can rest assured. When Guyang heard the last few words, he was extremely dissatisfied. What a shitty butcher. Who came up with this name? It's so ugly. Xiongchuan supported himself and sat on the edge of the rooftop, saying, that ancient book no longer exists. I memorized all the contents in it and then destroyed it. If you want to hear it, I can recite it to you again on the spot. In fact, what is recorded above is the practice method of the 5 beasts breathing method, and there is nothing special about it. As for the place where this ancient book was found, it was in a tomb inside a mountain. At that time, I was being chased by my enemies and fled all the way into the mountains. I accidentally discovered a nearly collapsed tomb. In order to avoid being hunted down, I went straight into the tomb. Inside, I found a completely rotten coffin, and it was inside the coffin that I found this ancient book. After hearing the news, Guyang was a little disappointed. My ghost body doesn't need that thing, but my real body does. If I could learn this ancient breathing method, I wouldn't have to worry about encountering assassins like Black Wolf in the future. At this moment, Xiongchuan, who was lying on the ground dying, spoke again. By the way, although I destroyed the secret book, I also got another treasure from the ancient tomb, but I still haven't figured out what it is used for. But I think it might be even more valuable than that ancient book. As he spoke, Xiongchuan reached into his arms and began to feel around. Guyang also became interested after hearing this. There was actually an unexpected surprise. Learning the 5 beasts breathing technique was already a huge win, but getting the treasure from the ancient tomb was also a huge win, wasn't it? Just when Guyang was expecting Xiongchuan to take something out of his arms, the next moment, Xiongchuan suddenly took out something the size of a ping-pong ball from his arms. He threw the thing to the ground with all his strength, and the next moment there was a loud bang sound. This thing exploded instantly, turning into a cloud of smoke that enveloped the entire rooftop, and visibility dropped to 0. Guyang instantly broke through the layers of fog and chased out. However, at this moment, Xiongchuan was already standing on the edge of the rooftop, with a steel wire spanning 2 buildings in front of him. He quickly took off the Rolex watch in his hand, used the Rolex watch as a lock, hung on the steel wire with one hand, and slid quickly towards another shorter building, like a trapeze artist. This is hundreds of meters high. Even Guyang didn't expect that this guy was so brave and dared to do such a bold move. By the time Guyang stood on the edge of the rooftop, Xiongchuan had already glided most of the way, and a distance of nearly 100 meters had opened up between him and Guyang. He turned around triumphantly and raised his middle finger directly at Guyang. Guyang sneered. Okay, the story is getting interesting. After Xiongchuan arrived at another building, he immediately escaped from the rooftop and quickly hid in a dark cubicle. He quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey Hu, I'm in big trouble. I've met my enemy. He seems to be the Night Butcher who's been making a lot of noise lately. Hurry up and bring people to rescue me. Remember, be fully armed. The more people the better, and bring the guns hidden in my safe. Hey Hu on the other end of the phone was instantly shocked. I just recognized my father today, and less than 10 minutes later, he almost died? Dad, hide yourself quickly. I'll bring people to rescue you. Where's your place? Xiongchuan quickly described where he was, and then hung up the phone. He leaned against the wall, panting, with his ears pressed against the floor, listening carefully to the movements around him. Only after confirming that no one was following him did Xiongchuan relax. Damn it, what kind of monster is that? Is he even human? He can beat me like this with just one punch. No wonder those idiots in the Law Enforcement Bureau couldn't catch him. I'm afraid they still don't know what kind of monster they are facing. But you didn't kill me, so you can expect my revenge. Xiongchuan thought to himself. Since the Law Enforcement Bureau is arresting the Night Butcher, perhaps I can take advantage of it and report the relevant information about the Night Butcher to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Then I can reap the benefits and let them fight each other. However, he didn't know that the ghost Guyang had already come downstairs. Chapter 41, A good way to deal with corpses. Looking at the apartment building in front of him that was dozens of stories high, The ghost Gu Yang cursed inwardly. Trouble. This guy is hiding in this apartment now. I don't know which room he is in. If I search one by one, I don't know how much time it will take. Although his speed is comparable to the speed of light, it is still very troublesome to find where Xiongchuan is hiding among so many rooms. And my activity time for today is almost over. Just when the ghost Gu Yang felt a headache, he suddenly remembered one thing. That is, after killing people in the past few days, the size of the ghost had further increased. Although on the surface, Gu Yang is now as tall as a normal person, this is actually the effect of being compressed. Can I take my body apart? As soon as this thought appeared in Gu Yang's mind, it became uncontrollable. The ghost's body can change in many ways, but it is limited by its maximum volume. He slowly closed his eyes, and one of his arms instantly turned into dense black silk threads, about the same thickness as a hair. As these black lines spread rapidly forward, Gu Yang could form a picture in his mind wherever the black lines passed. Each of these black hairs is equivalent to one's eye. With the help of these black shadows' sight, Gu Yang quickly took in all the situations on the first floor. You can see clearly how many people are in each room and what they are doing. It only took a few seconds to complete the search of the first floor. The ghost Gu Yang now merged into the shadows and continued to climb upwards. At this moment, there are still some poor people working overtime all night in the apartment building. Because of the long hours of work, they were already extremely tired. They were all dozing off in their seats and were ready to close their eyes and fall asleep at any time. However, as black shadow threads passed by them, they instantly felt a chill on their backs, as if some ferocious beast from ancient times had glanced at them. Those horror stories from movies, TV shows, or novels instantly flooded into the minds of these overtime workers, and they were frightened and instantly became alert. What's going on? I just felt like something was looking at me, and I felt a chill on my back. Is this building haunted? Oh my God, why did you say that? I'm so scared that my legs are weak now. It's already early in the morning. There aren't many people in this building, and you're still doing something this horrific. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I just had this feeling, exactly as you described. It's over. There must be something unclean in our building. What should I do? I still have a PPT that I haven't finished yet. What the hell? Why don't we just run away? The worst that can happen is we get scolded by the boss tomorrow, but that's better than losing our lives. That's a nice thing to say. I'd rather lose my life than lose my job. I have to work overtime. I can't leave. What a dirty bullshit. I'm not leaving anyway. At worst, I'll turn into a ghost. Once I become a ghost, I'll take our boss down with me. Good brother, if you say that, I will support you in becoming a ghost. Then you will die first. Fuck you. Gu Yang transformed into a shadow and quickly moved through the darkness. It only takes a few seconds for him to check every corner of a floor. We climbed up quickly like this, and before we knew it, we had climbed more than 30 floors. Just when Gu Yang was about to move to the next level, a sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. So you were hiding here. At this moment, Xiongchuan was bandaging his wounds. Although he was only hit by a punch, Xiongchuan could already feel that his internal organs were shaken. Even if he recovered, he would probably still have a root of illness. He cursed. What a freak. My physique is so strong, yet he was reduced to a mere handful of health in one go. If it were an ordinary person, wouldn't this punch blow off the top of his head? Fortunately, I was smart enough to carry a portable smoke bomb with me. Otherwise, I would not be able to escape. Just hold on a little longer. As long as He who brings all my men here and equips them with guns, I will kill that guy even if he is really a monster from hell. There is no one in this world who can kill me. Just when he was full of confidence, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if something extremely terrifying was looking at him. Xiongchuan was so scared that his whole body trembled. What's going on? What's this feeling? This feels a little familiar. Xiongchuan was feeling anxious. Could I be hallucinating? No. I need to take a closer look. He quickly put his ear to the ground again, trying to listen for footsteps. However, there was no sound of footsteps on this floor. After reaching this conclusion, Xiongchuan breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully came to the door of the small room again and slowly put one of his eyes to the peephole, wanting to see what was going on outside. However, he looked left and right through the cat's eye and found nothing. Just as he was about to retract his head, heal his wounds, and wait for rescue, suddenly a black figure appeared above the cat's eye. I found you, little mouse. Oh my God. This sudden change frightened Xiongchuan so much that he took several steps back and rolled on the ground. Damn it. Who the hell are you to find your way here? I won't let you in. Get out of here. Xiongchuan was in a panic and locked the door directly. At the same time, he moved all the debris in the small room and piled it in front of the door to block it. Seeing the gate in front of him blocked by water, Xiongchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hold on, old bear. As long as you can hold on for 20 minutes, my men will definitely come to rescue me, and then we'll be safe. Maybe we can capture this monster and study it thoroughly, or even take it to the law enforcement agency for a reward. After finishing all this, there was no sound outside the door. This made Xiongchuan a little confused. Why didn't this guy force the goal? Did he give up because he knew it was difficult? Then you're not that good either. Just when Xiongchuan thought he had escaped and was feeling elated, a terrifying head made of black shadows appeared behind Xiongchuan, passed by his ear, and asked, "What were you laughing at?" The smile on Xiongchuan's face froze instantly, and he turned around like a zombie. He saw the ghost figure Guyang, who had appeared behind him at some point. Xiongchuan was about to yell at his men to rescue faster. But the next moment, the ghost Guyang instantly stretched out a hand and strangled his neck fiercely. This burly man, who was over 2 meters tall, looked like a doll in front of Guyang, who was in ghost form. Ghost Guyang looked at Xiongchuan, who was struggling desperately in his hands, and smiled slightly. "Congratulations, you will be the first corpse under my hands. Enjoy the process of dying." His ghost hand increased its strength step by step, and Xiongchuan, who was already unable to breathe and flushed, instantly felt the powerful pressure. Immediately afterwards, his spine began to make crackling sounds, and Xiongchuan's eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out and fall to the ground in the next second. Pain and despair. Finally, with a crisp sound, Xiongchuan's neck was completely broken. The former underground boxing king passed away. Looking at the corpse of the guy in front of him, Guyang thought for a while, and then threw it directly into the inner space of his shadow. What a hassle. If those guys from the Enforcement Bureau weren't chasing me so closely, I wouldn't bother dealing with your body, you bastard. This time, Guyang did not transform his shadow into a machete and split it in two. The main reason was to deal with the Law Enforcement Bureau. Xiongchuan sent someone to assassinate him at night, but he was killed by the night butcher that very night. The suspicious Lu Tao would probably think of himself again. Let's deal with this bastard's body. After thinking about this, Guyang used the space inside the shadow's body to directly take Xiongchuan's body inside. If it was the ghost's body before, it might not be able to fit such a big thing, but after killing these people, the ghost's body size has been growing, and the corresponding internal space has also become larger. Now it is no problem to fit a Xiongchuan. After carrying Xiongchuan's body on his body, Guyang used his light-like speed to quickly leave the city. It only took a few tenths of a second to reach the legendary primeval forest. Without saying a word, he dumped Xiongchuan's body here and cut his wrist to make the smell of blood even stronger. To the protected animals in the Great Forest, here's a treat. Chapter 42, 100 Years of Life. After doing all this, Guyang could already clearly feel the strong call coming from his own body. The ghostly body could no longer control itself, and the few seconds of forced movement just now were already its limit. There is no way. No matter how beautiful the world outside is, you still have to go home. Guyang slightly relaxed the resistance of his ghost body, and the next moment he immediately turned into a black shadow and disappeared from here at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, it returned to the bottom of the original body. Consciousness gradually merged with the flesh and blood body. Back again. The energy from Xiongchuan's body was once again fed back into this body by the ghost body. At this moment, Guyang's eyes suddenly widened to the size of copper bells. This energy is simply too huge. It is much larger than everything we have obtained before. This time, the lifespan allocated to the original body was as high as 100 years. Guyang's total lifespan has reached 165 years. This means that as long as Guyang does not suffer any accidental injuries, he can continue to live safely for another 165 years. Doesn't this break the limit of human lifespan? Considering that I am already in my 20s, won't I be close to 300 years old when I die? Wow, has there ever been such a long-lived person in human history? Then Guyang suddenly thought of Xiongchuan, whom he had killed. That guy's death can give him 100 years of life, which means that the ghost body will also be given 100 years. Could it be that if nothing unexpected happens, that guy can live for more than 200 years? It's off the mark. Could this be the powerful effect brought about by the 5 beasts breathing technique that he cherished so much? Wow, what a wonderful treasure I got. Guyang suddenly felt that he seemed to have underestimated the so-called 5 beasts breathing method. The fact that this thing allowed Xiongchuan to live safely for more than 200 years was enough to show its huge potential. If you practice diligently, you will definitely gain unexpected rewards. Guyang secretly pricked up his ears to listen to the movements around him. It was just dawn at this time, and Su Chengcheng next door should not have gotten up yet, so he could move around freely for a while. He felt his body and found that with the infusion of the 100-year-old energy, his body was now as good as it could be. His originally paralyzed lower body was now completely recovered. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he quietly lifted the quilt and got down from the bed. It's perfect. Guyang had never felt his body so perfect. At this moment, not only are my movements smoother, but I also seem to be stronger than before. He tried walking around on the ground a few times to stretch his body. This feels really good. At this moment, the sound of a cart's wheels rolling suddenly came from outside the door. Guyang quickly climbed back onto the bed and covered himself with the quilt. The bedroom door opened, and Su Chengsheng walked in yawning. Seeing Guyang sitting up on the bed playing with his phone, she gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Gu, you are amazing. You went to bed so late last night and encountered an assassination attempt, yet you managed to get up so early today. And judging from your complexion, you don't seem to be affected at all. You really have a big heart. Guyang looked at the two dark circles under Su Chengsheng's eyes and smiled softly. Why? Were you worried about me and couldn't sleep all night yesterday? Su Chengsheng raised her eyebrows. Of course, Mr. Gu, please don't let anything happen to you. Without you, I don't know how much my income would drop. There is a saying that goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. For my monthly salary of tens of thousands, Mr. Gu must protect himself. As she spoke, Su Chengsheng pushed the cart to his bedside with a basin of steaming warm water on it. Su Chengsheng rolled up her sleeves and wrung out the towel from the basin. Come on, Mr. Gu, I'll help you wash your face and hands and tidy up your appearance. Luckily, nothing happened to me yesterday. Otherwise, you would have to help me sort out the remains. Pooh, 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 what unlucky words are you saying? Although Guyang was able to move his body now, he had no intention of ending his paralysis. There are two reasons. First, he will definitely use his ghost body identity to gain more lifespan, so the story of the Night Butcher will not stop. During this process, it is inevitable that many people who offended him would become his victims. If I return to normal, it will undoubtedly increase suspicion, so it is better to continue to use my paralyzed identity to disguise myself. Secondly, how comfortable it is to live in this luxurious ward. When I am thirsty, someone gives me water. When I am hungry, someone cooks for me. I don't even have to wash my face or brush my teeth myself. The most important thing is that in order to get me to cooperate with the research work, Dean Fong even forfeited my hospitalization fees. This package includes food and accommodation, so you don't even want to leave. Moreover, even if he was to be discharged from the hospital in the future, he could continue to go out as a paralyzed person. After all, everyone knew that his hands could move, and he could push a wheelchair around. As for the corpse thrown into the primeval forest, the smell of blood here is like a peerless beauty taking off her clothes. In a short while, it attracted snakes, rats, insects, and ants hiding underground, followed by the hungry large beasts. Within an hour, 3 or 5 rounds of fighting had already taken place over Xiongchuan's body. Every bit of his flesh and blood was scattered in the stomachs of different beasts, and in the end, there was not even a skeleton left in the place. Now, even if Xiaotian dog really came, it would be impossible to find the body using its dog nose. It can be said to be the most perfect method of destroying corpses and covering up traces. But He was now very panicked. As an orphan all his life, he finally understood his true identity and was reunited with his biological father. Although the truth caught him off guard, He remained excited after returning. My father has not left me and has always tried his best to protect me, help me, and has always been by my side. It's a happy feeling just thinking about it. Moreover, my father had arranged everything that happened afterwards for me. Not only did he teach me the most precious 5 beasts breathing technique, he also arranged a way out for me. But beauty is always destroyed in an instant. Before who could come to his senses from his happy life, he received a call from his father and he panicked. The moment he received the call, he called all the brothers in the boxing gym and asked them to bring their weapons. He even followed his father's instructions and carried several pistols in the safe with him. The huge convoy drove quickly towards the location that Xiongchuan mentioned on the phone. Hurry up, press the accelerator all the way down, understand? Why did you release the accelerator again? Who the hell told you to step on the brakes? Believe it or not, I can blow your head off with one punch. Who was sitting in the passenger seat and slapped the driver hard in the face. The driver was immediately dizzy, but he didn't dare to move his hands tightly around the steering wheel. The driver's voice was filled with grievance. Brother Black Tiger, the light ahead is red. I have to step on the brakes. I don't give a damn about red lights, green lights, yellow lights, or blue lights. Just keep going. It's just a fine, and I can afford it. Why are you stopping? After saying this, Heihu took out the pistol hidden in his crotch and pressed it against the driver's temple. From now on, if I feel you hit the brakes, I'm going to blow your brains out. If anything happens to Brother Xiong, all of you will be buried with him. The driver was so scared that he almost cried. He could only steel himself, close his eyes, and step on the accelerator to the bottom. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by God. Chapter 43 Brother Bear is in the primeval forest. The convoy led by He, who was driving with sparks and lightning, treating the city as a highway. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the street at this time. Otherwise, who knows how many car accidents would have occurred. But even so, there were many scratches and collisions along the way. Whenever the other driver wanted to open the window to ask for an explanation, he would only see the black muzzle of a gun. The next moment, the other party could only smile and wave his hands and say, "It's okay, it's okay. It's just a means of transportation. As long as it can still be driven, it's fine. It's okay if it's a little broken. Let's go, let's go. Seeing that you brothers are busy, I won't bother you anymore." The journey that originally took half an hour now took less than 10 minutes to reach the destination. Everyone grab your weapons and get to the 30th floor. Brother Xiong is right there, so we have to act fast. Everyone's heart is now filled with anger. It's been so many years, and I never thought someone would dare to cause trouble for our boxing gym. They're simply courting death. That's right, brothers, charge forward and don't hold back. Hack them to death. How dare you bully our Brother Xiong if I don't chop him into a pulp and make dumplings with it today, even if he has strong bones. These people waved the weapons in their hands and rushed upstairs desperately. In order to go faster, they didn't even bother to take the elevator. With their physical fitness gained from daily boxing practice, climbing to the 30th floor in one breath is no problem at all. After a while, they followed He Hu and arrived at the room that Xiong Chuan described. He Hu looked around and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no one around. He quickly knocked on Xiong Chuan's door and shouted, "Brother Xiong, are you still in there? There are no enemies outside. You are safe." However, there was no sound in the house. At this moment, He Hu's heart trembled, and he keenly sensed a bad premonition. At this moment, he stopped shouting and just kicked hard. The powerful force kicked the door in half. As for why the lower half did not fly out, it was because it was blocked by a large iron cabinet. It is estimated that when Xiong Chuan was hiding here, he was afraid that the enemy would discover him and break in, so he came up with this idea. After the door was kicked half open, everyone looked up into the room. However, what is incredible is that there is nothing in this room. There was no Kamagawa and no signs of a struggle. Everyone was a little confused and turned to look at He Hu. At this moment, doubts arose in everyone's hearts. Many people murmured in their hearts, "Brother Black Tiger, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you even ask for such crucial information as where Brother Bear is hiding?" Yes, if you delay our rescue efforts, it would be a heinous crime. If anything happens to Brother Xiong, it will definitely be because of you. He Hu was accused by many of his fellow disciples and was scolded into a corner. He himself was feeling very bad at the moment. How is that possible? Dad, where have you been? We've only been apart for an hour or two. How could this happen? He Hu held his head in his hands, his eyes full of pain, and he couldn't understand anything. The brothers behind him still didn't give up mocking him when they saw his appearance. They sneered and said, "Oh, now you really know how to pretending to be wronged. What are you pretending for?" In any case, many fellow disciples came here under the leadership of Black Tiger. As a result, the scene was completely different from what He Hu described. At this moment, even He Hu had some doubts. Could it be that Brother Xiong is just joking with me? After thinking about this guess, he felt relieved. It doesn't matter if I get scolded a few times, but as long as my master is safe and sound, it's all worth it. He ignored the accusations and insults from his fellow disciples behind him, and carefully pried open half of the door and crawled in. After carefully examining the room, his pupils shrank instantly, and he pointed to the corner and said, "Look what this is." When everyone heard the call, they immediately gathered around. Then their pupils shrank, because everyone could clearly see that there was a large pool of blood in the corner of the wall. Something must have happened to Xiong Chuan. He once hid here to recuperate, but no one knew where he went after that. The other brothers were also shocked. They quietly squatted down to examine the blood on the ground and muttered to themselves, "How is this possible? How could something happen to Brother Xiong? He is the underground emperor of Tianxin City. Alas, it's okay to be the underground emperor in the past, but how can I still have this title now? Yeah, Brother Xiong is already in his 40s. It's normal for him to be a little older. The most urgent thing is to find clues and see where Brother Xiong went." Good. After everyone searched the scene carefully, they found no clues and became even more confused. Because this small room did not have a large window, the only remaining ventilation hole was so small that even a child could not get out, let alone a big person like Xiong Chuan. So how did Xiongchuan get out? After all, this door is blocked from the inside, making it difficult for the other party to come in or out. What on earth is going on with this secret room situation? At this time, a dog-headed military advisor standing next to Hei, who suddenly raised his eyebrows and said to Hei Hu, "Brother Black Tiger, I have a clue that might be able to help, but I can't confirm it." At this moment, Black Tiger seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. "Then what are you still standing there for? Come on, tell me, are you fucking dumb?" The military advisor who had made the plan was scolded for no reason and felt extremely aggrieved. Damn it. If I had known this earlier, I should have kept it to myself. Why would I bother with this trouble? He began to speak slowly. I remember that before. Didn't we all hide a positioning chip under our skin? Besides us high-ranking disciples of the martial arts school, even Brother Xiong has one. As long as we have this positioning chip, no matter where Brother Xiong is now, we can definitely locate him accurately. Hei Hu was shocked when he heard this. What are you waiting for? Open it and check it out. The military advisor did not dare to delay at all. He immediately took out an internal operating software of the company and found the so-called positioning function. Hei Hu's admiration for Xiongchuan in his heart has reached the extreme. As expected of the underground boxing king of Tianjin City today, he is extremely cautious. He actually implanted positioning chips in all the top executives, not even himself. A ruthless man, a pure ruthless man. The reading time passed minute by minute, and finally Xiongchuan's location appeared on the display screen. But at the same moment when this location appeared, Hei Hu was completely confused. What's going on? In a primeval forest 3,000 kilometers away. Chapter 44, could it be the Night Butcher? As soon as this answer appeared, all the members present were stunned. The dog-headed military advisor was still muttering. How is that possible? How could Brother Xiong go to a place like that? As he spoke, he took out his cell phone to look up information about the primeval forest. At this time, the black tiger next to him couldn't stand it anymore and kicked the dog-headed military advisor several meters away. He landed in the crowd and roared. What are you standing there for? Beat them all up. Many brothers armed with knives, guns, sticks and clubs rushed forward and beat the dog-headed military advisor until his face was bruised and swollen. Oh, stop hitting me, Brother Tiger, I am loyal to you, Brother Tiger. It was not until this guy was beaten black and blue that Hei Hu waved his hand and he was freed from his suffering. You are as stupid as a pig. Don't you understand now? This crappy positioning software is all fake. The technicians must have cheated us out of our money and only produced half-finished products. A few hours ago, Brother Bear was clearly burning paper for Black Wolf with me. How could he have run to the primeval forest in such a short time? There are no flights to that place, so could it be that they were airdropped there by helicopter? The dog-headed military advisor stumbled to his feet, still a little skeptical in his heart. That shouldn't be the case. Brother Xiong spent a lot of money to build this positioning chip in order to monitor all gang members. There have been no problems for so many years, so why did it go wrong today? Moreover, according to the information displayed in this positioning software, the other chips are operating normally and are located at the correct location, but only Brother Xiong's location is in the primeval forest. Don't we believe in technology these days? Of course, he could only think about these words in his own mind. He just came up with an idea and didn't receive any reward. Instead, he was beaten to a pulp. Now he doesn't want to be in the spotlight anymore. Hei Hu felt angry and aggrieved. He finally had a family, but his father died on the first day he recognized him. Damn it, am I destined to be unlucky? Many gang members also began to think carefully. After all, the comfortable life we have today is all thanks to Brother Xiong's prestige. Without Xiongchuan, the underground boxing gym will definitely decline. At this time, a gang member who had carefully observed the scene spoke curiously. Brother Tiger, do you think it's possible that Brother Xiong has had an accident? This scene looks familiar to me. Black Tiger remained silent. At this point, he knew that Xiongchuan was very likely dead. But that was his father after all, and he was unwilling to accept this reality no matter what. Tell me, how do you know it? The gang member nodded and said, This little house has no other exits. The only entrance is this door. But when we broke in just now, it was clearly blocked. It felt like a murder room in a cartoon. And a similar murder in a closed room happened in our city recently. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was instantly inspired. Yes, Night Butcher. Cases of closed-room murders are rare. Not only does the murderer need extremely strong psychological qualities and strength, but he also needs to have a very smart brain. How could there be so many murderers like this? Almost instantly, everyone at the scene felt that this incident might be related to the Night Butcher. Many people began to worry, and they discussed. Brother Hu, if it was done by the Night Butcher, this matter will be troublesome. So far, The Night Butcher has been killing people for several consecutive days, but the law enforcement agency has no clue at all. Even Lu Tao, who is known as the detective in our city, is now at a loss. It will be extremely difficult for us to find Brother Xiong's whereabouts. Alas, I think we are still a little too optimistic. The Night Butcher has always been extremely cruel and never leaves anyone alive. Brother Xiong is probably gone. Yes, I've seen many people discussing this online, saying that those killed by the Night Butcher were all evildoers who deserve their punishment. That guy probably idolizes Batman. But he's a poor imitator. Batman isn't as cruel as him. It's over. If you say so, then the Night Butcher has set his sights on our underground boxing gym, right? I don't think anyone here can honestly say they are a good person, right? Everyone looked at each other, feeling a little scared. Everyone had lost their backbone at this moment and was waiting for Hey-Hu to speak. After a while, Hey-Hu asked someone to take a few more photos at the scene and then said, "First of all, clear away all traces of this place and hand over the photos to me. The second thing is that regarding Brother Xiong's disappearance, everyone must keep their mouth shut and keep it secret for as long as possible. Our underground boxing gym has offended too many people. If they knew that Brother Xiong is not here, we will probably be in big trouble. Third, since the Night Butcher has been using the banner of punishing evil during this period, we should stop doing the illegal and criminal things we are doing. As for money, everyone has made a lot of money in recent years, and it won't kill anyone if they lose a few months of income. The last thing, and the most important thing, is to call Lu Tao and ask him to come out. I want to talk to him about the Night Butcher." After hearing these commands, many brothers in the boxing gym immediately responded. This was definitely the most dangerous time in the history of the underground boxing gym, and everyone was on high alert. At this moment, Gu Yang was sitting alone in a wheelchair, basking in the sun in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He didn't tell anyone about his recovery. It was a secret. At this moment, he was the only one in the room. After locking the door of the living room, Gu Yang actually stood up alone in the living room and threw the wheelchair aside. After finding an open space, he squinted his eyes and began to learn every move of the 5 beasts breathing technique. Although it is called a breathing method, in some ways, it can also be considered a kind of boxing method. In addition to breathing tricks and spells, it also requires a variety of difficult movements. According to Xiongchuan, these movements and breathing methods were imitated from 5 powerful beasts. These 5 powerful beasts are tiger, elephant, python, eagle, and crocodile. These top predators in nature are born with stronger physiques than humans. Even without much exercise, their attributes in all aspects after adulthood far surpass those of humans. The 5 beasts breathing technique combines the characteristics of these powerful beasts to refine the human body, which can greatly develop the human body's potential and prolong life. With such a treasure, Gu Yang must of course seize the time to practice well. As he recalled the details that Xiongchuan had taught him, his whole body began to move. By the time Gu Yang came to his senses after this practice, the sun had already set, and a faint red afterglow cast a shadow on the window. Good boy, this really is cultivation without time. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat in the wheelchair, panting. However, what worried him was that he didn't seem to feel anything. Could this be a lie? Chapter 45 Yuan Show Space. Add points. The main feature of young people in the new era is never to waste time on internal affairs. If your training doesn't work, it's definitely not your fault. Don't say that I don't have high talent. There is definitely something wrong with this thing itself. Gu Yang went over this set of 5-color breathing techniques in his mind over and over again, carefully recalling every detail of it. To say this thing is a fake, it doesn't really look like it. Every movement and every breathing technique of this thing is extremely mysterious. If someone can make up such a mysterious thing, it would be incredible. It would be a waste of talent to do such a deceptive thing. They should do scientific research. Isn't there a saying that goes, all human progress comes from imagination? However, just as Gu Yang was immersed in comprehending the 5-color breathing method, his consciousness suddenly entered another world. This is a vast starry sky, with dense spots of light twinkling in the sky, one after another. And in the middle of these many light spots, there is a small moon. What the hell? Where did this come from? Gu Yang felt a little confused, and the first thing he wanted to do was to withdraw from this world. Fortunately, this strange world did not restrict his freedom. He could escape from it with just a thought. This thing is like a part of the brain. After calming down for a moment, he continued trying. He returned to the infinite starry sky and began to explore slowly. This time he discovered that the star-like light spots in the sky could actually move freely under his control. Not only those spots of light, but even the little white moon can move, as if everything here is its toy. Interesting, really interesting. There are so many stars in the sky. What can I do with them? Maybe I can use them to play billiards. After some exploration, Guyang discovered that there were 165 bright stars in the sky. Was it a coincidence? How come this number is exactly the same as my own Yuan-Shou balance? The next moment, Guyang accidentally hit one of the light spots onto the little moon. Then something even more magical happened. The tiny dot of light disappeared out of thin air, and the moon became a little bigger. What's going on? What happened? Before Guyang could figure out the situation, a lot of strange memories appeared in his mind the next moment. In this memory, he practiced the 5 beasts breathing technique day and night, and actually practiced for a whole year. And this is not a normal year for a normal person. It is a year of practice like a robot, without sleeping, without eating, and without stopping for a single second. Immediately afterwards, Guyang's body also changed rapidly. Although on the surface it looked no different from before, if you touched it with your hands, you could find that his body was more elastic than before, and the muscles hidden under his skin had stronger explosive power. If you insist, Guyang is even confident in himself at this moment. He can participate in any international competition in any sport. Even if he can't win the championship, he can definitely be in the top 3. That's awesome. Am I evolving into an all-powerful little Superman? Guyang quickly left this mysterious space. In the real world, he stood up from the wheelchair, walked carefully to the table, grabbed one corner of the table with one hand, and lifted it up. This table is just an ordinary large wooden table. It is not heavy and an adult can lift it. However, trying to pick it up by grabbing one corner of the table like this is absolutely a pipe dream. However, Guyang actually did this foolish dream at this moment. He grabbed a corner of the table with one hand and lifted it up with all his strength, actually lifting the table up into the air little by little. At this moment, Guyang finally felt clearly how powerful the strength within his body was. It took Wusong more than 10 punches to kill a tiger, but now he can definitely do it within 10 punches. He was extremely excited and roughly guessed the purpose of the mysterious space in his mind and immersed his consciousness in it once again. At this moment, he skillfully pushed the small spots of light in the sky, and they entered the interior of the moon one after another. But unfortunately, after 3 spots of light completely entered the moon, the remaining ones could not enter. It is obvious that the 5 beasts breathing technique has been elevated to its peak. Combined with the previous time, Guyang spent a total of 4 years of Yuan-Shou. A large amount of memories began to flood into his mind frantically. At the same time, Guyang could feel that his body was rapidly transforming, making a crackling sound of bones. At first, the body expanded rapidly, gradually growing from the original 1.8 meters in height to 2.5 meters. Guyang suddenly thought of Xiong Chuan. That guy was also more than 2 meters tall, definitely a little giant. At first, I thought he was gifted, and that was why he had such a majestic figure. Now it seems that it was all because of the breathing method he practiced. Guyang was a little worried about the huge changes in his body shape. Not only would he lose the secret of his recovery, but he was also afraid that he would not be able to find the reason why he had become so tall. Just as he was worried, his body continued to change. After expanding to a height of almost 3 meters, his body began to shrink slowly again. It feels like every cell in the body has been refined and integrated. In the end, Guyang returned to a height of about 1.8 meters. He pulled open his clothes and took a look. His body had become even more beautiful than before, with the outline of his muscles extremely clear. When the changes in himself stopped, Guyang also understood that this was because his 5 beasts breathing method had reached the final stage, and he could no longer continue to practice it. It is estimated that the person who originally developed this breathing method only practiced to this level. What a shame. If it could be infinitely improved, wouldn't it be possible to become an immortal right here if I threw all of my 100+ years of life into it? Guyang now has 161 years of life left. After practicing the 5 beasts breathing technique to its peak, Guyang could feel the powerful force surging within his body. What I said just now about it taking 10 punches to kill a big tiger now seems to be too modest. Only 1 punch is needed to turn the tiger's head into a pulp. But it is a pity that he is still not a real Superman. At least he cannot withstand pistol bullets, so he has to keep a low profile. After calming down, Guyang went straight into the bathroom and took a good bath while Su Chengcheng was still here. After that, he cleaned up all traces and sat in a wheelchair, waiting for Su Chengcheng to come back and bring him a midnight snack. While thinking about the mysterious space in my mind, it should now be called Yuan-Shou space. The little stars flying all over the sky in the Yuan-Shou space are the Yuan-Shou that he has absorbed, and the moon-like thing is some of the abilities he has mastered. By integrating Yuan-Shou into your abilities, you can quickly improve yourself. Others spend money, but I spend my life. After a burst of excitement, Guyang suddenly realized that he seemed to really have to leave the hospital, as there were more and more secrets. Or let's go through the discharge procedures tomorrow. There seems to be some money left in the account. If I sell the haunted house, I should be able to buy a second-hand villa. Chapter 46, Studying Medicine. Good brother Mu Rong. Guyang suddenly thought that his body had almost recovered, and it was time to deal with the business of the company that he had worked so hard to build. The previous company mainly engaged in construction projects. Although I have made a lot of money over the years, this industry is now a sunset industry, and there is no point in continuing. What's more, during the days he was in the hospital, the management rights of the company had been in the hands of Yin Pingping and Lu Xiaoyu. He didn't know what the situation was like. Instead of thinking about getting this dilapidated company back on track, it would be better to cash it out in time and do other business. I will have to live as a paralyzed person for a long time in the future. How can a paralyzed person run a construction company? It's impossible to go to the construction site in a wheelchair. Another novel idea came into Gu Yang's mind. My own lifespan can actually be used to add points to the 5 beasts breathing method. So can it also be used to learn and deduce other skills? If this is the case, I can become a genius in any field. I should go into research and development. Isn't that more lucrative than construction? After a brief thought, Guyang quickly set his sights on medicine. Nowadays, there are so many things lacking in medicine, and there are too many incurable diseases. With the power of Yuanshou's space, it is obvious that he can quickly improve his medical knowledge to the peak of all mankind. By then, we might be able to develop drugs to treat cancer, leukemia, and other serious diseases. On the one hand, you can earn a lot of money for yourself. On the other hand, it can also gain the attention and protection of multiple forces. By then, even if Lu Tao really doubted himself, he would definitely not dare to act recklessly because of his contribution to developing so many life-saving drugs and his transcendent social status. Moreover, after mastering the 5 beasts breathing method, Guyang also hopes to obtain more advanced cultivation methods in the future, or to use his own means to upgrade the 5 beasts breathing method to a higher level. Medicine and martial arts have been inseparable since ancient times, so studying medicine should be very helpful. After determining the subsequent goals, Guyang sighed. It's time to find a helper for myself. A name instantly appeared in Guyang's mind, Mu Rong. Mu Rong was his roommate in college and also his best friend. I remember that every time this brother asked me out for a drink, after 2 or 3 drinks, he would feel dizzy and would always keep urging me to break up with Yin Pingping as soon as possible. I had quarreled with him twice about this matter, but this guy didn't hold a grudge and would still talk about it the next time he got drunk. Now I think it is true that those who are involved are confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see more clearly. If I had broken up with Yin Pingping earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this. In the few days since I woke up, Mu Rong hasn't sent any news or come to see me. I thought this guy had forgotten me. After checking the information, I found out that this was all done by Lu Xiaoyu and Yin Pingping. According to the will he left at the time, if he died, all the company's shares would be inherited by the person with the highest position and the most seniority in the company. This person is naturally Mu Rong. In order to obtain this property, Yin Pingping and Lu Xiaoyu deliberately created some troubles in the foreign market and used some forceful means to force Mu Rong to be demoted and go to the outsourcing company. I guess Mu Rong doesn't know that he has woken up yet. Guyang took out his phone and made a roaming long-distance call. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally picked up. On the other end was the noisy sound of construction on the construction site. Mu Rong shouted hoarsely and angrily from the other end. "Hello, who is this? I've already fled abroad. How could I still receive a scam call?" Nowadays, everyone is scared by scam calls. Whenever they see an unfamiliar number, they reflexively think it is a scam. Guyang smiled lightly. "Old Mu, you can't even recognize my voice." Mu Rong was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted with his voice doubled. "Oh my god, old Gu, are you awake? Didn't that quack doctor say you'd never wake up? He's been driving me crazy these past few days. It's good to wake up. It's good to wake up." Guyang could clearly feel that Mu Rong on the other end of the phone was genuinely happy. He asked casually, "You're living well in the country. Why do you have to go abroad to take over that mess?" When Mu Rong heard this, he cursed. "It's all because of that silly woman of yours and those 2 idiots, Lu Xiaoyu. Right after you got into trouble, they've already caused a huge financial crisis for the company. The domestic market isn't doing well, so if we want to solve this financial crisis, we have to start with the foreign market. If I hadn't come, the company would have gone bankrupt. Once the company had problems, you would have been in a vegetative state for the rest of your life, and you wouldn't have had any money to pay for your medical expenses. What do you want me to do? There's no other way. I have to make this trip in person. I'm working hard for your company. Now that you're awake, please give me a bonus, otherwise I'm going to quit." You have no idea how many big companies have sent me job offers during the days when you were in a vegetable state. If I had run away, my net worth would have doubled by now." Hearing what Mu Rong said, Guyang felt a little warm in his heart. Fortunately, not all the people around him were bitches, otherwise he really could have donated his eyes. He cleared his throat and said, "Don't mention that bitch anymore. She will never have anything to do with me again in my life." Mu Rong instantly became even more delighted. "You finally dumped her. Damn, it seems that your car accident wasn't a bad thing after all. At least it cleared your head. I told you before, there's no use keeping that kind of junk. Please wait for 2 days. I will arrange my work here and come back to see you as soon as possible." Guyang shook his head and said, "No, just come back and leave the work over there. When we get back, we'll sell the company, put the money in our pockets, and I'll take you to start some other business." Mu Rong was shocked instantly. "Ah, brother, you are not mistaken. It would be a big loss if I sell it directly. And if you want to reinvest this money in other businesses, have you done market research, prospect analysis, etc.? Don't lose it all by then. Starting a business right now is not a good option. The economic situation is too bad." Guyang was full of confidence and said, "Don't worry, just listen to me. I've already thought it through. After the company is sold, you can get half of the money, which will be considered as a guaranteed salary for you. Come on, forget it. Have I followed you all these years just for your little tricks? It's because we're brothers. Since you say that, I'll pack up now and buy a ticket back tomorrow. Wait for me to come back and take you out for a drink tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Guyang felt much more relaxed. Having Mu Rong come back to help him definitely relieved a lot of pressure. After hanging up the phone, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a book on the table. There were 3 big words written on the cover: pathology. This should have been left by Su Changqing. Now is a good time to try it out. Let's start our joyful learning journey. Chapter 47 Bus Thief, Golden Detective. Don't get off the bus, no one. There's a thief in the car, close the door. Uncle driver, please close the door. A little girl in a high school uniform cried out in tears. When the driver heard this, he immediately helped close the car door. At this moment, many people in the car were dissatisfied. "There's a thief in the car. Why don't you just call the police? Why did you close the door? I'm in a hurry to get to work." "Yes, we can't let everyone else be delayed because of your own affairs. You're just a kid. Even if you lost something, how much could it be worth? Did you lose your $2 of pocket money today? Hurry up and open the car door. I'll give you $5 and you don't need to change. It's really troublesome." The bearded driver sitting in the front turned around and asked carefully, "Little girl, what did you lose? If it's not something too valuable, please don't delay the uncles and aunts from going to work, okay? Even if you file a police report, it will cost 1,000 yuan." The little girl was so anxious that her face turned red and her whole body was trembling. "More than that, definitely more than that. I lost the watch my dad gave me. It's a Rolex, worth over 100,000. At this moment, all the passengers on the bus were stunned. A watch worth more than 100,000 is not a small amount of money. The driver's expression suddenly became serious. "Girl, are you serious? You can't lie about this kind of thing. Why would you wear your father's watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? It's so unsafe." The little girl sat on the ground, desperately wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, crying and saying, Because my dad is sick, very sick, and it costs a lot of money every month. All the houses and cars in the family were sold, and that watch was my father's last possession. My mother asked me to sell it and use the money to pay for my father's medical expenses for more than a month. Without this money, my father would have no money to treat his illness." The little girl's words undoubtedly moved everyone in the car. The fact that she could afford such an expensive watch should indicate that her family originally had good financial conditions, but because of a patient, they were dragged into this situation. This watch is a life-saving straw for their whole family. After hearing this, the driver sighed and said to the passengers behind him, "If anyone finds this little girl's watch, please return it to her immediately." The driver's words here were very clever. He used the word picked up instead of stealing, which was equivalent to giving the thief a way out, and also implied that the people in the car would not hold him responsible. However, no one stood up. The driver was also having a headache at this moment. Although there were surveillance cameras installed on the bus, they could only monitor a fixed location. At the same time, it was rush hour and there were too many people on the bus. Even if the thief did it right under the surveillance camera's nose, he would not be able to capture it. The little girl was extremely anxious. She knelt on the bus while crying and kowtowed frantically to the people in the car behind her. "Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, please be kind and return the watch to me, okay? On behalf of my entire family, thank you. Please." There are many different kinds of people on the bus, including office workers carrying briefcases and wearing black-framed glasses, young girls dressed up for dates, and old people with wrinkles on their faces. At this moment, everyone looks like a thief, but no one can tell who looks like a good person. The driver sighed. To be honest, I don't want to get into this kind of trouble, but if you can't find the watch, I'll have no choice but to send everyone to the Enforcement Bureau to investigate the truth. After saying that, the driver stepped on the accelerator and the bus turned in another direction and headed towards the Law Enforcement Bureau. In less than a few minutes, all the people were taken to the interrogation room for examination by law enforcement officers. But even after checking everyone, the lost watch was still not found. Lu Tao, yawning, walked over slowly. He is currently suspended, but he still worked overtime yesterday and reviewed all the information on these cases. After reading it, he finally understood what despair was. There were many traces left in these murders, but there was no clue that could directly point to the true identity of the night butcher. As soon as he walked out, Lu Tao heard the noise coming from the yard. "Commanders, you asked us to come down, so we did. You asked us to cooperate with the inspection, so we did. What do you mean by not letting us go now? If we can't find this guy's watch, will we have to stay here forever?" "Yeah, everyone has their own problems. He lost his watch, and we sympathize with him, but we didn't steal it. So what does it have to do with us?" Honestly, kids these days are very clever, even more ruthless than adults. He might have secretly hidden the watch and staged a play like this. The little girl standing next to him was so angry that tears were streaming down her face. She grabbed the hand of a female law enforcement officer next to her and cried, "Sister, that's not the case. I even took a quick look when I got on the bus, so it was clearly in my school bag. As a result, when I turned around, my school bag was cut. That's my father's medical expenses. Please help me, brothers and sisters." Many law enforcement officers at the scene were also in a dilemma. They had questioned everyone one by one, even searched their bodies and the car, but they couldn't find anything. Lu Tao came over, and all the law enforcement officers nodded and greeted him. "Captain Lu, you're here. Tell me what happened here." "It's like this." The law enforcement officer at the scene told Lu Tao all the circumstances, but Lu Tao frowned after listening and had no idea what was going on. In the crowd, a two-dimensional girl chewing bubblegum sat on a chair and swung her legs. Her hair is pink, and there are several sparkling patterns of stars and moons at the corners of her eyes. She looks like a character from an anime. She held the phone in both hands, without raising her head, and said, "You guys are so stupid. Not only can you not find any clues about the night butcher, but you can't even find a thief. You all just eat like you're eating free rice, and you don't know how to justify the salary you get." These few words instantly attracted the attention of all law enforcement officers on the scene. Many law enforcement officers glared angrily. "Where did you come from, little girl? You have no manners at all. Where are your parents? Tell them to come over here right away. I'm going to give you a good scolding. Little girl, handling a case isn't as easy as you say. If you're so smart, why don't you find the thief and show him to everyone?" The girl casually put down her phone, took out her ID from her pocket, and threw it into the hands of Lu Tao, the leader. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the top detective that your director Guan spent a lot of money to hire. My name is Chu Lingling. As for the thief you are looking for, he is the man wearing black-framed glasses and carrying a briefcase. Go and catch him now." When this identity was revealed, all the law enforcement officers at the scene were stunned. What the hell? This is the golden detective that Director Guan specially invited? Why does he look like an underage girl? She actually found the thief in the crowd. Could she have guessed it? No matter whether it's true or not, we just follow the instructions and it will be over. Lu Tao lowered his head to check the documents, then immediately handed them back with both hands and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Detective Chu, for coming here personally to guide us. But you said this man was a thief. Where is the stolen goods? What evidence do you have?" The man with black-framed glasses who was named waved his fist and cursed and yelled. "What a rubbish golden detective. Just a piece of scum who got in through the back door. I am a serious office worker. How could I be a thief? You guys delayed me for half a day today, causing me to be late for half a day and even having my salary deducted. Now you are slandering me as a thief? If this matter isn't handled well, I'll file a complaint against all of you. You bastards." Chapter 48, The Importance of Technology. Chu Lingling was a little impatient. She clicked a few times on her phone, and soon a chat interface popped up. She showed the chat interface to everyone present. "Hey, does this count as evidence?" Everyone immediately stretched their necks to see what was displayed on the chat page. "Brother, did you pick up the thing I threw out just now?" I found it. Inside was a wallet and a watch. There weren't many bills in the wallet." "You idiot, the important thing isn't the wallet, it's the watch. It's a Rolex, worth hundreds of thousands." "Really? I thought it was fake." "Nonsense, I'm in police station right now. This is absolutely genuine. Hide it quickly." Wait a few days for the storm to die down, and then we can sell it. You can live comfortably for half a year. Okay, okay, I'll hide it right away. You can trust me. How's the situation over there? Are you really going to be arrested? Bullshit, there's no way I could be caught. My disguise is flawless. These idiot law enforcement officers don't even have a clue what's going on. I'll probably be released in a few hours. Ha ha. They probably never dreamed that the thief was right under their noses. The man with black-framed glasses looked at the chat history, and his face turned pale with fright. He quickly took out his cell phone, but before he could unlock it, it was snatched away by the law enforcement officer next to him. Chu Lingling chewed her bubblegum nonchalantly and said, "This guy's phone has 2 operating systems. If you go into the hidden one, you'll see these are his recent chat records with others." Lu Tao quickly followed Chu Lingling's instructions, and sure enough, he saw such chat content on the man's mobile phone. At the same time, after pulling up, I found that this guy was actually a habitual offender and had victims almost every day. Judging from the amount of money mentioned in this chat record, it would be no problem to be locked up for half his life. The man in the suit was so frightened that his legs went limp. "You, how on earth did you guess that? Why are there my chat records on your phone?" Chu Lingling yawned and leaned back in her chair. "That's easy. I hacked into your phone. After the bus thief incident was exposed, I immediately hacked into everyone's phone on the bus to look for evidence, and I caught you by accident." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This little girl's methods are so powerful that she can quietly hack into the mobile phones of dozens of people on the bus and find the thief. Master, no wonder he's a top detective. Lu Tao immediately made arrangements, and the man with black-framed glasses was handcuffed on the spot and locked up in a cell. The rest of the law enforcement officers also took action and headed to the guy's accomplices. It probably won't be long before we can bring back our accomplices and the stolen goods. The girl who lost her watch ran to Chu Lingling with tears in her eyes and knelt down on the spot. "Thank you for your help, sister. You are our family's savior." Chu Lingling waved her hand indifferently. "It's okay, it's just my job. Remember to put your things away next time." After she finished speaking, she stood up, stretched her muscles, and asked Lu Tao, "What are you still doing standing there? Didn't the police station arrange a place for me to stay?" Lu Tao reacted instantly. "It's been arranged long ago. I'll take you there right away." At this moment, Lu Tao was also very curious about this little girl, so he acted as a guide and took Chu Lingling to her staff dormitory. Even on this road, Chu Lingling was playing a shooting game on her mobile phone. Lu Tao is also very familiar with this game, which happens to be quite popular recently. It seems that the game is about buying equipment with money, then collecting precious materials in the game, and then selling them for money after evacuating. It is called touching gold. As they walked, Lu Tao kept looking at Chu Lingling's phone screen. I originally thought that this girl should be a game expert, but I didn't expect Chu Lingling to swagger around and rob a bird's nest with a gun. As a result, she was ambushed by an enemy from a distance and fell to the ground with one shot. Chu Lingling was so angry that she screamed. Okay, you forced me to do this." After exiting the game interface, she opened another software and operated it. After entering the game again, the scene in front of her was very different. The body outlines of everyone around her were actually displayed on Chu Lingling's mobile phone screen. Good boy, if you can't beat them, just cheat, right? With the help of such superpowers, Chu Lingling was able to kill everyone in the map in a short time, making a lot of money, and her backpack was full. Lu Tao was stunned the whole time. Is it still possible? After Chu Lingling finished the game, she stretched lazily with a triumphant look on her face. Not bad, not bad. Net income of 4 million, a complete success. I'm so awesome." Lu Tao next to him was speechless. "Is this how strong you are? You're so shameless. Isn't it the software in your phone that's strong?" As if she saw the doubt in Lu Tao's eyes, Chu Lingling shook her long light pink hair and said with a smile, "This is the power of technology. The technology inside the game is technology, and the technology outside the game is naturally technology as well. Do you understand? There's a saying that goes, the rules of Go are not limited to the board." Lu Tao could only nod slightly. "I understand." However, Lu Tao didn't care what kind of person Chu Lingling was. He was more concerned about whether he could solve the case of the night butcher. So he asked, "I wonder what Detective Chu thinks of this night butcher. Is he confident he can catch him? I've been looking up a lot of information these past few days and found a lot of clues. Would you like me to compile a list for you?" Chu Lingling waved her hand and said, No, you guys are just too old-fashioned. You're still using those outdated detective methods, like deducing the criminal's psychological process, interviewing the victim's social relationships, searching for clues at the scene. It's completely stupid, inefficient, and has a low accuracy rate." Lu Tao was stunned by the scolding. These methods were his specialties all along. With this set of methods, he had solved countless cases. But now in front of Chu Lingling, he was so unbearable. Chu Lingling continued. What kind of society is this now? It's an information society, and everyone is bound to leave information on the internet. We only need to use specific technologies to collect more and more information than you can even imagine, and then use big data to make inferences with an accuracy rate of 100%. Lu Tao was completely confused as he listened to this. To be honest, he didn't understand any of the technology. But Chu Lingling had already shown him a few tricks just now, and it seemed that she did have something. Perhaps it's time to use some unconventional techniques. At this time, Chu Lingling had also arrived at the door of her apartment. After opening the door, Chu Lingling walked in with a swagger. This is an ordinary small 3-bedroom apartment. There is no luxurious decoration, but it is clean. Chu Lingling was obviously quite satisfied with this living environment. She lay on the sofa and continued to play games. Without turning her head, she said to Lu Tao, "Go back quickly, Captain Lu, and don't delay my rest and game playing. By the way, regarding the night butcher case, you no longer need to be responsible for it. I have arranged for an assistant to take over your work. You can go back now." Lu Tao felt a chill on his back instantly, clenched his fists, and said, "How can this be? I've been in charge of these cases. How can I be asked to give up without any conclusion? I won't agree to this." Chu Lingling was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued playing games. Lu Tao was furious and turned around and ran towards Director Guan's office. Chapter 49, I would rather be demoted. Director Guan, I don't accept it. So your purpose in suspending me was to transfer the case I was handling to someone else. That's not fair. Lu Tao directly knocked into Guan Chang'an's office and started shouting loudly. Guan Chang'an frowned, slapped the table hard, and shouted, "What are you barking about? I asked you to take a break. Isn't it for your own good? Look at how haggard you are now. If you keep going on, you will end up in the hospital before you catch the person. This case is now having an increasingly greater social impact, and many people above you are keeping an eye on it. If it continues to be in your hands and you don't get a result within a week, it will definitely become a big stain on your career. I helped you pass on this hot potato, and now you're blaming me. Do you still have a conscience?" Lu Tao gradually came to his senses after being scolded. At this moment, he had to admit that what Guan Chang'an did was indeed more beneficial than harmful to him. But when he thought of the night butcher being extremely arrogant and jumping around in his hands, he became furious. "No, I don't agree. I must join the investigation team and catch this bastard myself." Guan Chang'an rubbed his forehead speechlessly, unable to understand why he had raised such a stubborn boy. "The work has been arranged. All you need to do now is follow the instructions." Lu Tao looked unwilling and suddenly raised his head and said to Guan Chang'an, "In that case, I won't be the captain of this case. I'll be an ordinary law enforcement officer, okay? I won't fight for the credit or the power, but I must personally help solve this case." Guan Chang'an looked up at Lu Tao, who had a serious expression on his face, and finally understood that the case of the night butcher might have become a psychological shadow for his apprentice. If this matter is not thoroughly investigated, Lu Tao will probably be troubled by it for the rest of his life. This situation happens a lot. There are many law enforcement officers who are good at solving crimes, but encounter cases that they cannot solve in their lifetime. They would rather give up their careers than give up the search for the truth. Sometimes, people around them will say they are crazy, and even when the victims have given up, they still don't give up. But Guan Chang'an has always admired such people the most. Only when people like this persist, everyone will understand the burden on the shoulders of law enforcement officers. He sighed and patted Lu Tao on the shoulder. "Good boy. I was right about you. You have more backbone than me. In that case, I will allow you to be demoted temporarily and join Chu Lingling's team to work on the case together. If you can successfully solve this case, you will also learn a lot." Lu Tao nodded heavily, turned and left without saying anything else. Not long after he left the office, one of his brothers ran over and whispered to him, "Captain, there is something I need to report to you." Lu Tao shook his head. "Don't call me captain anymore. I've been demoted and am now on the same level as you." The brother chuckled. "What does it matter? Captain, this isn't the first time you've been demoted. You're used to it. It won't be long before you solve 1 or 2 cases and get promoted again. I'd better continue to call you captain to avoid the trouble of changing my name later." Lu Tao smiled. "Why are you so funny? Forget it. Just tell me directly. If there is anything you want to report to me, don't mention trivial matters." But the younger brother said, "It's at the underground boxing gym. Black Tiger wants to have a meal with you." Lu Tao's brow furrowed when he heard this. He knew that the people in this boxing gym were running a fitness club and a boxing gym on the surface, but in reality, they were all professional thugs and gang members. The person sent to assassinate Gu Yang this time was one of Xiong Chuan's close confidants. After hearing this, his brows furrowed instantly. Didn't I tell you not to tell me useless things? There's no point in talking about this kind of shit. I wouldn't even go there. Is he trying to bribe a public official? The employee shook his head and said, that doesn't seem to be the case. From what he said, he wants to discuss the case with Captain Liu, something about the night butcher. Liu Tao's eyes lit up in an instant. He was now searching hard for clues, but still had no idea. Promise him and let him decide the time and place. At this time, Guyang put down the pathology book in his hand. There was another small moon in his mind, but this moon was much smaller than the one in the five beasts breathing technique. He tried to throw a Yuan-shou star in, but after one throw, the limit was reached. At this time, Guyang's mind was filled with countless studies and thoughts about pathology, as if he had been studying and thinking about this book day and night for a whole year. Not only did I fully understand the knowledge recorded in this book, I also had a lot of my own thoughts, and I also found some inaccuracies and errors in the book. It is indeed so. As long as I want, I can use the Yuan-shou space to quickly learn any skills. Next, I just need to find a few more medical books and continue to spend a few more years of my life, and I will be able to deduce my medicine to an extremely high level, even far beyond the limits of human medicine. It's time to take off. After continuously learning the five beasts breathing method and medical knowledge, Guyang felt dizzy. Although you can quickly master various skills by using the method of adding points in Yuan-shou space, the carrying capacity of the brain must be limited. If you cram too much knowledge into your head at once, your head will feel dizzy. You still need to take a rest. So he pushed his wheelchair to the window to bask in the sun and took out his mobile phone to start browsing the forum. The world on the internet is the most exciting. People of all kinds will share their lives, and interesting events from ancient times to the present will be pushed to your eyes. However, right now, the Night Butcher has stolen everyone's limelight and has been dominating the top spot on the hot search list. Today's topic of the Night Butcher is a little different. Everyone left comments and discussed below the post. Nothing happened at night. Could it be that the Night Butcher has retired? Yeah, it's only been a few days since we started killing people, and you're already quitting. What a shame. Could he be feeling the pressure and getting a little scared? I heard the Enforcement Bureau hired a very capable detective. There is this possibility. After all, saving your life is the most important thing. Don't speculate blindly. I have an insider who has first-hand information. The Night Butcher's true identity and residence have long been exposed. The Enforcement Bureau is only keeping it secret to avoid causing panic or allowing the Night Butcher to escape during the chaos. The Night Butcher was actually executed on the spot last night, and no trace of his body was left. Oh my God, is this true? You are not bragging. It must be fake. Do you believe him? People online love to brag like this these days, saying things like, I have inside information, I have inside friends, etc. If he says he's Qin Shi Huang, I have to believe him. Ha 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 ha, I think so too. If the Night Butcher was really that easy to catch, he would have been caught long ago. Why haven't we had any clues for so many days? If you ask me, the Night Butcher must have killed someone last night, but the body was in a relatively hidden place and has not been found yet. This is a reasonable inference. I guess we'll have to wait another 2 or 3 days until the body stinks and the law enforcement officials will find out. Chapter 50 Mr. Gu is going to be discharged from the hospital? Guyang found it quite entertaining to look at these true and false forum messages. No one would have thought that the true identity of the famous Night Butcher was actually a paralyzed patient who could only move above the chest. What they could not have imagined was that the paralyzed patient had actually recovered long ago. The reason why Guyang killed Xiong Chuan and threw his body into a primeval forest thousands of miles away was to reduce his own suspicion. Just yesterday, Xiong Chuan sent someone to deal with him, but that person was killed by the Night Butcher that very day. This only makes him more suspicious. If he was thrown thousands of miles away, no one would know that he was dead. Even if his subordinates found that Xiong Chuan was missing, they would probably not dare to report it. Have you ever seen a gangster choose to report the crime after his death? Isn't this as embarrassing as losing a fight with an elementary school student and then calling his parents? Of course, this is just Guyang's unilateral guess. It is not impossible for the underworld and law enforcement agencies to join forces. But Guyang had no other choice. He was not a god, so how could he really control the overall situation? Xiong Chuan had to die. As for worries, we can only take one step at a time. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Gu, I'm Dean Fong. May I come in? Of course, Dean Fong, please come in. The door is not locked. Fong Yinji pushed open Guyang's door and saw Guyang sitting in a wheelchair basking in the sun, with a look of shock on his face. Mr. Gu, I didn't expect that your body has recovered to this extent. You can actually move from the bed to the wheelchair by yourself, and then go to the window to bask in the sun. Your recovery speed is amazing. Fang Yinji has been working in this field for many years and is very familiar with all the pathological characteristics of this type of paralyzed patients. Even if it recovers, the recovered limbs will be in a state of weakness within a short period of time, but Guyang does not seem to have these sequelae. Sometimes, even Fang Yinji himself doubted whether the person in front of him had really been paralyzed. Guyang smiled and said, I was just lucky, I got better a little faster. But I feel like my luck has run out. I still have no feeling in my lower body, and I don't think I'll be able to recover anytime soon. Fang Yinji looked a little regretful. Mr. Gu, don't be too sad about this. It's a miracle that you were able to wake up from your vegetative state and regain the ability to move your hands. As long as you take good care of yourself, a miracle can happen once, and maybe a second time. The main reason I came here this time is because I heard that you, Mr. Gu, are planning to apply for discharge from the hospital. Isn't that a bit too hasty? I suggest you rest in the hospital for a few more days. Are you in such a hurry to be discharged? Is there something wrong with what I did? If you have any comments, please feel free to raise them. Fang Yinji still attaches great importance to Guyang. After all, there are too many medical miracles in Guyang, which are still a little unclear to explain. Being able to observe him for a few more days will be of great benefit to the study of neurology. Guyang pushed the wheelchair to the sofa and motioned for Dean Fong to sit down first, then said, Director Fong is so kind. I've been here for the past few days, and I'm really grateful to Director Fong and Nurse Su for their care. However, I feel that I won't change much in the short term, so it would be a waste of resources to stay here. Now that my hands have recovered and I can barely take care of myself, I still want to live my own life. After listening to this, Fang Yinji nodded repeatedly. He also understood Gu Yang's thoughts very well. I believe that no one would be willing to stay in the hospital all the time, no matter how luxurious the treatment is. In that case, I'll give the order to hold a discharge ceremony for you, Mr. Gu, so we can celebrate properly. Guyang quickly waved his hands and said, Forget it, forget it. This is totally unnecessary. I've already caused Dean Fong and the others so much trouble. Why would I need to hold another ceremony? Seeing Gu Yang's insistence, Dean Fong could only nod and agree. Okay, I've approved your discharge procedures. But you'd better leave tomorrow. After all, it's a bit late today. I will give Su Chengqing a day off tomorrow and ask her to help you. If you experience any changes in your health in the future, please contact me immediately. I understand. Thank you, Dean Fong, for your care. Guyang expressed his gratitude to Dean Fong again. At this time, Dean Fong received another call and seemed to have other work to do, so he waved goodbye to Guyang. After Fang Yinji left, Su Chengqing ran over again, panting. Guyang smiled speechlessly. Why are you guys coming one after another? Su Chengqing took off her mask and looked at Guyang with tears in her eyes. Mr. Gu, I heard you're going to be discharged from the hospital? Guyang nodded. Yes, you see, I can move my hands now, and with the help of a wheelchair I can do a lot of simple things, so why should I stay here? Do you want me to live in this hospital forever? Su Chengqing's eyes widened immediately. Of course I want you to live here for the rest of your life. As long as you live here, I can earn more than 10,000 yuan a month. If you leave, I'll only have 4 or 5,000 left a month. Dean Fong also promised to give me an award. After you leave, I don't know if I can get the bonus. As she spoke, Su Chengqing felt so wrong that she was about to cry. Guyang slapped his forehead, feeling deeply distressed. After all this time, it turns out you're not reluctant to part with me, but rather with your 10,000 plus yuan salary. Nonsense, of course I can't bear to part with my salary. I'm very poor, okay? Su Chengqing said this quite frankly. Guyang also knew very well that this guy was really short of money. She could be said to be the pillar of the family, and there was also a seriously ill mother at home. The money she earned as a nurse was indeed a bit stretched. Fortunately, the hospital knew her difficulties and took care of her welfare to some extent on a daily basis. Otherwise, she might not be able to survive. Su Chengqing sat dejectedly on the sofa, helping Guyang peel oranges while asking nonchalantly, Where are you planning to move to, Mr. Gu? Have you found a good place to live? You can give me the address first, and I'll take some of the things over when I get off work. I only have an electric bike, so I'll have to make 2 trips to move everything. Guyang asked doubtfully. I can understand you using an electric bike to move all the stuff. But how are you going to move me away with it? That's easy. I'll put you on the back seat of the electric scooter, the wheelchair in the front, and then I'll find a belt to tie us together. I'll just use it as a cargo carrier. Guyang rubbed his temples. I mean, can we get a cab or something? Taxis are expensive, you know? The starting price is 15 yuan. 15 yuan can buy a pound of meat for 2 days. I remember I told you that I don't seem to be short of money, right? Mr. Gu, this is wrong. Although you are young and promising, you also have to consider the future. You definitely can't go to work now. How will you earn money in the future? You have to change your mindset. You have to learn to save and spend $1 as if it were $2, understand? Well, I've been educated. Su Changcheng handed the peeled orange to Gu Yong and stuffed a few slices into her mouth, saying pitifully, I guess I'll have to save more in the future. My salary just increased, and I haven't even received it yet, but it's gone down the drain again. By the way, Mr. Gu, there is still a lot of money left in the card you gave me before. I will return it to you when the time comes. I guess you'll need to hire a new nanny or something. Upon hearing this topic, Gu Yong frowned slightly. Given his current physical condition, if he didn't hire a nanny, it would probably easily arouse suspicion. But if he didn't want someone else watching over him at all times. At this time, he looked up at Su Changcheng and had a new idea. Before he could speak, Su Changcheng suddenly put the fruit plate on the table and said excitedly, Mr. Gu, you'll have to hire a nanny or caregiver after you get out, and that's going to cost money. Why don't you just hire me? I'm very cheap. Gu Yong hesitated and said, it seems that experienced caregivers or nannies on the market charge over $8,000 a month. Su Changcheng immediately stood up and patted his chest and said, I only want $6,000. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Gu Yong out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that Gu Yong hadn't spoken yet, she gritted her teeth and said, 5,000 then. Gu Yong still didn't say anything. 4,000 really can't be any less. If you hire a fresh graduate, it will cost you 4,000. A fresh graduate only needs 3,500, full-time, 996. Chapter 51 New Criminal Investigation Captain, Li Kaiyun. Su Qingqing's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked like she was about to cry. In the end, she could only agree with grievance. All right. 3,500 is 3,500. The more money I can make, the better. Seeing her like this, Gu Yong couldn't help laughing. Then he waved his hand and said, just kidding. I'll just give you the market price of 8,000 yuan. You don't need to spend too much time at my place every day. Just remember to prepare meals for me every day and come over to clean the house every 2 days. I'll call you if I need anything else. Su Changcheng was so excited that she almost jumped up. Really? Godfather. Mr. Gu, you are simply a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. Su Changcheng immediately took advantage of her university degree and used all the words of praise she could think of to praise Gu Yong, wishing she could bow down to him. Gu Yong felt quite pleased with the flattery. In fact, Gu Yong felt pretty good about Su Changcheng. At least she could be considered a friend. Although at the beginning, due to a misunderstanding, the girl didn't dare to talk to me as if she was avoiding a hungry wolf, but after the misunderstanding was resolved, she was pretty nice to me. There is also one most crucial point. That is, this girl is stupid enough. With her by his side, he didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Even if it was really exposed, given this girl's overflowing sense of justice, she would probably try her best to conceal it. There is simply no better choice for a caregiver than her. As for where to live, Gu Yong had already handed this matter over to Mu Rong, who would be back tomorrow. Someone died in that house before, and it's full of sad memories. There's no way I'll go back there. Just as Gu Yong and Su Changcheng were chatting nonstop, there was another knock on the door. Gu Yong had a headache. What happened today? Why were there so many people visiting? Su Changcheng got up and went to open the door. A man in a suit with a work badge was standing outside the door, with 2 assistants following behind him. This guy behaves like an elite who has returned from studying abroad. He wears framed glasses and has a meticulously slicked-back hairstyle. He looks a little handsome, but at the same time seems a little pretentious. The young man smiled and nodded to Su Changcheng at the door, then looked at Gu Yong in the room and said, I guess this must be Mr. Gu. I'm the newly transferred captain of the Criminal Investigation Team from the Law Enforcement Bureau. My name is Li Kaiyun. I came here to discuss some cases. Is it convenient for you, Mr. Gu? When Su Changcheng heard this, her expression instantly turned unhappy. You're from the Law Enforcement Bureau again? Aren't you going to disturb Mr. Gu's rest again? The Lu Tao before was quite annoying. Li Kaiyun had a gentle, gentlemanly smile on his face. Please rest assured, Miss Su. Lu Tao has been suspended for poor handling of the case. I will be responsible for the upcoming cases. I will definitely not cause any trouble to Mr. Gu. I heard that Lu Tao even cast the night butcher's suspicious gaze on Mr. Gu. He was so stupid. Mr. Gu is obviously a paralyzed patient. How could this night butcher incident be related to Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu should be the victim. Hearing Li Kaiyun's words, Su Qingqing's expression instantly brightened up. She clenched her fists in indignation. Captain Li is obviously more capable than that Lu Tao. She turned around and cast an inquiring look at Gu Yong, who nodded. Come in. Li Kaiyun smiled and sat on the sofa opposite Gu Yong, while his 2 assistants stood behind him the whole time, like 2 little bodyguards. After Su Chengcheng closed the door, she thoughtfully poured tea for them. After Li Kaiyun came in, he didn't get straight to the point of discussing the case, but first expressed concern for Gu Yang's health. Mr. Gu, I see that you look very good. I believe you will be able to fully recover soon, right? Gu Yang sighed and shook his head. It's not that easy. The reason I look so good is entirely due to the caring care of Dean Fong and Nurse Su. I will probably have to be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my life, but as a vegetative person, I am very satisfied with my current physical condition. Mr. Gu is really open-minded. I have two purposes for coming here today. The first is to apologize to you on behalf of the Enforcement Bureau. It seems that Lu Tao had some prejudice against you before, so she had preconceived suspicions about you. Because this matter has caused you some trouble, I brought some small gifts here. I hope Mr. Gu will not take it to heart. After finishing speaking, Li Kaiyan took out a packaged gift and handed it to Gu Yang, who accepted it with a smile. How can this be so embarrassing? It's my duty to cooperate with the Law Enforcement Bureau in handling the case. Li Kaiyan smiled and said, The second thing I want to talk to Mr. Gu about is your assassination. Our law enforcement department has found some clues by searching the call records. It is very likely that your good friend Lu Xiaoyu was responsible. However, there are still some details in this case that have not been clarified. At the same time, we hope to use this clue to investigate Xiong Chuan's other illegal activities, so we have not arrested Lu Xiaoyu for the time being. Please be patient, Mr. Gu. Gu Yang was a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that the newcomer Li Kaiyun was so efficient in handling cases, and he found the truth about Lu Xiaoyu in one go. He pretended to be sad and angry and said, This Lu Xiaoyu, I always thought of him as my best friend. He caused me to have a car accident, but he actually doesn't intend to let me go. This is too much. Li Kaiyun nodded heavily. Indeed, such scum should spend the rest of his life in prison. Don't worry, we have new evidence regarding his intentional homicide. We're just playing the long game right now. It won't take more than a month, and we guarantee we'll give you a solid answer, Mr. Gu. Gu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Just keep this matter in the knowledge of the law enforcement department. I'm not in a hurry. I always believe that justice will come, even if it's late. Li Kaiyun always had that gentle, gentlemanly smile on his face. Suddenly, he said, Mr. Gu, could you please give me your cell phone? I'll write down my number so you can contact me immediately if you have any questions in the future. Gu Yang nodded in agreement and handed over his cell phone. After a few operations, Li Kaiyun returned it to Gu Yang, with his contact information already on it. After saying these words, Li Kaiyun stood up from the sofa and said with a smile, I met Dean Fong when I came here just now. Dean Fong and I have talked about it. Mr. Gu, you are going to be discharged now. However, Lu Xiaoyu has not been arrested yet. Do you need to apply for protection? I can arrange for someone to keep an eye on it for you. After hearing this, Gu Yang showed a look of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you so much, then. To be honest, I was a little nervous when I heard the news. Xiong Chuan was a gangster, and he would definitely not let it go if one of his subordinates died. My good brother is thinking about killing me, but now that I have your protection, I can say that I feel much more at ease. It's what it should be. Law enforcement officers should serve the people. I'll be leaving now. When you arrive at your new home tomorrow, I'll immediately arrange for someone to be nearby to protect your safety. The two smiled and nodded goodbye. After Li Kaiyun left, Su Chengqing cleaned up the remaining teacups on the table and praised. Captain Li is obviously more polite than the previous Lu Tao, and his approach to cases is logical. Mr. Gu's case was handed over to him, and there was finally a turn for the better. Gu Yang nodded slightly, but he became more alert in his heart. Something is wrong. There's definitely something wrong with this Li Kaiyun. He's definitely not as simple as he appears to be. Chapter 52 Big Data will not lie. Everything is excessive or insufficient. Gu Yang narrowed his eyes, thinking over every word of Li Kaiyun and the first impression he made of him. He felt a sense of disharmony. Judging from the way this guy is dressed, he is either an elite who has returned from studying abroad or a rich second generation from a wealthy family. When such a person becomes the captain of the criminal investigation team, he should at least have a sense of superiority, even if he is not arrogant. But this guy gave me the impression of being too approachable the whole time, giving gifts and apologizing. How is that possible? If it were him, he probably wouldn't bother with a paralyzed person. And regarding the last case of hiring a killer, according to Li Kaiyun, they plan to play the long game and catch a big fish. But if you want to play the long game and catch the big fish, why leak this information to yourself? Aren't you afraid that the news will leak out? There is a problem. There is definitely something wrong with this guy. But what is his purpose in doing this? After Su Chengcheng helped Gu Yang clean up the house, she hurried back to her duty. Gu Yang pondered carefully, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. This guy is scamming me. Is he betting that I will kill Lu Xiaoyu? Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lingling, are you asleep? There was no response from the room. Li Kaiyun gently turned the doorknob and walked in. At this moment, Chu Lingling was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Next to her, the game voice was still ringing. Teammate, where are my teammates? Help me. Damn, how can I find a teammate who is AFK? You're the first one to go looting, and when we're fighting you, just pretend to be idle, right? You beast teammate. This is going to cost you your whole family. Li Kaiyun walked over with a frown and gently turned off the game voice. At the moment the phone was turned off, Chu Lingling turned over and sat up. Why did you turn off my phone? Li Kaiyun was speechless. I don't understand what's so fun about this game. Do you like listening to your teammates swearing? Chu Lingling rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, let them curse. The more they curse, the more excited I get. This means their defense is broken. Ha 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 ha, if their defense is broken, doesn't that mean I win? Li Kaiyun was too lazy to say more. He naturally knew that in addition to solving cases, Chu Lingling's favorite thing to do was to compete with those internet-addicted teenagers in the game. Although he didn't understand the fun in it, he expressed his support. After all, loving someone means loving all of that person, right? He covered Chu Lingling with a blanket and poured her a cup of hot water. Drink some water. Your skin has gotten worse recently. You need to drink more water to replenish your water. Chu Lingling rubbed her messy hair. Hey, don't be like this all the time. If you do that, I'll start to suspect that you're greedy for my body. Get lost. If I had been greedy for your body, my child would be tired by now. Okay, since you actually said that, it means you definitely have this idea. Tell me, when did you start having this dirty idea? Since the day I first saw you, okay. Sure enough, I knew you had bad intentions. My mother once told me that all men are pigs, and you must be one too. Li Kaiyun was too lazy to talk to her, so he sat down on the sofa next to her and said, I have done everything you asked me to do. Do you even suspect that the paralyzed man is the Night Butcher? This is a bit too far-fetched. The game had been shut down, and Chu Lingling couldn't get in. She could only throw her phone aside and replied. Generally speaking, the first crime a criminal commits is of great significance to his life. After the Night Butcher appeared, the first person he killed was Yin Pingping. Who in the world wanted to kill Yin Pingping the most? Therefore, Guiyang must be the biggest suspect. Even if he is not the Night Butcher, then there is some connection between him and the Night Butcher. Li Kaiyun nodded. It seems that Lu Tao is not a fool. It is very likely that Guiyang hired someone to kill someone. I heard he still has a little money. However, according to his resume, he was an ordinary person for the first half of his life. And this Night Butcher, both his killing methods and anti-reconnaissance capabilities are first-rate. How could an ordinary person be connected to such an executioner? Chu Lingling shook her head. I don't know, and I don't care to know. The reason why an unsolved case is called an unsolved case is because it contains information that cannot be guessed by common sense. If there is any connection between Guiyang and the Night Butcher, then he must be a ruthless character who will never let go of any grudge. After learning that Lu Xiaoyu would hire someone to kill him, it was impossible for him not to fight back. We just need to sit back and wait. By the way, did you implant the little virus I asked you to implant in his phone? Li Kaiyun nodded. It has been implanted, but time is short. So the small virus we implanted in such a short time can only check his call records and website browsing history, etc. This is enough. Big data and online information will not deceive people. Chu Lingling immediately got up from the bed, picked up the computer next to her, and started operating it. She quickly retrieved Guiyang's call records and browsing history during this period and carefully screened them one by one. Li Kaiyun also moved a stool and sat next to help watch. After searching for more than an hour, Chu Lingling rubbed her sore eyes. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this guy. Li Kaiyun also nodded. Indeed, since he woke up, his call records only included 3 people. The nurse Su Chengqing, the Dean Fang Yenji, and his friend Mu Rong. Mu Rong is far away abroad now, and the Dean and Su Chengqing are unlikely to come either. What about the browsing history? Is there any information in it? Chu Lingling looked around and shook her head. Most of his browsing history is just like that of ordinary people, watching videos to kill time. If there's anything special about him, he seems to really enjoy hanging out on the Night Butcher forum. Li Kaiyun thought for a while and shook his head. That doesn't mean anything. The Night Butcher has already caused a huge uproar online. There are quite a few people on this forum, and I browse it myself from time to time. Just when Li Kaiyun thought he had gained nothing, Chu Lingling suddenly clapped her hands. I found out this guy still has a secret. Li Kaiyun glared and came over. What secret? Why didn't I see it? Chu Lingling turned around, looked at Li Kaiyun seriously, and said, This guy secretly visited an adult website. Li Kaiyun rolled his eyes. My dear Miss Lingling, can you please be more serious? Isn't this normal? Chu Lingling immediately pointed at Li Kaiyun. Okay, you admitted it. You said this behavior is normal, which means you must have watched it secretly, right? You big pig hoof, I want to check your website browsing history. No, please don't. I haven't seen it. I really haven't seen it. Whether you've seen it or not is not your decision. I only found out after checking. Hand over your phone to me now. No, you'll have to step over my dead body to check my phone. You big pig. I feel like the way you look at me is full of lust. Li Kai was so lucky that he almost vomited blood. We are discussing the case now. Can you be serious? What should we do next? You should come up with an idea. Chu Lingling casually threw the computer aside, picked up her phone, and prepared to start a new game. What else can I do? The current clues don't lead to anything, so I can only wait patiently. Let's focus on Lu Xiaoyu. As long as Lu Xiaoyu is dead, if Guyang shows any abnormal behavior, we will have identified him as a suspect. Sitting back and waiting is a stupid idea, but sometimes it's the only way to go. Li Kaiyun felt that there was nothing wrong with Chu Lingling's plan. He asked again, then should we send a few people to protect Lu Xiaoyu? Protect him? He's a huge pig's hoof. What's there to protect? He committed intentional homicide, cheated on his best friend's girlfriend, attempted to illegally seize other people's property, and colluded with the Underworld. He deserves to die. Even if he died, he deserved it because he was too lazy to protect himself. You go to sleep first, I'll play some games. Chapter 53 The Adult World. Lu Xiaoyu was so angry that he was dizzy. He smashed all the worthless furniture in the room into pieces, cursing as he did so. You damn scoundrel. You rascal. You finally screwed me over. The Underworld makes so much money. Why don't I join the Underworld too? As he continued to curse, he turned his curse to Guyang. You damn paralyzed bastard. Someone went to kill you and you King died. But you had to suddenly recover. Some kind of extreme counterattack. Do you fucking think you are the protagonist in a TV series? How could there be so many coincidences and so many extreme counterattacks? You're a completely disgusting person. A car accident wouldn't kill you, and neither could a killer kill you. You're even harder to get out of trouble than Tang Sanzang. After scolding Guyang, he suddenly thought of Wen Muli and that damn lawyer. I've studied law for so many years, but it's all just bullshit. He uses all that knowledge to help the evildoers. He must be in cahoots with that Xiongchuan guy, teaming up to rip me off. Lu Xiaoyu is extremely miserable now. He originally thought that after this incident, he would be able to inherit Gu Yang's property naturally, make a fortune, and live a carefree life for the rest of his life. But in just a few days, his situation took a 360-degree turn. He first went around the law enforcement bureau and almost couldn't get out. As a result, the property he had painstakingly defrauded was completely drained away by this black lawyer and the Underworld. If I can get all the shares of the construction company, maybe there will be some left over, but if not, I won't have a good life for the rest of my life. He didn't dare to offend the gangster boss Lu Xiaoyu, and he didn't have the face to call Guyang. After thinking about it, he realized that there was only one place to vent his anger, so he directly called Wen Muli. Wen Muli's amiable yet provocative tone came over the phone. What's wrong, Boss Lu? Is the matter done? Lu Xiaoyu was so angry that he started cursing. Boss, fuck your mother. I'm already a deadbeat now. What kind of bastards are these you introduced? They are useless. They can't even kill a paralyzed person, and they even killed their own people. In the end, he actually blamed me and asked for compensation from me. You were the one who introduced this person, so you have to take full responsibility and pay me for this. Why should I have to pay for all the money that was unfairly paid? This is fucking unfair, totally unfair. I'm not a sucker. Wen Muli was completely confused by the barrage of curses. Wen Muli said quickly, Stop. Stop scolding me and tell me what happened first. Let's see what happened. After Lu Xiaoyu tried his best to calm himself down, he told the story of how Xiongchuan sent people to kill Guyang, but was killed in return. Wen Muli widened his eyes. A professional killer went to kill a paralyzed man, but ended up getting killed in return? This incident would be extremely explosive even in Long Outyin's novel. It shouldn't be like this. I'm very familiar with Xiongchuan. His men are all specially trained. In a one-on-one life-and-death fight, even special forces soldiers are no match. How could they be defeated by a paralyzed man? Don't play innocent. I feel like you and that Xiongchuan are colluding to cheat me out of my money. Just because of a failure, he actually raised the price by tens of millions. Isn't this going to kill me? Even if I get the construction company, how much can I sell it for? Valuation is valuation, monetization is monetization. Don't tell me you don't know how much water there is in it. By then, I might even have to pay the price. I don't care, I don't buy this account. Don't take advantage of me. However, after hearing this, Wen Muli on the other end of the phone lost his previous friendly tone. Hey, From the tone of your voice, you think you want to renege on your debt? You don't think we're doing some kind of friendly deal, do you? If you don't have money, you can find a way yourself. Corneas, heart, liver, spleen, and stomach can all be sold. Just sell them for as much as you can. Anyway, don't even think about taking a penny less from me. If you lose the money from Xiongchuan, you will probably lose your life. You can do whatever you want. Lu Xiaoyu only realized what it meant to seek the skin of a tiger at this moment, and he cursed. You fucking bastard, you're not a human. When Muley laughed loudly. Don't tell me, when I first started in this industry, many people scolded me like this. At first I was not used to it, but now when I hear such a title, I feel it as a compliment. You can curse as much as you want, but as long as you have money, what does it matter if you are a bastard or a beast? I still say the same thing. If I don't get the money, I can send you to jail within a week and make you spend the rest of your life in jail. And Xiongchuan also has plenty of methods. He can make you die in prison, and not even a complete body can be dragged out. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. After the call was hung up, Lu Xiaoyu picked up the phone in anger and wanted to smash it to pieces. But in a trance he saw the cracked screen on the phone again. I have no money, really no money. If I drop this phone, won't I have to spend money to buy a new one? Another huge expense. I'm so angry. After sitting dejectedly on the sofa, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but think. Or should I just run away? After hanging up the phone, when Muley wanted to call Xiongchuan to inquire about the situation, but the call could not be connected no matter what. Damn it. Such a huge mistake happened, and he didn't even tell me. Now my phone is disconnected. He's pretending to be dead. Regardless, if he doesn't get his money, it's his loss. I worked so hard to fight the lawsuit and introduce people. I can't not get my money. When Muley's eyes rolled, and he immediately had an idea. He turned around and dialed another number. Guiyang, who was lying in a wheelchair and had finally found a wonderful movie, heard his cell phone ring. It was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone with a frown, thinking it was an advertisement or a scam, but he didn't expect the voice on the other end to be a gentle and polite young man. Hello, Mr. Gu, my name is Wen Muley, and I am a professional lawyer. I'm afraid you won't be interested in this introduction, but I can add that it was I who personally bailed Lu Xiaoyu out of the Law Enforcement Bureau not long ago. Hearing this, Guiyang's face darkened a bit. It's really remarkable that you have a way to get people out of cases with solid evidence. Why are you calling me? Do you want me to give you an award? The hospital happens to have a printer, so I can print you a certificate now. When Muley laughed loudly. Mr. Gu is truly a humorous and optimistic person, but I'm not calling you this time to ask for a certificate. I'm calling to reach a cooperation agreement with you. Guiyang chuckled. Are you kidding me? You just pulled my enemy out of the Law Enforcement Bureau, disgusted me, and now you want to cooperate with me. You're a black and white guy, and you're really ambitious. When Muley chuckled softly and said, Mr. Gu, I believe you are a smart person. In our adult world, there is no such thing as black and white. There are only interests. Let me make it clear to you that the cooperative relationship between Lu Xiaoyu and I has collapsed, but I have a lot of evidence of his crimes in my hands, including evidence of his falsification of mental illness. Just say a word and I can send you all the evidence. Believe me, this evidence is enough to make him spend the rest of his life in prison. Oh, now that you mention it, I'm actually a little interested. What do you want me to say? You can't ask me to call you Godfather, right? Ha ha ha, Mr. Gu is really humorous. I still say what I said just now. The adult world only talks about interests. I want 50 million. As soon as the money arrives, the evidence will be sent to Mr. Gu's mobile phone immediately. How? Chapter 54, I want to bleed you. When Muley said this with full confidence, as if he was certain that Guiyang would spend the money. Which man can bear this kind of grievance? But who would have thought that Guiyang on the other end of the phone just smiled lightly, and then said with sarcasm, I heard that you issued a mental health certificate before taking Lu Xiaoyu away from the Law Enforcement Bureau, but now it seems to me that you should also get your mental state checked. Maybe you haven't even realized that you are actually a super idiot. You had a fight with that guy Lu Xiaoyu, so you came to me for money. Could it be that your mom had a falling out with your dad and had to ask the homeless on the street for seeds to make this thing of yours? Guiyang cursed Wen Muley so viciously that he was completely stunned. Ever since Wen Muley embarked on this career path, he has always been treated as a guest of honor. Even if someone scolds him, they can only do so behind his back. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? Mr. Gu, you are really great. You actually dare to speak to me in this tone. You don't think that if you can survive the assassin's attack, you can rest easy for the rest of your life, right? Believe it or not, I only need to use a little trick, and your company will be shut down within a week. When that happens, you will be paralyzed with no source of income, and the end will be so miserable. I think I don't need to explain it in detail. Guiyang shrugged indifferently. It's up to you, but But I have to remind you that if you do too many bad things, you will be punished by God. Ha 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 ha. What's with all this talk of divine punishment and retribution? It's just self-consolation for you pathetic wretches. Since Mr. Gu refuses to accept my toast, don't blame me for being rude. When Muley hung up the phone directly. At this moment, his face no longer had that signature professional smile, but was now extremely gloomy, like a poisonous snake that had just awakened from hibernation. Okay, you all want money over your lives, right? Then don't blame me for being rude. In order to win this lawsuit, I did so much research and preparation, and used so many connections, but I didn't get a penny. Since I can't have it, then none of you can have it. When Muley was full of confidence, he had made up his mind to start with Gu Yang's company, look for some construction companies' illegal operations, and use various means to seal off the construction companies. Although Gu Yang is doing a legitimate business, even the most legitimate business will have violations and cannot withstand inspection. Besides, even if it is truly flawless, can it be faked? When Muley has always been successful in using this trick of framing others. After Gu Yang put down his phone on the other end, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Some people are just like holding a lantern next to a cesspool, seeking death. Gu Yang was still a little hesitant at first, but after what happened during the day, he already knew that the Law Enforcement Bureau was using Lu Xiaoyu to trick the Night Butcher into revealing clues. He was already very conflicted about whether or not to kill Lu Xiaoyu tonight. Now, there is one more backup spot. Even if Lu Xiaoyu wasn't killed today, it wouldn't be a waste of an entire night. Wouldn't this be another person seeking death? As night slowly fell, a boy stood in a dark alley, staring at the luxurious community in the distance. The boy's eyes were filled with hatred. At this time, his cell phone rang. After picking it up, a woman's voice was gentle but anxious. Xiao Tao, where have you been? Your father is dying. Aren't you coming back to see him one last time? Tao Jun's expression was filled with pain, and he finally shook his head. No, please, Nurse Sue. Tell my dad I'm not a coward. Ah, Xiao Tao, what do you mean by that? However, the phone has been hung up at this moment. Tao Jun turned off his cell phone, put on the hood of his sweatshirt, and walked towards the luxurious residential area in the distance in the dark where the street lights could not reach. In Lu Xiaoyu's dilapidated home, he was sitting on the ground alone with a dejected look in his eyes, surrounded by empty wine bottles. These rotten wines that Lu Xiaoyu once regarded as garbage have now become his spiritual food. Only under the influence of alcohol could Lu Xiaoyu feel a little relaxed. It's not fair. This world is not fair at all. I've already paid so much and taken such great risks. Why should I have such an ending? I should be a billionaire. I should be young and successful, and the rest of my life should not end like this. There must be a way. I must have a way to turn the situation around. If it doesn't work, I'll run. The world is so big. I still don't believe that those damn gangsters and black lawyers can cover up the sky with one hand. These days, the one who owes money is the boss. Holy shit, did that damn Gu Yang save the Milky Way in his previous life? Why is he so lucky? Why was he able to easily found such a big company? Why was he able to recover after being hit by a car? Why couldn't even assassins kill him? It's fucking weird. If I have no other choice, I will kill him myself, and I will find someone to take him with me before I die. I still can't believe that a paralytic is so hard to kill. I can kill him with just a toenail. Lu Xiaoyu cursed more and more excitedly, picked up the Erguo 2 next to him, and gulped down another big gulp. However, he didn't know that at this moment in the dark corner of the room, a black shadow was watching him. It was Gu Yang who came from the hospital. This guy has been through so much, and he still has no remorse? As expected, vicious people are black from the inside out. Even if they feel regret, they don't regret what they did wrong, but regret their ending. Gu Yang was just about to show up and give this guy a surprise, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of another sneaky figure out of the corner of his eye. Gu Yang was confused. What the hell? Is this place so lively tonight? The moment he saw the other party, Gu Yang immediately decided to stay put and observe the situation. A thin little figure quietly climbed up along the air conditioning units outside the balcony and finally came to Lu Xiaoyu's window. He pushed upwards gently and opened Lu Xiaoyu's bedroom window without difficulty. He tiptoed in, and in his hand was a silver fruit knife. Gu Yang looked a little puzzled. Is this a thief or a robber? It's interesting. Do all the young people nowadays play games on such a large scale? It must be said that this young man was obviously a novice. Although he tried his best not to make any noise, he still inevitably made some noise. The drunk Lu Xiaoyu heard the noise coming from the bedroom and frowned. What the hell is making trouble in my bedroom? Holy crap, is it haunted? If there is a ghost, please come out and tell me. I will ask for your experience and see how to become a fierce ghost. Damn it, if I turned into a ghost, I would kill all these bastards. Oh, by the way, If you are a female ghost, come out and have a drink with me. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was obviously drunk. Even though there was some movement in the bedroom, he was not alert at all and continued to drink the erguotu in his hand. While he was pouring the wine, the bedroom door was gently opened, and a dark, thin figure appeared behind him unknowingly. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to pick up the wine glass to take another sip, suddenly, a cold dagger was pressed directly against his throat, and at the same time, a gnashing voice came to his ears. Boss Lu, the night butcher is here to ask you to pay back your debt. Guyang was stunned when he heard this. You are the butcher of the night, then who am I? The coldness of the dagger instantly brought Lu Xiaoyu back to reality, and his drunkenness dissipated in an instant. Night butcher. Brother, don't joke around. If you have anything to say, let's talk it out. There's no need to resort to violence. This is illegal. You're still young, so don't ruin your future. However, as soon as these words came out, the boy behind him roared angrily. How dare you talk to me about my future? My future, my father's life, has all been ruined by you. I've lost my family, so what future do I have left? I just want to bleed you today. Chapter 55 Death of Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu could clearly tell that the person behind him was definitely not very old, and might even be a little boy who was still studying. But these young people are the scariest. They don't have too many scruples, and will fight to the death if they disagree with something. Who the hell dares to play with you? Little brother, tell me first, what kind of difficulties have you encountered? Why did you come to trouble me? As long as I can help you, big brother, everything is fine. I love helping my friends the most. Bah, what are you pretending to be like here? Do you really think I don't know who you are? You're helping your friends, but you're just trying to screw them over. My dad won't survive the night. How can you help? As he spoke, the little boy thrust the dagger in his hand a little further, and the tip of the dagger had pierced Lu Xiaoyu's skin. Lu Xiaoyu felt extremely painful, but he didn't dare to move at all, for fear of angering the guy behind him. He was very anxious. Little brother, why don't you tell me how I offended you? Just tell me, and I'll find a way for you. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. What's going on with your dad? I tell you, I know a lot of people in the hospital who can cure all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. As long as you open your mouth and tell me, I promise that any trouble you have will be solved. Tao Jun spoke calmly. Okay, since you want to listen, I'll explain it clearly. Since you took over the company, have you illegally laid off a large number of old employees? After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a pang in his heart, because it was indeed he who did it, but he could not admit it at the moment. Little brother, you don't know that I have a secret. First, the company was poorly managed and too much money was invested in the company's founder, Gu Yang's medical treatment in the hospital. The company was simply unable to make ends meet, and if it did not lay off employees, it would have gone bankrupt and everyone would have been ruined. Second, this decision was not made by me alone, but was made unanimously by all senior management under the leadership of Yin Pingping, the wife of the company's boss Gu Yang. You have a culprit for your wrongs, and it's really wrong for you to blame me. Bah, stop pretending. I know you're the one behind all this. My dad told me everything. Moreover, my father brought those old employees who were laid off to the company to ask you for money. Not only did you not give it to them, you also humiliated them and privately found a group of thugs to beat them up and break their hands and feet. Do you still dare to deny this matter? Now Lu Xiaoyu finally confirmed who the person behind him was. You are Lao Tao's child, right? Stop calling me Lao Tao, who's trying to get close to you. Are you worthy of calling me dad like that? Tao Jun continued. Because of your despicable behavior, my father lost his job and had a heart attack after both of his legs were broken. The hospital has already issued a critical illness notice. You said you could handle it. Come on, tell me how to solve it now. Lu Xiaoyu immediately blurted out. I will lose money. I can lose a lot of money. Bah, I told you I don't need money right now. What I need is your life. Tao Jun vented his inner anger and punched Lu Xiaoyu twice on the back of the head. Lu Xiaoyu grimaced in pain, but the dagger on his throat made him dare not move. Little brother, you don't understand. You are still young and don't know the importance of money. With my money and my connections, I can call the best doctors in the country to treat your father. You have no idea how advanced technology is now. Even if your father's heart stops beating, there is a chance to revive him within a day. Believe me, I really want to atone for my sins. I was wrong in the past, but who hasn't done a few stupid things in their life? Even if you want to kill me or punish me, you have to wait until I save your father before you do it. After hearing these words, Tao Jun's heart was shaken. Are you serious? The doctor said my dad couldn't be saved. Can you really save him? Oh, I've already told you that money is more useful than you can imagine. Hospitals are just a bunch of money-making idiots. The doctors there aren't any living bodhisattvas who save people from suffering. They're just a bunch of vampires. They issued the critical illness notice because they saw that you had no money, and they just didn't want to waste their time on you. But if you had money, believe it or not, they would immediately call the best doctor to treat your father, and they would be able to save his life or his bones. Tao Jun had already believed it a little in his heart, and the dagger in his hand moved away from Lu Xiaoyu's throat little by little. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes rolled, and he punched Tao Jun in the face with his backhand. Tao Jun was completely unprepared and was knocked to the ground, dizzy and dazed. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xiaoyu rolled over from the ground, sat on Tao Jun's body, and pulled off the hat on Tao Jun's head. It turned out that he was a teenage boy. You've watched too many TV dramas, and you've even imitated others in breaking into homes and killing people. With your tiny arms and legs, who the hell can you kill? If I kill a chicken, it will probably peck a hole in your little brother. I told you not to learn your lesson. I told you to use a small knife to scare me. While cursing, Lu Xiaoyu pressed Tao Jun to the ground and slapped him madly, left and right. In an instant, Tao Jun's little face was slapped like a pig's head. Lu Xiaoyu beat him and scolded him. I'm telling you the truth, your father is already beyond help. So what can he do even if he has money? Look at those rich celebrities and tycoons on TV. Don't they all die in the end? You were born to be an orphan. Ha ha ha. When Tao Jun heard these humiliating words, his inner rage exploded, and he burst out with 200% of his fighting power. He grabbed the dagger in his hand and stabbed it hard at Lu Xiaoyu's chest. However, the tip of the dagger had just touched Lu Xiaoyu's clothes on his chest when the other party grabbed his wrist. He was just a kid who was still in school. How could he be as strong as Lu Xiaoyu? After his wrist was grabbed, Tao Jun's face turned red with suffocation, and he couldn't move the dagger in his hand forward even a centimeter. Lu Xiaoyu's face was full of sarcasm. That's it. Young man, all I can tell you is, if you're not good at it, just practice more. You want to kill me with such little skill. Even if I give you a chance, you won't be able to do anything. Lu Xiaoyu was not in a hurry to completely subdue Tao Jun. He really enjoyed the feeling of teasing his prey. He had been suppressed too much during this period of time, and at this moment, he just felt extremely comfortable. However, Lu Xiaoyu did not notice that a strand of hair made of shadow slowly appeared in the shadow behind him. The strand of hair continued to spread upwards along his back, reached the back of his head, and suddenly stabbed forward. The shadow's hair pierced his brain directly, and the intense pain made Lu Xiaoyu pause in his movements. And at this moment, the dagger directly pierced into Lu Xiaoyu's chest. When Lu Xiaoyu came to his senses, the sharp dagger had completely penetrated his chest. Blood was dripping from the end of the dagger, some of it dripping onto the ground, and some of it just dripping onto Tao Jun's face. Tao Jun climbed up from the ground tremblingly, looking at Lu Xiaoyu lying in a pool of blood. After a brief moment of daze, he actually hugged his head and burst into tears. Dad, I avenged you. When you went to collect the debt that day, I originally wanted to go with you, but I was scared at that time, so I didn't go. But this time I was not afraid. I did it. I was not cowardly at all. Dad, when we get to the Underworld, you must catch this scumbag and give him a good beating. In the corner, Guiyang quietly gathered up his shadowy hair, looked at Tao Jun crying in the room, sighed, and shook his head. Another poor child. I can only help you up to this point. As expected, the appearance of a vicious person will lead to the destruction of countless kind people. Evil must be eradicated. Guiyang absorbed a large amount of mysterious energy from Lu Xiaoyu's body. This time he did not resist at all, and his ghost body was instantly summoned back to his original body. On Tao Jun's side, after he calmed down, he hurriedly cleaned up the traces he left at the scene and quietly left the scene along the way he came. It was already noon the next day when Lu Xiaoyu's body was found. At the same time, there is another good news. The night butcher has been found. Chapter 56. There is something fishy about this case. Chu Lingling brought Li Kaiyun to the crime scene. Looking at Lu Xiaoyu's body lying in a pool of blood, both of them had some confusion in their eyes. After Chu Lingling glanced at the scene, she lowered her head and played with her cell phone. No way, this guy is really dead. Li Kaiyun turned around and looked at Chu Lingling and asked, has Gu Yang's phone shown any unusual behavior? For example, has it made any strange calls or sent any signals online? Chu Lingling shook her head. Not at all. His operating records are normal. Moreover, he was probably sleeping at the time of the incident and his phone was not in use at all. I found that this guy's sleep quality is quite good. Since he woke up, he goes to bed on time at 12 o'clock every day, which is even more accurate than the alarm clock. Li Kaiyun nodded slightly. Then it seems that this matter has nothing to do with him, and the murderer who committed this murder has been found. The murderer had a certain anti-reconnaissance awareness. He not only processed the fingerprints at the scene and took away the murder weapon, but also did not leave through the elevator. Instead, he climbed out of the window. But even so, he was captured by the surveillance camera in the community. According to the investigation, it was a high school student named Tao Jun, who was 2 months shy of turning 16 and was currently attending his father's funeral. While introducing the current progress of the case, Li Kaiyun handed the information in his hand to Chu Lingling. It seems that the case of the night butcher has finally come to an end. Chu Lingling looked up with some doubt. How do you know for sure that Tao Jun is the night butcher? Li Kaiyun took it for granted and said, of course it's true. Our law enforcement officers have already arrested him and are waiting for us to go back and record his statement. He admitted it himself on the way, saying that he was the night butcher. Besides, isn't the night butcher the only one committing murders at night these days? Chu Lingling shook her head. It's not that simple. What if Tao Jun is lying? Li Kaiyun frowned. No way. Who would take all the lives of several people on their own for nothing? Chu Lingling pointed at Lu Xiaoyu lying on the ground and said, look carefully at the injuries on this guy's body. The only fatal one is the knife wound on his chest. It was only a 30-centimeter fruit knife, but the murderer couldn't even insert it completely into the victim's body. This shows that the murderer is not very strong, even less than the average adult man. And think about those corpses before. Those were the night butchers who could chop off heads with one blow. Don't you think that the two are completely on different levels? Even if this night butcher was exhausted from playing with women yesterday, he couldn't possibly have performed so poorly, right? After hearing this, Li Kaiyun carefully examined the body again. He had not looked at it carefully before because the case was solved. Now that he looked carefully, he found that what Chu Lingling said was right, and he also found some unusual things. Based on the situation at the scene, it seems that the murderer encountered fierce resistance from Lu Xiaoyu when he was committing the crime, and Lu Xiaoyu even had the upper hand at one point. The murderer was indeed quite weak, as he was able to allow a half-drunk Lu Xiaoyu to almost kill him. He doesn't seem to be related to the night butcher. Chu Lingling replied. You're right. Let's send this body to the medical examination department for a thorough examination. Li Kaiyun was a little confused. Is it necessary to examine this body? The fatal wound is so obvious. It's just a knife wound to the chest. Chu Lingling smiled and said, remember what I told you before? The reason why an unsolved case is an unsolved case is because it contains things that cannot be explained by common sense. We all thought that the cause of death of this body was the knife wound in the chest. But do you think it is possible that everything we saw was fake? At this time, Lu Tao ran in breathlessly. How come no one informed me when such a big case happened? Li Kaiyun replied with a cold face. If I remember correctly, you are no longer the captain of the criminal investigation team. Do I have any obligation to inform you? Do you want me to come over and help everyone move the car? Lu Tao gnashed his teeth in anger. What kind of attitude do you have? I tell you, I really have to intervene in this case. First, I've been investigating this case for several days, and I definitely have more information than you do. Second, I've also spoken with Director Guan. Even if it means being demoted, I will get to the bottom of this case. Lu Tao gritted his teeth, looking determined not to give up. If you didn't know, you would think that one of their relatives was among the dead. Li Kaiyun looked unkindly. Could it be that you heard that the identity of the night butcher was revealed and wanted to come over to share some of the credit? I've seen a lot of people like you. You don't have much skill when handling cases, but you always rush in to grab the credit. No wonder you can give yourself the title of super detective. Lu Tao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He could clearly see that Li Kaiyun was arrogant and didn't take him seriously at all. What the hell is that night butcher? That Tao Jun. If he is really the night butcher, I will cut off his head and use it as your chamber pot. It's absolutely wrong. It's absolutely wrong. I guarantee it. The night butcher is ruthless, cruel, and merciless, has unstoppable anti-detection capabilities, and has ridiculously strong physical fitness. How could he be a high school student? Unless that kid's genes have mutated. If you really treat that guy as the night butcher, you will definitely commit an injustice that will be remembered for all eternity. Li Kaiyun looked grim. Although this case was also shrouded in doubts when he and Chu Lingling discussed it, he felt somewhat embarrassed to have it pointed out by an outsider. He strode up to Lu Tao and poked his chest twice with his fingers. I know you're going to see the director of the inspection bureau, and I also know you'd rather be demoted than go to the night butcher's investigation department to find out the truth. But you have to understand that I am in charge of the current case. After you are demoted, you can only be regarded as one of my subordinates. Since you like to show off so much, please go back to the police station quickly, count what my team members want to eat for lunch today, and buy lunch for them one by one. This is my work arrangement for you. Do you understand? Lu Tao was so angry that his face turned red, but he couldn't find any fault at the moment. Subordinates had to obey orders. Even if it was just logistics, he had no say in it. Chu Lingling, who was standing nearby, watched for a while, then walked over with a smile and gently patted Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao on the shoulders. We're all colleagues. Why are we being so awkward? I'll organize a game later, and we can play a couple of games to lighten the mood. We are all here to solve the case. We are one family. When I was playing games, my friends and I cursed each other's ancestors one by one. When the second game started, weren't we still good brothers? Forget it. Let's take the body back for an autopsy first, then interrogate Tao Jun and everything will be clear. Since Chu Lingling came forward, Li Kaiyun naturally didn't say anything more. With a look of disdain on his face, he glanced at Lu Tao and turned away. Lu Tao was filled with anger. He stayed behind alone and continued to survey the scene, taking notes in his small notebook. Damn night butcher. I will definitely catch you, even if it means risking my career. After Gu Yang got up early in the morning, the first thing he did was to check his yuan show balance. 183 years. Not bad. It seems that Lu Xiaoyu is a long-lived guy, providing me with income for 23 years. Now, if nothing unexpected happens, I can probably live safely to be 200 years old. But this amount is totally not enough for Gu Yang. Human civilization has a vast amount of knowledge. If he wants to learn all this knowledge into his brain and then innovate, he really doesn't know how much it will cost. But don't worry, you have plenty of time now. Just take your time. The little incident that happened last night was really a surprise to him. I didn't expect that besides myself, there was another person who also wanted to kill Lu Xiaoyu. This is really a coincidence. What's more, Tao Jun actually used his own name, which is outrageous. Gu Yang actually had some impression of Lao Tao in the company. He was an honest and good employee. He didn't expect that during the time he was paralyzed, he would be forced into a desperate situation. As expected, kind people are often bullied and kind horses are often ridden. Gu Yang walked to the window, picked up a cup of hot tea, gently poured it into the flower pot, and murmured to himself, Lao Tao, I have avenged you. Don't worry, your son is not yet old enough to bear criminal responsibility, and this incident happened for a reason, so he will be released soon. Chapter 57. Preparing to be discharged from the hospital. Su Chengcheng, wearing a pink helmet, knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Gu, are you ready? I'm here to help you move. Gu Yang looked back. Are you really going to use your little electric scooter to help me move? Of course, I told you to save money. Don't worry, the worst that can happen is that I'll just make 2 more trips. Besides, I'm quite skilled and will definitely not break your things. But I don't think you have anything. By the way, has Mr. Gu's accommodation been arranged? Gu Yang was speechless and shook his head. Forget it, just put away your electric bike. Someone will come to pick me up from the hospital soon. Su Chengcheng was a little confused. Doesn't Mr. Gu have any other family members? Sister, even if I don't have any family, can't I still have a few friends? Do you really think I'm a lonely old widower? Su Chengcheng smiled awkwardly. But the dean gave me a day off today and asked me to help Mr. Gu move. Why don't I stay for a while and help you push the wheelchair? No need, my wheelchair is electric. Electric ones are definitely not as safe as manual ones. Okay, if you don't have anything to do, go buy me some books. When Su Chengcheng heard that she had her own work to do, she immediately became motivated. Mr. Gu, what kind of book would you like to read? I've read all the popular novels on tomato.com recently. Would you like me to recommend a few to you? Let me tell you, there's a super interesting novel about a world full of monsters disguised as humans. The book also says that the world is fake and love is real. I think it's really interesting. How about I buy it for you later? Gu Yang waved his hands impatiently. What I want to read is not novels, but books on medicine, preferably textbooks or classics. Buy me some of the most classic books in various medical fields. You're a student of this, so you should know more than me, right? Su Chengcheng's eyes widened in an instant. Mr. Gu, you don't want to teach yourself medicine and then take the postgraduate entrance exam for medicine, do you? I tell you, this is very difficult, and you can't be a doctor in your current condition. If you ask me, you might as well learn computer science. Programmers also work by sitting on a chair anyway. It's the same whether you have a lower body or not. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang also became interested. Studying computer science is not a bad idea. That kind of hacking technology can be applied in all aspects of life. I don't know whether it's true or not, but there are legends online about some top hackers who can shake up the world by hiding behind computer screens. Now that I have the UN show space, I can quickly learn all kinds of knowledge. It would be a pity not to learn computer science. After all, this is still the internet age. He nodded and said, that's fine. After you buy all the medical books for me, please also buy all the computer books for me. Remember to buy the most classic and profound masterpieces. Su Chengcheng was shocked. Mr. Gu, please don't do that. Do you still want to get a double degree, studying both medicine and computer science? If you keep nagging me, I'll deduct your salary next month. Su Chengqing suddenly shut his mouth, and without saying a word, he ran away wearing his helmet. My goodness, the best way to deal with this silly girl is to start with her salary. Controlling her economic lifeline is equivalent to controlling her life. At this time, Gu Yang's phone rang. It was Mu Rong calling. Gu Yang, I've already arranged the house for you. The paperwork is online and ready for sale. However, it's a haunted house because someone has died there, so the price will probably be quite low, and I don't know when it will be sold. I've already paid for a quiet mountaintop villa for you. Although it's on the top of a mountain, the roads are quite spacious, and there are independent supermarkets and shopping malls on the mountain. What do you think? Guyang nodded. Just arrange this little thing for you. Thank you for your hard work. What are you talking about, hard work or not? Aren't you my boss? I have also prepared the relevant documents and contracts for the construction company's sale. I will come to pick you up from the hospital in 2 or 3 hours, and you can sign these documents by the way. However, because we are in a hurry to sell, the construction company has also reduced the price by 20%, so you have to be mentally prepared. It doesn't matter. If you can get it out quickly. If you delay any longer, you might not even be able to keep the remaining 80%. Okay, that's a deal then. See you later. I'm hanging up now. It can be heard that Mu Rong must be very busy now, and he is a little breathless when speaking. Knowing that Mu Rong would be back today, the first thing Guyang arranged for him to do was to find a place for himself to live, and then quickly put the company and his house up for sale. Mu Rong is worthy of being a veteran of the company. He is very capable, and he got everything done in a short time. If we really leave these things to that idiot Su Chengqing, I don't know how big a hole it will cause. Guyang sat in a chair, browsing his phone, patiently killing time, and couldn't help but click on the Night Butcher's forum again. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. According to my buddy who works in law enforcement, the Night Butcher has been apprehended. He is a high school student who is not yet an adult. Fuck you. Don't destroy the perfect image of the Night Butcher in my mind. He's so powerful and mysterious. How could he be a naive high school student? That's right. You want to brag and gain attention, but please, use your brain. What high school student can chop off someone's head and send it flying several meters away with one knife? What high school student could have continued to kill people for so many days while being pursued by law enforcement? This is true. This is true. You may not know that yesterday, the notorious Liu Xiaoyu died on the internet, and the murderer was the famous Night Butcher. However, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. He happened to be captured by the camera and has now been taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau. On the way, the high school student admitted that he was the Night Butcher. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe this is true. In my imagination, the Night Butcher should be a 2-meter-tall, muscular man who is proficient in the 72 Shaolin Kung Fu skills. He should be able to kill Wu Song with just 3 punches, just like Wu Song killed a tiger with 3 punches. There's absolutely no way he's a weak high school student. Yes. I don't believe this is not true either. This is absolutely not true. Many people on the internet were completely defeated because of the Night Butcher's recent righteous actions. Many people regarded the Night Butcher as a hero of the night and their idol. And now you tell them that this so-called hero and idol of the night is nothing but an immature high school student, which is undoubtedly trampling on their dreams. Everyone immediately criticized the guy who had just leaked the information. Guyang was watching the forum with great interest. These guys were really interesting. But did that high school student, Tao Jun, really say in the Law Enforcement Bureau that he was the Night Butcher? Is he crazy? What does he want? Could it be that he wanted to use this fame to become a big internet celebrity? But it's not certain whether you can get it out this way. It is daytime now, and Guyang cannot enter the ghost state. So naturally, he cannot sneak over to see what is happening at the Law Enforcement Bureau. Forget it. Just wait patiently. It won't be my fault anyway. At this moment, in the Law Enforcement Bureau, Tao Jun sat cautiously on the iron bench. Although he had no expression on his face, his constantly moving fingers still reflected his inner anxiety. Soon, 3 people came to the table opposite him. They were Chu Lingling, Li Kaiyun, and Director Guan, who were in charge of the Night Butcher case. As for Liu Tao, of course he could only peek through the glass window from outside. Tell me, why did you insist on pretending to be the Night Butcher? Chapter 58. Chapter 58, I am a minor. The other party is just a kid who is still in high school. Li Kaiyun thought that as long as he spoke in a slightly harsher tone, he could make the other party confess the truth. But who would have thought that after gritting his teeth, Tao Jun straightened his neck and said, "What's the point of pretending or not? I am the Night Butcher, and I was the one who killed all those people before me. Those I killed deserve to die. What did I do wrong? It's you who are wrong. Why don't you just arrest all the bad guys, sentence them to death, and shoot them on the spot? It is because of your kindness and leniency that they have brought disaster to so many families." Director Guan beside him sighed and advised, "My child, this world is not as simple as you think. The law protects the rights and interests of everyone, regardless of whether they are good or bad. Even if you do something wrong, you should have a chance to reform after being punished. Have you never done anything wrong since you were a child? If you made a mistake as a child and were shot, do you think it would be right? I know that people on the internet admire the Night Butcher and think that what he did was right. You must be his fan, so you pretended to be him and took the blame. But I must remind you that the sins committed by the Night Butcher are too grave, and you cannot bear it." Tao Jun gritted his teeth. "I can handle it." Director Guan shook his head. "I said you can't stand it. Now anyone over the age of 12 can be held criminally responsible, and the Night Butcher has killed so many people in a row, so his sins are definitely not small. Even if you are spared the death penalty, you will basically spend the rest of your life in prison. Are you sure you want to bear such a huge sin?" Hearing this, Tao Jun looked obviously a little flustered. Li Kaiyun next to him seized the opportunity and quickly added, "As long as you don't talk nonsense and tell the truth exactly, you will have only one life on your hands. In addition, since he was at fault in the dispute between you and Lu Xiaoyu, your punishment can be mitigated as appropriate. Think about it." Director Guan and the others looked at each other, full of confidence, and waited patiently for Tao Jun to tell the truth. However, after a brief silence, Tao Jun raised his head, his eyes full of determination. "I am the Night Butcher, absolutely." Li Kaiyun and others in front almost vomited blood. Why is this kid so stubborn and so unyielding? Chu Lingling, who was standing next to her, yawned and stood up. She winked at Director Guan and Li Kaiyun next to her. The two of them immediately understood and left the interrogation room. At this time, Chu Lingling walked up to Tao Jun, untied the cuffs on his hands, and poured half of the milk tea in front of him. Then she took out a spare phone and handed it to him. "Can you play games? Let's play a few games together." Tao Jun was a little confused for a moment. Are criminals treated so well now? You can play games and drink milk tea. There are almost no children of this age who are not addicted to games. After a brief hesitation, he finally drank 2 sips of milk tea and teamed up with Chu Lingling while holding his gaming phone. From being reserved and taciturn at the beginning to finally opening up his heart. "I have never had a mother since I was a child, and my father raised me. That damn Lu Xiaoyu is a bastard. He owed money and refused to pay it back. He also let some thugs break my dad's legs, causing my dad to have an acute heart attack and die. He deserved to die, and I killed him to enforce justice, so I did nothing wrong. I understand this, but I don't understand why you insist on calling yourself the Night Butcher. Because the Night Butcher is a great hero, he killed a lot of people who deserve to die, and I want to be a great hero too. Besides, my father is dead, and I feel that there is no point in living. It is better to just die. Wouldn't it be better if I could do something for the hero before I die?" After all, Tao Jun was a high school student with little social experience. Under Chu Lingling's sugar-coated bullets, he quickly gave in and slowly told her everything that happened that night. Chu Lingling came out with a tight frown on her face. Her entire behavior was clearly seen by Director Guan, Li Kaiyun, and Gu Yang on the surveillance camera. They had to admit that although Chu Lingling loved playing games on weekdays, she looked a little out of place. However, he is definitely an expert in interrogation and solving cases, as well as hacking techniques, and he lives up to his reputation as a top detective. Director Guan took a sip of tea and asked, "Well, Tao Jun has explained everything that happened that night. Did you find anything?" Li Kaiyun next to him shook his head. "It doesn't seem to be anything special. I just took advantage of Lu Xiaoyu being drunk and killed someone." Lu Tao replied, "At least it proves that this guy is not the Night Butcher. The Night Butcher's case is still unsolved." Li Kaiyun turned around and looked at him. "You're not still doubting that paralyzed Gu Yang, are you? He's lying in bed, unable to get out. It's simply impossible. And yesterday, I deliberately leaked to him some information about Lu Xiaoyu hiring a killer, and then implanted Lingling's professional antivirus software into his mobile phone, monitoring and retrieving all the browsing and communication records of his mobile phone, and found nothing abnormal. I can tell you responsibly that Gu Yang has no suspicion at all." Hearing this, Lu Tao widened his eyes again. "You mean to say that you told Gu Yang yesterday that Lu Xiaoyu hired someone to kill him, and then Lu Xiaoyu died last night, and he's still not a suspect? I know you are investigating from the perspective of criminal motive, and Gu Yang is indeed a suspect, but from the perspective of factual evidence, it is absolutely impossible for him to be involved. In terms of hard conditions, he is paralyzed and unable to get out of bed, and is completely incapable of committing murder. In terms of substantive evidence, there is nothing abnormal about him either." After listening to it, Lu Tao had to admit that Li Kaiyun's analysis was also reasonable. But is there really such a coincidence in the world? After the two of them discussed it for a while, Chu Lingling just stood there with a frown on her face. So they turned around and asked in confusion, "Is there anything else you can't figure out?" Chu Lingling nodded. "There's one thing I find strange." As Tao Jun said just now, he took the sharp dagger and wanted to pierce Lu Xiaoyu's heart, but Lu Xiaoyu grabbed his wrist. The opponent was very strong, and he couldn't get his dagger even a step closer to him even if he used all his strength. But somehow, all the strength of Lu Xiaoyu seemed to disappear in an instant, and his dagger pierced the guy's heart without any hindrance. What did you discover from this process? After everyone heard it, inspiration immediately came to their minds. No, according to what he said, Lu Xiaoyu had the upper hand the entire time. He could be said to have pinned Tao Jun to the ground the entire time. How could he lose all his strength in an instant? Is it because of the alcohol? Chu Lingling keenly realized that behind this detail, there might be the key secret to solving the case. Where's the autopsy report? I want to see the autopsy report. Lu Tao quickly handed over a document. Here, just finished half an hour ago. According to the report investigation, Lu Xiaoyu was indeed drunk when he was killed, but he was not completely drunk, just slightly tipsy. Apart from that, he did not have any abnormal condition such as being poisoned, and the only injury on his body seemed to be the knife wound on his chest. There is nothing wrong with this autopsy report. After Chu Lingling patiently read it over and over again, she shook her head. Something's wrong. I don't think it's right. I want to see the body myself. Anyway, everyone had no other way to handle the case, so after getting consent, they all followed Chu Lingling. Chapter 59. There is a third person at the scene. The forensic doctor wore thick frameless glasses. He slurped spicy hot pot while holding his phone in front of him to watch the live game. Seeing those terrible operations, I smiled happily. This is simply too delicious. If I had known that the food you professional players can eat is so delicious, I would not have ordered spicy hot pot. I would have just ordered a bowl of rice and saved some money. How can Minotaur's QW combo be missed? I can even do it with my feet. The forensic doctor was both amused and angry. Suddenly, a slight cough was heard from behind. The forensic doctor didn't even raise his head. "Captain Liu, I'm warning you. Don't pretend to cough like Director Guan again. I won't be fooled this time." There was another cough afterwards. The forensic doctor was a little impatient. "Stop coughing. I have a stable job, so what am I afraid of? Even if Director Guan really appears behind me, I won't be intimidated." At this time, a dissatisfied voice came from behind. "Really? Are you really not afraid?" "I'm not afraid, that's all. Lu Tao, you've really made progress this time. You even imitated Director Guan's voice very well. You can go on that show, the imitation show. Ha 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 ha. I will vote for you then." The forensic doctor was still watching the live broadcast in front of him with great interest, but as he watched, he suddenly felt a sharp murderous aura. It seemed as if there were several prehistoric beasts behind him. He turned around cautiously and found that there was a group of people standing behind him without him noticing. Lu Tao was indeed among this group of people, but besides Lu Tao, Chu Lingling, Li Kaiyun, and even Director Guan were also here. The forensic doctor felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Director Guan stared at him with interest. "Keep watching. The game live broadcast is so exciting, much more interesting than work. Anyway, you have a stable job, and I can't do anything to you. Come on, sit down. Why are you standing up? We'll be waiting here until you've had enough to eat and drink, and finish watching the live broadcast before we talk about work." At this moment, the forensic doctor looked like he was about to cry. He turned off his phone with a wronged look on his face, and reluctantly threw the unfinished spicy hot pot into the trash can. "I'm sorry, Director Guan, I didn't mean it. If you want to blame someone, blame that damn Lu Tao. He always pretends to be you to bully me." Lu Tao widened his eyes. "Brother, you can't say that. I'm trying to make sure you work hard, but you're making all my efforts go to waste." After a few minutes of seriousness, Director Guan gently patted the forensic doctor's shoulder. "Well, it's not a big deal. Don't be too scared. Have you finished your work?" The forensic doctor immediately raised his head. "It's absolutely done. I've done everything I needed to check and written the report. What are you doing here this time?" Chu Lingling came out from the side. "The situation is this. I think Lu Xiaoyu's death is a bit strange, and I want to come back and see his body." The forensic doctor nodded and immediately led the way, pulling out a white cloth. "This is Lu Xiaoyu's body. It was just brought back this morning, and I just finished examining it, so I haven't had time to clean it up yet. I have submitted the inspection report in the form of a manual. I'm sure you have seen it. Next, just tell me what you want to check, and I will be there to assist you." Chu Lingling nodded. Then she took Li Kaiyun around the body and carefully examined every aspect. The conclusions drawn were similar to those of forensic pathologists. There were no other marks on the body except for a very obvious knife wound on the chest. The forensic doctor added. The condition of the body is very simple at first glance, and the murder weapon is a common sharp fruit knife on the market. The cause of death, which now seems very obvious, was the fruit knife piercing the heart. I also checked his other organs and blood, and there were no signs of poisoning, just a little alcohol residue. Everyone looked at it over and over again, and it was exactly the same as what the forensic doctor said. Li Kaiyun stood in front of Chu Lingling and asked, "Any other findings?" Chu Lingling stood there in a daze and did not answer. Li Kaiyun then waited patiently by the side. Director Guan and the others also did not say anything, for fear of affecting Chu Lingling's thinking. In this way, time passed by minute. Suddenly, Chu Lingling noticed Lu Xiaoyu's black hair. "Why don't you shave his head and examine his head?" After listening to this, the medical examiner said, "Normally, we don't shave our hair very often unless necessary. This concerns the appearance of the deceased." Lu Xiaoyu's condition was very simple. The fatal wound was in his chest, and there was no need to examine his head, so I didn't do that. Chu Lingling continued, "I can't care about that now. Just shave his hair and let me check it out." After hearing this, the forensic doctor did not hesitate. He took out the clippers and shaved off all of Lu Xiaoyu's hair in just a few strokes. During the scraping process, the forensic doctor actually discovered a little abnormality. "Come and look, there's a small blood spot on the back of Lu Xiaoyu's head, as if he was pricked by a needle." Everyone rushed forward immediately after hearing this. Chu Lingling saw this small blood spot, and it was like she had seen a new world. "I need more detailed data for a craniotomy." The forensic doctor nodded and immediately and carefully cut open Lu Xiaoyu's skull. After opening it and carefully examining it, the forensic doctor was amazed. This wound is not ordinary. This was not just a simple skin injury, but a very thin needle that pierced the cerebral cortex and then penetrated the skull and went all the way into the brain. "Awesome. How did you do that?" Under normal circumstances, such a thin needle should be very soft. How could it be possible to penetrate so deep? What kind of needle is this? Everyone at the scene was shocked. They never expected that Lu Xiaoyu would have such injuries on his body. Li Kaiyun asked, "The deceased's head was pierced by a needle? What impact would such an injury have on the deceased? And could it have caused his death?" The forensic doctor looked a little confused. "It's hard to say. The brain is still the most mysterious part of us humans. But I can make a guess that if such a needle is inserted into the brain, even if the symptoms are relatively mild, it will definitely damage some nerve units, causing paralysis, amnesia, abnormal perception, etc. If the symptoms are severe, brain tissue necrosis, hemorrhage, and even death may occur." Chu Lingling beside her smiled. "That's right, there was definitely a third person at the crime scene, and this third person is most likely the real night butcher. Tao Jun alone can't possibly be Lu Xiaoyu's opponent. There's an accomplice in this murder." The case that had been solved became confusing again in an instant. Li Kaiyun immediately stood up. "I'm going to go back to the crime scene and conduct a thorough investigation. If there was a third person at the scene, there would be no way there wouldn't be traces left behind." Chu Lingling next to her took out 2 mobile phones and said, "Then I'll go play games with little brother Tao Jun and use big data to check online to see if there's anyone who's exposed." The two were in a hurry to leave in order to solve the case. They even only had time to say a hurried hello to Director Guan before leaving. After everyone left, Lu Tao picked up his coat hanging behind the chair and put it on. He turned around and said to Director Guan, "A friend wants to treat me to a meal. I have to go out for a while and will be back when I'm done." In the past, when Lu Tao wanted to go out for dinner, Director Guan would not ask any more questions. However, this time, Director Guan spoke up. "It was that black tiger who asked you to go, right?" Lu Tao smiled awkwardly and turned around and said, "Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Director Guan." Director Guan sighed and shook his head. "That black tiger's identity is not clean. You still represent our law enforcement bureau. If you go to dine with him, you will probably get yourself into trouble." Lu Tao lowered his head, looking somewhat painful. "I know, I also want to be a clean and honest law enforcement officer. But that black tiger told me that he wanted to discuss the case of the night butcher with me." Director Guan's eyes were filled with distress. "Are you going to attend the banquet in person just to catch this night butcher? Why not just invite him over for a chat? You are simply trying to be a hero. I remember when you first started learning from me. I told you not to be a hero, but you still can't change it. Do you know the difference between a hero and a lawman?" Lu Tao hesitated for a moment and then spoke. "The difference is that we abide by rules and discipline, while those so-called heroes have no taboos." Director Guan looked at him with dismay. "Bullshit. The biggest difference is that heroes are usually big bosses, like Iron Man, while us law enforcement officers are just workers. If you want to be a hero, become a big boss first." How can you handle porcelain work without the right skills? Chapter 60 Is That Guy a Ghost? As an enforcement officer of the Law Enforcement Bureau and a well-known detective on the internet, if Lu Tao does not make any major mistakes, he may very likely take over Guan Chang'an's position in many years. His identity is very sensitive. If he went to have dinner with He Hu alone, and someone took a photo of him and left evidence, it would likely become a big stain on his political career. The bright future is no longer secure. Lu Tao was naturally aware of Director Guan's care for him. After walking out of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lu Tao sat alone on the steps outside and smoked half a pack of cigarettes. When he extinguished the last cigarette, his eyes became extremely firm. I wear this uniform to uphold the dignity of the law. Regardless of whether the people killed by the Night Butcher were truly evil, his existence was a great provocation to the law. Even if it means risking my career, I will bring him to justice. Without saying a word, Lu Tao drove towards the hotel where he had agreed to meet He Hu. When he pushed open the door of the box, He Hu and the two bodyguards behind him had been waiting for a long time. Black Tiger stood up, stretched out a hand from a distance, with a gentle smile on his face. Captain Lu, this is a bit unfair of you. Despite my cordial invitation, you are actually an hour late. You'll have to drink 3 cups as punishment later. Lu Tao looked at the Black Tiger in front of him and felt a little strange. This guy is completely different from before. The previous Black Tiger was always shirtless, revealing the tiger tattoo on his arm. His chest and back were all solid muscles. He looked like a gangster thug. But now the Black Tiger in front of him was dressed in a suit and tie, looking like a successful boss. Moreover, the two bodyguards behind him were obviously professionally trained and did not look like those gangsters. Lu Tao was in no mood to pay attention to He Hu's current changes. He was too lazy to even sit down. A bodyguard behind He Hu wanted to close the door of the box, but Lu Tao raised his hand to stop him. There's no need to close the door, serve the food, or pour the wine. Our status shouldn't allow us to sit down and eat together, and I didn't come here today to waste time. I just want to know what you want to tell me about the Night Butcher. I will only give you one chance to speak. If you say something irrelevant, I will turn around and leave now. The smile on He Hu's face froze, but he quickly reacted and poured the wine. He walked up to Lu Tao with 2 glasses of wine and said with a smile, Captain Lu is trying to avoid suspicion, but you can rest assured that I am different now. I have transferred the underground boxing gym to someone else, and it has nothing to do with me. All the businesses I have now are legitimate businesses, not even those that touch the edge. In other words, today I am as clean as a blank sheet of paper. When Lu Tao heard this, although he was a little surprised, he still looked unconvinced. If you wipe your butt with a piece of bread, even if you wash the surface clean, would you still be willing to put that piece of bread in your stomach? After Lu Tao said this, he turned around and prepared to leave. I don't think you have any useful information, so coming here is a complete waste of my time. You can drink and eat by yourself. I'm leaving first. Let me remind you, have your master surrender to the law enforcement agency immediately. Don't think you will be fine if you just hide. The Law Enforcement Bureau can't find him and has issued a wanted warrant. Xiong Chuan can't hide forever. Although the Black Wolf who was sent to assassinate Gu Yang last time died on the spot, Xiong Chuan, the mastermind behind all these actions, must naturally be held accountable. But the law enforcement agency has not caught Xiong Chuan yet. Just as Lu Tao was about to leave the room, He Hu dropped a bombshell. My master Xiong Chuan is dead. He was killed by the Night Butcher. Lu Tao, who was about to turn around and leave, was stunned on the spot. He Hu returned to his seat and sat down, pointing to the glass of wine opposite him. Captain Lu, can you have a drink with me now? Lu Tao was so shocked that he could no longer care about other issues. He just sat there and drank a large glass of wine. When did it happen? Where did it happen? Is the scene still there? Why didn't you report it at the time? Black Tiger smiled bitterly and shook his head. You know we're gang members. How could we possibly report the crime? On the one hand, if this case were reported, everyone in our boxing gym would become a laughing stock. The Underworld naturally has its own set of rules. On the other hand, if we report it to the police, everyone will know about Xiong Chuan's death. Those people we offended before will not let us live, so this news must be concealed. Then why are you coming to me to talk about these things now? You should know I won't keep it a secret for you. The reason is simple. The news of my master's death could no longer be concealed, and I had already disbanded the underground boxing gym. Although the underground boxing gym has offended many people over the years, I have never been involved in it. Even if it is revenge from my enemies, it will not have much impact on me. I just want to find out the answer to the question of the Night Butcher's identity. After confirming that the news was true, Lu Tao took out his wrinkled little notebook on the dining table and wrote down the news he had received today. This notebook contains all the information about homicides in recent days. Black Tiger on the opposite side waved his hand, and a bodyguard took out a file bag and handed it to Lu Tao. When the bag was opened, there was a thick stack of photos inside. They were all photos of the small room where Xiong Chuan last appeared and the rooftop. These photos could completely restore the crime scene 100%. After drinking a glass of wine, Heihu said, "The murder case is almost identical to the previous Yin Pingping case, but the problem is that my master's body is missing." The night butcher's methods were indeed powerful. Not only could he escape from the secret room himself, he could also move the corpse away from the secret room. Even now, I can't figure out how he did it even after thinking about it day and night. As Heihu spoke, Lu Tao took notes in his notebook. At the same time, he also checked all the photos on the rooftop and in the small room, frowning tightly. Even with his many years of experience in handling cases, he could not find any flaws. "Did you find any other traces at the scene? For example, fingerprints, hair, etc." Black Tiger shook his head. "If I had it, I would have taken it out a long time ago, but this guy is just weird. Judging from the situation at the scene, my master should have met the night butcher on the rooftop. There was a fight between the two, but my master was completely defeated. So he used a little trick to escape from the rooftop and fled all the way to the small room. He called me and asked me to rescue him. It took me no more than 20 minutes to arrive at the scene. But when I found the room my master had mentioned, the person was gone, leaving only traces in these photos. To be honest, I'm still a little dazed. It all seems like a dream." Lu Tao frowned tightly. He knew very well that Xiong Chuan had made a great name for himself in the underground world with just his fists, and his strength was ridiculously strong. Even if some special forces came out, they might not be his match. But this guy only exchanged one move with the night butcher before turning around and running away. Is the gap in strength between the two so huge? It seems that the danger of this night butcher is far beyond imagination. And how did this guy kill Xiong Chuan and move the body away in just 20 minutes in a building full of surveillance cameras? This is so weird. Could this guy be a ghost? If Lu Tao had not been educated to believe in science since childhood, he would have wanted to go to the mountain and ask two old Taoist priests to take a look and see if this guy was a ghost or not. Chapter 61 The Deadlock That Cannot Be Circumvented. Wait, what about last night? Lu Tao suddenly remembered something. When the law enforcement agency was examining the body, they found a small pinhole on the back of Lu Xiaoyu's head and concluded that there must be a third person at the scene. If this third person is the night butcher, then Lu Xiaoyu should also be considered to have died at the hands of the night butcher. So far, it has become a fixed pattern for this guy to kill one person every night. The first night was Yin Pingping. The second night was the night of the robbers. On the third night, it was the gangster Yellow Chicken. The fourth night was at Xiong Chuan. On the fifth night, it was Lu Xiaoyu. In other words, if this guy can't be found, one person will die every day. Who will die tonight? Lu Tao suddenly felt a strong sense of urgency. Every day he delayed finding the night butcher would result in one person dying. Damn it, where is the clue? Lu Tao felt like he was about to get overwhelmed. He ignored the delicious food in front of him and silently lit a cigarette. Because he had not had a good rest for a long time and relied entirely on cigarettes to stay awake, Lu Tao's condition was extremely bad at the moment. He had unkempt hair, a haggard face, and two big dark circles under his eyes. If his clothes weren't clean, he would probably look like a homeless person on the street. As the tar from a cigarette was inhaled into his lungs, Lu Tao's mood finally eased a little. He carefully looked through the information of the deceased and suddenly found something very strange. Except for the gangster Huang Ji who died on the third day, all the people were more or less related to Gu Yang. This is such a coincidence. Especially Yin Pingping, Xiong Chuan, and Lu Xiaoyu. They have almost irreconcilable conflicts with Gu Yang. Xiong Chuan and Lu Xiaoyu were even more outrageous. Xiong Chuan had just sent someone to assassinate Gu Yang, but he died that same night. The news that Lu Xiaoyu hired a killer to commit murder had just been deliberately passed on to Gu Yang by Li Kaiyun, and he died that night. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? No wonder Lu Tao always looks suspiciously at Gu Yang. It's really weird. Generally speaking, there are two very basic directions when investigating a case. First, the real culprit is identified through all traces at the crime scene, including the murder weapon, fingerprints, hair, etc. left at the scene, as well as nearby surveillance cameras. The second is to investigate through the deceased's network of relationships during his lifetime. Now, after checking through the network of relationships, it was found that these guys who died at the hands of the night butcher could not get around Gu Yang. All the problems seemed to be at a dead end here, because Gu Yang also had impeccable evidence of innocence. He is a paralyzed patient and has no ability to kill. Moreover, even if he was not paralyzed, after Chu Lingli, Li Kaiyun and others arrived, They immediately conducted a series of investigations and precautions against Guyang. However, when Lu Xiaoyu got into trouble, Guyang clearly did not show any abnormality, which once again ruled out his suspicion. Even the possibility of this guy hiring someone to kill someone was very low. Because through investigating his mobile phone's browsing history, call records, etc., it was found that Guyang had almost no unnecessary contact with the outside world, and even when he visited the forum, he only read and did not comment. Who is the Night Butcher? How did he do all this? Black Tiger, who was sitting at the top, shook his wine glass and asked. Through my investigation, it seems that Captain Lu has always been suspicious of Guyang. To be honest, I was also quite skeptical. During this period, we only had one big order on hand, which was to assassinate Guyang. Unfortunately, the operation failed, and my master had an accident that night. I don't believe there are such coincidences in the world. Heihu looked at Lu Tao with a smile and said, There's something very interesting. The Night Butcher was so arrogant that after every murder, he didn't even bother to clean up the scene. However, this time, he took away my master's body. Do you know why? Lu Tao frowned and lowered his head. This was also the question he was thinking about now. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he replied, Is it possible that he simply didn't want anyone to know that Kamagawa died that night? He wanted to keep the news secret as long as possible. Black Tiger nodded. That's right. It's the same for us gang members. If I were under investigation recently, I would be very careful and not leave any handle. If forced to do something bad, he would do everything he could to clear himself of suspicion. The Night Butcher deliberately took away the master's body, which felt like he was hiding something. But he didn't expect that my master had already called us in advance and asked us to go over and rescue people. Nor did he expect that I would come to you in person to seek your help. Lu Tao became extremely excited at this moment, and even his voice was trembling. Wait, that seems easy to explain. The true identity of the Night Butcher must have come under the nose of our law enforcement agency recently. The reason why he deliberately hid the body was to avoid making himself more suspicious. And now, there is actually only one person who suspects the Night Butcher, and that is Guyang. Is this the guy? For the first time, Lu Tao felt that his brain was not enough and the world was too complicated. If Guyang is the Night Butcher, how do we explain his paralysis? The hospital must have surveillance cameras, so how do we explain his alibi? But if Guyang is not the Night Butcher, how do we explain that all these dead people are more or less related to him? Or maybe the Night Butcher was a killer he hired. What should I do? What should I do? A trace of determination flashed in Lu Tao's eyes. He thought to himself that this Night Butcher looked like a perverted and obsessed person. He would definitely want to kill someone every time it got dark. You can't get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. At worst, I can take the risk and give it a try. If this Guyang is really related to the Night Butcher, I don't believe he will not reveal his flaws in front of me. At this time, the black tiger in front of him spoke again. I invited Captain Lu here not only to talk about my master's case, but also for another matter. That is, I want to tell Captain Lu that since your law enforcement agency's methods can't find any flaws in the Night Butcher, I will have to use the methods of us underground people. Lu Tao naturally understood what this guy meant. He immediately stood up and slammed the table and shouted, Hey Hu, since you said you are already engaged in legitimate business, please put aside all your illegal and criminal thoughts. Catching criminals is the responsibility of our law enforcement agency, and it's not your turn to interfere. After saying that, Lu Tao put down the wine glass in front of him, turned around, and prepared to leave. Black Tiger warned from behind. It's just one day. If the Night Butcher continues to kill people tonight, I will use my own methods to find out his identity and deal with him. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Captain Lu. After a moment of silence, Lu Tao nodded heavily and left the room. He, who was having dinner alone, his eyes filled with hatred. Only he knew that the deceased Xiongchuan was not only his master and boss, but also his father. This revenge must be avenged. He slowly pulled out his phone and opened a text message. This text message was written by Xiongchuan. Xiongchuan was trapped in the small house and waited patiently for rescue. But just in case, he edited a message and chose to send it to He, whose mobile phone at a scheduled time. Hey Hu, if you manage to see this message, it means that your dad is dead. I want to tell you something about the Night Butcher. But remember, I'm not asking you to take revenge, but to keep you away from this guy. The Night Butcher is a monster. He also learned the 5 beasts breathing technique from me. If you find someone other than you practicing the 5 beasts breathing technique in the future, then there is a great possibility that he is the Night Butcher himself. Remember, don't avenge me, just live well. Son, I have let you down over the years, but I love you. Chapter 62, Lu Tao's Night Vigil Plan. Little brother, your strength is not that great. Teenagers are at the peak of their esports careers, and your level is making me, your sister, worried. Tao Jun held up his face, put down his phone, and looked at Chu Lingling, who was looking sarcastic in front of him. Sister Lingling, how can you blame this on me? There were footsteps on the right just now. I warned you, but you still jumped over. Aren't you just asking for your life? Are you kidding me? Chu Lingling frowned and knocked Tao Jun's head lightly. How can you talk like that, little brat? This is my strategy, do you understand? The reason I jumped out was to help you attract the enemy's attention, and then you can shoot from behind and reap the battlefield. Who knew you'd collapse the moment you showed up? You're such a wimp. Tao Jun's face was full of grievance. Then Sister Lingling, at least use 2 skills or fire 2 shots. You don't understand again. I'm saving the bullets so you can use them later. I'm trying to give you a chance to show off. You're too ignorant, kid. After Lu Tao came back, he saw Chu Lingling, who was busy playing games with Tao Jun. Does this look a bit like interrogating a criminal? It seems like he just wants to take the opportunity to play games, which is too unreliable. On the other side, Li Kaiyun was typing frantically on the keyboard, looking up various materials and recording documents. This guy looks like he's serious about his work. When Lu Tao came in, his tone was very serious. I have the latest intelligence and need to discuss it with you. Hearing this, Chu Lingling casually closed the matching game interface. Li Kaiyun next to him didn't even bother to raise his head. If you have any intelligence, just say no. What else is there to discuss? Lu Tao said. This is a serious matter. I'm not kidding. Although there was something wrong between Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun put down his work when he heard Lu Tao was so serious. Then let's go to the meeting room. After the 3 of them arrived at the conference room, Lu Tao immediately handed over the information he had recorded previously, as well as some photo files he had obtained from He Hu. Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun took turns taking it and looking at it, and both of their expressions became a little ugly. I didn't expect this guy to have secretly committed another murder. I was wondering why this Xiongchuan disappeared for no reason. Li Kaiyun's expression was filled with anger. Damn it. I've never seen such an arrogant criminal in my life. He kills people over and over again without even trying to stay out of the spotlight. He has absolutely no regard for our law enforcement agency. Chu Lingling narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment before answering. I've retrieved a lot of personal information online. Based on the current situation, this Night Butcher possesses the following characteristics. He has strong hand-to-hand combat ability and is very likely to have received professional training. He has perfect anti-reconnaissance ability and will hardly leave any traces at the scene. He has a strong sense of heroism and believes that he is upholding justice. Based on these characteristics, I made a list of about a dozen people, all of whom are our suspects. Among them are the gang's best thugs, elite fighters who have retired from foreign mercenary battlefields, and so on. I have used the internet to implant viruses on their phones and can monitor everything they do in real time. Chu Lingling put down the documents in her hand and said, according to the pattern Lu Tao summarized, this guy kills someone every night, so he definitely won't miss the opportunity tonight. All members of our law enforcement bureau are working overtime tonight, and all personnel are deployed throughout the streets and alleys of the city. If there are places that cannot be taken care of, just install surveillance. I just don't believe that this guy won't leave any loopholes. Li Kaiyun nodded immediately. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. However, at this time Lu Tao opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Chu Lingling turned around and asked, just say whatever you want to say. The information about Kamagawa's death is also thanks to you. Lu Tao nodded and replied, although I know my guess is a bit absurd and like a psychopath, I always feel that there is some connection between the Night Butcher and Guyang. It is even very likely that Guyang himself is the Night Butcher. Li Kaiyun scoffed after hearing this. I think you are indeed mentally ill. He is clearly paralyzed, and the hospital has already confirmed it. How could he have such powerful killing methods like the Night Butcher? It would be more reliable to say that he hired a killer. Lu Tao sighed and shook his head. I know this is a little unrealistic, but that's how it works sometimes. There's a saying that goes, when you eliminate all possibilities, the most unlikely one that remains is definitely the truth. Li Kaiyun shook his head. That's unfortunate. Guyang's suspicion was immediately ruled out by me. Lu Tao continued. The reason why I think he is the Night Butcher himself is entirely because of Yin Pingping's incident. The first step from 0 to 1 in anything is always the most difficult. Killing Yin Pingping is absolutely very important to the Night Butcher, so there must be an indelible hatred between the Night Butcher and Yin Pingping. And judging from the way the Night Butcher killed Yin Pingping, he was obviously venting his anger. I have thoroughly checked Yin Pingping's interpersonal network. Although many of her close friends and classmates have conflicts with her, it is impossible for the conflicts to escalate to this point. Not only do I have to kill her, but I also want her to suffer before she dies. Only Guyang has this motive. Li Kaiyun shook his head and slammed the documents in his hand on the table impatiently. Even if you analyze this motive in a fancy way, you can't get around the fact that Guyang himself is paralyzed. If he wanted to hire someone to kill someone, it would be impossible for him not to leave any traces or clues on the internet. Captain Liu, please don't waste too much energy on this candidate who has already been eliminated. Lu Tao's eyes were full of resentment. Li Kaiyun sneered and said, "Don't forget, you are just one of my law enforcement officers now. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. The street you're responsible for guarding tonight is the one in front of our law enforcement bureau, so you don't have to commute to get off work." Lu Tao felt extremely aggrieved. Even if he was unscrupulous, he couldn't kill people on the street in front of the law enforcement bureau. Being placed here was clearly isolating him. At this time, Chu Lingling beside her side and said, "Oh, you're such an annoying guy. It seems like you mess up your relationships with everyone." Captain Liu has his own ideas about handling the case, so let him follow his own ideas. One more person on duty watching the streets is no more, and one less is no less, right? After hearing Chu Lingling's criticism, Li Kaiyun lowered his head and said nothing more. Chu Lingling then asked Lu Tao, "Captain Liu, tell me what you were thinking just now." Lu Tao cast a grateful look at Chu Lingling. "Well, I think I need to visit Guyang again, and this time I plan to stay at his house as a friend. The night butcher always goes out to kill people at night, so I can supervise him at night. If he doesn't behave unusually at night and a murder occurs, he can be completely eliminated as a suspect." Chu Lingling nodded after listening. "It's a good idea, but have you ever thought that if Guyang is really the night butcher, you are in danger?" Lu Tao's eyes were filled with the determination to face death. "If something happened to me, or even if I died in Guyang's house, my sacrifice would definitely be worth it. This would further prove that there was something wrong with Guyang himself." Chu Lingling smiled and nodded. "Okay then, I'll leave that to you. But remember, even if you really can't find out anything, don't alert the enemy." "Don't worry, I'm an expert in this area." Li Kaiyun was a little dissatisfied. "Let me say hello to you first. This is your last chance to move freely. If this operation doesn't prove that Guyang has any problems, you will just listen to my instructions and do odd jobs for me from now on. Do you understand?" Lu Tao gritted his teeth and nodded. Chapter 63 Mu Rong's Gift. "Surprised, my brother." Accompanied by a somewhat broken English sentence, Mu Rong smiled and pushed open Gu Yang's ward door. At this moment, he was wearing a neat suit, with a shiny slicked-back hair, and holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands, which looked a little funny. Speaking of which, Mu Rong had many little fans when he was in college. He was over 1.8 meters tall, had 8-pack abs, and could even do a slam dunk when playing basketball. "Every day when I carry my school bag to the classroom, I receive a lot of love letters. But this guy has no interest in women." After a few years, Guyang even suspected that this guy was gay. Over the years, Mu Rong has been following him and starting a business, which has involved drinking and socializing. His originally strong muscles are no longer visible, and only a little fat can be seen. Fortunately, this guy is quite tall, so the extra fat is not obvious. He just looks a little strong. It is just enough to make a suit look plump and give off the aura of a successful person. Guyang was sitting in a wheelchair at the moment, pressing the remote control to select a TV program. Seeing Mu Rong walk in and his exaggerated appearance, I couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, this is really not necessary. You act like you're proposing to me, but I'm telling you, don't think that just because my lower body is paralyzed, I can just let you do whatever you want." Mu Rong laughed and put the bouquet aside. "I'm relieved to hear you say that. I thought our boss would be devastated after the car accident." "It's okay. At least you still have the energy to joke with me." Guyang shrugged indifferently. "Why should we be so depressed? Being alive is better than anything else. The sun is so warm, the air is so fresh, and the dancing girls on TV are so captivating. If I die, I won't be able to see all this. What a pity." Seeing that there was no one around, Mu Rong ran to Guyang in a mysterious manner, took out a tablet computer, opened it, and directly clicked on the photo album. There were photos of foreign beauties one after another, and they all looked pretty good. "What are you doing?" Mu Rong looked mysterious. "My dear brother, I have been thinking about your lifelong event before I came back. That Yin Ping is obviously a bitch. She just wants your money. If you look for a partner in the future, don't look for someone like her. The atmosphere in our country is really bad now, and you are in this situation now. It is not easy to find a suitable person. I just came up with an idea. Do you know how hardworking and poor the girls I know there are? They dream of marrying in our country, and it can be done with just a few thousand yuan as a betrothal gift. These girls have all been carefully screened by me. Each of them is not only beautiful, but also has good character. Their prices range from several thousand to tens of thousands. Hurry up and pick out the one you think is the prettiest, and I will arrange to bring her back to China. In the future, you will have a wife and someone to take care of your life, and it will be very cheap. What do you think? This is the gift I picked for you before I came back. Guyang frowned as he watched Mu Rong in front of him flipping through the pictures one by one and introducing the characteristics and personalities of these girls to him, without saying a word. Mu Rong said a few words and then became impatient. What's wrong with you? I've told you so much, whether it's okay or not. Why don't you just say a word? After thinking for a moment, Guyang raised his head and asked, I have a bold idea. Since they are all cheap, why not buy them all for me? Mu Rong was so angry that he almost broke the tablet in half. Are you dreaming? Don't you know that monogamy is the norm in our country? What's the problem with monogamy? Just don't get a marriage certificate. Do you understand the new regulations? Now the mistress's children can also inherit the family property, which is clearly encouraging everyone to find more wives. Okay, I see you don't have that idea at all right now. You're just joking with me here. Guyang laughed out loud. Of course he was joking. Women no longer had any appeal to Guyang. What a bright future I have now. I can use my ghost body to eliminate all those who hinder me and destroy all evil. It can also use the Yuan beast space to quickly master the advanced civilization knowledge of all mankind. And it is even possible to innovate and lead all mankind into a new era. There are so many interesting things. Wouldn't any one of them be more fun than falling in love? And if I find another villain like Yen Pingping, wouldn't that be disgusting to me? At this time, there was a knock on the hospital door, and Su Chengqing walked in sweating profusely. Mr. Gu, I have already bought all the books you wanted. They filled 2 or 3 boxes and are now in the parking lot. It's so heavy that I can't lift it. Have you found a place to stay? I'll take it to you now. Su Chengqing talked a lot before she realized there was another person in the room. She was probably too tired and had lost her mind. Guyang quickly introduced the two of them to each other. Mu Rong immediately smiled and stretched out a hand. Thanks to Miss Su's care for me during this period, I will give you a big red envelope later. Su Chengqing waved her hands quickly when she heard this. No, Brother Mu, you're too polite. Mr. Gu has already offered me a very high salary, and this is what I should do. Hey, you're too polite. Should you do something, and can you do it well, are two different things. If you do it well, you should receive the red envelope. Since you are here, let's help move things together. My car is parked in the garage. I've also found a house. Guyang only needed to control the electric wheelchair by himself throughout the whole process, and Mu Rong and Su Chengqing helped him carry the furniture and belongings. But there weren't many things, and soon the three of them arrived at their destination. Mu Rong and Su Chengqing helped to move Guyang out of the car and put him in a wheelchair. Mu Rong was amazed. You have really good physical fitness, and your recovery ability is amazing. Although your lower body cannot move now, when I moved you just now, it felt like you became heavier. You gained weight in the hospital, right? If you continue like this, I think it won't be long before you recover. Guyang shrugged indifferently. Recovering would be the best, but not being able to recover is also good, as I can just slack off openly. No, please don't be lazy. You asked me to come back and start my own business. I've already started packing up the construction company and preparing to sell it. Don't lie to me. Su Chengqing was carrying bags of things behind her, while Mu Rong pushed Guyang into the community in front of them. As he walked in, he introduced. Villas in this area are quite cheap. I bought you a slightly smaller one with only 3 floors and an area of about 200 square meters. The location is very good, facing the artificial lake in the middle of the community. This lake is quite big. I heard there are a lot of fish in it. You can go fishing in your wheelchair when you have nothing to do, but you'd better ask someone to come with you, so you don't fall into the lake. Guyang looked at it all the way and was quite satisfied. This place is relatively quiet, the air is good, and not many people live here. How much is the house? It's not too expensive, as it's a little far from the city center, and I bought it for just over 5 million. I'll advance the money for you first, and when your original house and company are sold, I'll take it directly from the proceeds. No problem, just do as you see fit. Mu Rong continued. I have already arranged all the furniture and other things inside for you. If you are not satisfied with anything, just tell me. I originally planned to buy you a wife or hire a caregiver, but now it seems that is not necessary. Guyang nodded. I'll let Su Chengqing take care of these trivial matters in life. You have more important things to do. Tell me what you want me to do. I'm ready to do it. Looking back now, the days when we started a business together in college and worked as laborers on construction sites were a bit difficult, but we were still really happy. While I'm still in good health, let's do another job. Guyang opened his mouth and ordered. You should immediately start buying a small factory, setting up a medical research lab, and registering a medical company. Our next target is the medical field. I had already discussed this entrepreneurial idea with Mu Rong before, and Mu Rong was not surprised. No problem, I'll do it in a moment. But it's really hard to produce research results in the medical field, and our money might very well go to waste, so you have to be mentally prepared. Don't worry, I have full confidence. Guiyang has already seen a bright future beckoning to him, and he is determined to enter the field of medical biology. The reason is very simple. First of all, in the future Guiyang may need to further advance the five beasts breathing method or learn other methods. Medicine and martial arts have been inseparable since ancient times, so it is very necessary for me to learn these. On the other hand, Yuanshou only represents the maximum number of years a person can live in theory, but it is impossible in reality. Because people get sick, get injured, and have accidents. The occurrence of any of these situations will result in a significant reduction in lifespan. Even though Guiyang has lived for more than 100 years now, if he really gets cancer, his lifespan will be depleted faster and he will die. We must take advantage of our current good health to quickly research these medicines to cure diseases so that we can maximize our lifespan. As for more distant goals, it would be even more amazing if we could promote the development of human medical biology and even develop genetic drugs that only exist in movies and TV dramas. Maybe he can even make a cameo appearance as Spider-Man or Captain America in his lifetime. Chapter 64 The Birth of a Top Hacker. Why don't you leave? After Guiyang finished moving his things, he looked up at Mu Rong, who was sitting carefree in the living room, and asked. Mu Rong showed a painful expression on his face. Okay, I finally came back from abroad, and today is just the first day I see you, and you want to kick me out? All these years of brotherhood have been wasted. Oh, I am really heartbroken. I have been open and sincere to my brothers, yet they have treated me coldly and indifferently. How sad, lamentable, and heartbreaking. This dramatic behavior made Guiyang speechless. Okay, stop talking nonsense and just tell me what you want to do. What else can I do? We haven't seen each other for a long time, so of course we have to have a drink. I'm going to buy some groceries now. We two brothers won't be home until we're drunk tonight. Su Chengcheng, who was busy cleaning the house nearby, looked up when she heard him say this. No, Mr. Gu has just been discharged from the hospital and hasn't fully recovered yet. Drinking alcohol is likely to have adverse reactions. The excitement on Mu Rong's face disappeared in an instant. It's over. I can't drink anymore. Who would have thought that Guiyang would shake his head and say, it doesn't matter. When life is good, we should enjoy it to the fullest. Drink while we can. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. Just like the last time I had a car accident, there was a high possibility that I would be a vegetable for the rest of my life. Of course I have to have a few drinks while I still can. You go buy groceries and some wine. I'll be waiting for you at home. Su Chengcheng wanted to persuade her again, but Guiyang waved his hand. It's okay. I know my body very well. It's fine to have a drink to relax. Su Chengcheng didn't know what to say after hearing what Guiyang said. Okay then, I have to go to the hospital for duty later, so I'll come over earlier to watch over you later. If you feel unwell, please inform me immediately. Don't worry, just go. I can take care of myself now. When Mu Rong heard that Guiyang agreed to drink with him, his face lit up with joy. He put his arm around Guiyang's shoulders and said, That's right. Men are like this. They drink when they are happy, and they also drink when they are unhappy. When you were in good health, I could never drink more than you. Today I will avenge my previous shame and let you know what humiliation is. Tell me, white wine, red wine, beer, or something foreign? Guiyang looked indifferent. Buy a little of each, so you don't get upset when you lose. If he can't drink beer, he says he is good at drinking white wine. If he can't drink white wine, he says he is good at drinking foreign wine. I'm tired of all your little tricks. Mu Rong's face flushed suddenly. Okay, you said it. And I'm going to make you scratch your throat. After saying that, Mu Rong picked up his coat and prepared to go out to buy wine and food. On the other side, Su Chengcheng cleaned up the house and said goodbye to Guiyang. After all, she was a part-time worker and the hospital still needed her on duty. This is just right. If you hire a full-time caregiver to stay by your side and keep an eye on you every day, it would be really troublesome. Now that I'm alone at home most of the time, I don't have to pretend so hard. After confirming that there was no one there, Guiyang stood up from his wheelchair and checked the room. Very good. The location of this small villa is a bit remote, and the windows of the house are all made of anti-peep glass. You can walk around the house without worrying about being seen by anyone. Absolutely perfect. After stretching his muscles and practicing the 5 beasts breathing technique, Guiyang sat comfortably on the soft sofa, crossing his legs. The sofa is more comfortable to sit on. The wheelchair is hard and not comfortable at all. There was a large stack of books on each side of the table. These were various textbooks and classic masterpieces that Su Chuncheng had bought specially according to Gu Yang's instructions. The ones on the left are related to medical care, and the ones on the right are related to computers and the internet. Gu Yang reached out to take the medical book on his left, but suddenly his hand stopped. Medical research has a long and arduous journey. Even if one wants to develop various epoch-making medicines, it will take a lot of time. Even if the research is done, the approval of various experiments and documents will be very troublesome. Even if I have mastered more medical knowledge now, it doesn't seem to help me much. Why not learn computer first? By using hacking technology, you should be able to do a lot of things even if you hide at home. And the most important thing is that maybe we can use hacking technology to understand the movements of the law enforcement agency and take precautions in advance. After thinking about this, Guyang immediately moved his hand to the right, picked up a book about computers and the internet, and began to read it carefully. I finished reading the book in no time, just like swallowing a whole apple. As expected, a new moon appeared in Yuansho space. This moon represented knowledge about computers and the internet. While flipping through the books, Guyang imprinted the relevant knowledge from the classic books in his mind and tried to invest his extra life force into the moon. It took about 2 or 3 hours for Guyang to finish reading through a total of more than 20 books on computers. At the same time, Guyang has invested a full 30 years of his life in this moon representing computers and the internet, and has reached its upper limit. But this time, Guyang discovered that even if the investment reached the upper limit, it did not mean that he could not continue to invest. However, the benefits that can be obtained from continued investment are very small, because these growth and benefits have already exceeded the upper limit of human civilization at this stage. It's like walking a new path independently. Guyang was not in a hurry to invest at this moment, but roughly estimated that if he invested another 50 years of his life, he would probably be able to make outstanding breakthroughs in computers and the internet, and could completely set off a new round of global revolution. Similar to the advent of the steam engine, the advent of electricity, and the advent of the internet. What a remarkable method. Guyang suddenly thought of a classic character that appeared in film and television dramas, Iron Man. This guy is also a great inventor and wealthy man in the real world. He used the knowledge in his head to build a suit of steel armor for himself. Then won't I be able to achieve this level in the future? At night, I'm the Night Butcher. During the day, I'm Iron Man. Isn't that too exciting? At this moment, his remaining lifespan is 153 years. Although there was still sufficient balance in the account, Guyang did not take that crucial step at this moment. On the one hand, he had just been discharged from the hospital, so it would be absurd for him to come up with some groundbreaking research right away. On the other hand, he didn't want his Yuansho balance to be too low, because he had experienced the pain of lying in bed like a vegetable when his Yuansho was too low. The more remaining lifespan you have, the better your physical fitness will be. If you really consume too much, you might end up becoming paralyzed in a wheelchair again. 30 years of investment have allowed Gu Yang's attainments in computers and the internet to reach the pinnacle of human civilization at this stage. It can be said that the top 10 hackers combined may not be his opponents. He casually opened the laptop next to him. Originally, he was just a novice when it came to computers and could only download some small games or process some office documents. But now, the computer in front of him was as simple as a paper airplane for an elementary school student. Guyang couldn't wait to experiment with his current control over computers and the internet. The first step, of course, is to find a way to leave an eye at the Law Enforcement Bureau, especially on Lu Tao's mobile phone. Guyang took out his mobile phone and connected it to the computer. He planned to make a small virus and transmit it to Lu Tao's mobile phone in the Law Enforcement Bureau through the public network. In this way, he could peek at Lu Tao's browsing history and chat history throughout the process, and even use the recording function to monitor what Lu Tao was saying at any time. But before he could finish the little virus, he discovered that there was a virus on his phone as well. Moreover, the effect of this virus is surprisingly similar to what he wanted to do. Are you spying on me? Chapter 65 Countersurveillance. Big Intelligence. Guyang felt a little frightened at this moment, because he didn't know if he had revealed any flaws during this period of time. He quickly tried to understand the virus. After a brief study on the computer, he quickly figured out how the virus worked. In fact, it is not complicated. It is just a simple way to monitor his call records and browsing records. The other party cannot even monitor what is said during the call. You can only know who he called. It's too low level. This tiny virus is completely invisible to me right now. He also checked the information that the virus had been monitored recently, and after looking carefully for a while, he confirmed that no secrets of his had been leaked. Guyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I didn't search for any random stuff online and didn't leave any loopholes. Otherwise, it would have been really troublesome. At this moment, Guiyang could easily remove the virus, but once the virus was deleted, the other party would definitely get the news. After a brief thought, Guiyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. In that case, I'll use some counter-surveillance. Is that okay? The other end of the virus was connected to Chu Lingling's computer at the Law Enforcement Bureau. Guiyang could use this line to transmit his virus over without anyone noticing. At this moment, Guiyang has mastered the most advanced network technology of mankind. Things that ordinary people dare not even think about are completely possible for him. He quickly edited a more covert and advanced virus, sneaked along this line, and directly transplanted it into Chu Lingling and Lu Tao's mobile phones. The virus that Guiyang perfected can not only monitor browsing history and chat history, but can even secretly record audio and listen to what people are saying. Moreover, Guiyang dared to guarantee that the computer virus he implanted could never be discovered unless the network technology was more powerful than his. But in today's world, it is simply a pipe dream to want to have better network technology than Guiyang, unless you are a genius who has never seen or heard of anything. Guiyang's mind is filled with computer knowledge gained from 30 years of Yuan Shou points. The results of Yuan Shou points represent the achievements Guiyang has made from 30 years of dedicated study of computer network technology. It is worth mentioning that these are not the 30 years of hard study for a normal person, but the 30 years of studying and researching nonstop for 24 hours without eating, sleeping, or even going to the toilet. It is completely equivalent to 70 or 80 years of a normal person's life. The virus had just been installed and the monitoring function was turned on, but I didn't expect that the three people opposite were actually holding a small meeting at this moment. Li Kaiyun, although we are planning to deploy all law enforcement officers tonight to patrol the streets and alleys and install surveillance cameras at major locations, isn't this a bit too extensive? I think we should also have a focus. Chu Lingling, what you said makes sense. I have a list in my hand. These are the notorious guys in our Tianjin city. Since this night butcher likes to enforce justice, his next target is likely to be one of these people. Li Kaiyun, no problem, then I will focus my work on these people. Lu Tao, I would like to submit a request to add one more person to this list. Chu Lingling, I know, the person you want to add must be Wen Muley, right? Lu Tao, as expected of a gold medal detective, you guessed it all. Chu Lingling, I didn't guess it, I got it by analyzing the data. I left a virus on Guiyang's phone before. I found that when Muley and Guiyang had a conversation, and it was very likely not a pleasant conversation. If, as you speculate, there is a connection between Guiyang and the Night Butcher, then Wen Muley is very likely on the Night Butcher's kill list. Lu Tao, there's actually such a thing. This Wen Muley is a guy who values money like his life and will do anything to get it. According to my investigation, it is very likely that Wen Muley was behind Lu Xiaoyu asking Xiong Chuan to kill someone. Now I think this guy is still thinking about the company's property in Guiyang's hands. I suggest that he be closely monitored. Chu Lingling nodded and said, no problem, I've already arranged it. At the same time, I also discovered that when Muley's home was actually equipped with surveillance cameras. I had already hacked into his surveillance system in advance. If the Night Butcher appeared, he would definitely leave traces. Guiyang was eavesdropping carefully here, and he never expected that this group of guys had already made careful arrangements for tonight, and even when Mengli became their key protection target. These guys were probably serious this time. In fact, they had already guessed that Lu Xiaoyu would die, but they were too confident and did not take any precautions. This time, they probably wanted to send guards to Wen Muley's bedside to provide close protection, and they even hacked into the surveillance system in Wen Mengli's home. What a trouble. It seems that I need to keep a low profile. How about finding someone else to kill tonight? After successfully hacking into the Law Enforcement Bureau's system, Guiyang actually had a list in his hand. This list not only recorded the notorious criminals in the entire Tianjin city, but also their detailed characteristics, possible places of residence, etc. With the speed of light of his shadow, he could search the entire Tianjin city inside and out overnight. It would not be difficult to find these people and send them to meet the King of Hell. Guiyang was in a dilemma. Although he was not afraid that the law enforcement agency would find evidence against him, being suspected was still a very troublesome thing. And to put it bluntly, Wen Muley is just a clown and will not cause any trouble to himself in the short term. While Guiyang was thinking, the meeting over there had not yet ended. Li Kaiyun, Lu Tao, are you ready for what you're going to do tonight? How do you plan to do it? Do you need our cooperation? Lu Tao, according to my plan, I intend to visit Guiyang under the pretext of making friends and apologizing, have a meal at his place, and have a few more drinks with him. On the one hand, to see if he could leak any key information after drinking too much. On the other hand, I could pretend to be drunk and monitor him there all night. The Night Butcher kills people every night. If there is any connection between Gu Yang and the Night Butcher, he will definitely move unusually at night. As long as I can find any clues, I will inform you as soon as possible. Li Kaiyun. No problem. Although I think your ideas and actions are stupid, I approve of your attitude towards doing things. But as I said, Gu Yang's suspicion was immediately ruled out in my mind. A paralyzed, entrepreneurial college student from an ordinary family has nothing to do with the Night Butcher in any way. If your attempts tonight yield no results, you must follow my instructions from now on. Can you do that? Lu Tao nodded heavily and said, No problem. Thank you, Captain Li, for giving me this opportunity to act alone. Chu Lingling yawned and said, All right. Now that we've pretty much finalized everything, you all should get back to work. I need to take a nap because I might have to play games all night long. Then Chu Lingling immediately changed her words. No, I said it wrong. Working overtime all night, hee. Guyong hadn't recovered from the previous meeting yet, but he unexpectedly received another piece of bombshell news. Lu Tao would actually come here for dinner in the evening? It would have been fine if he just wanted to eat for free, but he actually wanted to take the opportunity to get him drunk to see if he could get any clues out of him. He also wanted to stay here for the night. You're really shameless. But this is fine. Let's see how I can clear my name in front of you. Chapter 66. The company is in big trouble. After Guyong finished the things at hand, he immediately heard footsteps outside the house. He immediately got back into his wheelchair. Before anyone came in, they heard Mu Rong cursing. What the hell? I'm in my own company. Shouldn't I know this? Were there any projects involving corruption, shoddy workmanship, or tax evasion? Our company has always abided by the law, and we are an excellent company recognized by the city. Where did you receive this report? It's completely slanderous. What? Closing down for investigation? I'm in the middle of selling my fucking company, and you're trying to do this to me. When will the investigation be completed? As short as half a year, as long as 3 to 5 years? In such a long time, Neza was born. What a bastard. Let me tell you, our company also has a legal department. I must sue this person who made this complaint and make him bear the legal responsibility. Mu Rong opened the door cursing, holding good wine in his left hand, good food in his right hand, and his cell phone tucked on his shoulder. After putting down what he was holding angrily, he hung up the phone. Guyong asked, What happened? Why are you so angry? Mu Rong's anger has not subsided. I don't know which idiot actually came to complain about our company for cutting corners, corruption, tax evasion, and other crimes. The key point is that this bastard still has some evidence in his hands, which means that our construction company must suspend operations and rectify the situation. Even if you want to sell it now, you can't sell it at all. No one will take over such a mess unless it is a super low-cost sale at a loss. Moreover, the duration of suspension and rectification is unclear. If it is long, it will be 3 to 5 years. If this continues, the company will be ruined. Guyong frowned after hearing this. He is in urgent need of money and has a lot of projects waiting to be restarted. If the company can't sell it, it would be a waste of time. Mu Rong sat down angrily. To be able to do this, the other party is definitely not a small player and has done sufficient research on our company. When did we offend such a character? Guyong already had a rough guess in his mind at this moment. At this time, his cell phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was a text message. The person who sent the text message was Wen Muley, who had talked to him on the phone before. Mr. Gu, you should now know that what I said is true. I once gave you the opportunity to cooperate with me, but you actually dared to speak rudely to me. This is a small warning. If you are willing to cooperate with me now, I can sign a new commission contract with you tomorrow, but the price will increase by 50%. Think about it. If you agree now, according to the market conditions, you should still have 300 to 500 million left after selling the company. If you don't agree, you won't get a penny. As a paralyzed person with no money, I don't know how I'm going to live the rest of my life. Ha 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 ha. Although I'm not in front of you, I can already imagine how furious you are right now. Think about it carefully. Guyang's face turned pale. Mu Rong next to him also came over at this time. Guyong handed him the text message on the phone and then told him the whole story. Mu Rong himself has a bad temper, and he was about to explode when he heard this. Damn it, a mere lawyer is going to cause such a big fuss? I'll call some brothers from the construction site to drag him out and beat him up. Afterwards, the worst that could happen is that we could ask a few brothers to take the blame, detain him for a few days, and pay him some compensation. I still don't believe it. We can't beat him. After listening to this, Guyong shook his head. This Wen Muley is the exclusive lawyer for those gangsters. He is not afraid of death. If he were afraid of death, he wouldn't be in this business. This is a guy who values money more than his life. Besides, this guy knows the law. If we take action against him, we might get ourselves into even bigger trouble. Mu Rong was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. So what should we do now? We can't really let him investigate for 3 to 5 years, right? Moreover, as long as this guy is doing bad things behind the scenes, he can throw more dirty water on us anytime and anywhere. Let alone 3 to 5 years, maybe even 30 to 50 years, we won't be able to clear our grievances. The company will definitely be dragged down, and there will be no money to be made from selling it. Guyang didn't care and shrugged. Don't worry, I'll find a way to solve this problem. Go take care of other things first and register our new company. I still have some savings in my card over the years, so you can use it for emergencies. After listening to this, Mu Rong nodded with great trust. That's fine, I'll listen to you. I have some money in my account. If we pool our money together, we should be able to get by during the startup phase of the new company. As long as there is new capital injection within 2 or 3 months, it will be fine. As a partner for many years, Mu Rong naturally has great confidence in Gu Yang's abilities. Since Gu Yang said there was a way to solve it, he didn't even bother to ask any more questions. After putting this question aside, Mu Rong immediately placed the things he had just mentioned on the table happily. Brother, look, these are all the good wine and food I just bought. I bought some barbecued fried skewers, and then went to a 5-star hotel to have a few delicious dishes fried. As for the wine, it is all good wine. As you said, we have white wine, beer, foreign drinks, and everything else. We two brothers will not return home until we are drunk. Leave all the troubles aside and don't delay us from drinking. As Mu Rong spoke, he placed the food and wine on the table. The meals in the hospital are all nutritious, and occasionally Su Chengxing goes out to buy some delicious food to satisfy her hunger. Seeing so many delicious foods and wines, Guyang was really greedy. No problem. Since you've lost so much blood today, I promise to let you drink to your heart's content. At this moment, the knock on the door suddenly sounded again. Mu Rong was a little confused. Why is there someone here again? Is it your nurse? But doesn't your nurse have the password to open the door? He walked to the door and opened it. Lu Tao was also standing at the door with good wine and delicious food. There was a big bag of fruit at his feet, and he had a warm smile on his face. Mr. Gu, you moved. Why didn't you tell me? Since it's the auspicious day for Mr. Gu to be discharged from the hospital, I came here specially to give him a small gift and celebrate with him. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Mu Rong on the other side and stretched out his hand. This must be Manager Mu. I've heard that you are Mr. Gu's best friend. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Tao. I'm a junior officer in the Law Enforcement Bureau. I was previously responsible for overseeing Mr. Gu's car accident case. Upon hearing this, Mu Rong immediately smiled. It's Law Enforcement Officer Lu. Come in quickly. You're really well informed. We just prepared some delicious food and wine, and you're here already. Could it be that he came here by smelling something? As the saying goes, guests coming from afar are welcome. Guyang knew very well what Lu Tao's purpose was in coming here today, but he did not point it out. Although Lu Tao has always been suspicious of Guyang, he has to admit that he is an excellent law enforcement officer, but his sense of justice is a bit pedantic. If it weren't for his identity as the night butcher, Guyang would really be willing to be friends with this guy. Lu Tao placed the gifts and fruits he brought on the table next to him, and then he also placed the wine and food on the table and said awkwardly, "Compared to your food and wine, mine seems a little lower in quality. I hope you two don't mind." Mu Rong waved his hand carelessly. The quality of the food and wine is not important. What we eat and drink is mainly about the sentimentality. Since you remembered Lao Gu's discharge today and came to visit, you must be our friend. Come, sit down and eat and drink with us. It just so happens that I might actually need your help with something later on. After Lu Tao sat down, he asked curiously, "Is there any trouble, Manager Mu?" Mu Rong looked up at Guyang, and after seeing Guyang nodded slightly, he said, "The main thing is this. You should have heard of Muley, right? This guy is really shameless. He forced our company to cooperate with him in the lawsuit and asked for 70 to 80 million yuan. When we refused, he fabricated some false evidence to slander our company and accused it of tax evasion, corruption, and other crimes. Now our company has to suspend operations for rectification, and we can't sell any products. Our reputation has been severely damaged. Can you help me ask what's going on here?" After hearing this, Lu Tao's face turned very ugly. This damn Muley is too much. He relies on his knowledge of the law to cause so much trouble for our law enforcement agency in catching criminals. They are still doing this kind of forced buying and selling business. Don't worry, after I get back today, I will immediately ask my colleagues there. If it is completely false, I will ask them to close the case as soon as possible and restore the company's reputation. As for Muley, his behavior actually constitutes extortion, and we will also summon him. But that guy knows the law very well, so he might not be able to do anything to him. Chapter 67 If you can't drink, sing conquer. Hearing this, Mu Rong burst into laughter. I knew, brother Lu Tao, you're a good law enforcer. Come on, since you are willing to help me, I have to toast you a few more glasses today. Lu Tao smiled awkwardly. But after all, we're not in the same department, so I can only try my best, but I can't guarantee 100%. If things don't work out, don't blame me. Guyang said. What are you talking about? You are willing to help, which is already the most righteous thing to do. How can I scold you when the task is not completed? Whether it succeeds or not, I'm grateful for it. Besides, is there anything 100% certain in this world? Maybe when Muley will die tomorrow? I heard that the Night Butcher has been very arrogant recently, and he loves to kill those evil people who do evil things. I think when Muley should also be on the list. When Lu Tao heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Mu Rong next to him raised his eyebrows. Don't tell me. I didn't know about this when I was abroad. It was only after I came back that I found out that such a big shot had appeared in our city. I guess this has caused a lot of trouble for Lu Tao and your department. But if you ask me, I'd better just turn a blind eye. Didn't this guy kill those evildoers? There's no need to spend so much effort to catch them. At this moment, Lu Tao simply couldn't understand why Gu Yang would bring up such a sensitive topic at this critical moment. Doesn't he know that he is also on the suspect list? Or maybe it's because he has nothing to hide, so he has no taboos? Or is he too confident and deliberately provoking himself? Now that the conversation had come to this, he drank a large glass of wine and slowly spoke. To be honest, from my personal perspective, I actually support what the Night Butcher did. After all, the people he killed could indeed be considered the scum of society. But from my professional perspective, I can't let him go on like this. He possesses such powerful means, who can guarantee that he will never do bad things? What if he kills innocent people one day? Moreover, even if those social scum have broken the law, they should be tried by the law enforcement agency, and not everyone will be sentenced to death. If I didn't have a uniform on me, I would be browsing the Night Butcher's forum like you and applauding. But I can't do that in my current position. After listening to this, Mu Rong raised his glass and clinked it with him. Understand clearly and do your job well. The three of them ate the food and drank the wine, one glass after another, and they were very happy. Lu Tao also gradually integrated into this atmosphere at this moment. He suddenly didn't want the Night Butcher and Gu Yang to have any intersection. He could feel that Gu Yang was a young man with great ambitions and ideals. He was planning to sell his construction company in order to engage in the pharmaceutical industry and develop methods to treat incurable diseases. Although it seemed a bit far-fetched and there was a high possibility that the money would be wasted, he still admired the ideal and courage. Mu Rong on the opposite side is also a simple and honest northern man, the kind of person who would go through fire and water for his brothers. It would be nice to become real friends with them. But these two guys can drink really well. The three people quickly finished a box of beer, and then one of them opened 2 bottles of white wine, which they also finished in a short while. Lu Tao was usually busy with his cases and seldom attended drinking parties. He could not drink at all, and had already run to the toilet to secretly pick his throat and vomited 2 or 3 times. But even so, he was still dizzy at the moment, and he could only rely on his last bit of willpower to tell himself, "You can't get drunk, absolutely not. I have an important mission." However, Mu Rong would not indulge him. He turned around and poured him another large glass of foreign wine and said to him with a drunken smile, "Old Lu, don't just eat the vegetables. These are heavy-flavored dishes, and eating them alone is not good for your stomach. You have to drink some wine. Try this. This is the very famous Remy Martin Louis XIII. A bottle costs tens of thousands of dollars. I usually can't bear to drink it, but this cup of yours costs at least 3,000 yuan. Come on, let's have another drink together." After saying that, Mu Rong drunkenly raised his glass. Guyang next to him was actually not very drunk at the moment. Perhaps it was because his physical fitness had improved so much, but his alcohol tolerance had actually increased a lot as well. But in order not to arouse suspicion, he pretended to be drunk, staggered up the glass, clinked glasses with Mu Rong's without saying a word, and drank it all in one gulp. Lu Tao on the opposite side was stunned. No, how can a paralyzed person drink so much these days? He's really taking his own life. After they finished drinking, Mu Rong looked at Lu Tao with some dissatisfaction. "Lao Lu, what are you doing? Are you preparing to raise fish? Drink it quickly. Look, Lao Gu and I have already finished our drinks." Lu Tao's face looked extremely ugly. Although he was drunk, he still remembered his duty, which was to stay and supervise Gu Yang. If I really get drunk, how can I carry out this work? At this moment, he already felt a little dizzy, and alcohol has a lasting effect. If he drank 2 more glasses, he would definitely pass out. He could only say shamelessly, "Manager Mu, I really can't drink anymore. How about I serve you 2 tea instead of wine? Mu Rong acted a little unhappy. You're really not having a good time. As we say over there, if you're drinking with your buddies, you have to drink 2 bottles, even if you're on an oxygen tank. If you really don't want to drink, then you have to admit defeat and sing conquer. Lu Tao's face turned pale. He was really embarrassed, but for the sake of work, he had no choice but to give it a try. So he stood up, raised the beer bottle as a microphone, and howled in a tone-deaf voice. I was conquered by you just like that. Mu Rong and Gu Yang burst into laughter. The other side. When Muley was lying on the soft bed in his villa, holding his lover in his arms, kneading a large soft thing with his left hand, and answering the phone with his right hand. What the hell, is this a scam call? Someone actually wants to kill me, and he's the night butcher? Stop teasing me. Do I need protection? If you're willing to guard me, you can do so downstairs. I'm not interested in playing house with you here. After saying that, he turned off his phone and threw it aside. In his arms, when Muley's wife raised her head with tenderness in her eyes. Honey, who called just now? Why did I hear you say that the night butcher was coming to kill you? When Muley sneered and looked down on him. He's a new criminal investigation captain from the Law Enforcement Bureau. His name is Li Kaiyun. That guy called me and told me that I might become the target of the night butcher tonight, and that he would place 2 people in my villa to protect me. It's bullshit. In my opinion, they wanted to sneak into my house to find evidence of my crime. Can such a childish trick fool me? His wife had some concerns in her eyes. But husband, I've seen a lot of news about the night butcher on online forums recently. That guy seems to be really powerful. He's been killing people for several nights in a row. Shouldn't we be on guard against him? When Muley directly pressed his wife's head down. Those idiots in the Enforcement Bureau can't even catch a serial killer, yet they come up with a title called the Night Butcher. It's absolutely stupid. I don't believe it. Besides, I am just a lawyer, not a murderer. Even if the Night Butcher wants to judge me, he can't judge me. There are many people who are more evil than me. Besides, your husband is not a pushover either. I also practiced fighting in college and even won awards. If that bastard Night Butcher really shows up in front of me, I'll just throw a huge punch and knock all his teeth out. The wife raised a pair of charming eyes. My husband is awesome. When Muley rubbed her head. I have a big deal on my hands recently. If it goes through, I can make 70 to 80 million. When the time comes, you will definitely get a reward. Do you want a big villa or a new sports car? His wife worked harder, muttering, I want to open a beauty salon. Why open a beauty salon? It's not like I can't make money. Because making money in beauty salons is as easy as robbing a bank. Those facial injections can be replaced with saline solution, which costs only a few cents and can be sold for 3,000 yuan. They have to line up to play and make a lot of money. Moreover, after those people had cosmetic surgery, they still had many sequelae and had to spend money on repairs in the hospital, which was like a bottomless pit. If I can make this business a success, I can earn as much as you do as a lawyer. Ha ha ha, my wife is really capable. I'll invest in you after I get this deal. Chapter 68 The wrong head was chopped off. After 3 rounds of drinks, most of the food was still left on the table, but there was not a drop of wine left. After drinking the last glass of wine, Mu Rong tried hard to open his eyes. Seeing Gu Yang in front of him still as steady as a rock, his mentality collapsed instantly. Brother, can't the car accident have any effect on your drinking capacity? I refuse to accept this. This time it's mainly because I drank too many different kinds of wine, and my stomach can't handle it. If we were competing in a single one, I'd definitely beat you. After finishing his words, Mu Rong fell onto the table with a thud and fell asleep. On the other side, Gu Yang's face was also red from drinking. He smiled dizzily and said, just practice more. Why are you making so many excuses? As soon as he finished saying this, his head tilted and he fell asleep. Opposite the two of them was Lu Tao, who had already laid down. However, no one knew that Lu Tao's tongue was bitten with many bloody cuts at this moment. Although he was drunk, Lu Tao tried his best to stay sober and squinted his eyes a little so that he could keep an eye on Gu Yang at all times. There is a high possibility that the night butcher will kill again tonight. As long as we keep an eye on Gu Yang and see if he makes any unusual movements, we will be able to find out whether there is any connection between this guy and the night butcher. At this time, the door of the villa was pushed open with a click. It was Su Chengcheng who came back after get off work. Su Chengcheng frowned and glanced at the mess in the house, then said, "Oh my, why did you make such a mess in the house? Not only that, but you also drank so much." She hurriedly put down the backpack in her hand, ran to Gu Yang in 2 or 3 steps, carefully examined Gu Yang's body, and asked, "Mr. Gu, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling unwell? Why did you drink so much? You just got out of the hospital. Didn't you just say you knew what was going on?" Gu Yang slowly opened half of his eyes and said sleepily, it's okay. I know what I'm doing. I didn't drink much. Just help me back to my room to rest. If you can carry these two guys, move them to the bedroom. If not, let them sleep on the sofa and find a blanket to cover them. Guyang deliberately pretended to be drunk and let Su Chengxing push him into the bedroom. In fact, with his current physical condition, after drinking so much alcohol, he was at most slightly tipsy and was still a long way from being drunk. Su Chengxing pushed Guyang back to the bedroom while complaining. You said you were fine, and you weren't drunk, but now you can barely speak clearly. You should take some rest, and let me know immediately if you feel any discomfort. I will arrange for you to go to the hospital for a follow-up examination tomorrow. You must not take this kind of thing lightly. I'll make you a bowl of hangover soup and heat it up and bring it to you later. You should feel much better after drinking it. Su Chengxing considerately took off Guyang's coat, put him on the bed, and then busied herself with cleaning up the living room. Lu Tao, who had been secretly observing all this, thought to himself, it seems that Guyang must have drunk too much today. His cell phone is still on the table. As long as this guy doesn't come out to get his cell phone or go out tonight, and if the night butcher also commits a crime, most of his suspicions can be eliminated. After Su Chengxing left the bedroom and closed the door, Guyang squinted his eyes and looked at the wall clock. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he quickly let his consciousness sink into the abyss. Even though he had experienced it several times, Guyang still felt a little uneasy every time he exchanged consciousness between his real body and the shadow. This feeling of falling into a bottomless hell is truly too uncomfortable. Finally, Guyang successfully arrived at the ghost area. The shadow under him quickly moved away along the shadow of the corner of the wall, and in an instant he arrived downstairs of Wenmuli's villa. At this moment, the ghost Guyang slowly revealed his figure in the corner of the wall. He also found that the ghost's body had undergone some changes. Except he can make his body larger, appearing darker and more solid at normal size. Interesting, it seems the ghost body also has many secrets, waiting for me to discover. Guyang controlled the ghost body again and appeared in the corner of Wenmuli's bedroom in an instant. At this moment, Wenmuli was lying on the bed with his beloved wife in his arms and sleeping soundly. Guyang walked out from the shadows. One of his hands quickly transformed and soon condensed into a long sword. Having plundered the lifespan of so many people, he naturally had extra shadows that he could control and change, without having to turn his entire arm into a knife like before. The ghost Guyang held the shadow knife and walked step by step towards the sleeping Wenmuli. Immediately afterwards, Guyang raised the butcher knife in his hand high, aimed at Wenmuli's neck, and chopped it down fiercely with a fierce look in his eyes. However, the next moment, Wenmuli suddenly opened his eyes and reacted extremely quickly, pulling his wife beside him to block the knife. He himself rolled over and fell off the bed. The knife slashed down and directly cut off his wife's head. His wife didn't even have time to open her eyes. Her round head rolled along the bed to the ground and finally stopped at Wenmuli's feet. Wenmuli looked down at his beloved wife's bloody head and screamed in fright. Oh! He turned around, smashed the glass, and jumped directly out of the third-floor window. Fortunately, there was a lawn below, so Wenmuli did not die immediately after falling to the ground, but he broke one leg. He did not bother to check his injuries, but climbed forward while shouting, "Help, help! The night butcher is killing people. Come and save me! Come and save me!" The ghost Guyang stood by the window and watched Wenmuli limping and fleeing frantically, feeling a little surprised. This guy escaped with all of this, wasn't he asleep? Interesting, it makes him seem like he is the son of destiny. He wanted to give chase, but his body was already unbalanced due to the excessive amount of yuan-shou. If he killed one more person, there might be a very serious backlash. The call from the main body became stronger and stronger. Guyang simply gave up resistance and allowed his ghost body to be pulled back to the main body in an instant. You can avoid the first day, but you can't avoid the 15th. Since I can't kill you today, I'll come back tomorrow. The ghost Guyang had just returned not long ago, and Su Chengxing had already prepared the hangover soup and pushed the door open. Mr. Gu, come and have some soup to nourish your stomach and sober you up. Next time, please don't drink so much. Guyang propped himself up and sat up from the bed, saying with some gratitude, "Thank you very much." Su Chengxing waved her hand and said, "That's not true. You're my boss, so of course I have to serve you well." After watching Guyang finish his soup, Su Chengxing turned around and left, continuing to busy herself with cleaning the house. Guyang squinted his eyes and felt the current balance of yuan-shou. 163 years. I was speechless for a moment and cursed inwardly. Damn bitch, why are you so short-lived? You only gave me this little bit of life. After finishing speaking, Guyang looked down at his own shadow and said to himself, Did you steal food? After muttering to himself for a few sentences, Guyang shook his head and lay on the bed. Forget it, let's go to sleep. Lu Tao was still hiding outside and trying hard to pretend to be asleep. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Guyang had finished drinking the sobering soup and was fast asleep on the bed. Fortunately, everything seems to be normal. Chapter 69, the night butcher disappeared again. Several vans from the Law Enforcement Bureau were parked downstairs of Wenyuli's house. They are distributed all around and can monitor almost all the streets and alleys nearby. Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun were also in a car at this moment. Li Kaiyun put on headphones and stared at the surveillance footage in the car. This surveillance footage can show 5 or 6 forks in the road around. It was late at night, and there was no one on the street. The law enforcement officers accompanying him were already yawning. Captain Li, you've been watching all night. How about I help you watch for a while? Li Kaiyun shook his head. It's okay. If you're sleepy, just take a nap. I'll call you if there's anything else. After saying that, he turned around and glanced at Chu Lingling beside him. Chu Lingling, who had already had a nap in the afternoon, was still not sleepy. She was frantically playing games on her phone. She could hear her teammates' voices on the phone. Help! Help! There's someone here. There's someone here. Decan! Decan! He ran to the east building. Why the hell go chase him and beat him up? Why are you looting? Can't you just beat him up and then loot the loot? You beast, if you really have to, please save me. Wait, why did you run away after licking the bag? Please save me. You beast, you've gone too far. You're simply a cancer in the gaming world. Come back soon, come back soon. Chu Lingling was delighted. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. I am leaving first, my friend. I will take good care of your gun for you. Hey, it's a girl, and your voice is quite nice. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. You can't beat me if you turn around anyway. Just take my gun and run. My gun is very valuable. By the way, I have a big red one in my backpack. Did you take it? After this game, let's play together as friends. I'm pretty good. I just didn't perform well just now. I'll show you how to play next time. Li Kaiyun was speechless. He shook his head and sighed. It's unreliable. It's really unreliable. I glanced at the time above my head, and it was already past 2 in the morning. Could it be that the night butcher would not strike again tonight? Just when he was about to relax, he suddenly saw on the surveillance screen a figure falling rapidly from the 3rd floor and instantly crashing into the flower bed. Then, a heart-wrenching cry for help came from not far away. Help, help. The night butcher is killing people. Come and save me, quickly. Li Kaiyun threw off his headphones, grabbed the gun on the table, and rushed out first, shouting as he rushed out. Everyone move. The target has appeared. Quickly surround them, and don't let anyone escape. Li Kaiyun didn't need to say anything in response to this huge commotion. All the other law enforcement officers immediately stood up and rushed out. After running a few steps, he saw Wenyuli limping and crawling. Wenyuli was running so hurriedly at this moment that he didn't even wear shorts. The small piece of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid swung left and right in the wind, making him look even more pitiful than he was. At this moment, Wenyuli no longer had the arrogance he had as a top lawyer. His face was full of fear, with snot and tears running everywhere. Seeing the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau coming towards them from a distance, it was like a weaning baby seeing its mother. Come and save me. I'm dying, I'm dying. Li Kaiyun quickly rushed over and supported him, while his other hand tightly grasped the gun and looked around vigilantly. What's going on? Where's the night butcher? Are you hurt? Wenyuli was so frightened at this moment that he kept repeating, Hurry up and save me. Hurry up and save me. The night butcher wants to kill me. Take me away. Quickly, quickly. Li Kaiyun was furious and felt very disappointed with Wenyuli, so he slapped him in the face, causing him to see stars. This slap also made Wenyuli sober up a little, and he replied, The night butcher. He chopped off my wife's head in my house. Go and catch him. He's a madman. Li Kaiyun was furious. You, the night butcher, dare to kill people in front of so many of us. You are simply lawless. First team, charge forward. Second and third teams, spread out and surround the entire building. At the same time, monitor the nearby streets and alleys. Don't let the criminals escape. After saying that, Li Kaiyun led the well-trained first team of more than 20 members and rushed directly into Wenyuli's villa. After arriving at Wenyuli's bedroom on the 3rd floor, he was instantly shocked by the bloody scene in front of him. Wenyuli's wife's body was still lying on the bed, but her head had rolled to the window without her eyes open. The blood flowing from the broken neck had dyed all the sheets and carpets in the room red. The scene looked like hell. Even the people in the law enforcement agency who had handled many homicide cases turned pale when they saw the bloody scene before them. Wenyuli roared, The murderer is very likely still hiding in this house. Everyone, spread out and search. Even if you have to dig deep into the ground, you must find the murderer. I want to see who this famous night butcher is." After saying that, all the law enforcement officers immediately dispersed and began to rummage through the entire villa. They searched over and over again, including under the bed, inside the closet, and under the sofa, any place where someone might be hiding. However, no matter how hard they searched, they found no clues. At this time, Chu Lingling, who had already put down her phone, walked into the villa and slowly came to Li Kaiyun's side. After glancing at the miserable scene in the bedroom, her expression remained unchanged as she asked, "Have you found any clues?" Li Kaiyun's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. "I didn't find anything. It's really weird. How did this guy appear in this bedroom? And how did he kill someone and escape from the scene in such a short time? From the time when Muley jumped off the building and shouted for help to the time our law enforcement officers rushed up, it definitely took no more than 3 minutes. He disappeared in 3 minutes, and our people were monitoring every street and alley outside. This doesn't make any sense. I can't imagine any escape route for him unless he had wings and flew out the window." After finishing speaking, Li Kaiyun turned around and asked, "Didn't you hack into Muley's surveillance? Did you see any suspicious traces?" Chu Lingling also shook her head. "I have just checked the surveillance footage of Muley's home tonight. There are only 2 surveillance cameras in his home, one in the lobby on the first floor and the other on the stairs on the second floor. However, these 2 surveillance cameras didn't capture anything tonight, which is really weird." After saying these words, Chu Lingling frowned deeply. The reason why she is called the Golden Female Detective is that her main means of solving cases is her amazing hacking skills, which can help her find clues of suspects on the internet without anyone noticing. However, this time, her hacking skills were of no use at all. Not only were there no suspicious clues left about the night butcher on the internet, but no criminal footage was seen through intrusion surveillance. This person seems to not exist in reality. He only needs to appear out of thin air next to the target at a fixed time every night, kill the target, and then disappear out of thin air. He is more weird than a ghost. How could there be a murderer with such means in this world? Li Kaiyun looked at his fellow law enforcement officers who were still searching for clues and shook his head helplessly. He could already sense that tonight would probably be another fruitless night. So he said to Chu Lingling, "Let's go down and ask Muley. After all, he's the only one who survived the night butcher. Maybe he's seen the night butcher himself and can provide us with some clues." Chu Lingling nodded and followed Li Kaiyun. It seems that this is the only way now. Chapter 70 When Muley Without Dignity. When Muley crouched in the corner of the carriage, his face filled with fear. He looked at the law enforcement officers walking around in front of him and couldn't help but shout, "Brothers, can you give me 2 pieces of clothes to wear first? I'm so cold." However, who among these law enforcement officers doesn't know Muley? I don't know how many times we have worked so hard to catch a criminal and just about to put him on trial and in jail, but this guy takes the money and turns black into white and is released abruptly. Even if no evidence can be found, Lawyer Wen has plenty of means. Either they forge witnesses and physical evidence, or they use the ultimate trick to provide you with mental proof. I don't know how many heinous criminals are still at large thanks to this guy's legal assistance. The law enforcement officers looked at Muley with eyes that seemed to wish him death. At this moment, seeing Muley's naked and lonely appearance, the law enforcement officers working in the carriage all smiled coldly and said sarcastically, "Excuse me, we law enforcement officers came out to investigate a case and didn't bring any extra clothes. We only brought guns and bullets." "Indeed, I remember that Lawyer Wen made a lot of money. Your clothes are worth tens of thousands of yuan each. The clothes of us poor people might even cause skin allergies if you wear them." "Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Lawyer Wen is so delicate and sensitive. If we lend him clothes and he gets skin allergies, he might even sue us and ask us to pay compensation." Yes, we wouldn't dare to borrow it even if we wanted to. "It's okay, Lawyer Wen, just stay naked like this. It's just right for you to show off your masculinity. Yes. Don't cross your legs. There's no need to cover it. Your thing isn't even as long as your hair. I can't even find it." Ha 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 ha. When Muley gnashed his teeth in anger, pointing at the many law enforcement officers in front of him and cursing, "You guys are really breaking the rules. I will definitely report you to the higher-ups." Many law enforcement officers shrugged. "Go ahead and file a complaint. If you can make us all lose our jobs. But we must remind you that the night butcher has not been caught yet. If we are punished, no one will protect you." When Muley was frightened and turned pale again, losing face was secondary. Losing his life would be the end of him. No matter how much money you make, you have to be alive to enjoy it. Don't be fooled by his arrogant and fearless appearance outside. That's just an act in order to deal with gangsters. When dealing with those guys, if you show even a hint of fear, they will definitely treat you like a little white rabbit and eat you till not even a bone is left. But deep down, Wenmuli is just a lawyer with a higher degree of education. How could he not be afraid of death? He could only hold his breath, curled up alone in the corner of the carriage, and said nothing. It doesn't matter if you lose your dignity, at least you have to save your life. Just wait and see. After the night butcher is caught, you'll see how I'm going to complain against you bastards. He secretly wrote down the names and numbers on the chests of the law enforcement officers in front of him with his peripheral vision, and was already planning how to retaliate. At this time, the sound of footsteps was heard outside the carriage. Wenmuli became excited. He's back, he's back. The night butcher must have been caught. Ha ha ha, that guy is a lunatic. I must personally be his lawyer and must send him to death, and it must be executed immediately. The door of the carriage was slowly opened, but only Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun were standing outside. Li Kaiyun turned around and asked the other staff members in the carriage, "Are there any abnormalities in the nearby surveillance?" The staff members shook their heads. This guy just made too much noise. There were some people watching, but no suspicious people. That's right. At least we didn't see anyone running out of Wenmuli's villa. Wenmuli lost his temper and yelled at the top of his voice. How is that possible? Could that guy even grow wings and fly? Chu Lingling slowly sat down in front of Wenmuli. Wenmuli was naked at the moment, and he felt a little embarrassed in front of a girl, but Chu Lingling didn't seem to care. She lowered her head and fiddled with her phone while casually asking, "Tell me the details of what happened." The more detailed, the better. Wenmuli nodded and began to recall, his eyes revealing endless fear. At the time, my wife and I were sleeping in bed, and my wife was already asleep. However, I have the habit of going to the toilet at night, and I am often woken up by the urge to urinate. Just at that time, I woke up in a daze and wanted to go to the bathroom. As a result, when I squinted my eyes, I saw a dark shadow standing beside my bed, holding a long knife in his hand. I was so scared that I rolled over and got out of bed reflexively. Unfortunately, my wife was still sleeping soundly and didn't react at all, so her head was chopped off by the knife. My wife's head rolled along the edge of the bed and came in front of me. That's the person I love the most. I can still recall my wife's bloody head, and she seemed to be still sleeping. It's so scary, so scary. That guy is a devil. I was so scared that I jumped out of the window and ran away, and then I met you guys. Wenmuli became more and more frightened as he spoke. He hugged his head, curled up into a ball, and trembled. Chu Lingling frowned and continued to ask, "Did you see the night butcher's appearance clearly, or his physical features?" Wenmuli closed his eyes and thought carefully, then shook his head. "I couldn't see clearly. It was too dark. I couldn't see anything at all. I could only see a dark figure. That shadow seems quite tall. I think it's almost 2 meters tall." After hearing the news, Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun's eyes lit up. Li Kaiyun immediately took out his notebook and wrote down the information. There are definitely not many people who are close to 2 meters tall. After finding these people and checking them carefully, it is very likely that the real culprit behind the scenes will be found. It seems that the veil of the night butcher is about to be lifted. Li Kaiyun nodded to Wenmuli and said, "The clue you provided is very important. With this clue, our law enforcement bureau immediately began a city-wide investigation, and we will have news soon. By the way, you can't go back to your villa for the time being because the night butcher hasn't been found. You can't rule out the possibility that he is still hiding in some corner of your house. And our law enforcement officers will search your home carefully to see if they can find any clues about the night butcher. So I'll excuse you and ask you to stay somewhere else for a while." Wenmuli was shocked. "You mean that guy might still be hiding in my house? Then why are you still standing here? Everyone, hurry up and search inside and outside. Search every layer of this place thoroughly. Do you want me to live in fear forever? I'm a taxpayer, so strictly speaking, I contribute to your salaries. If you don't handle this case well, I will definitely file a complaint with the higher-ups." Li Kaiyun was too lazy to pay attention to him at this moment. "It's up to you. Now please cooperate with our staff to record a simple statement. After you complete this, you can leave." Wenmuli said anxiously, "Where am I going? How am I going to get out? At least you have to give me some clothes." Li Kaiyun naturally knew what Wenmuli had done, so he shrugged and said, "Sorry, this is not within our job scope. If you want clothes, you can go out and buy them yourself." Wenmuli continued angrily, "Then you can give me a phone number and let me make a call, okay?" Li Kaiyun shook his head again. "Sorry, our phones are all equipped with the Law Enforcement Bureau's internal system and cannot be loaned out." Chu Lingling, who was fiddling with her phone at the moment, suddenly thought of something. She ran into the carriage and rummaged around, finding a black hood used by criminals and threw it in front of Wenmuli. "If you put this on your head, people won't be able to recognize you." Li Kaiyun gave a thumbs up. "Good idea. Then he said to Wen Muley, I suggest you make a decision quickly before daybreak, otherwise there will be too many people around. When Muley finally understood that these guys in front of him were clearly trying to embarrass him, after recording the statement, he angrily took the hood and put it on his head, then rushed out under the moonlight. Chapter 71 Great. Guyang is a good person. Don't get up yet. The sun is almost burning your butt. Lu Tao heard someone calling him in a daze. He tried hard to open his eyes, but before he could see the scene clearly, he felt an unusual headache. Damn it, you finally fell asleep? Last night, Lu Tao tried his best to stay awake and monitor Gu Yang's every move. However, he was drunk after all, and even his strong willpower could not hold on. He only vaguely remembered that the last time he looked at the wall clock, it was around 4 o'clock in the morning. And now, it is already 12 o'clock noon. Su Chengsheng cleaned up the mess from yesterday after working all night. Su Chengsheng also brought fresh lunch and placed it on the table. Gu Yang was maneuvering his electric wheelchair slowly to the side of the table. He smiled softly at Lu Tao, who had drowsily sat up from the sofa. Did you rest well last night? I wanted to let you sleep in one of the bedrooms, but everyone was drunk last night, and Chengsheng couldn't move you by herself, so you had to stay here for the night. Lu Tao lifted the blanket from his body, but before he could say a word, Su Chengsheng next to him muttered with dissatisfaction. I'm lucky enough to get him a blanket. A law enforcement captain, besides falsely accusing people, has now even learned to eat for free. He deliberately slept until noon. Maybe he wanted to eat lunch too? If you want to eat, just tell me. Mr. Gu's family doesn't need a bowl of rice from you. Lu Tao looked embarrassed. The voice that woke him up just now was also Su Chengsheng. Maybe it was because Lu Tao always suspected Guyang, so Su Chengsheng never had a good face towards him. In Su Chengsheng's opinion, there is no one in the world who is more pitiful and kind than Guyang. Suspecting that Mr. Gu is the night butcher is simply a mentally ill person. Guyang frowned, glanced at Su Chengsheng, and said, Don't be so rude. Since everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding, wouldn't it be fine as long as the misunderstanding is resolved? They already came to my house yesterday to give me gifts and apologize, so please don't be so stingy. Su Chengsheng snorted coldly. Then I congratulate him on recovering from his mental illness. Let's eat quickly. I guess you were just drinking last night and didn't fill your stomachs. The food I made for lunch today is quite light and very nourishing to the stomach. You should all eat more. I have to say, perhaps because of taking care of patients for a long time, Su Chengsheng is really capable. At such a young age, she can actually cook very well. Nowadays, not many young girls can cook. Looking at the light 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, as well as the steaming millet porridge in their hands, Lu Tao and Guyang both felt very hungry. The next day after drinking, I want to eat something light and warm to moisten my stomach. Lu Tao was about to eat when he suddenly remembered something and quickly took out his cell phone. After he glanced at his phone for a few seconds, his expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he grabbed his coat and walked out. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu and Ms. Chengsheng. I have an urgent matter and must return to the law enforcement district, so I won't be able to eat. I will come to visit you next time when I have time. Guyang smiled and tried to persuade him. No matter how urgent the matter is, you have to eat before leaving. You drank so much yesterday and didn't eat breakfast this morning, so you're more likely to get a stomachache. Lu Tao sighed and shook his head. At this moment, he had already walked to the door and started to put on his shoes. He answered, by the way, there's nothing we can do about this. About half of the elderly people in our law enforcement bureau have stomach problems. It's okay when I'm not busy, but once something happens, I often can't even eat, and I'm hungry one meal and full the next. But it's all for the service of the people, and this is what we should do. I'm leaving first, Mr. Gu. After saying that, Lu Tao and Guyang waved goodbye at the door. After the door was closed again, Su Chengsheng brought the bowl of hot porridge that Lu Tao had not touched and placed it in front of Guyang. It's just right that he left. Mr. Gu can have one more bowl. You have to go to the hospital with me after dinner. You drank so much yesterday. I don't know if you hurt yourself. You need a full checkup. Guyang heard this and shook his head repeatedly. Forget it. I feel there is nothing wrong with my body. If I go to the hospital, I will be delayed for another whole day. I still have some work to do today. Mu Rong went to work early in the morning. I can't just not help at all. After all, I'm the real boss. Su Chengsheng had a stern face. That won't work. Making money is important, but health is more important. Okay, can't we each take a step back? You are half a doctor anyway, so come and give me a rough check later, and I will fully cooperate. Seeing that she couldn't shake Guyang, Su Chengsheng could only nod. Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. I'll make it clear first. Next time you don't want to ruin your body like this. Please save me some trouble. Lu Tao rushed into the law enforcement bureau in a panic. At this moment, All the staff in the law enforcement bureau had big dark circles under their eyes. It seemed that everyone was very busy, but no one knew what they were busy with. Many people greeted Lu Tao, and Lu Tao only had time to nod hurriedly. When he walked into the conference room, Director Guan, Chu Lingling, and Li Kaiyun were already waiting for him. Director Guan patted the empty seat on his right and said to Lu Tao, "Come sit here. You weren't here last night. Let me hear what happened first." Lu Tao nodded and sat aside and asked impatiently, "I heard the night butcher attacked again last night. Who was his target? What's the situation now?" Director Guan sighed and shook his head. The original target was that bastard Wen Muley, but Wen Muley was quick and managed to escape. His wife became the scapegoat and died at the hands of the night butcher. The situation was somewhat similar to the previous one, where the head was chopped off directly with a single blow, without any hesitation, and when the law enforcement officers rushed in, there was no trace of any clues or traces left. Li Kaiyun also had a sad face. What I can't understand the most is that we had already anticipated that Wen Muley would most likely be the target last night. So we deployed a lot of forces around Wen Muley's home and also monitored the surrounding streets and alleys. But despite all these people and all these surveillance cameras, no one has seen the night butcher. It's like he's a ghost that doesn't exist in this world. Chu Lingling fiddled with the tablet computer in her hand while asking Lu Tao, "You insisted on investigating Gu Yang yesterday. Did you find any clues?" Lu Tao asked, "About how long ago did the crime happen?" "It's between 2 and 3 in the morning." After listening, Lu Tao shook his head. "If it's during this time period, we can basically rule out the possibility that Gu Yang is the night butcher. Yesterday, I forced myself to stay awake and watched over Gu Yang at his house. I didn't fall asleep until around 4 in the morning. Unless Gu Yang has the ability to clone himself, it's impossible for him to be in 2 places at the same time." Director Guan beside him smiled gently. "That's good. At least we have ruled out one possibility." Chu Lingling tilted her head and asked, "After you and that Gu Yang drank together last night, what was your impression of him?" Lu Tao thought for a moment and replied, "Although I had always suspected that there was some connection between him and the night butcher, after getting to know him better last night, I felt that Gu Yang was actually a very ambitious and talented person. And his good friend Mu Rong is also a good person." Chu Lingling nodded after listening. "Although I agree with your previous analysis, judging from the motive for the crime, there does seem to be some connection between Gu Yang and the night butcher, but we shouldn't always rely on our feelings when handling cases. You proved last night that Gu Yang is a good person, so don't focus too much on him in the future. It just so happened that we got another clue last night. According to the only survivor at the scene, Wen Muley, the night butcher should be a super tall man with a height of nearly 2 meters. I've compiled a list of all the people in the city who are over 1.9 meters tall. If we check them one by one, we'll most likely find the real night butcher." Li Kaiyun also stared at Lu Tao and said, "Since Gu Yang is a good person, it means that your previous judgment was wrong. According to the agreement, you must obey me in this case from now on and never act on your own again." Lu Tao was unwilling, but he had to start trusting Gu Yang, so he nodded and agreed to Li Kaiyun. "Don't worry, you have the final say on matters concerning this case from now on. I will be your assistant. Come on, everyone's assistants are handsome men and beautiful women. With your appearance, you probably won't even make it to the audition. Just order takeout." Chapter 72. There is no point in making a fuss. The meeting continued to discuss how to determine the identity of the night butcher. At this moment, a hurried shout came from outside. "What about Captain Lee? What's the point of hiding? Is this how you treat the people with responsibility? What should I do tonight? How can I ensure my personal safety? Such a big serial murder case. Don't you have any clues at all?" As soon as the voice came in, the expressions of Li Kaiyun and others inside instantly turned bad. This was Wen Muley who had come last night. They opened the door of the conference room and walked out. At this moment, Wen Muley finally changed into a decent suit and stood at the door cursing. As soon as he saw them coming out, he immediately rushed over and asked, "Aren't you famous detectives? Did you find anything wrong? This night butcher kills criminals. Could it be that he was trained by your law enforcement agency? Now we're playing the thief crying thief, aren't we?" Such a huge shit pot was directly put on the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the faces of everyone in the Law Enforcement Bureau became even uglier. Li Kaiyun suppressed his anger and cursed. "Mr. Wen, you must be responsible for what you say. You are also someone who understands the law, and you should know that defamation will have serious legal consequences." When Muley was almost losing his mind due to anger, he kicked a bench next to him and cursed. "Then explain to me, how many people has this night butcher killed in a row? And you still don't even know whether he is a man or a woman. Is this reasonable? Even if he is the most powerful killer in the world, he can't be so perfect. Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao were both speechless, because although they were angry, what Wen Muley said was the truth. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. In general serial murder cases, there will be some evidence at the crime scene. By piecing these evidences together, the truth can often be found quickly. But unfortunately, none of the crimes committed by the night butcher were left behind. How can we piece together the truth? When Muley suddenly thought of something and shouted again. That guy was also a robber. After killing my wife, although he didn't kill me, he took away the mobile phones and computers in the house. I don't know what he wanted to do. After hearing the news, Li Kaiyun immediately started to take notes. This was the first time that the night butcher had robbed someone. Chu Lingling, who had been playing with her phone in the back, sighed and scratched her ear impatiently. Please stop yelling, it's really noisy. Aren't you, a top lawyer, also very good at finding clues and finding the truth? Why don't you go check it out yourself? It's easier said than done. When Muley was almost mad at this moment. Okay, this is what you said. If I find any clues, all of you will be laid off. Show me the files on these cases. Li Kaiyun did not stop him. He directly turned on the computer and retrieved all the relevant information of these cases and showed it to him. Anyway, this guy is a lawyer, so he is qualified to check it. When Muley was full of confidence, he sat in front of the case materials without saying a word, flipping through the photos and on-site records page after page. But after reading all the information 2 or 3 times, when Muley's brows became deeper and deeper. I have absolutely no idea. Previously, in order to search the entire city for clues about the night butcher, the Law Enforcement Bureau also released some files to let residents know how brutal the night butcher's methods were. But that was just some general information. When Muley always believed that if he could see the detailed and complete files, he would be able to unravel the truth. However, he had been looking for several hours, his eyes were blurry, but he still couldn't find any clues. Li Kaiyun next to him took the opportunity to mock. Why, weren't you quite confident just now? Now you seem a little distressed. When Muley was indeed distressed at the moment, as he thought he was a smart man. But after he read the detailed records of these cases, he was also speechless. Because there are so few clues, almost zero. The only useful clue was provided by him himself. The night butcher was estimated to be nearly 2 meters tall. Seeing that he looked dazed, Chu Lingling handed him the tablet computer next to her, which had a complete set of information organized on it. While playing with the phone, he said, based on what you saw yesterday, this is a person nearly 2 meters tall who was selected from the city's database. See if there's anyone you know among them who you have an enemy with. After hearing this, when Muley was overjoyed and quickly took the personnel investigation information. But after looking at it for a while, he frowned and said, something's wrong. Although I know some of the people here, I've never even met most of them. The few people I know all came to me as their lawyer, and we had a pleasant cooperation. There is no way they would kill me. After receiving his judgment, Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun at the scene frowned again. I originally thought that with this clue, coupled with Wen Muley's identification, we would be able to more or less discover the problem, but now, this clue doesn't seem to have played the role it should have. Chu Lingling then asked, have you made any enemies recently, or is the hatred so strong that it's irreconcilable? When Muley began to think again, after a brief thought, he suddenly widened his eyes. There really is one, Guyong, the paralyzed patient who came out of the hospital. I called him yesterday and wanted him to hire me as a lawyer to take Lu Xiaoyu to court, but he rejected my offer, and it was quite unpleasant. When the name Guyong appeared, the atmosphere at the scene became a little frozen. Chu Lingling narrowed her eyes. Guyong again, is it such a coincidence? Now even Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun felt something was not right. If Lu Tao hadn't been monitoring Guyong all night last night, they would have been ready to pay him a visit. Chu Lingling sighed and shook her head. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Tell us some useful clues. Don't even think about Guyong. We've already conducted a preliminary investigation on him, and there's no connection between him and the night butcher. When you got into trouble last night, that guy was still drinking with Captain Lu. Lu Tao nodded beside him. I can personally testify to that. When Muley was almost going crazy. Are you guys stupid? I took a look at the file just now. More than half of the deaths were related to Guyong. You said he was not the night butcher. Who is the night butcher? Find out. Your surveillance can only rule out the possibility that Guyong is the night butcher himself, but I suspect the night butcher is most likely his good friend or a professional assassin he hired. Chu Lingling in front of him shook her head again. Something's wrong. I've checked his phone and computer at home. He has very little contact with the outside world. The possibility that he's a friend of the night butcher is extremely slim. When Muley slammed the table in anger. This won't work, and that won't work. What exactly should we do? Are we just going to let that night butcher walk free and kill people like crazy? Amidst the chatter, Director Guan walked in with a dark face. From now on, everyone, please put aside the case concerning the Night Butcher. We have something more important to do. Chapter 73 Publicity, Public Opinion. Let's go back a few hours. After Su Chengsheng returned from work, Guyang was alone at home with a laptop and a mobile phone. These two things were what Guyang quickly took away from Wen Yuli's house after killing his wife. Of course, they also took away the dozen or so gold bars that Wen Yuli had placed in the safe, each weighing 1 kilogram. What a rich man. Luckily, there's a storage space inside the ghostly body, and it's quite large now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to hold anything. Guyang had already made preparations the moment he took out these two things. He used his computer skills to block the signals of the computer and mobile phone, making them impossible to be tracked. After doing all this, Guyang controlled his computer and began to invade the laptop and mobile phone. Cell phones and computers can often reveal all of a person's secrets. After a while, Guyang found a very hidden folder in Wen Yuli's mobile phone. After clicking it, there are various chat records, videos, pictures, etc., which are also classified and organized. Among them are some core members of the Underworld, some powerful rich second generations, and some famous big stars. But without exception, these chat records and pictures and videos all contain evidence that Wen Yuli helped these evil people escape legal punishment. At the same time, the evidence to slander his own construction company is also included in it. Guyang understood instantly. This is the escape route that Wen Yuli left for himself. The other party is very smart and knows very well that if they deal with these underworld bosses, they may suffer backlash. If you are not careful, you may not even be able to save your own life. With these evidences in his hands, he has countless umbrellas of protection. No matter how vicious the other party is, in order to continue to be at large, he must be taken care of in all aspects. I made money and gained connections. What a good trick. Wen Yuli's annual income is much higher than those of business owners. However, your good days are over. There are so many passwords on this computer and mobile phone. If someone else picked it up, there would probably be nothing they could do. Only here with Guyang can it play its greatest role. He once again used his hacking skills to create a disguise. Then, using this disguised identity, Guyang posted all the criminal evidence online with the title, "Challenging the Most Evil Lawyer on the Internet." At the same time, in order to thank the Law Enforcement Bureau for its care for him, Guyang also sent a copy of this content to the Law Enforcement Bureau. In just a few hours, these contents completely exploded. No one knew that the once famous lawyer would resort to such despicable tactics. People started cursing under these videos. You son of a bitch, this guy is just a beast in human clothing. Haha, brothers, I have some inside information. Wen Yuli should have died yesterday, but he woke up in the middle of the night because of frequent and urgent urination. The moment he regained consciousness, he saw the Night Butcher coming to chop him. In order to survive, he pushed his wife out to block the knife. His wife's head was chopped off and flew several meters high. He then jumped down from the building and escaped successfully. Oh my God, is this really that thrilling? This guy was able to survive this crisis. He is simply the chosen one. In that case, this should be the only one who escaped from the Night Butcher, right? Yes, it's quite outrageous. The Night Butcher is really a tough guy. He kills a bad guy every night these days, and he doesn't leave any clues. No matter how powerful he is, I will call him the Eternal God. Brothers, stop chatting in the forum. Hurry up and tag the Law Enforcement Bureau and ask them to arrest Wen Yuli. This guy is even more despicable than those gangsters. That's right. Isn't it amazing that you guys arrest people every day? I heard that all the law enforcement officers were mobilized last night to capture the Night Butcher. If we had been so proactive earlier, there would be no criminals in our city, and naturally there would be no need for the Night Butcher to take action. Hurry, hurry, the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau, come out immediately. We demand that Wen Yuli be detained immediately. At this moment in the Law Enforcement Bureau, everyone was stunned when they heard Guan Chang'an's words. The first one to jump up and curse was Wen Yuli. This guy experienced a life-and-death crisis yesterday. His lover's head rolled to his feet, which seemed to have given him a great shock. The gentle and refined demeanor he had been deliberately pretending to have over the years was gone. Pointing at Guan Chang'an's nose, he cursed. What are you doing, old man? You sit in such a high position every day, and all you want is retirement, right? If the Night Butcher can't catch you, I'll go to the court and petition you, and I'll definitely take your official hat off to you. Guan Chang'an's expression remained unchanged. He waved to the two law enforcement officers beside him and said, "Cuff this guy for me." Wen Yuli was stunned. "Wait, what are you talking about, you bastard? Cuffing me? Are you kidding me? I'm the fucking victim. Why are you messing with me? Could it be that I disguised myself as the Night Butcher and killed my wife?" At this moment, Lu Tao and the others were a little confused and didn't know what was going on. Guan Chang'an said to everyone present, "Still in the dark, right? Take out your phone and watch the videos. We're number 1 on the trending search list again. This is so embarrassing." After hearing the order, everyone immediately took out their mobile phones to check and immediately found Wen Muli's criminal certificates. At this moment, these criminal evidences are being hotly discussed and are almost known to everyone. Chu Lingling reacted immediately. Amazing. This night butcher is not only the top martial arts scholar, but also the top scholar in literature. He was able to crack the password of Wen Muli's mobile phone and computer in such a short time. Moreover, the account that posted the article and video was obviously specially processed, and I was unable to obtain any information about the owner behind this account through hacking methods. I've never met anyone who's so much better at hacking than I am. Li Kaiyun also said with emotion. No wonder that guy secretly took away Wen Muli's computer and mobile phone when he left. It turned out he wanted to do something like this. Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling were sent from higher-ups, while Lu Tao was a local law enforcement officer who had been working there for many years. In order to catch criminals, his body was already covered with dense scars. It can be said that the person who hated Wen Muli the most at the scene was none other than Lu Tao. He was furious and pointed at Wen Muli and said, "So all this evidence and spiritual testimony was fabricated by you." Wen Muli also saw his criminal evidence on other people's mobile phone screens at this moment. His legs suddenly became weak and he collapsed on the ground. "It's over, it's all over, I'm dead." Guan Chang'an turned around and said to the people present, "Your new task now is to review all the cases in which Wen Muli has been involved over the years. Make sure there are no false or wrongful convictions." Chu Lingling raised her head and asked, "What about the night butcher?" Guan Chang'an sighed and said, "That guy is so cunning that we can't catch him. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to resort to this desperate measure. Since the night butcher cannot be caught anytime soon, we might as well catch all the prisoners that Wen Muli has released through illegal means over the years and re-examine them. If the higher-ups send someone to ask, I'll at least have something to show for it. And with luck, my merits and demerits can even be offset." Li Kaiyun next to him suddenly raised his hand and said, "I have a suggestion. After those criminals are caught, why not put them in the same cell with Lawyer Wen? They're all his old friends after all, and it'll save some cell space." Guan Chang'an nodded. "What you said makes sense. Let's do as you say." Wen Muli was stunned for a moment. "You can't fucking put me in the same room with those lunatics. If they know I was the one who leaked the secret and got arrested again, they'll beat me to death if they put me in the same room with them. Do you bastards understand human rights?" Chapter 74. Poor Wen Muli. However, no matter what the purpose of the protest was, the result was that Wen Muli was directly locked up in a cell in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Soon, his former employers were also arrested one after another, including the so-called gang bosses, rich second generation, and so on. Because the evidence was solid, the law enforcement agency was incredibly efficient and captured all of these people in just one day. The originally empty cell area now became extremely crowded. Lu Tao and Director Guan stood in the cell area, feeling relieved when they saw these once arrogant criminals now dejected. Although the night butcher killed many people, most of them deserved to die. Sometimes, when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Lu Tao and Director Guan would actually clap their hands in joy. And these guys in front of me are all cunning villains with heinous crimes. I don't know how many times the law enforcement agency arrested them and then had to release them, feeling extremely frustrated. In terms of harm to society, these guys in front of us are even more exaggerated than the night butcher. They have killed many more people than the night butcher, and they have persecuted innocent ordinary people. He also controls countless criminal businesses. Compared to arresting the night butcher, arresting this group of people seemed to make them feel more relieved. At this moment, both of them wanted to hum a little song. "I've waited for a long time, and finally today?" Director Guan smiled and said, "Lu Tao, how long has it been since our law enforcement bureau has been so busy?" Lu Tao nodded. "It's been a long time indeed. Before, when we old friends entered the law enforcement bureau, we were all full of laughter and joking, swearing that we would be out in less than 3 days. I don't know why none of these old friends are talking today. Are they just naturally quiet?" The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. The criminals are now imprisoned, either angry or depressed, because they knew very well that they were completely finished. In order to keep a firm hold on them, Wen Muli stored all the actual evidence of their crimes in his computer and mobile phone, so that even the god of war could not overturn the case. After Lu Tao and Director Guan laughed a few times, they turned around happily and prepared to leave. At this time, Wen Muli, who was imprisoned first, grabbed the iron bars of the cell and shouted, "No, you can't keep me here like this. I need a lawyer. Even if you don't let me out, you must change my cell. I can just pay more. I have plenty of money. However, Lu Tao and Director Guan just turned around and gave him a mocking look before turning away. At the moment of leaving, Lu Tao said something meaningful. Everyone, be quiet and don't make too much noise. This sentence is full of implications. After the two men left completely, only these criminals were left in the cell area. The other cells were okay, but when Muley's cell was terrible. The cell is constructed with bunk beds, each with 8 beds. When Muley's cell is completely full, apart from him, the remaining 7 were all burly men. All of them were middle and high-level figures in the underworld. After taking off their clothes one by one, they had an azure dragon on their left, a white tiger on their right, and an ox head on their chest. When Muley was so frightened that he almost cried on the spot, begging bitterly, "Brother Wen, you can't be ungrateful. You had 3 lives on your hands, and I helped you to deal with them. But you said we would be good brothers for life. And brother who? I helped you sort out your child's schooling issues a few days ago, and you even said you'd treat me to a meal." At this moment, when Muley tried his best to awaken the tenderness in the hearts of these underworld bosses. However, a huge fist hit his nose directly, smashing it into pieces on the spot, and blood flowed out of his nose as if it was free. "You bastard, if you're helping me with the lawsuit, why don't you just do it honestly? Why are you playing all these tricks? You even stored our criminal evidence on your computer and phone. Do you think we won't die soon enough? You idiot, you actually have the nerve to say that. The evidence in my case at that time was insufficient. Even if you didn't help, I would have had at most 3 to 5 years. Now you've actually uploaded the actual evidence of my murder online. I might not be able to find it for 30 or 50 years. I wish I could kill you, you bastard. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go together and beat him up." The other criminals outside the cell also gnashed their teeth in hatred towards Wen Muley and shouted outside, Kill him, you bastard. You bastard. A mere lawyer actually kept our criminal evidence. What do you want to do? Do you want to be our big brother? If you can walk out of this prison standing, I will be your grandson from now on." Fists as big as casseroles began to hit Wen Muley one after another. "Stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. I really can't take it anymore. Ouch, ouch, ouch." Wen Muley was blocked in the corner of the cell and beaten and kicked. These villains have human lives on their hands, and many of them are involved in illegal businesses such as gambling and selling drugs. Complete evidence of their crimes was published online, and what awaited them was either the death penalty or life imprisonment. They didn't care about that and punched Wen Muley without leaving any room for maneuver. Wen Muley was beaten so badly that his whole body was broken and he lay in the corner, unable to stand up. Just when one of the gangsters became ruthless and was about to beat Wen Muley to death, the door outside suddenly opened. Lu Tao stood at the door and shouted in mock anger, "What are you all doing? You don't want to be around anymore, right? Who allowed you to continue bullying others here?" Wen Muley seemed to see hope and immediately leaned against the door and shouted, "Brother Lu, Captain Lu, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong this time. Please save me. Please, save me. I will be your slave for the rest of my life." Lu Tao pretended to be angry, glared at everyone, and then directly opened the cell where Wen Muley was. "Come out. I'll give you another room." Wen Muley heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and regardless of the pain in his body, he crawled over. "Captain Lu, I knew you were a good person. You would never stand by and watch someone die." However, Lu Tao dragged Wen Muley with one hand and swung the key with the other hand, and took Wen Muley directly to the door of another cell. There are also 7 people living here, with only one empty bed. These 7 people look just like the 7 just now, and are obviously violent elements as well. Wen Muley was completely dumbfounded. "Captain Lu, you can't play with me like this. Can I pay you more? Please upgrade my room. I want a single room for one person." After listening to this, Lu Tao frowned. "What are you talking about? Do you think this is a train or a plane where you can upgrade your cabin by paying? If you give me a little more money, I'll give you my position as law enforcement captain." Wen Muley begged frantically, but he was thrown into this prison cell. "Have fun." After saying this, Lu Tao left once again. Less than 2 minutes later, heart-wrenching screams rang out from the cell again. Lu Tao has made up his mind to make him stay in every cell tonight. This is what is called equal treatment. Guyang is currently at home reading a book while basking in the sun. Mu Rong's cheerful laughter came from outside the door. All right, Lao Gu, hurry up and get some paper and pen ready to sign the contract." Guyang turned around and just saw Mu Rong push open the door and come in with a thick stack of documents in his hand. "Old Gu, guess what? That one Muley suddenly went crazy and directly revealed all the criminal evidence he knew about high-ranking officials and gangsters. I laughed my ass off. But thanks to him making such a fuss, our construction company's misunderstanding was resolved, and because of the popularity of this matter, we might be able to sell it for a high price. Chapter 75 Black Tiger's patience is exhausted. Guyong took the documents handed to him by Mu Rong, signed his name without even looking at them. They have been friends for many years, so he still trusts the other party in such a small matter. How much can it be sold for? Guyong asked casually while signing. Mu Rong proudly held up 2 fingers. A conservative estimate is 200 million. Whether a company can make money or not, its reputation is equally important. After when Muley made such a fuss, almost everyone on the internet knew that we were being wronged. At the same time, they naturally also knew that our company is an extremely healthy and formal company. There is no cutting of corners in any of the business we handle. Even if when Muley wants to bring us down, he can only use the despicable method of framing us. With this level of reputation, our company's cooperation can be said to be absolutely endless. To be honest, I don't even want to sell it now. If we take control of this construction company, with the publicity from this incident, our revenue next year can at least double. While saying this, Mu Rong was secretly looking at Guyong out of the corner of his eye. However, from beginning to end, the expression on Guyang's face did not change much. He just signed the documents one after another and pushed them in front of Mu Rong again. Online public opinion is always changing. It won't be long before everyone forgets about this matter. Haven't you heard the saying, the internet has no memory? It is still uncertain whether our income can double next year. The construction industry itself is not doing well now. Even if our income does increase, how much can it increase? Sell it, don't think too much, we can definitely make back this money later. After hearing these words, Mu Rong nodded. Okay, I just said it casually. Since you insist, I'll go negotiate now. By the way, I have already registered the new company. The name is Chaoyang Biotechnology Company, Limited as you said. You own 90% of the shares, and I own 10%. Guyong smiled lightly. I take so much, don't you feel at a disadvantage? Mu Rong waved his hand. Don't say that. We are all brothers. What's yours is mine. What's more, I have a basic salary. If your company really loses money, I can still earn a few months' salary. Mu Rong doesn't have much pursuit of money. If he was a greedy person, he would not have endured the humiliation of being demoted and moved abroad for the future of the company. Mu Rong was not stupid, so he naturally knew that if he left, the inheritance rights of the company would not fall into his hands. Yet he still did not look back. If Mu Rong was a greedy person, he would not have used up his savings to gamble on starting a business again. Mu Rong spoke curiously at this time. What's the first project our company will develop? Tell me about it first. We can't just sell some cold and fever medicine, right? Guyong answered without thinking. Let's study cancer first. Let's set a small goal, a 100% cure for cancer. What do you think? Mu Rong was stunned for a moment. For so many years, cancer has been regarded as a malignant disease that is almost impossible for humans to defeat. However, Guyong downplayed it so lightly and wanted to defeat it and achieve a 100% cure rate. Isn't this outrageous? Mu Rong swallowed his saliva and quickly drank 2 sips of tea to calm himself down. Brother, don't joke. If you make such a big move, even the 200 million we get from selling the company might not be enough. Guyong looked indifferent. If it's not enough, then it's not enough. Don't worry, I still have plenty of money. I can solve the funding problem. Well, just keep it in mind. If we can really develop a special medicine to cure cancer, it would be amazing. Then I can leave my name in the history of medicine. Come on, brother, whether I can become famous or not depends entirely on you. After finishing speaking, Mu Rong took a meaningful look at the thick stack of medical self-study books that Guyong placed next to him, and couldn't help but give Guyong a thumbs up. Awesome, you are really awesome. I don't think you needed to go to university in the first place. If you could develop a cure for cancer, even Peking University and Tsinghua University would probably invite you to be a professor there. After saying that, Mu Rong laughed and turned to leave. Returning to the car and stepping on the accelerator, Mu Rong kept thinking about the words Guyong said. They sounded like a joke, but also seemed serious. Is this guy really confident that he can develop a drug to cure cancer? If it's not on the right track, he's probably just talking nonsense. Mu Rong smiled silently. At this moment, Guyong slowly put down the book in his hand. After reading all day today, he has reshaped a moon in the Yuan Shou space. This is a moon representing medicine. As long as he continuously invested his life force, he would be able to acquire a wide variety of medical knowledge, which would be enough to make him a top scientific research professor with the highest medical level in the world within just one day. But Guyong didn't do that for the time being. Because the amount of Yuan Shou in the body is really too little, I must find a way to get more. Guyong suddenly remembered when Muley's face in his mind. It seems that I have to find a way to kill him tonight. For the happy future of all mankind. Lawyer one has to sacrifice you this time. However, this guy should be in the law enforcement agency's prison now. If we want to get rid of him quietly, we have to think carefully about how to do it. In the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lu Tao, Chu Lingling, and everyone else were extremely busy. There are so many old cases, and fortunately the thoughtful one Muley has already sorted out the evidence for each of them. Otherwise, everyone would be at a loss. Lu Tao felt a little excited, and he was even a little grateful to the Night Butcher. As long as we collect all the evidence of those bastards' crimes today and send them all to prison, the public security in the entire Tianjin city will definitely be improved by more than one level. At this moment, Lu Tao even didn't want to catch the Night Butcher anymore. On the one hand, this guy has made a lot of contributions to the entire city of Tianjin. On the other hand, it's really hard to grasp it, and I'm almost losing my confidence. At this time, Lu Tao's cell phone rang. He quickly put down the work in his hands and went to the corner to answer the call. A familiar voice came. Captain Lu, is there any conclusion to the Night Butcher incident? Hearing this, Lu Tao's expression froze. Hey who, right? We've made a breakthrough in the case of the Night Butcher. We've got an important clue and are investigating it. But for confidentiality's sake, I can't tell you now. Black Tiger sneered. Captain Lu, you are really too slow. And if I'm not mistaken, the clues you have are not important clues at all, right? We agreed then that if you couldn't catch the Night Butcher before my patience ran out, I would have to use my own methods. Lu Tao suddenly became anxious. What do you want to do? Didn't you say you were a serious businessman? You finally got back on track. Don't go back to your old ways. Black Tiger sneered. I am indeed a serious businessman, but my friends are not. I remember you always suspected Guiyang, right? Your law enforcement agency is being way too slow in handling this case, insisting on finding evidence. Wouldn't it be better to just arrest him and torture him to extract a confession? Since you're not comfortable doing it, let me do it. Lu Tao cursed directly. Can you, idiot, think for yourself? Don't touch anything with Guiyang. I have personally verified his suspicion. He is innocent. Don't wrongly accuse a good man. Black Tiger disagreed. It's your business if you can confirm it, but I have to confirm it myself as well. Unless your law enforcement agency immediately reveals the identity of the Night Butcher to the public, you can't stop me. After saying that, Heihu hung up the phone. Lu Tao was so angry that he started cursing. Damn, this guy is absolutely crazy. It's also my fault. I brought trouble to Guiyang. No, I have to find a way to inform him quickly. Chapter 76 Killing a Paralyzed Person. Friendship between men comes in such strange ways. Lu Tao only had a drink with Guiyang, but he already regarded him as his friend. Not to mention that even after Gu Yang's suspicion of being related to the Night Butcher was ruled out, Lu Tao still felt guilty about suspecting him. Now that he knows that the Black Tiger will harm Guiyang, how can he sit back and do nothing? A phone call was made. Lao Lu, what are you calling for? Are you planning to come over for dinner again tonight? Lu Tao said in a serious tone. Brother Guiyang, I want to tell you something very important now. Don't go out if you have nothing to do during this period, and lock the doors and windows as much as possible at home. Otherwise, someone may come to cause trouble for you. Hearing this, Guiyang no longer had any desire to joke. Who wants to cause trouble for me? And why? Lu Tao sighed. Alas, this is also due to me. It's all because I had doubts about you before. That's why that lunatic targeted you. The so-called underground boxing king Xiongchuan was killed by the Night Butcher, and his underground boxing gym was disbanded. But for some reason, there was a man named Heihu who was always brooding over Xiongchuan's affairs and had secretly approached me countless times. Last time he warned me that if there were no more clues within a day, he would use his own methods to find out the truth. As luck would have it, this guy somehow found out that I had doubts about you before. It was precisely because of this that the madman decided to attack you. After hearing these words, Guiyang instantly understood. Others may not know, but he knows very well that this Black Tiger is actually Xiongchuan's biological son. Xiongchuan taught the other party the 5 beasts breathing technique, so this is absolutely true. To put it bluntly, the reason why the members of other boxing gyms gathered together was for profit. After Xiongchuan's death, they naturally scattered like monkeys when the tree falls. But it was different for Heihu, because Xiongchuan was his biological father. He had lived as an orphan for more than 20 years without a father or a mother. He finally had a father, but that very night his father was killed by someone else. How could he not feel hatred in his heart? But when Guiyang heard the news, he did not feel any fear, but rather excited. I want to establish a biotechnology company and use Yuanshou to deduce various research results that will change the human world. This will definitely require a lot of Yuanshou. Isn't it a good thing to have such a person coming to your door? Hearing that Guiyang had no reaction, Lu Tao thought he was frightened and quickly comforted him. Brother Guiyang, don't be afraid. This incident was caused by me, and I will definitely find a way to take responsibility. These days when I am at work during the day, please stay at home and lock the doors and windows. I will stand guard at your house all night and will never let anything happen to you. If that damn bastard wants to cause trouble, he can do so over my dead body. Lu Tao is also a very good law enforcement officer. After eliminating his suspicion of Gu Yang, he is also very responsible for Gu Yang's safety. But Gu Yang was not happy about it. Who would like to have a spy following him every day? I came once last night, isn't that enough? He quickly refused with a smile. Forget it, you're busy with work over there too. There's no need to waste time on me. Don't forget that I'm quite wealthy. I can hire a few more bodyguards to guard my house and ensure that nothing unexpected happens. After hearing this, Lu Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Well, you must be careful. Call me as soon as possible if anything happens. After a few more instructions, the two hung up the phone. Gu Yang was the only one at home at the moment. He slowly stood up from his wheelchair, learned the 5 beasts breathing exercise, and performed a set of punches in the spacious living room. His muscles and bones made crackling sounds. When it comes to practicing the 5 beasts breathing technique, Gu Yang directly used his Yuan show points to improve his skills. In terms of his profound level, even Xiongchuan could only be called his disciple in front of him. Feeling the thriving power in his body, Gu Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. If you want to cause trouble for me, then go ahead and try. Gu Yang was not sure about his current fighting ability, but at that time, Xiongchuan had already won the title of King of Boxing in the underground black boxing market. He was stronger than Xiongchuan now, so he was definitely not an easy character to deal with, right? I guess it should be no problem to fight off 20 or so gangsters with bare hands. However, you still have to be careful about whether the other party has hot weapons. After all, they are flesh and blood, and it is a bit of a pipe dream to expect to resist hot weapons. In a dim corner of the bar, Heihu sat alone at a booth, drinking alone. 2 girls who wanted to curry favor with him came over with smiles on their faces, shaking their wine glasses. Brother Black Tiger, why are you drinking alone here? Do you want 2 sisters to accompany you? Yes, it seems that Brother Black Tiger is not in a good mood. How about letting us sisters bring you some happiness? As he spoke, the girl on his left lay on top of him, gently teasing Heihu's earlobe with the tip of her tongue, while the other girl slowly lay beside his legs and untied the belt around his waist with her delicate hands. However, Heihu simply grabbed the necks of the 2 women with his left and right hands and threw them to the side with force. The 2 women were thrown 2 or 3 meters away and fell to the ground screaming. This huge commotion instantly attracted the attention of many people, but when they saw Heihu's face clearly, they all pretended not to see it and continued dancing and drinking. Seeing that they failed to get close to the man, the 2 girls could only walk away in shame, enduring the pain all over their bodies. About 3 minutes later, a young man about 18 or 19 years old with dyed yellow hair and a spider tattoo on his neck ran over with a nod and a bow. There was also a small, shiny dagger hanging around his waist. Brother Black Tiger, I heard you need help. I was introduced by Lao Meng. My name is Spider Ghost, and you can call me Little Ghost, Brother Black Tiger. Heihu glanced at the young man in front of him. Although he was young and immature, there was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes and eyebrows. It was obvious that he was a man who was very suitable for mixing in society. Black Tiger nodded slightly. Very good. Then it's your turn, sit down next to me. Spider Ghost sat down happily next to him. Being able to drink with Black Tiger at the same bar, even if he didn't do anything, would give him something to brag about in front of his brothers when he got back. Heihu personally poured him a glass of wine, which made him even more flattered. Little Ghost, how many people are there in your family now? Spider Ghost responded. There are 3 of us, my parents and my sister. What I'm asking you to do isn't complicated or dangerous, but it's very important. It must be kept secret. No one can tell anyone about it. Do you understand? Spider Ghost nodded heavily. Brother Black Tiger, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Xiaohu bot file anti-piracy. Looking for book robots, choose Xiaohu. Stable and reliable. No pitfalls. That's good. What I want you to do is simple. Help me kill a paralyzed guy. I heard that his lower body can't move and he can only walk in a wheelchair. When Spider Ghost heard this, he immediately patted his chest. It's a piece of cake, Brother Black Tiger. He's just paralyzed. I can even send him flying with a fart. Black Tiger nodded slightly. Things may not be complicated, but we must be clean. Leave your phone with me and cut off all communication from now on until you finish this matter. After the matter is accomplished, if you can escape, I will send you to another city to develop, and I will also give a large sum of money to your family to ensure that they have food and clothing. If this fails and you get captured or overpowered, you eat this. Having said that, Heihu handed a small pill to Spider Ghost. Spider Ghost was a little confused. What is this? Black Tiger explained. A special pill that you hold under your tongue. If you are subdued or arrested, you swallow it. And then for the next few days, you will intermittently foam at the mouth, twitch all over, and so on. I'll try to bribe some doctors. That way, I can work hard to label you a mental patient and rescue you. Spider Ghost was moved after hearing this. He didn't expect that Black Tiger was so thoughtful and even thought of a retreat. Without saying a word, he slammed his phone on the table and took the pill and put it in his mouth. Brother Black Tiger, don't worry. I will get this done tonight, and I will definitely not let you down. Chapter 77 Death by Poisoning. After the Spider Ghost left, Heihu sat alone in the corner, drinking the remaining red wine. With a cold light in his eyes, Heihu thought, Father, you told me not to seek revenge, but I won't give in. I am not sure whether Gu Yang is the Night Butcher, but I think even if he is not, he must be related to the Night Butcher. Over the years, you have offended so many people, but everything has gone smoothly. Unfortunately, after the assassination attempt on Gu Yang failed, he was retaliated by the Night Butcher. Is this a coincidence? I don't believe it. In the final analysis, regardless of whether there is any connection between Gu Yang and the Night Butcher, your death is inextricably linked to him, and he deserves to die. Heihu leaned on the sofa with his eyes narrowed. He is not a righteous law enforcer and does not like to talk about evidence. If Gu Yang died at the hands of the people he sent, he deserved to be buried with his father. If Gu Yang could survive, it would further prove that there was something fishy about this guy. It is impossible for a paralyzed person to survive 2 assassination attempts in a row. As the night deepened, the number of people on the streets gradually decreased. The Spider Ghost stood under the dim street light, took out a bottle of white wine worth 15 yuan from his arms, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he pulled out a 1-meter-long machete from his waist and polished the blade with clothes made from recycled discarded bottles. After completing all these preparations, Spider Ghost looked at a small villa in the far corner and muttered to himself, Today is the first day that I, Spider Ghost, will be able to stand out. You, a paralytic, should feel honored to die by my sword. The Spider Ghost hid the machete behind his back and walked carefully along the corner of the wall towards the villa. He was extremely vigilant along the way and successfully avoided almost all surveillance and patrolling security guards. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for him. Coming to an inconspicuous place in the corner of the villa, Spider Ghost climbed up the water pipe outside with his bare hands and actually climbed to the 2nd floor. He opened a window and walked in. The room was dark and it was obvious that someone was asleep. He tiptoed step by step to Gu Yang's bedroom. In the dim moonlight, he could see the bulging outline on the bed. It is obvious that Gu Yang is sleeping soundly at this moment. A paralyzed person, or a paralyzed person who is asleep, poses almost zero threat. The Spider Ghost also felt a little proud. He pulled out the machete from behind, walked to the bedside, aimed at the head, and chopped it down hard. Worried that this blow wouldn't kill the enemy, the Spider Ghost went mad after the blow, waving the knife wildly, striking at least a dozen times in a row. After chopping, he was out of breath, came to his senses, and suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. How come this guy didn't make a sound from beginning to end? And the hand I just used felt so hard, like it was chopping on something hard. He carefully pulled back the quilt, only to find that it was not Gu Yang underneath, but a large doll used in clothing stores. The puppet's body was already in tatters and had almost been chopped into pieces by him. When Spider Ghost saw this scene, he felt a chill on his back. Exposed. He turned around and was about to leave, but out of the darkness, an iron fist suddenly swung out. The punch hit the Spider Ghost's chest hard, and the sound of broken bones was extremely crisp in the darkness. The Spider Ghost opened his mouth and wanted to scream reflexively, but Gu Yang was faster. The moment the Spider Ghost flew out, he used his other hand to cover his mouth and pressed him against the wall, which prevented the Spider Ghost from saying a word. In the dark night, Gu Yang's eyes were like a hungry wolf. The Spider Ghost was so frightened that his legs went weak in an instant. Even those murderous bosses in the society could not compare to this kind of look. Could it be that this guy has many lives on his hands? The Spider Ghost glanced down with the corner of his eye and saw that Gu Yang was clearly standing firmly on the ground with his own feet. What kind of bullshit is paralysis? The news is fake. There was only one thought in the Spider Ghost's mind. Brother Black Tiger is harming people. Gu Yang's cold voice reached his ears. It was that Black Tiger who asked you to come, right? Spider Ghost's pupils shrank, and he instantly thought of what Black Tiger said. Don't worry, I have a way out. But for now, he must keep the secret. Gu Yang gently released his hands, allowing the Spider Ghost to speak. However, after seeing Gu Yang in the dark, Spider Ghost forced a smile. You think I'm going to tell you? Bullshit, I won't say anything. If you have the guts, just report it to the police. It won't be long anyway. I'm sure I'll be out. After saying that, Spider Ghost swallowed the pill under his tongue directly into his stomach. He was ready to perform a mental illness drama in front of everyone in the law enforcement agency. At this moment, the Spider Ghost was not afraid at all, because he knew very well that Guyang in front of him would never be able to kill him. Why do these gangsters dare to bully ordinary people so unscrupulously? It's because ordinary people don't dare to resist. Not only do they not dare to kill people, they don't even dare to beat people for fear of breaking the law. The Underworld, on the other hand, has no such worries at all. They beat people when they should, kill people when they should, and being locked up is as relaxing as going home. If we try to figure out a way to make it work, it won't be long before it's back to normal. Guyang really hadn't planned to kill him yet, because he was planning to wait until after 12 o'clock and use his ghost to kill people. This way you can also harvest a wave of Yuanshou. At the same time, with the speed of light like a ghost body, it can quickly destroy the corpse without leaving any trace. But just as Guyang was about to wait patiently for 12 o'clock, the Spider Ghost's face suddenly changed drastically, turning red as if it was about to explode. He fell to the ground with a thud, convulsing all over, foaming at the mouth, and holding his chest with one hand. The intense pain almost exceeded his endurance limit. In an instant, Spider Ghost understood what was happening. So, Brother Black Tiger never wanted me to leave alive from the beginning to the end. What's the best way to keep a secret? To never speak of it. What a cruel heart. Before Guyang could figure out whether this guy was really sick or faking it, the symptoms only lasted for half a minute before the Spider Ghost's head tilted and he died completely. Guyang quickly examined the body and made a quick judgment. Died of poisoning. You bastard, when did this guy get poisoned? Why did he die at this time instead of earlier? Isn't that a waste? Guyang searched the other person's body again, but found nothing. Apart from the necessary clothes, the guy only had the machete. It seems that the opponent is well prepared and will not leave any handle. But it doesn't matter. Guyang already knows who the real culprit is, and he doesn't plan to go through the Law Enforcement Bureau's reporting process, so there's no point in needing evidence. At this time, 12 o'clock in the morning finally arrived. Guyang cleaned up all traces of his activities as soon as possible, then laid down on the bed with a relaxed look on his face and fell asleep. His consciousness fell infinitely and finally merged with his own shadow. Guyang, who was controlling the ghost body, was very fast, and in just a few moves, he cleared all the traces in front of him. By the way, he also stuffed the Spider Ghost's body into the space, and in an instant he arrived thousands of miles away. He randomly found a primeval forest and threw the body and residue into it. The lovely animals in the primeval forest will naturally help him destroy the body. After doing all this, Guyang narrowed his eyes and thought. It seems that tonight's death quota will have to be used on Wenmuli. It is indeed time for Attorney Wen to pay a price for his actions. After confirming the target of the operation, Guyang controlled the ghost and left this place in an instant, appearing in the prison area of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Wenmuli has been played badly now. Chapter 78. Repairing the plank road in public and marching through Chinsong in secret. Because he offended too many people, Wenmuli was imprisoned in this prison and his life was worse than death. The law enforcement officer in charge of guarding this place will change his cell every once in a while. The cunning villains in each cell have different methods to deal with him. What makes Wenmuli even more apprehensive is that there are actually many homosexuals among them. Those people not only have strong muscles, but also have huge weapons and equipment. The extreme humiliation and pain made him want to commit suicide at one point. Perhaps because they had been working for too long, everyone was tired. The other prisoners were resting, so he had some time to catch his breath and lay on the ground alone in a big character. The suit that had previously looked so elegant had now turned into pieces of rags hanging on his body, looking so miserable. The ghost Guyang was hiding in the shadows and saw everything clearly. Guyang's mouth corners slightly raised. It's really interesting. This is what they call, evil will be punished by evil. How do I kill this guy? To be honest, almost everyone in the prison area is asleep now. He can easily jump out and chop off Wenmuli's head with one knife, replicating the night butcher's killing method. But there are surveillance cameras here, and there are layers of guards inside and outside. It would be too arrogant to just kill someone and walk away like that. It's better not to be too arrogant. Ever since he acquired the 5 beasts breathing technique last time, Guyang knew that this world was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The legendary immortal cultivators may not exist, but there are definitely many strange and bizarre methods. So if you want to kill someone in the law enforcement agency, it's best to keep a low profile. If it could be an accident, that would be even better. In addition to considering how to kill people, Guyang also has to consider another thing. He secretly glanced at several corners of the prison. Others might not be able to see it, but he knew at a glance that there were very hidden cameras in those corners. If you ask how he knew it, it was of course thanks to his full-level hacking skills and the monitoring of Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun. To protect your Xiaohu documents from piracy, choose Xiaohu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. The Law Enforcement Bureau is brightly lit at this moment. Even late at night, most law enforcement officers are still working overtime. There are simply too many cases. All the unjust, false, and wrong cases that when Muley was involved in over the years must be overturned, and those cunning villains caught in the Law Enforcement Bureau must also be retried. All these tasks had to be completed as quickly as possible, and it was impossible not to work overtime. Even the investigation into the Night Butcher had to be put aside for the time being. However, even they themselves didn't know that what Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun were busy with in the office was not this matter at all, but an investigation into the Night Butcher. This is called repairing the plank road in public and marching through Chinsong in secret. In front of Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun, there was a computer with 9 grid screens on it, all of which were prison cell areas, and all were aimed at one person, Wen Muley. Chu Lingling, who always liked playing games, was no longer in the mood to play games at this moment. She stared at the surveillance screen intently. Her phone was thrown aside, and her teammates were still shouting inside. "Don't hang up, brother, come on, hurry up. This damn matchmaking system. As soon as I play well, I'm immediately matched with teammates who suck. It's so annoying. I curse you to kneel down 100 times. People who don't take games seriously are probably also losers in the real world." Li Kaiyun had a headache. "If you're not playing, can't you just quit the game? Why are you idle? And you'll get scolded." Chu Lingling shook her head. "If they don't scold me, I won't be able to cheer up." Wow, he's treating his teammates' insults as coffee. Li Kaiyun asked again, "Do you think the Night Butcher will come to kill Wen Muley again?" Chu Lingling nodded. "This guy is very capable, and the fact that he kills someone every night shows that he is very confident. People like this who are capable and confident like this like to challenge the impossible the most. Killing someone openly in the Law Enforcement Bureau is such a challenge. I don't believe this Night Butcher can withstand the temptation." Li Kaiyun also agreed after listening. "That makes sense. Besides, the person the Black Night Butcher wanted to kill last night was Wen Muley, but his wife blocked his attack. I think this guy will never give up." Chu Lingling gave a thumbs up. "Great minds think alike. Watch carefully. Based on the experience of several previous cases, the Night Butcher always kills people after midnight. Judging by the time, it's very likely that he's already nearby." Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling both widened their eyes and stared at the surveillance footage. When the two of them first came here, they thought this was just an ordinary serial murder case. With their experience in solving cases and proficient use of internet technology, they would be able to solve the case in less than 2 days. But several people have died one after another, and they still have no clue. The only clue was obtained from Wen Muley. The Night Butcher was nearly 2 meters tall. However, Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun also screened according to this clue today, and went through the information of almost everyone in the city who was close to 2 meters tall, but also found nothing abnormal. This guy is hiding too deeply. They stared at the surveillance footage intently, but they didn't know that in the shadows in the corner, there was also a pair of eyes staring at them intently. It was naturally the ghost Guyang. They thought their methods were flawless, and they would definitely be able to capture the scene of the Night Butcher killing Wen Muley. I have to say, I do have some ideas. If Guyang had not used his top hacking skills to install a monitoring virus in their 2 mobile phones in advance, they might have seen something they shouldn't have seen. However, the devil is always one step ahead. In the end, I won. Guyang smiled lightly in the shadows and quickly came up with a solution. He sneaked outside, using the shadows as cover, and gently pushed over the 2 cups of water on the table, spilling the water in the cups directly onto the power strip. With a loud bang, the circuit short-circuited and the fuse burned out directly, and the entire Law Enforcement Bureau fell into darkness in an instant. The staff who were working overtime all night were instantly furious. "Oh my God, why is there a power outage? My document hasn't been saved yet. I'm really going to throw up. I've worked so hard for hours, and it's all for nothing. Technicians, please go and repair it quickly. It's pitch dark. How can they carry out their work?" In the darkness, many staff members took out their mobile phones and turned on their flashlights for lighting. Under the illumination of this light, everyone quickly found the cause of the short circuit. The owners of the 2 water cups looked even more puzzled. "Something's wrong. I clearly didn't touch my cup just now. Why did it fall over? I didn't touch it either." The colleague next to them rolled his eyes at them. "Brother, there's no need to shirk responsibility at this critical moment. It's just that you knocked over a cup of water. Just apologize to everyone, and that's it." "Yeah. Is there anyone else besides you guys touching the water glasses on your own table?" The two law enforcement officers were so aggrieved that they were almost crying. Inside the office, Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun watched as their computer screen went black in an instant, while outside there was a chaotic commotion. Li Kaiyun frowned and cursed. What the hell? The power went out at the critical moment. I'll call the technicians to come and repair it quickly. Such a large law enforcement agency could actually make such a low-level mistake. But Chu Lingling suddenly felt a chill on her back, as if something terrible was about to happen. She slammed the table and stood up. Something is wrong. Absolutely wrong. The power outage at this time is such a coincidence. Quick, go to the switch room and activate the backup circuit and generator. I'll go take a look at the cell area right away. At this moment, Li Kaiyun's mind suddenly lit up, and he instantly understood Chu Lingling's idea. This power outage was most likely man-made, and it was most likely caused by the Night Butcher, who wanted to take advantage of the power outage to kill Wen Muley. Chu Lingling was about to run out, but Li Kaiyun grabbed her. You go and restore the power system, and I'll go to the prison area to guard it. The Night Butcher is dangerous, and I cannot let you get hurt. After saying this, Li Kaiyun didn't give Chu Lingling time to refute and ran directly towards the cell area. Chu Lingling angrily waved her fist behind her back. You big pig's hoof, you dare to say you have no interest in me, liar. Remember to protect yourself. Don't worry, I'm very strong. After saying that, Chu Lingling quickly ran towards the distribution room. Chapter 79. Chapter 79, is this suicide? The prison area was in chaos at this moment. This area is rather dim, and I guess no cell would have a large, brightly lit floor-to-ceiling window. After the power outage, the area was plunged into pitch darkness. Many people shouted loudly in the dark night. Hey, landlady, why is there no electricity? Don't you have money to pay the electricity bill? Why don't you let us out, and we can raise funds for the Law Enforcement Bureau? Ha ha, everyone, stop laughing. People in higher-ups aren't rich these days either. Please be more understanding and tolerant. It's true that things are tight up there, but the people there aren't short of money at all. They're very well off. Hey, we can't say that casually. Hurry up and get us some electricity. I'm afraid of the dark, don't you know? Oh my God, your hands are covered in blood. And now you're saying you're afraid of the dark? Damn it. I'm not afraid of the dark, but recently there's this bastard Night Butcher who's best at killing people in the dark. Wasn't that boxing champion Xiongchuan killed before? I can't even beat Xiongchuan, so how can I not be afraid of the Night Butcher? Please, can you please not talk about such horrific things in such a dark environment? You are all so timid. Where are we? This is the Law Enforcement Bureau. Even if the Night Butcher has very sophisticated killing methods, he can't rush into our place to kill people, right? That's right. I'm not afraid of anything. Listening to the conversations of the criminals around him, when Muley curled up in the corner, feeling a burning sensation on his butt. He didn't even dare to breathe. He had suffered enough, and now it was pitch dark. Maybe some people were playing even more perverted games in the dark. It's best to keep a low profile and not attract the attention of these crazy people. At this moment, he was completely unaware that a pair of hands were reaching out to him in the darkness. Although when Muley couldn't see, his keen sixth sense made him feel a strong sense of unease, as if a butcher's knife was approaching him in the dark night. Under this horrific oppression, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and was about to stand up and shout for help. However, at this moment, a large black hand covered his mouth and strangled him tightly. Then, another pair of hands quickly untied the belt around his waist. When Muley was shocked. Two people? Still unbuckling my belt? Damn it, could there really be some pervert who wants to take advantage of the power outage to mess with me again? If he could see at this moment, he would find that there was a 2-meter-tall black giant behind his body. What's even more outrageous is that this black giant actually has 4 arms. This is the ghost Guyang. After killing so many people, the shadow body that Guane Guyang can control has become even larger, and he can naturally transform into various different forms. Growing 2 more hands is a piece of cake for him. Maybe I can create a few clones in the future. With the concerted efforts of 4 hands, the belt around Wen Muley's waist was quickly untied. His hands were strangled and his mouth was covered, so he couldn't even struggle. After the belt was removed, the ghost Guyang quickly tied a knot around his neck and directly tied the other end to the fan above his head. Wen Muley felt a strong sense of suffocation in an instant. He wanted to call for help and struggle, but the person behind him locked him tightly, making him unable to move. Death is approaching, and it is accompanied by extreme pain. His vision gradually blurred, and driven by the intense pain, he frantically used his fingers to grab the person who was locking him from behind. But what made him feel extremely strange was that he could clearly feel the arm that was locking him, but when he grabbed it with his fingers, it seemed like he was grabbing a ball of gas. When Muley's eyes widened to the extreme, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to burst out of his eye sockets. The veins on his neck bulged, and the strength in his body was rapidly draining away. A hoarse voice that only he could hear came to his ears. "Lawyer One, don't you want to sign a contract with me? Relax, I will definitely sign with you when you wake up." An intense fear instantly enveloped Wen Muley. He finally knew who was behind him and the true identity of the Night Butcher. But this secret can never be told. In the end, he died. At this time, the ghost Gu Yang, who was controlling everything, did not let go. He continued for a few minutes. After making sure that the guy was dead, he nodded with satisfaction. Just at this moment, Li Kaiyun rushed in, followed by two fully armed law enforcement officers. The first thing he yelled after entering was, "Everyone shut up. Be quiet. If anyone irritates me, I'll be rude to you when the power goes off." After hearing this, the villains in the prison all kept silent. Although they were fearless, there was no need to seek trouble for themselves. Li Kaiyun quickly ran to the cell where Wen Muley was and shouted inside, "Wen Muley, are you still alive? If you are, please let me know." However, there was no voice from Wen Muley. The other prisoners in the cell were also a little confused. Is this guy driven insane by our tricks? He can't even speak now. This is too much. He claims to be a man, but in the end he's worse than a woman. That's right. Since ancient times, there have only been cows that died of exhaustion, not fields that were plowed to death. Li Kaiyun was furious and was about to take out his cell phone and use the flashlight to see what was going on inside. At this moment, with a click, all the lights came on and the electricity came. A scene that made everyone shudder appeared before their eyes. Wen Muley was hanging on the fan above his head, with his long tongue sticking out and swaying in the air. The pair of eyeballs seemed to be about to fall to the ground, and the whites of the eyeballs were completely covered with bloodshot. At this moment, the fan had just been powered on and gradually began to rotate, directly driving Wen Muley's body to rotate in the air as well. The other prisoners in the cell were shocked when they saw this scene up close. "Oh my God, what happened? He was fine before the power outage." "That's not necessary. It's just a little humiliation. Is it necessary to hang yourself?" As expected, a scholar is useless. What can he do with his mental endurance? "I want to apply for a cell change. This damn place might be haunted at night if someone dies. It's not safe." "That's right, I want to change too." Li Kaiyun was too lazy to pay attention to these prisoners and shouted to his colleagues behind him, "Quickly turn off the fan. Everyone, step back and don't destroy the crime scene." A person died inexplicably in the law enforcement agency's cell, which is a big deal. The law enforcement officers behind him immediately got busy. When the fan was turned off, the corpse in the air was still shaking, looking extremely weird. Even those villains whose hands were stained with blood were feeling terrified at this moment. The cell door was opened, and Li Kaiyun walked in immediately and began to carefully examine Wen Muley's body. At this time, Chu Lingling also ran over breathlessly. When she saw Wen Muley's body, she was also dumbfounded. "Dead? Just like that?" Chu Lingling stood beside Li Kaiyun and asked, "Anything suspicious?" Li Kaiyun frowned and said, "This is very wrong. This guy's signs indicate that he is actually committing suicide." Chu Lingling shook her head. "That's impossible. Although this guy is bound to go to jail, most of his crimes are nothing more than corruption and fabrication of evidence. He is unlikely to be sentenced to death or life imprisonment. He saved so much money outside, and after a few years of persistence, he was able to enjoy life again after he came out. How could one choose to commit suicide? If he wasn't afraid of death, he wouldn't have pushed his wife out to block the knife and escaped alone last night." Li Kaiyun also felt that this made sense. In any case, Wen Muley definitely did not seem like someone who would commit suicide. Chu Lingling turned around and began to interrogate the other prisoners beside her. What was Wen Muley doing before the power outage? What happened in this cell after the power outage? Now tell me everything. Remember, don't miss any details. The remaining 7 criminals dared not neglect it and immediately expressed their full cooperation. They supplemented each other's knowledge and told each other everything that had happened in the prison. They even recounted in detail all the unspeakable things that Wen Muley had experienced since he entered this cell. Several prisoners in the cell muttered, "Aren't the 2 captains making a big fuss? I think this guy might have just given up and committed suicide. After all, our brother's treasure is a little too big." Yeah, there's nothing to investigate about a person who committed suicide. No one even touched the lock of this cell. You can't wrongly accuse us of killing him. Oh my God, you really don't say it. Maybe the murderer is hiding among us. Chapter 80. There is something fishy about this case. Someone died inexplicably in the Law Enforcement Bureau, and such a big thing naturally alarmed Guan Chang'an. Director Guan rushed to the prison area in the middle of the night without even having time to put on his clothes. At this moment, The body has been taken down, and the forensic doctor is examining it directly on the scene. Li Kaiyun was still searching for clues around the crime scene over and over again, while Chu Lingling was sitting on the bench next to him, supporting her head with her right hand, as if thinking about something. Guan Chang'an said angrily, "What did you do? How could you let such a grown man die in prison? If someone dies here, our law enforcement agency will also be held responsible." Lu Tao was also called back at this moment. He lowered his head apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Chief Guan. This person had caused so much trouble for our work before, so our colleagues were more or less resentful of him and deliberately made things difficult for him. Unexpectedly, he couldn't bear it and committed suicide." Guan Chang'an was furious and pointed at Lu Tao's nose and said, "Confused. You are absolutely confused." Lu Tao raised her head and said, "Director Guan, since I am responsible for this matter, I am willing to stand up and take responsibility." Guan Chang'an rolled his eyes at him and said, "You're still standing up to take responsibility? I've already removed your captaincy from you. How are you going to take responsibility next? Just take off this uniform and go back to selling barbecue." Lu Tao's face turned ugly in an instant. Becoming an excellent law enforcement officer is almost his biggest dream in life, and he has been working hard to solve cases. "If I really take off this uniform, I will probably regret it for the rest of my life." Guan Chang'an shook his head speechlessly and said, "I just want to ask you a question. Is the treatment that Wen Muley has received in the prison area legal and compliant?" Lu Tao patted his chest and guaranteed, "We ensured it was legal and compliant, and we only caused him a little trouble within the scope of the rules. Even if there are unreasonable things, they are caused by other criminals and have little to do with us." Guan Chang'an nodded. "That's good. First of all, let's clarify the responsibility. It was Wen Muley who couldn't handle it well and committed suicide in prison out of fear of punishment." After saying this, Guan Chang'an noticed Chu Lingling, who had been in a daze beside him, and asked, "Didn't you install a lot of surveillance cameras around here? Did you capture this guy committing suicide?" Chu Lingling raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion. "Absolutely not. At the time of the incident, 2 colleagues' water cups just fell over, causing a short circuit. The surveillance camera didn't capture anything." Guan Chang'an suddenly frowned. He came in a hurry and only heard that Wen Muley committed suicide in prison, but he didn't know the actual situation. How could it be such a coincidence? Hearing Chu Lingling say this, both Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao next to him felt something was amiss. Chu Lingling propped up her head, as if she was talking to herself, or as if she was asking them, "Do you think Wen Muley really committed suicide?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Tao immediately spoke. "Do you suspect that Wen Muley was murdered by someone else?" Chu Lingling nodded and uttered 4 words. "Night Butcher." As soon as these 4 words appeared, not only Guan Chang'an, but also all the law enforcement officers around Lu Tao felt their scalps tingling. All the law enforcement officers are on duty in the office tonight, and there are dozens of vicious criminals detained in the prison. If the Night Butcher could commit murder under the noses of so many people, how powerful must he be? After observing the corpse, Guan Chang'an said, "I don't think it's the work of the Night Butcher. The Night Butcher likes to kill people directly with a knife. Chopping off hands and feet or chopping off heads are his usual methods. Wen Muley's death was disguised as suicide, which is completely out of lineage." Chu Lingling said, "Although the methods of killing were different, the person the Black Butcher wanted to kill last night was Wen Muley, and today Wen Muley died again. How could this guy have so many enemies? Besides, he's already been taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau. I can't think of anyone other than the Night Butcher who could kill him in this situation." Guan Chang'an frowned, lit a cigarette, and said, "These are just your theories and guesses. Is there any evidence? Yesterday, everyone was busy with an old case. You and Li Kaiyun proposed to secretly investigate the Night Butcher, and I approved it. But you don't even have any surveillance footage or other clues or evidence now. You can't just rely on your own speculation, right? Besides, even if it was the Night Butcher who killed people today, as you said, Wen Muley did not die of suicide. However, you also don't have any clues to confirm the identity of the Night Butcher." At this time, Li Kaiyun checked the cell where Guan Muley died over and over again, and even picked up all the fallen hair and dirt on the ground, preparing to take them for testing. He walked over while wiping the sweat from his head. Guan Chang'an asked, "Any findings?" Li Kaiyun shook his head and said, "These hair and mud footprints still need to be tested before we can know the results. However, based on what I have seen so far, it can only prove that Wen Muley committed suicide. He didn't even show any signs of resistance from beginning to end, and there were 8 people living in such a small room. Even if he made the slightest movement, it would have attracted other people's attention. But the other 7 people in the same cell didn't notice anything unusual about him. It seemed as if he was deliberately concealing his movements and was seeking death. The forensic examination showed that there were no injuries on his body except for the marks on his neck. Li Kaiyun expressed his examination conclusion with great disappointment. After hearing this, Guan Chang'an nodded slightly and said, "In that case, once the results of the hair and footprint examinations come out, we can basically conclude that when Muley is dead, suicide is suicide. There's no need for so many conspiracy theories. Evidence is important in our investigations, but the most important thing is to rely on the evidence." Guan Chang'an was about to make a conclusion on this murder case when Chu Lingling, who had been frowning in thought, suddenly raised her head. "Something's wrong. There's a problem." As soon as she said this, all the law enforcement officers' eyes were focused on her. Chu Lingling said, "The height between the fan and the ground is about 2.5 meters. One end of Wen Muley's belt was hung on the ceiling fan, and the other end was hung around his neck. First, how did he hang the belt on the ceiling fan? Although there were benches and tables in the cell, they were not directly under the fan, and there was no sign of them being moved. Second, even if he successfully hung the belt on the ceiling fan, when Muley was only about 1.75 meters tall, how could he fit his head into the loop of the belt? It's difficult to do without a stepping point. Could it be that he just did a pull-up and put the collar around his neck? Third, the other criminals in the cell at the time did not hear any movement, which in itself is the biggest doubt. There is a great possibility that people will regret before they die, which means that when Muley will definitely make some noise. How could there be no noise at all? Unless he is determined to die. But in my opinion, his personal experience is far from the point where he is seeking death. Fourth, people who commit suicide by hanging will struggle frantically before death, which will cause abrasions near the marks on the neck. And when Muley didn't even show any sign of struggling. Fifth, when Muley isn't a fat guy. On the contrary, he's rather thin. After 10 minutes, don't you think the marks on his neck are a bit too severe? After Chu Lingling expressed her doubts, everyone at the scene felt their scalps tingling. When Muley's suicide case itself was accompanied by coincidences. The power outage happened at this time, and the surveillance was unavailable at this time. In just 10 minutes, the person died. In such a short time, even if when Muley was a little slower or hesitated a little more, he would not die. Combined with the doubts analyzed by Chu Lingling, when Muley's death becomes even more confusing. Was it suicide or homicide? Was it the night butcher who did it? How did the other party quietly enter the cell, kill Wen Muley, and leave quietly? How did he manage to paralyze the power supply to the Law Enforcement Bureau at exactly this time? All the people in the law enforcement agency frowned. Their brains were totally not enough. Chapter 81 Born to be a holy medical practitioner. There was chaos at the Law Enforcement Bureau, but everything was fine on Gu Yang's side. Gu Yang believed that the professional investigators would be able to find some flaws in the way he killed Wen Muley. But none of that matters. So what if there are flaws? Is there anything in this world that doesn't have flaws? As long as no important evidence is left behind, doubts will always remain doubts and cannot become evidence. That's enough. When the day breaks, Gu Yang feels the power of life brought back from the ghost body. At this moment, he took a look at his remaining Yuan Shou. 190 years. That's pretty good. It means that if I don't get sick or encounter any accidents, I can theoretically live another 190 years. When Muley has much more life left in his body than that woman. With so many years of life, Gu Yang can finally start his own research in medical biology. Once I come up with research results in this area, I can gain both fame and fortune. By then, if the identity of the night butcher is revealed, no one can touch me unless there is irrefutable evidence. On the other hand, it can also pave the way for your own recovery. It's not a big deal that a genius in medical biology cured his own paralysis. Moreover, if we can find a way to cure the various diseases we have today, then we will be able to truly live for hundreds of years according to our remaining lifespan. Otherwise, if you accidentally get a terminal illness, no matter how much life you have, it will not be able to withstand the consumption. During this period of time, Gu Yang had read all the medical books. Of course, he read them in a hurry, leaving only a small outline of the moon in the Yuan Shou space. Now we just need to use Yuan Shou to deduce. He integrated the Yuan Shou stars one by one into the moon, and his knowledge of medicine increased rapidly in his mind. Medical knowledge is indeed extensive and profound. No wonder undergraduate medical students have to study for an extra year. Gu Yang invested 40 years of his life in it, and finally learned all the medical knowledge of mankind at this stage. He felt his head was swollen, as if someone had hit him with a fist from all angles. Damn, it turns out that becoming stupid from studying is not just a joke, but a very likely risk event. He leaned his head against the wheelchair and rubbed his temples with his hands to relieve the pain. At this time, Su Changcheng, who had just been cooking soup in the kitchen, came out. Seeing that Gu Yang looked a little unhappy, She hurried over to check on him. Mr. Gu, are you okay? Why do you look a little off? Let me get you a glass of water. Su Chengqing carefully brought the hot water to Guyang. Guyang took a sip and replied, nothing serious, just reading too much, and it's a bit taxing on my brain. Next time you come, bring me some walnuts to nourish my brain. Su Chengqing teased after hearing this. I told you, you can't chew too much. It's great that Mr. Gu has mastered computer knowledge, but he even wants to complete his medical knowledge. I can't even finish reading all these books. Are you planning to get a doctorate or a professorship? Guyang waved his hand. These books can be put away now. They are of no use for the time being. Su Chengqing nodded. That's right. Retreat when you know it's difficult. Guyang said. I've simply learned it all. It's all in my head. I don't need a book anymore. Su Chengqing's hands, which were tidying up the desk, froze instantly, and she turned her head slowly like a robot. Mr. Gu, are you kidding me? Have you read all of them? Guyang nodded. Yeah, it doesn't seem that difficult. Su Chengqing almost screamed. It's not that difficult? Mr. Gu, are you kidding me? When I was in college, I studied so hard every day that I almost couldn't graduate. Mr. Gu, let me tell you, just because you have finished reading all these books does not mean you have understood everything. You have to read them in depth and repeatedly to understand the principles behind them. If you don't believe me, I'll ask you a few questions and I guarantee you won't understand the answers. As he spoke, Su Chengqing picked up the book, Principles of Molecular Biology, in front of him, which is notoriously obscure and difficult to understand in the field. How does DNA polymerase perform proofreading during DNA replication? Guyang rubbed his temples and yawned, and answered nonchalantly. DNA polymerase has 3,5-exonuclease activity, which is the key to its proofreading function. During DNA replication, if the added nucleotide is not complementary to the template chain, the 3,5-exonuclease activity of the DNA polymerase will be activated, which will remove the incorrectly incorporated nucleotide. The DNA polymerase then continues to add the correct nucleotide, ensuring the accuracy of replication. The base mismatch rate can be as low as 10 to 9 to 10 to 10. I personally believe that current research on the proofreading function of DNA polymerase can be further explored from the perspective of the kinetics of enzyme DNA binding, and perhaps new regulatory mechanisms that improve replication fidelity can be discovered. This has significant implications for both gene therapy and precision medicine. Su Chengqing opened her mouth wide. No way, buddy, you really can do it. Then tell me about the mechanism of action of RNA interference, as well as its current application and potential problems in tumor treatment. Guyang spoke without even thinking. RNA interference is mediated by double-stranded RNA, dsRNA, to degrade homologous mRNA, thereby achieving gene silencing. In tumor treatment, it can target and inhibit genes related to tumor occurrence and development, such as proto-oncogenes. However, there are some problems in its current application, such as how to efficiently deliver dsRNA to tumor cells while avoiding off-target effects, and the immune response that may be triggered by long-term use. I think we can design new nanocarriers that utilize specific receptors on tumor cells to achieve precise delivery of dsRNA. At the same time, we can optimize the sequence design of dsRNA to improve targeting and reduce off-target risks. The book in Su Chengqing's hand fell to the ground with a bang, and she was completely stunned. She looked at Guyang as if she was looking at a monster. How long has it been since she bought these books and handed them to Guyang? The other party not only recites all the knowledge by heart, but is also able to come up with some unique insights. Oh my God, could this be the legendary medical genius or medical saint? She no longer dared to ask any more questions, fearing that if she continued, her faith in the Tao would collapse. What on earth have I learned in these 4 years of university? And what have I learned in these 2 years of internship? Did my mother give birth to me with a pig brain? Seeing that she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time, Guyang coughed lightly and reminded her, stop being in a daze. The soup in the kitchen is almost dry. Su Chengqing finally came to her senses. Yes, there's still soup in the pot. After saying that, she ran back to the kitchen like a flash. However, at this moment, Su Chengqing's hands were still busy with her nursing work, and her mind was still in shock. While making the soup, I was still reciting biology knowledge points. If someone gets close, they can hear her mumbling. Ammonia, amino acid codon degeneracy. August is the start codon, corresponding to methionine, but serine has several codons. Damn pig brain, what on earth have you learned? No, I also want to buy some walnuts to nourish my brain. Although Guyang's knowledge in medicine has reached the pinnacle of human civilization, it will still take a very long time to pioneer and develop a special method that can cure cancer 100%. It seems that I have to make use of the Yuan Show space. During this period, Guiyang studied at home every day and had already discovered another use for the Yuanshou space. In addition to learning, you can also deduce. Guiyang established a theoretical deduction in his mind that could cure cancer 100%, and then a translucent shadow of the moon appeared in the Yuanshou space. As long as you continue to invest Yuanshou, the shadow of the moon will gradually solidify, and eventually a complete plan will appear. Although the overloaded brain made him feel a little uncomfortable, he seemed to be able to accept it. We might as well give it another try and come up with an effective treatment method today. So Guiyang invested Yuanshou again, this time only investing 10 years of Yuanshou. Then a perfect method to cure cancer appeared in his mind. Nano-targeted immune activation agent. At this moment, the balance of Yuanshou is 140 years. Chapter 82. Captain Liu, I want to report the case. Guiyang could almost imagine how much of a storm the emergence of this research would bring to the current medical community. Not only will you make a fortune, but you will also have an unshakable social status. However, as the knowledge in his brain increased again, his already dizzy head began to ache even more. It's over. If I keep studying, I'll become a fool. I have to take a day off. Just then, the cell phone rang. It was Mu Rong calling. Old Gu, do you want to hear good news? If you want to, I'll tell you two right now. Just tell me. It's good news that's been delivered to your door, so why wouldn't you listen? Ha ha ha. I've almost finished the work you assigned to me. We have already sold the construction company, thanks to its recent popularity, and it was sold for 190 million yuan. At the same time, I happened to find a small pharmaceutical company that was about to go bankrupt. This company also had a medium-sized production plant and laboratory. I bought them all for only 120 million. We now have 70 million yuan in hand as startup capital. I plan to use this money to hire some researchers at high salaries, and then you can start your own pharmaceutical company. How about my speed in doing things? You should give me a raise. Guiyang was also quite excited when he heard this, as it meant that his idea could finally get on track. Very good, but don't waste your time on hiring those high-paid researchers. Just ask some college students to help. Then I will send you a list later, and you can purchase the corresponding materials and instruments, as well as the mice needed for live experiments. Tomorrow, I plan to go to the laboratory in person to conduct the first research and production. Mu Rong on the other end was obviously stunned. No way, brother. What can we do with just a few college students? Even though we need to save money, we can't afford even the salary of a researcher, right? If we don't develop some core products, our company will definitely not be able to survive. Don't worry. I've already made preparations. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll pick you up tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Su Changcheng had already prepared the meal and brought it to the table. She just happened to have time to stay here these 2 weekends. After hearing the conversation between Guiyang and Mu Rong, Su Changcheng immediately volunteered. Mr. Gu, how much is the salary at the pharmaceutical company you founded? Guiyang answered while eating. Just offer 7,000 or 8,000. We're just a bunch of interns who just graduated from college. How much can we expect? We'll see when the company becomes profitable. Su Changcheng squinted her eyes and said, Then can I join too? I can work part-time and only need half the salary. Guiyang was speechless and looked at her. Why do you always have to chip in wherever there's work? You're on duty as a nurse at the hospital, you're trying to find time to be my caregiver, and now you're trying to squeeze in to help out in my lab. Sister, do you have 48 hours in a day? Are you not eating or sleeping? Su Changcheng lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. I can sleep less, but I have to make more money. At this moment, Guiyang roughly guessed what the girl was thinking. Although she and her mother appear to be very open-minded and don't take the terminal cancer seriously, Su Changcheng is actually a kind-hearted and filial girl who naturally hopes to cure her mother's illness. She works so hard just to save money. Guiyang wanted to refuse. If he worked 3 jobs and didn't even get enough sleep, wouldn't he have to pay compensation if he died suddenly? But suddenly, Guiyang thought of something. Even if you come up with a drug that is 100% effective in curing cancer, clinical trials are essential for its successful launch. To apply for a patent, you also need relevant data and experiments. It is easy to use animals like mice, but it is troublesome to conduct human experiments. I guess no one would be willing to trust a small company like mine that has no reputation yet. If Su Changcheng were allowed to join and witness with her own eyes the miraculous effects of the nano-targeted immune activation agent she produced, then wouldn't the experimenter come? Then he coughed lightly and said, It's not impossible. Just think of it as me doing charity. You don't need to work much every day. When I do research, you can just be my assistant. Are you free tomorrow? Su Changcheng was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, and she shouted directly. Mr. Gu is simply a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. When I go home tonight, I will smash the Guanyin Bodhisattva that my mother worships and put up a sign for Mr. Gu. I happen to be on vacation tomorrow. I will definitely start work on time. Guyang nodded slightly. In fact, he already had all the information and production methods of this medicine in his mind. I'll go over there to study it tomorrow. Just go through the process and start working directly. However, it is probably not realistic to produce the finished product directly within one day tomorrow. Various equipment needs to be debugged, and it takes time to determine the specific formula of the drug, the type of nanocarrier, the targeting molecule, etc. It will probably take about 3 days to produce the finished product for the first time. Then relevant in vivo experiments and human experiments will be carried out, and then the patent application will be reviewed. The whole process takes too long. It's still a bit too slow. It seems we need to think of other ways to speed up the progress. Guyang plans to conduct production research while learning some mechanical knowledge. At that time, I will combine my own computer technology to build an almost fully automatic production workshop, and then I can start mass production. Didn't Iron Man produce such a complicated armor almost all by himself? Moreover, if most of the processes are completed automatically by machines and the program is protected by a top hacker like yourself, the problem of leakage of commercial secrets can be perfectly avoided. As for applying for a patent, you only need to submit general information, and the core secrets are also in your own hands. In Guyang's mind, there is already a blueprint for a great business empire with medical biotechnology as its core that can change all of humanity. Who could have imagined that the notorious Night Butcher would be the greatest medical scientist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist? Even if you think of it, can you do it? Hey, who stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, with his 2 younger brothers following him behind him. Any news from the spider ghost? The younger brother behind him lowered his head and replied, "The situation is a bit strange. We were secretly following the spider ghost and clearly saw him sneak into the room of the paralyzed Guyang, but there seemed to be no movement inside, and the spider ghost never came out again." There was a hint of coldness in Heihu's eyes. There is indeed a problem. It is really interesting that a paralyzed person can escape assassination twice in a row. Moreover, this guy didn't even report the incident when his home was attacked by criminals. What does this mean? Doesn't this mean that he is also guilty? Paralyzed Guyang, you must be hiding something from yourself. Apart from the Night Butcher, who else has the means to make a living person disappear? What is the relationship between you and the Night Butcher? Before, Heihu only had some suspicions, but through this test, he was almost 90% sure that there was definitely a connection between Guyang and the Night Butcher. Otherwise, this series of events could not be explained at all. He seemed to have seen the truth behind his father's death. He waved his hand to send away the younger brothers around him, and then called Lu Tao directly. "Captain Lu, I have something to report to you." Lu Tao's tone was cold. "Heihu, if you want to walk the righteous path, you must get rid of all your previous banditry. If you do anything illegal again, don't blame me for being rude." Heihu smiled softly and took a sip of tea. "Captain Lu, what you said is very serious. I called you this time to report the case as a victim. A missing person case is very likely also a homicide case." Lu Tao suddenly became serious. "What's going on?" "The situation is very simple. Yesterday, I asked a younger brother to go find Guyang. He is paralyzed now, so he must need money. So I asked my younger brother to talk to him about business cooperation. As a result, my younger brother has not returned yet and has disappeared. Shouldn't Captain Lu help me find someone? Oh, and I have 2 witnesses here. They saw my little brother walk into Guyang's villa with their own eyes, and he hasn't come out yet." Chapter 83 completely different statement. After hearing this, Lu Tao's face changed drastically and he immediately scolded. "Heihu, I know you are very concerned about your master's death, but you will be held legally responsible for slandering others. I told you before that Guyang has been cleared of suspicion. Why do you have to keep pestering him like a fool? My mistake has already caused Mr. Gu a lot of trouble. I will never allow you to harass him again." After hearing this, Heihu chuckled. "Captain Lu, why are you so stubborn? When you doubted Guyang before, everyone around you said that you had a problem with your brain, but you didn't give up. And now you don't doubt him, and you don't allow others to doubt him. What? Does everyone in the world have to listen to you? And everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, just check it out. There are surveillance cameras on the streets, so don't I have the right to report a crime?" Lu Tao remained silent. What the other party said was indeed true. No matter what Heihu's previous identity was, now that he has reported the missing case and the conditions for filing a case are met, he has an obligation to investigate. Moreover, this case is likely to involve the Night Butcher and must be reported to Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling for joint investigation. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to come over and investigate immediately. If it turns out later that you made a false report, you're done. I won't be polite to you. No problem, I'll wait for you at Guyang's door. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tao immediately reported the relevant information to Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling. Everyone in the law enforcement bureau was still reeling from the devastating blow of Wen Muli's silent death. When they heard that there was another case related to the night butcher, everyone became excited. But Lu Tao poured cold water on it. Don't have too high expectations. I personally think Gu Yang was wrongly accused, and we have already ruled him out of suspicion long ago. It was obvious that this black tiger was venting his anger on Gu Yang because of his master's death. As the saying goes, prejudice in people's hearts is as huge as a mountain. In my opinion, Black Tiger is probably being influenced by his prejudice at this moment. Li Kayan nodded. I think so too. According to the only clue left by Wen Guli, the night butcher was about 2 meters tall and was obviously not the same person as Gu Yang. It is far-fetched to say that there is a connection between them. When the night butcher killed the first person, Gu Yang was still in a vegetative state and had not woken up. Judging from the time, Gu Yang only regained some consciousness after Yin Pingping died. At first, only his head recovered, and he couldn't even make a phone call. How could he have given the order to the night butcher to kill people? Chu Lingling also felt overwhelmed at the moment. Ever since when Muley was killed right in front of her nose, she didn't even have the mood to play games. Her heart was completely broken. Whether it's true or not, we have to go and take a look. We should try our best to save the situation. The three of them quickly called some law enforcement officers and headed towards Gu Yang's villa. When they arrived, He Hu and 2 of his followers were already standing at the door of Gu Yang's villa. The ground was covered with dense ashes and cigarette butts. As soon as he got off the car, Lu Tao frowned and criticized. You should be more careful when smoking at someone else's door. You're leaving garbage everywhere. You have no manners. Black Tiger burst out laughing. I have no manners? This Gu Yang has manners? He made my little brother disappear. So do I have to come and call him my brother? Li Kaiyan looked at He Hu with a serious face. He looked down on people like him who came from the underworld. He glared at him and shouted, You'd better be careful with your words. The facts of the case are not clear yet. If you say this, it's very likely slander. Is your little brother's disappearance true? Even if it's true, whether it's related to Gu Yang or not is not your decision. Just stand aside. After saying that, Li Kaiyun swaggered into Gu Yang's garden with a few law enforcement officers. Lu Tao reached out to stop them. Let me knock on the door. Gu Yang and I are half friends, and we are quite familiar with each other. We'd better be polite for a while. After all, we have indeed caused too much trouble for Gu Yang. Li Kaiyun nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. At this moment, Gu Yang had already seen He Hu standing at his door through the surveillance system. He didn't expect that even the people from the law enforcement bureau had come. His heart twisted slightly. What the hell is going on? So many people came. Could it be that his identity has been exposed? That shouldn't be the case. When he saw Lu Tao coming over and knocking on the door gently, he already had an idea in his mind. It was probably not a serious matter, or he was just in a state of suspicion, otherwise he would not knock on the door so politely. Brother Gu Yang, are you home? We have a case here that requires your cooperation. Can I bother you for a moment? Gu Yang controlled his electric wheelchair and slowly walked to the door. He opened it and looked a little surprised to see so many people outside. What a big case it is, that it requires so many law enforcement officers to investigate together. Come in, have a cup of tea, and chat slowly. Gu Yang controlled the wheelchair and slowly entered the living room. Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling behind him bowed slightly and said, Sorry to bother you then. Then he followed Gu Yang in. After taking a quick look at the layout of the room, Li Kaiyun asked tentatively, How is Mr. Gu's physical condition recovering now? Gu Yang wanted to make tea for everyone himself, but Lu Tao quickly took over the work in his hands. It's okay, let me do it. I'm quite familiar with the things in this living room. You're not feeling well, so don't let the hot water scald you. Gu Yang said with some gratitude. Thank you. Then he sat down on the sofa and answered Li Kaiyun's question with a smile. It's okay. I feel like every day is a little better than the day before. I've been studying medical knowledge recently and have made some progress. Maybe I can even heal myself. Li Kaiyun raised his eyebrows. Oh, I didn't realize Mr. Gu is so ambitious. He is indeed a young and promising man. Without further ado, we are here this time because Mr. He Hu reported a case. He once sent a younger brother to discuss business with you, but his younger brother disappeared in your villa and has not come out until now, so we want to come and ask about the situation. Mr. Gu, have you seen Black Tiger's younger brother? When Gu Yang heard this, he immediately realized that it was because of the disappearance of the spider ghost. It would be too fake to say that he had never seen it. After a brief hesitation, he quickly came up with an idea. He looked up at He Hu with fear in his eyes and stammered. I did see that man. He said his name was Ghost Spider. He entered my room by climbing through the window in the middle of the night. I was soundly asleep at the time, but he dragged me out of bed and beat me up severely. He was very experienced in this method. He covered me with a quilt while beating me, so there were no external injuries. However, I felt like I was about to be beaten to death. After beating me up, he told me not to call the police, because otherwise someone would come to beat me up every day. He also said that I had offended someone I shouldn't have offended. After beating me up, he stole some valuables from my house and escaped through the window. I was just a paralyzed man with half of my body unable to move. I didn't dare to offend these gangsters at all. I could only suffer in silence at that time and chose not to report the case. As for the person you mentioned who disappeared later, I don't know where he went. While saying this, Guyang secretly glanced at He Hu out of the corner of his eye, showing a look of fear. Upon hearing what Guyang said, Lu Tao, who already regarded him as a friend, became furious on the spot and pointed at He Hu's nose and cursed. "You bastard, what did I tell you? If you commit any crime, I will never let you go. I didn't expect that you would be the first to complain. Okay, you really think that you can do whatever you want after being in the underworld for a few years, right? Cuff him first." Li Kaiyan himself did not have a good impression of He Hu. Although this guy had not directly killed anyone under Xiong Chuan's protection, he had indirectly done a lot of evil things. It is not that easy to just hand over the underground industry to others and then clean it up. He took action himself, pressed He Hu onto the table, took out handcuffs, and prepared to put them on him. Chapter 84 Prejudice in People's Minds. The people in the Law Enforcement Bureau didn't really believe what He Hu said at the time. As a gangster, you go to discuss business with others. What kind of business are you discussing? It's nothing more than illegal and criminal activities. Two completely different stories emerged at the scene. A black tiger who comes from the underworld and whose hands are stained with dirty deeds. Another promising young man who came from an ordinary family and worked hard to start his own business, but met with misfortune and became paralyzed for half his life. If it were you, who would you choose to believe? He Hu now personally experienced what it meant when prejudice in people's hearts was like a mountain. Although he was quite powerful, he didn't dare to resist now. He could only plead loudly. "No, he's lying. If you give me another chance, I can still argue. No debate. My men can guarantee that the spider ghost has not come out since entering his villa. This guy must be related to the night butcher. After the spider ghost was killed, he must have hidden it in his own home, and he didn't even have time to move the body away. Now just search and you'll definitely find it. If you can't find me, I'm willing to plead guilty and go back with you. You can keep me locked up for as long as you want." After roaring, He Hu stared at Guyang fiercely and cursed. "You despicable villain hiding in the shadows, do you dare to let everyone search?" The request he made Lu Tao feel even more unreasonable. Without solid evidence, even they would not be qualified to search Guyang's house. Guyang, however, looked firm and said to Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun, "Captains, I allow you to search my house to prove my innocence." The two men looked at each other and nodded. Lu Tao patted Guyang's shoulder and said, "Brother, I'm sorry for wronging you. After this incident, I will definitely buy some wine and food and come to your house to apologize." Li Kaiyun next to him also said, "Don't worry, if this matter really has nothing to do with you. After this guy is arrested, I will definitely teach him a lesson and let you vent your anger." As a veteran local criminal investigation team leader, Lu Tao is naturally very aware of the dirty deeds of He Hu's men. In addition, since he has some friendship with Guyang, he can't help but lean towards Guyang's side. As for Li Kaiyun, he is a returned overseas student from a wealthy family, and he is proud deep down. Guyang is young and promising. He started his own business from scratch and succeeded. He can barely catch his eye. But this He Hu is a gangster who came from a local background, so Li Kaiyun will naturally prefer Guyang. Although He Hu was not handcuffed now, he was constantly being looked down upon by these two men as he stood by, which made him feel extremely frustrated. "Damn it, I helped you investigate the case and provided you with clues, but you still didn't believe me and wanted to arrest me. If I had known that you law enforcers were so useless and prejudiced, I would have just returned to the underworld, brought a few dozen brothers with me, and hacked this Guyang to death with my swords. Even if he is really related to the Night Butcher, I don't believe that the Night Butcher can defeat 100 minions armed with steel knives alone. Wrong way, all wrong way. I shouldn't have thought about clearing myself, and I shouldn't have thought about cooperating with this damn law enforcement agency." All the law enforcement officers began to get busy and started searching Guyang's villa inside and out. Guyang was not in a hurry and waited patiently for their results. The spider ghost did die in his house, but who knew about it except himself? The corpse had long been thrown into the forest by the ghost body, and now it was probably eaten so much that not even a skeleton was left. He secretly looked at the law enforcement officers in front of him who were busy working. Although they were searching, they were actually more emotionally inclined towards Guyang. They did not show any violent behavior, and were gentle with the furniture. Chu Lingling, who came with them, sat on the sofa the whole time, playing with her mobile phone with her head down, and occasionally raised her head to look at Guyang curiously. I heard this girl is a top detective. She discovered the clues to Wen Yuli's death last time. I wonder what she can find this time. At this moment, Guyang suddenly felt a sense of urgency. His status during the day was still too low. Anyone who suspects me can come to my house to find me and search me. If I could have a very high social status, this kind of thing would never happen. In the absence of solid evidence, it is impossible for them to ask me. Even with just 2 words from me, these law enforcement officers in front of me can go home and rest. The original plan still needs to be carried out as soon as possible. After searching inside and out for about an hour, many law enforcement officers returned to the living room and reported to Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao. We've searched everything, and there's nothing. Upon hearing the result, Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao stared at He Hu angrily. What do you have to say now? He Hu only felt that his head was as heavy as if a stone was stuffed into it. How is this possible? How could such a grown-up person just disappear for no reason? You must have some connections with that damn Guyang and are deliberately covering it up for him. I don't believe it. I want to search for it myself. However, when he took 2 steps past Guyang, he suddenly turned around, pounced towards Guyang like a tiger, and punched him hard. Damn it, I told you to pretend. According to Guyang's current physical fitness and strength, he can actually react completely. However, with so many people watching him, he couldn't reveal his strength. I could only pretend to be panicked and dodge to the side to avoid the vital points. The punch hit Guyang's chest hard, knocking him more than 10 meters away and hitting the wall hard. Of course, with Guyang's physical fitness, even if he took the punch head-on, it would not be a big deal. The reason why I flew so far was to pretend to be more realistic. After rolling twice, he deliberately stimulated the qi and blood in his body, spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking extremely miserable. How dare you? Who gave you permission to hurt others? Li Kaiyun roared and pounced forward. Lu Tao, who was standing next to him, also hurried over to help, and the 2 of them pinned He Hu to the ground in an instant. During this process, he deliberately punched and kicked He Hu, leaving him with a black eye and a swollen face. Even if He Hu had the strength, he would not dare to fight back. If he did, he would be committing an even greater crime. At this moment, he still stared at Guyang fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, "You're really good at pretending. You were fully capable of dodging or blocking that punch just now, right? I can already sense the charm of the 5 beasts breathing technique in you, the same feeling as my master. You can't hide it from me. Tell me loudly, what is the relationship between you and the Night Butcher? Answer me." Guyang's heart trembled. I never expected that there would be a flaw in this aspect, but there was nothing that could be done about it. He had already practiced the 5 beasts breathing technique to an extremely proficient level, and it was naturally difficult to erase that unique charm from his every move. According to legend, the ancient masters of boxing could tell what style the other person was learning just by looking at each other. I guess Black Tiger made this judgment in this way, but it's not a big problem. Now is not like the ancient times. There are not so many ancient martial arts practitioners, and only the 2 of them know the 5 beasts breathing technique. As long as we get rid of him, this loophole will disappear. Hearing the Black Tiger's roar, Guyang's face was filled with pain. He barely supported himself and sat up from the ground, coughing violently and saying, "What breathing technique? I don't know." This pitiful appearance made many law enforcement officers at the scene feel extremely distressed. After subduing He Hu, Lu Tao and several law enforcement officers quickly and carefully helped Guyang back into his wheelchair and asked with concern, "Brother Guyang, how are you? I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. For the injuries you suffered this time, I will make this Black Tiger compensate you with interest." Guyang coughed a few times and waved his hand. It's okay. You guys are busy. My caregiver happens to be a nurse from the hospital, so I can just call her and ask her to take us there." Seeing that Guyang seemed to be fine, Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao both breathed a sigh of relief. If someone gets seriously injured under their noses, both of them will be held responsible. Li Kaiyun was furious and punched He Hu on the back of the head several times, almost knocking him unconscious. "Still going crazy here. You said your younger brother is missing, but now all the signs indicate that your younger brother was greedy and ran away with the money. You said someone hid a body in the house, but we searched it and found nothing. Now you actually take action and say that he is related to the Night Butcher. Are you cosplaying a psychopath here? This time, even the gods can't save you. I'm going to make you suffer in the Law Enforcement Bureau." Chapter 85 Chu Lingling Suspicion. The person who wronged you knows how wronged you are better than you do. At this moment, He Hu finally understood the true meaning of this sentence. It was obvious that he was telling the truth, but because he came from a gangster background and had done a lot of bad things, no one believed him now. Guyang was just pretending, and everyone thought that Guyang was the victim. He who was handcuffed and pushed and shoved by several law enforcement officers into the law enforcement car. He turned around and looked at Guyang meaningfully. We're not done with this matter yet. I've got my eyes on you, and I'm waiting for you to kill me. Guyang didn't say a word the whole time. The law enforcement car took Hu away from the scene first. Lu Tao asked again with concern. Brother Guyang, are you really okay with your injuries? What happened today was all my fault. I didn't take good care of that guy, not only causing you so much trouble, but also causing you to get hurt. Speaking of this, Lu Tao felt a little guilty. Guyang waved his hands palely and said, It's okay, you're doing this for work, and it's my duty to cooperate with the law enforcement agency. Everything is fine as long as the truth comes out. Seeing Guyang's weak appearance, Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun, and Chu Lingling didn't want to disturb him any longer. They stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, Chu Lingling, who had been silent, suddenly turned around. Mr. Gu, are you also proficient in hacking? When Guyang heard this question, his pupil shrank, but he still smiled on the surface and responded. I know a little bit. Since I recovered part of my body, I haven't had much to do all day, so I just read a lot. I have been reading a lot of books on medicine and computers recently, but it's only at the beginner level, so it would probably be embarrassing to tell you about it. After listening to this, Chu Lingling nodded and did not ask any further questions. After everyone left, Guyang took a deep breath and used breathing techniques to regulate his physical condition. His originally pale face gradually became rosy. His fists gradually clenched. It's troublesome. It seems that Chu Lingling has some doubts about her own identity. Even without any solid evidence, women's sixth sense is the most mysterious. The question she asked when she left just now was definitely not a casual question. And this Black Tiger, this guy actually sacrificed a younger brother to test out his own unusualness, and also found out that he had learned the 5 beasts breathing technique. He must die. As long as Black Tiger lives, he will try every possible means to reveal his identity, and the trouble will only get worse. Guyang realized that even if it aroused suspicion again, he had to get rid of this guy first. As for Chu Lingling's suspicion, we can find a way to guide it in other directions when the time comes. It shouldn't be a big problem. In the final analysis, it was because his apparent status was too low. He was a paralyzed person staying at home, and it seemed as if anyone could step on him. If he were a top medical scientist who had developed a cancer treatment plan or the president of a group worth hundreds of billions, these ordinary law enforcement officers would not even be qualified to investigate him. It's imminent. In the law enforcement car, Li Kaiyun turned around and looked at Chu Lingling and asked curiously, Why did you ask Guyang if he knew hacking skills? According to his profile, he studied civil engineering in college, so he shouldn't know much about hacking techniques. Chu Lingling said, When I was searching his house just now, I found some computer and medical books at home. I don't understand medical books, but I do understand computers. Many of those books are not simple introductory books, but advanced books that can only be understood after learning computers to an extremely profound level. I suspect he understands technology, and so does the Night Slayer. After listening to this analysis, Li Kaiyun shook his head. I think your association is too far-fetched. First of all, Guyang did not study computer science in college. Secondly, he started reading books on the subject after his health had recovered a little. Even if he has some knowledge of hacking, it is impossible for him to be too proficient in it. According to our previous analysis of the Night Butcher, the hacking technology he possesses is even better than yours. You're not saying that Guyang can master hacking skills better than yours just by reading a few books in the few days since he woke up from the hospital, right? After hearing this, Chu Lingling nodded. I admit that you are right. The possibility is indeed very small. But what if this guy is a 1-in-a-million genius? Besides, when the Night Butcher first appeared, he didn't have any hacking skills. He only acquired them later, right? Lu Tao had been listening nearby and felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. Although you are a top detective, I don't agree with your reasoning. I personally eliminated Guyang's suspicion. I monitored him here for a whole day and night, but the Night Butcher still appeared and killed people. Now you are tying him and the Night Butcher together based on just some information about hacking technology. This is illogical. Besides, Guyang also said that he only knows the basics. Chu Lingling did not refute. What you said is all right, but how do you explain the Black Tiger incident? You don't really think Hu is a psychopath, do you? He was able to become Xiongchuan's most trusted subordinate, and there was absolutely no problem with his IQ. But today he repeatedly did such foolish things. What if what he said is true? When Black Tiger was mentioned, Li Kaiyun beside him sneered. He's a scoundrel who came from a street background. Who can really know what he's thinking? Maybe he's just been provoked and is biting people like a mad dog. Lu Tao next to him lowered his head. As a local law enforcement officer, he naturally had a full understanding of He, Hu, and Xiong Chuan. He had dealt with this black tiger several times before. He was cautious and intelligent, and he was completely different from the man he was today. Did he really go crazy because of Xiong Chuan's death? That's unlikely. After thinking for a while, he could only sigh. Then let's go back and interrogate He Hu again. Chu Lingling then raised the small computer in her hand. I found the last location where Spider Ghost's phone sent a signal. Let's go get his phone back. Maybe we can find some new clues. Black Tiger was sitting in the law enforcement bureau and making a big fuss. You idiots, I found a clue for you, but you didn't cherish it and locked me up here. You are so stupid. Isn't it said that justice may be late, but will never be absent? Damn, that's so stupid. If I had known you were so useless, I shouldn't have cooperated with you. I would have just sent someone to chop Guyang down. He Hu was probably so angry that he didn't even pretend and just cursed in the law enforcement bureau. In the interrogation room, Chu Lingling, Li Kaiyun, and Lu Tao sat in front of him. Lu Tao asked the first question. Don't be crazy. Let me ask you a few questions first. According to the current clues, your little brother is very likely to have absconded with the money. What do you think? Black Tiger spat on the ground. Bullshit, his entire family is in my hands. Where can he go alone? Besides, how much money does that paralyzed man have now? How many valuable things can he store in his house? Is my little brother crazy to run away with the money for such a small amount of money? Besides, unless he goes abroad, where else can I find him? Isn't he aware of my methods? Lu Tao then asked. But you said he finally entered Gu Yang's house and never came out again. We searched and found nothing. How do you explain that? Black Tiger was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. I'm not explaining anything. After the night butcher killed Xiong Chuan, his body disappeared. Did your law enforcement agency find out? In my opinion, the disappearance of the corpse actually proves that there is something wrong with Gu Yang. There is definitely some connection between him and the night butcher. And I can tell you another secret. That Gu Yang has practiced the ancient martial arts breathing method. This was taught to me by my master Xiong Chuan. My master left me a will before he died. The night butcher also forcibly took away the breathing method. That Gu Yang can do it too. There is definitely a connection between him and the night butcher. Now, in order to capture Gu Yang, He Hu no longer cares about keeping the secret and tells him all the ancient martial arts breathing techniques. At this time, Chu Lingling, who had been typing on the keyboard with her head down, raised her head. I've repaired Spider Ghost's phone. There are corresponding chat records in it. Let's take a look. Chapter 86 Waiting for the Rabbit, second version. First, what everyone saw was the chat record of Spider Ghost and his friends bragging. Brother, let me tell you, Big Brother Black Tiger specifically asked me to do something. As long as this thing is done, I will be rich. Oh my god, there's a way to make money like this? Can you take me with you? That won't work. Brother Black Tiger said that it must be kept secret, and it only takes one person. I was able to get this opportunity only through my active participation in the organization. That's such a shame. Brother Goe, if you become rich, don't forget your brothers. Don't worry, don't worry. As the saying goes, if one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit. I won't forget you all. There are many similar chat records. It can be seen that Spider Ghost was very excited after hearing that he was going to be summoned by Black Tiger, and kept bragging to the brothers around him. After reading a lot of chat records, Chu Lingling said, based on my observations, it's unlikely this Spider Ghost absconded with the money. After reaching this conclusion, He Hu immediately laughed out loud. I told you, that bastard Gu Yang is definitely up to something. I don't know where he took the Spider Ghost, but it must be in his house. Maybe he has a very hidden dark room or something. Lu Tao next to him still shook his head and said, I think the possibility is very small. This villa did not belong to Gu Yang before, and he had only moved here a few days ago. How is it possible that a secret room to hide a corpse could be built in just a few days? Black Tiger roared at the top of his lungs. That bastard studied civil engineering. He owns a construction company. It wouldn't be difficult for him to dig out a basement in a day. Lu Tao stared at him. Even if he has someone with experience who can finish it in a day, how could there be no traces of construction? To dig a basement, wouldn't you need an excavator and a truck to move the extra dirt? He couldn't have secretly asked a few people to dig it in the middle of the night, right? Even if they were digging secretly in the middle of the night, wouldn't the other neighbors in the neighborhood hear the noise? Several people in the interrogation room argued for a long time, but there was still no conclusion. But everyone is certain of one thing. The disappearance of Spider Ghost is indeed full of doubts, and it is hard to say whether it is related to Gu Yang. What if this guy got the money and was robbed by someone on the way out? At this time, Chu Lingling put down Spider Ghost's phone, frowned and said, No matter what, this is an opportunity for us. There is very little information about the Night Butcher now. We must grasp even the slightest clue or possibility, otherwise there will be no way to investigate. Therefore, I suggest that we refine the previous plan and implement it again. Li Kaiyun turned around and looked at her. You mean sit back and wait? Chu Lingling nodded heavily. That's right, just sit back and wait. The last operation went wrong, so if we improve it this time, I don't believe we can't succeed. Then, Chu Lingling turned around and said to Lu Tao, Tonight, you will take a team of law enforcement officers to stake out Gu Yang's villa. I will also give you a set of monitoring equipment. You must pay full attention and not miss any clues. If there is any connection between Gu Yang and the Night Butcher, something unusual would definitely be revealed. Lu Tao was a little dissatisfied. He had done this kind of thing last time. If he did it again this time, wouldn't it be telling Gu Yang clearly that he was still under suspicion? Then how can we be friends from now on? Seeing the doubts in his heart, Li Kaiyun patted his shoulder and said, Use your brain a little faster. If Gu Yang finds out, tell him that the Law Enforcement Bureau is secretly sending you there to protect them because they're worried about retaliation from the Underworld. After listening to this, Lu Tao gave a thumbs up. That makes sense. You're really quick-witted. Chu Lingling then continued to arrange. Prepare a separate cell for Black Tiger. Li Kaiyun, you and 6 other elite law enforcement officers will put on makeup and disguise themselves as prisoners and live with Black Tiger. I'll rearrange the surveillance equipment. If the Night Butcher continues to attack Black Tiger, we'll definitely be able to capture him immediately. After hearing these arrangements, Heihu clapped his hands in approval. That's right. If you had believed me earlier, everything would have been fine. If I were to ask you, you'd be too old-fashioned. Just bring Gu Yang back and torture him to extract a confession, and you'd have everything you need. Lu Tao rolled his eyes at him. This is the law enforcement agency, not your underworld. Can a confession obtained under torture be considered evidence? Black Tiger looked dissatisfied and muttered, What a hassle. The people in the Law Enforcement Bureau quickly began to arrange their actions. Lu Tao brought a team of law enforcement officers and drove back to the door of Gu Yang's villa. Gu Yang, who had already successfully hacked into Li Kaiyun and the others' phones, naturally heard all of this clearly. Interesting, you want to use the same plan twice. A sense of crisis also emerged in Gu Yang's heart. Even if he uses the Night Butcher and does not leave any evidence, he cannot avoid suspicion. There is no wall that is impenetrable in this world. I remember there is an anime called Death Note. The protagonist in the comic can kill criminals by writing their names in a diary. The other person's method of killing is even more awesome than my ghostly body, yet he was still found? As time goes by, Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun will inevitably get closer and closer to the truth. No, we can't let these two guys continue to exist in the Law Enforcement Bureau. They have to leave. Although Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun suspected him, Gu Yang had no intention of killing them. Instead, he began to think of other ways. Soon, Gu Yang came up with an idea. Night was gradually falling. Lu Tao and a group of law enforcement team members were crowded in the van, their stomachs growling with hunger. So everyone made a bowl of instant noodles and ate them in the cold wind, which was a bit pitiful. A law enforcement officer complained quietly, Captain Lu, I think we are really making a mountain out of a molehill. What a good man Mr. Gu is. He built his business from scratch with his own hands and has already achieved success in his career. However, he was betrayed by his bitchy girlfriend and is now half paralyzed. He's already pitiful enough. Why do we always look upon him with suspicion? The other law enforcement officers also nodded. Yes, after all, he is a paraplegic and a serious businessman. How could he be related to the Night Butcher? Anyway, judging from Mr. Gu's appearance, he is a good person. If you ask me, we should just pretend. The Night Butcher kills criminals anyway. With him around, maybe he can even lower the crime rate in our city. That's right. People online are all very supportive of the Night Butcher. It's simply what the people want. Why should we go against them? Although Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun felt that there were still some suspicious points on Gu Yang's side after discussion, when they thought about it carefully, it seemed far-fetched. Being assigned to stay up late to monitor, everyone had some complaints in their hearts. Lu Tao coughed lightly and said sternly, We are just ordinary law enforcement officers. We just need to obey orders from above and stop talking nonsense. Gu Yang had already discovered through surveillance that there were many unfamiliar faces nearby. Needless to say, these must be people from the law enforcement agency. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since you want the truth and want to monitor me, I will let you see enough. Gu Yang directly called Lu Tao's number. After the call was connected, he immediately said, Brother Lu, are you busy tonight? After Lu Tao hesitated for a moment, he replied, I'm not busy. I've been demoted now, and my work has become much easier. What's the matter with calling me? Guyang then said, "Well, didn't I offend that black tiger today? I'm still a little traumatized after being beaten last time, and I'm afraid those gangsters will come to retaliate. Captain Liu, why don't you bring a few people to my place for protection? I can give you extra subsidies." Upon hearing this, the many law enforcement officers in the car became excited. "We are all crammed together in this car. There is no air circulation, and we are hungry. Wouldn't it be more relaxing if we could go inside? Moreover, everyone's task is to monitor Guyang. If they can enter the house, wouldn't they be able to monitor him in a more detailed manner?" Lu Tao felt a little guilty. Look at him. He knows what magnanimity is. If there really was a place where corpses were hidden in his house, or if he really had some connection with the night butcher, how could he voluntarily let law enforcement officers into his house? Clearly innocent, okay? Chapter 87 arrangement completed. Guyang's frank behavior immediately won the favor of all law enforcement officers, and almost no one regarded him as a suspect. At Guyang's invitation, these law enforcement officers who had originally planned to sleep outdoors finally came into the house. The room was warm and a sumptuous dinner was laid on the table. Guyang pushed the wheelchair and sat at the dining table, greeting Lu Tao. "Come in and have something to eat. We're all going to have a hard night tonight, and we can't go hungry. I am really sorry to bother you all because of my matter." Lu Tao was instantly embarrassed. On the surface, he was here to protect Guyang's safety, but in fact, he was clearly here to monitor Guyang. It feels like the undercover agent and the boss have become real brothers. Lu Tao and the team members behind him sat at the table, enjoying the sumptuous dinner and constantly expressing their gratitude to Guyang. Guyang said with a smile, "With everyone watching over me at home, I can finally sleep peacefully tonight. When I go to bed later, I will leave the bedroom door open. Please keep an eye on it for me. Last time, that little thief sneaked into my bedroom and made me sleep restlessly for the past few days." An officer immediately stood up and said, patting his chest, "Don't worry, Mr. Gu. I'll move a chair and sit at your door in a moment. I promise no one will disturb you tonight." Guyang said quickly, "Thank you very much, everyone." After dinner, Guyang was very considerate and turned on the heating in the living room for them, brought a few bottles of drinks for each of them, and tried to gain their favorability before going into the house and going to bed. Seeing Guyang sitting in a wheelchair and busying around for everyone, many law enforcement officers felt a little uncomfortable. After Guyang entered the room, a law enforcement officer stood beside Lu Tao and said, "Captain Liu, I think you and Captain Li are both wrong in your judgment. This Guyang is obviously a good person, and he invited us in so openly, which shows that he is open and honest. How could there be any suspicion? Even if Black Tiger's underling didn't abscond with the money, it's very likely that he disappeared due to some other accident and has nothing to do with Mr. Gu." Originally, Lu Tao had become more suspicious of Guyang during his discussion with Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling, but after spending time together tonight, he felt that his judgment was wrong. No matter how you look at it, Guyang is a good guy. He sighed and waved his hand. Ultimately, this case is still the case of the two of them as the main responsible persons, so we just need to obey their orders. Don't they want us to monitor them? Now that we are all living in someone else's house, this surveillance is also an opportunity to help Mr. Gu clear his suspicion. Everyone should cheer up. Oh, and remember to turn on the body cameras on your chests, so you have evidence when you go back and talk." Many law enforcement officers nodded. "Understood, Captain Liu. We will definitely be cautious and careful." Lu Tao thought for a moment, and then turned back and said, "Since everyone is already living in the house, why not take a look around and check for any suspicious clues? Of course, remember not to damage things in other people's houses. Since we're here, let's just disturb them one last time and record the whole thing with a body camera. We won't do this kind of thing again." The reason why Lu Tao said this was that, on the one hand, since he was already here, he naturally had to do his job to perfection. On the other hand, he also wanted to take this opportunity to completely clear the suspicion on Guyang so that he would not come to disturb him again and again in the future. Lu Tao sat on the sofa and watched the law enforcement officers busy around him. Thinking of Guyang's experience during this period, he couldn't help but sigh. Brother Guyang is really unlucky. He is a young and promising entrepreneur, but he was betrayed by his girlfriend. Not only did the company lose a lot of money, but he also became half paralyzed. He probably won't have any chance of making a comeback in the rest of his life. After finally being discharged from the hospital, another night butcher appeared. As luck would have it, all the people killed by this night butcher had some connection with Guyang, which directly pushed him into the position of suspect. It's so pitiful that even sitting in a wheelchair is suspected. Could it be that this is a jinx coming to Earth? As Lu Tao was thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and searched online to find out which temple nearby was the most effective. I have to find a chance to take my brother to the temple to burn some incense and get rid of the bad luck. In the already arranged cell of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Black Tiger was lying carefree on the iron bed, legs crossed, looking smug. Being closely guarded by 7 law enforcement officers for an entire night, I'm going to be quite proud of it after I get out. Oh, and one of them is a criminal investigation captain who just returned from overseas special training. How impressive. Lee Kai-yun was now wearing a wig, a fake beard, and fake tattoos and scars on his face. He looked completely different from before. Even if his biological mother came, she probably wouldn't recognize him if she stood in front of him. In addition to Lee Kai-yun, there are 6 other law enforcement officers lurking in disguise. They are now wearing prison uniforms, exactly the same as Hae-hu. If they did not reveal their identities, no one would be able to tell that they were not prisoners, but upright law enforcement officers. Each one of them was made up as if he was born a villain. However, these 7 law enforcement officers all had pistols hidden on their waists. The Night Butcher is notorious, and they don't have the courage to come in unarmed. Seeing Hae-hu's smug look, Lee Kai-yun turned around and glared at him. Shut your stinky mouth. If the Night Butcher hears us, our plans will be ruined. Black Tiger waved his hand in disapproval. Don't worry. According to the Night Butcher's previous killing patterns, he will only act after 12 o'clock, and it's not time yet. I suspect that the Night Butcher's daytime job is to get off work at 12 o'clock. It must be too hard to work during the day and kill people at night. So, it feels good to be in prison clothes and locked up in a cell, right? Lee Kai-yun didn't have a good impression of Hae-hu. After hearing Hae-hu's ridicule, he snorted coldly. Just wait. When the Night Butcher attacks you, I have to wait a few seconds before shooting. It would be best if you die in the Night Butcher's hands before I kill him. This way, it would be a buy one get one free deal. I heard that the Night Butcher's knife is so sharp that it can chop off a person's head with one blow. Being able to appreciate this wonderful scene up close is a rare experience. The smug smile on Hae-hu's face froze in an instant. He glanced at Lee Kai-yun. Lee Kai-yun looked serious at the moment and didn't seem to be joking at all. He coughed twice softly. Captain Lee, you weren't serious just now, were you? Lee Kai-yun shrugged. What do you think? Black Tiger no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. He carefully sat up from the bed and said with a smile. Captain Lee, I was just joking just now, just to liven up the atmosphere. Please don't be angry. I'm a serious businessman now. I promise that after I get through this, I'll do more charity work to give back to society and become a good person who has changed his ways. Lee Kai-yun sneered and didn't believe the nonsense that Hae-hu said at all. Shut your stinky mouth. From now on, if you say anything that displeases me again, I can't guarantee what will happen tonight. Hae-hu nodded and bowed, then immediately closed his mouth and curled up on the bed. Lee Kai-yun then turned around and said to the other law enforcement officers, Everyone, act like prisoners as much as possible. Sleep when you need to, play cards when you need to. Don't reveal any flaws. The other 6 law enforcement officers immediately nodded and began their own performances. Chu Lingling's voice came from Lee Kai-yun's headset again. Last time, I suspected that I had installed too many surveillance devices, which attracted the attention of the Night Butcher. Moreover, he possessed extremely advanced hacking skills, and it was difficult to hide the surveillance equipment from him. So this time I secretly placed a mini video recorder in a corner, so that even if there is a power outage, it will not affect the operation of the video recorder. The Night Butcher is extremely dangerous. When you spot him, it's best to shoot immediately to disable his ability to move and protect yourself. Do you understand? Lee Kai-yun was also a little nervous. The more he read about the Night Butcher's murderous experiences, the more afraid he became of this guy. Now it was impossible to face this murderous demon head-on without any pressure. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Chapter 88 Manslaughter, Dismissal and Investigation.